The Venerable Swordsman Chapter 1616 to Chapter 1667. A sense of helplessness rose in the spear-wielding woman's heart when she saw the sword energy slashing toward her. She couldn't stop this woman's sword energy. She realized that the woman was even stronger than before. At this moment, Xianxia appeared in front of the spear-wielding woman. The sword energy of the plainly dressed woman stopped half an inch away from Xianxia's forehead. Xianxia and the others heaved sighs of relief when they saw this. That sword energy really couldn't be stopped. In truth, Xianxia was afraid as well. Not to mention the fact that he was only a soul body, even his main body and war god armor couldn't stop Qing-Er's sword energy. This was the sword energy Qing-Er had unleashed in a fit of rage. How many people in the world could stop it? Meanwhile, the woman in a plain dress suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. She waved her hand, and the sword qi in the surroundings instantly vanished. Along with the disappearance of the sword qi, the experts from countless stellar regions heaved sighs of relief at this moment. The woman's attack just now hadn't just targeted the Divine Palace stellar field, but all the worlds. If the sword energy hadn't vanished, it would only be a matter of time before the entire universe disappeared. Tu glared at the woman and said angrily, "Are you crazy? Don't you differentiate between friend and foe?" She'd almost been killed by this woman just now. The woman glanced coldly at Tuesday. Instead of cultivating the sword, you went and cultivated the fist. Look at yourself now. Do you know how weak you are? Tu fell silent. In truth, she regretted it too. If she'd known her brother was still alive, she wouldn't have wasted her time even if you beat her to death. She'd wasted hundreds of thousands of years. If she hadn't been so disheartened and wasted her time, she wouldn't have been any weaker than Martial God Lan. The woman ignored Tu and turned to look at Xianxia, her expression cold. Who is it? Xianxia pointed at the law of life in the distance. It's her. She's the one who bullied me. The woman looked up at the law of life, whose eyes were filled with solemnity. She naturally knew about this woman. She was the one who defied many laws, including the law of life, so she was fearful of this woman in a plain dress. Moreover, their second sister had given them strict orders that they couldn't appear in the world with their real bodies, and they couldn't fight this woman head-on, and the reason why she appeared in her original form was because she was too angry just now. She, a dignified law of life, was actually beaten up by a mortal. How could this be tolerated? Of course she couldn't tolerate it, but she didn't expect that the woman would appear as soon as she appeared. It was obvious that this woman had been paying attention to them. At that moment, the woman in the plain dress slowly walked toward the law of life. The law of life collected his thoughts and said with a smile, "Second sister said that I can't fight you head-on, but I'm a little unconvinced. Come, let me see just how strong you are." As she spoke, she slowly clenched her right hand, and a powerful force condensed in her palm. As this force condensed, the surrounding starry sky started to seethe. The plainly dressed woman looked at the life laws, a trace of disdain on her face. You think you're worthy? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly unsheathed the walking Dao sword in her hand. The walking sword pierced right through the law of life's forehead. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned, even the law of life herself was stunned. At the instant that the plainly dressed woman drew her sword, the law of life was ready to attack. But at the instant that she was about to attack, the sword had pierced through the center of her forehead. I didn't even have the chance to attack. The law of life's mind went blank. Xianxia was slightly stunned as well. Is Qing-Er that terrifying? She instantly annihilated a law of the universe with a single strike of her sword. That's an instant annihilation. He'd been looking forward to the battle between Qing-Er and the Universe Divine Court so that he could learn from it. However, he hadn't expected that the battle would end as soon as Qing-Er attacked. Actually, the law of life was the most stunned. As far as she was concerned, even if she couldn't defeat the woman in a plain dress, she wouldn't be much weaker than her. However, she hadn't expected that the gap between her and this swordsman wasn't just a little bit. And Lanjing glanced at the woman, and there was a trace of a complicated expression in her eyes. It's still that invincible Tian Ming. Meanwhile, the woman had walked over to the law of life, and she gazed at her. See how strong I am? Are you worthy? Are you worthy? Everyone looked at the woman as if they were looking at a monster. That was the law of life. However, she couldn't even take a single strike from this woman. No, she didn't even have the chance to attack before this woman. Just how terrifying was this woman? The law of life stared at the woman in a plain dress. Within her body, a steady stream of life force was sustaining her life, but it was useless. Even if she was the law of life and controlled the power of life, she couldn't repair the injuries in her body. The damage caused by the woman's sword was not something that any law could repair, including the law of life. The woman looked at the law of life. Call for help. Call for help. The crowd was speechless. The woman said again, call those trashy laws of the universe over. The law of life looked at the woman in a plain dress with an extremely ugly expression. In fact, there was a trace of fear in her heart. In her entire life, she had only been afraid of 3 people. The first was her master, the founder of the universe divine court, God Yi. She was both respectful and fearful of God Yi. The second was her second sister. The person in front of her was the 4th person she was afraid of. The woman looked at the law of life. Not going to call for help? The law of life looked up into the depths of the starry sky, but there was nothing there. Seeing that, the law of life suddenly smiled. She knew that she had been abandoned. The swordsman in front of her was a powerhouse at the same level as her master. He was not someone she could fight alone. She would definitely die. The law of life suddenly looked at Xianxia below and smiled. Do you want to know why we wanted to kill you back then? Xianxia shook his head. I don't want to know. You're the law of life. Can you bring Xiaodao back to life? The reason he asked that was because he saw the undying old man. The undying old man must have been saved by the law of life. Since the other party could save the undying old man, he might be able to save Mu Xiaodao. The law of life looked at Xian and smiled. I can. Xian walked in front of the law of life. Save her. The law of life smiled. Beg me. Xian nodded. I'm begging you. The smile on the law of life's face gradually disappeared. She looked at Xian for a long time and said softly, do you still remember me? That person you never really cared about. Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, the scene from back then appeared in his mind again. It was still under that tree. Under the tree, the man was reading with great interest and would smile from time to time. Beside him was still Daoyi. Daoyi was looking at the man's feet, holding a book and reading it attentively. Little Mu was still cultivating at the side, very seriously cultivating. In fact, there was also a little girl. The little girl wore a colorful dress and had 2 ponytails. She was very cute. The little girl was sitting on a small rock not far away from the tree. She played with the rock alone and would occasionally look at the man under the tree. The man's gaze was either on Daoyi or Little Mu. Seeing this scene, the little girl's expression became gloomy. After a long time, the little girl suddenly gathered her courage and ran to the man under the tree with a few rocks. The little girl looked at the man and said nervously, Master. Master. Let's play together, okay? The man smiled. I want to read with Daoyi. Go and play. The little girl looked at Daoyi and slightly lowered her head. She wanted to say something, but she did not have the courage to. After a moment of silence, the little girl turned around and left. The rocks in her hand fell to the ground. Hearing the sound of the rocks falling, the man looked up at the little girl. He hesitated and was about to stop the little girl when Daoyi suddenly said, Master, what do you think this passage means? The man looked at the passage that Daoyi was pointing at and was a little surprised. Didn't I tell you before? Daoyi blinked and smiled playfully. I want to hear it again, Master. The man smiled and told it again. When he finished, he looked up into the distance and the little girl was already gone. Daoyi continued to read, very seriously. After a moment of silence, he looked at the small rocks on the ground and was thinking about something. The scene stopped. In reality, in front of the life law, Xian opened his eyes and opened his palm. In his hand, there were 6 or 7 small rocks. Xian was a little confused. He did not know where these rocks came from. The woman in the plain dress looked at Xian and was thinking about something. The law of life was slightly taken aback at first when she saw these small stones. In the next moment, she suddenly started laughing, and then she started crying again. The life law suddenly walked in front of Xian and hugged Xian. She pressed her head tightly against Xian's chest and closed her eyes. She said softly, Master. The most obedient one is not necessarily the good one. You must be careful. Before she could finish her words, her voice suddenly came to an abrupt halt. She was completely breathless, her body gradually became illusory. Beside Xian, the plainly dressed woman suddenly turned her head, her expression icy cold. You want to kill someone in front of me? As soon as she finished speaking, the walking sword in her hand suddenly flew out. The sword pierced through the air and traveled millions of miles. Boom. At the end of the distant starry sky, a star field was directly turned into nothingness, forcefully erased by this sword. However, the woman in the plain dress frowned. That sword didn't kill him, the other party had escaped. This was the first time someone had escaped from her sword. The plain-dressed woman opened her palm and the walking Dao sword returned to her hand. There was a drop of blood on the sword. Looking at that drop of blood, the woman in the plain dress had a cold expression. No one knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, the life laws in Xianxia's arms had vanished completely, but there was a tiny wooden figure in his hand. This was what the law of life had placed in his hand just now. The little wooden doll looked exactly the same as the law of life. Clearly, the law of life had been preserved until now. Looking at this little wooden figure, Xian fell silent. P.S. Please give me a ticket. Thank you everyone. At this moment, countless starlight spots gathered behind Xian. Soon, these starlight spots condensed into a soul, Mu Xiaodao. Xian turned around. When he saw Mu Xiaodao's soul, he heaved a sigh of relief. The law of life had saved Mu Xiaodao. Xian glanced at the little wooden man in his hand and put it away. At this moment, Mu Xiaodao looked around blankly. Not dead? Xian smiled. Surprised? Mu Xiaodao looked at Xian. The law of life saved me? Xian nodded. Mu Xiaodao frowned. You won against the law of life? Xian smiled. Let me introduce you to someone. With that, he walked over to the plain-dressed woman and smiled. This is Qing'er, my sister. Mu Xiaodao looked at the plain-dressed woman. When she saw her, her expression turned solemn. Mu Xiaodao nodded. Hello, boss. Boss, the plain-dressed woman sized up Mu Xiaodao and nodded. She did not say anything. Mu Xiaodao looked at Xian. I'm leaving. Xian frowned. Where are we going? Mu Xiaodao said, going back. Xian shook his head. If you go back, you'll definitely die. Mu Xiaodao smiled. I won't. Xian wanted to say something, but Mu Xiaodao said, B*TCH, I'm just telling you. I don't need your consent. Xian shook his head. I don't mean anything else. It's just that you helped me before. If you go back now, Mu Xiaodao smiled. I know what you mean. However, I still have to go back. The plain-dressed woman suddenly said, I'll go back with you. Xian was speechless. Mu Xiaodao hurriedly shook his head. Boss, I know you want to kill the law of the universe. However, even if I go back, I won't be able to see them. They have never appeared in front of us. The woman in the plain dress nodded slightly. I know. Mu Xiaodao glanced at Xian, then looked at Lini and Seventh Swordsman in the distance. At this moment, the two women were no longer fighting. Mu Xiaodao said, let's go. With that, she turned around and left. Lini hurried to follow. Seventh Swordsman hesitated for a moment, then hurried to follow as well. In the distance, Ma Yi suddenly said, that woman killed the law of life in one strike. The law of life didn't even have the chance to attack. It's too scary. Mu Xiaodao said softly, behind that bitch, there are two people as powerful as that big shot. Lini said in a low voice, two? Mu Xiaodao nodded. Ma Yi sighed helplessly. Just one girl in a simple dress was already so terrifying. If two more came, what was there left to play? Mu Xiaodao glanced at Seventh Swordsman. Seventh Swordsman, you're also a swordsman. Do you feel inferior after seeing that big boss? Low self-esteem, the Seventh Swordsman did feel inferior. That girl's sword was so powerful that it made people despair, and they had no desire to chase after it. The law of the universe, which was like a god in their hearts, couldn't even take a single strike from that woman. It was too scary. At this moment, Ma Yi suddenly looked at Mu Xiaodao. Xiaodao, are you sure you want to go back? Mu Xiaodao said softly, do I look like I'm joking? Ma Yi hesitated, then said, if you go back, you might not be able to come back. Mu Xiaodao smiled. No matter what, she made me who I am. I can't betray her just like that. Ma Yi glanced at Mu Xiaodao and didn't try to persuade him anymore. She knew Mu Xiaodao's temper. Once she decided on something, no one could change her mind. Soon, the three girls disappeared at the end of the distant starry sky. Yi Xian looked at Mu Xiaodao's departing figure and sighed in his heart. He really wanted to make Xiaodao stay, but he knew that he couldn't. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. He couldn't stay. Yi Xian shook his head and withdrew his thoughts. He looked at the girl in the simple dress. Qing'er, why are you here? He was also surprised by the sudden appearance of the girl in the simple dress. She said, I sensed their true bodies, so I came. Yi Xian asked, can you sense other universal laws? She shook her head. Yi Xian frowned. Even you can't? She nodded. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment. He looked at Xiaomu. Xiaomu, do you know where the universal laws are? Xiaomu shook her head. I don't know. Even Xiaomu didn't know. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. He seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the girl in the simple dress. Qing'er, the life law suddenly disappeared. Did someone attack her? She nodded. The other party ran very fast. Yi Xian\'s face turned serious when he heard that. Someone who was able to escape from Qing'er's sword was more than terrifying, she said again. She seemed to want to say something to you, but someone doesn't want you to know. Yi Xian nodded. The life law told him to be careful when it disappeared. What should he be careful of? At this moment, the girl in the simple dress suddenly turned to look at the young clan woman. The two women stared at each other. The atmosphere was tense. Seeing this, Yi Xian was a little dumbfounded. Did they have a grudge against each other? Yi Xian quickly stood in front of the two women. Yi Xian looked at the girl in the simple dress. He said softly, Ancestor helped me just now. That's why I can hold on until now. She nodded. I won't kill her. Yi Xian was speechless. The young clan woman looked at the girl in the simple dress. She didn't say anything or say anything. Because she knew that she didn't have the ability to take revenge on the girl in the simple dress, it was stupid for the weak to say anything to the strong, Yi Xian said. Qing'er, what do you plan to do next? She said, I'm going to look for that person from before. Yi Xian asked. The person who attacked just now? She nodded. Besides that person, there are some laws of the universe. As she spoke, she glanced at the starry sky. They rely on the entire universe. So long as the entire universe is destroyed, then they'll naturally reveal themselves. The expressions of everyone here changed when they heard this. Yi Xian was slightly embarrassed as well. Qing'er, that's a very dangerous thought. He knew that Qing'er definitely possessed the ability to destroy the universe. If she hadn't stopped just now, then this universe would have really been destroyed. Meanwhile, she gazed at Yi Xian. This universe exists as long as you're alive. Yi Xian was speechless. Everyone here was speechless. However, they knew that she wasn't lying. If it wasn't for Yi Xian, then it really wouldn't be difficult for her to destroy the laws of the universe. Hide, I'll destroy the entire universe for you. Where are you going to hide? In this vast universe, apart from Yi Xian, the woman in the plain dress did not care about anyone else. The reason this universe still existed was merely because she loved the house and its crows. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, Qing'er, can you help me with something? She nodded, speak. Yi Xian glanced at Wu Ke and said, a marriage proposal. A marriage proposal. Wu Ke was stunned, and then a trace of warmth flowed through his heart. She knew that Yi Xian wanted to help her. She nodded slightly, all right. Meanwhile, Lanjing suddenly said, little fellow, it's time for me to go as well. Yi Xian gazed at her, what's your name? Lanjing replied, Anton. Yi Xian bowed respectfully, thank you, Anton. Lanjing smiled, your father didn't come this time because he encountered some matters and was truly unable to leave. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Let me do it. Yi Xian nodded, I don't blame him. Lanjing nodded slightly, take care. Yi Xian bowed again, take care, Anton. Lanjing glanced at her before turning around and vanishing into the horizon. Tu looked at Yi Xian, I'm leaving as well. Yi Xian asked, where to? Tu replied, cultivate. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there if you're in danger. As she spoke, she glanced at the woman in a plain dress before turning around and vanishing into a ray of light. After two vanished, Yi Xian looked at Yan Xiaoxiao who was nearby. Yan Xiaoxiao said, "Now it seems like the laws of the universe were created by you. However, they betrayed you. Moreover, they've taken control of the entire Cosmos Court." Yi Xian shook his head, "I don't want to care about these things." Yan Xiaoxiao shook her head, "You can't escape." Yi Xian went silent, he really couldn't escape. Yan Xiaoxiao continued, "Previously, there were tens of mortal extinguisher realm super experts. If I'm not wrong, these people should be secretly nurtured by the laws of the universe. Those people just now might be a part of them." As she said this, she looked at the woman in a plain dress. "Of course, if this lady keeps following you, you don't need to worry about these problems." Yi Xian glanced at the woman in a plain dress. It was obvious that Qing wouldn't keep following him. Qing appeared this time because of the appearance of the laws of the universe. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come. Many things had to be faced by oneself. Yi Xian looked at Yan Xiaoxiao. "Lady, are you interested in investigating with me?" Yan Xiaoxiao nodded, "Yes." Yi Xian said, "Is there anyone left in the Cosmos Court?" Yan Xiaoxiao nodded, "There are people down there, but I don't know if they will recognize you." Yi Xian thought about it. "Those who are willing to recognize me can go to the Undying Emperor clan in the 9 dimensions. Those who are not willing, I won't force them." Yan Xiaoxiao nodded, "I'll contact them." After saying that, she paused for a moment before continuing. Previously, the Cosmos God Court maintained the peace of the entire universe. Now, most of the experts in the Cosmos God Court are dead. There might be chaos in many places. You have to consider this matter. Yi Xian said, "Wait for me to come back and deal with it." As he said this, he looked at Wu Ku. "Little Ku, let's go." Wu Ku nodded. Soon, the three disappeared into the distance. Yan Xiaoxiao looked at the depths of space and sighed softly. She really didn't expect things to develop to this point. At this moment, a lady appeared behind Yan Xiaoxiao. It was the educated youth in charge of the intelligence system of the Cosmos Court. Yan Xiaoxiao said softly, "What do you think?" The educated youth shook her head, "I don't know. It's very chaotic now." Yan Xiaoxiao looked at the educated youth. "Do you know what happened in the Cosmos Court?" "At the very beginning." Yan Xiaoxiao shook her head, "The history of the founder of the Cosmos Court has been erased." "Erased," Yan Xiaoxiao said softly, "It seems like things are more complicated than we thought." At the end of the distant space, Yi Xian looked at Wu Ku. "Little Ku, your Wu clan is forcing you to marry with that Southly clan?" Wu Ku nodded. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He looked at the plain-dressed lady. He hesitated. "Qing I'll say this first, you can kill people, but you can't kill indiscriminately." He realized that when Qing was angry, she would even kill her own people. This wasn't good. The plain-dressed lady nodded, "I'll try my best." Yi Xian's expression froze. He was a little flustered. He was going to propose marriage, not to exterminate the clan. Wu Ku was also a little flustered. Was it really good to bring this big shot to the Wu clan? She was starting to worry about the Wu clan. P.S. I'm too late today. I'm a little flustered now. End of this chapter. Somewhere in the starry sky, a woman stood quietly. Behind her was a giant demonic dragon. It was Mo Xiaoshuang. At this moment, Mo Xiaoshuang was looking at a scroll in her hand. After a long time, she withdrew her gaze and said softly, "Cosmos Court." At this moment, an old man by her side spoke solemnly, "The Cosmos Court is finished." Mo Xiaoshuang shook her head, "No. The Cosmos Court has become even more terrifying." The old man frowned, "What do you mean?" Mo Xiaoshuang said softly, "Because the laws of the universe have appeared. Moreover, based on the experts they called out earlier, the laws of the universe have definitely nurtured a group of extraordinary experts. The current Cosmos Court is even more terrifying than before. Because it's unknown. We don't know anything about them." The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, "They have an even stronger enemy now." Mo Xiaoshuang smiled, "Yi Xian?" The old man nodded. Mo Xiaoshuang said softly, "He might really be the reincarnation of the founder of the Cosmos Court." The old man nodded, "It's very likely." Mo Xiaoshuang fell silent for a long time before she said softly, "We have to join forces with him." The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young miss, are we really going to fight the laws of the universe to the death?" Mo Xiaoshuang was expressionless. How can we not take revenge for the demon Dao clan? The old man sighed in his heart. In the starry sky, Yi Xian was flying on his sword. Beside him were Wu Ke and the woman in a plain dress. All along the way, Wu Ke looked curiously at the woman. She was extremely curious about her. She actually killed an existence of the laws of the universe. She even killed him in an instant. That wasn't just an ordinary level of terror. Wu Ke hesitated for a moment before she said, "Senior, how strong are you?" How strong? Yi Xian looked at the woman when he heard this. Actually, he wanted to know exactly how strong Qing'er was as well. The woman's expression was calm. "I don't know." "I don't know." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled because he knew what Qing'er meant. Wu Ke didn't know, so she frowned. "You don't know?" She glanced at Wu Ke. "How would I know without an opponent?" Without an opponent, Wu Ke's expression froze. The woman in the plain dress looked at Yi Xian. She sized up Yi Xian and nodded slightly. "You're not as weak as before." As she said that, she seemed to feel that this might be a blow to Yi Xian, so she added, "What I mean is, you are also very strong." Yi Xian was speechless. Wu Ke suddenly said, "Senior, can you give me some pointers?" She knew that if she could receive guidance from this woman, she would benefit from it for the rest of her life. This was an invincible existence. The plainly dressed woman shook her head, "No." Wu Ke felt a little awkward. She realized that this senior was not easy to talk to. The woman in the plain dress said again, "We're not on the same path, so I can't give you any pointers." Wu Ke was a little puzzled. Not the same people? Aren't they all cultivators? The woman in the plain dress looked at Wu Ke. "You are a cultivator, but I am not." Wu Ke still did not understand. "Then senior, you are?" The woman said, "Why do you have so many questions?" Wu Ke was speechless. Seeing that Wu Ke was a little embarrassed, Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Qing'er, what level are you at?" The woman in the plain dress said, "I don't know. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page." Yi Xian was a little curious and was about to ask, but at this time, the woman in the plain dress took the initiative to say, "There is no level that can measure me." Wu Ke's expression suddenly became a little strange. Yi Xian asked again, "You've surpassed your level?" The woman in the plain dress shook her head. "Not surpassed. Saying too much is too complicated. Let me put it simply. I am invincible. That's it." Yi Xian's expression also froze, and Wu Ke was also dumbfounded. "Invincible?" Wu Ke hesitated for a moment, then said, "Senior, I heard my ancestors say that no one in this world can be invincible. In this vast universe, there is no strongest, only stronger." The woman in the plain dress glanced at Wu Ke. "I envy your ancestor." Wu Ke was a little puzzled. "Why?" The woman in the plain dress said indifferently. The reason why he said that was because he was still very weak, and he knew that there was someone stronger than him. "But I..." As she said that, she looked at Wu Ke. "No one is stronger than me, I am invincible." Wu Ke was speechless. Yi Xian said, "Qing'er, you have experienced the vast universe, have you never met a worthy opponent?" The woman in the plain dress said, "Your father and that swordsman count." Yi Xian blinked. "You or them, who is stronger?" The woman in the plain dress looked at Yi Xian. "Do you want to hear the truth?" Yi Xian nodded vigorously. The woman in the plain dress said, "If I don't want to live, they all have to die." Hearing this, Yi Xian fell silent. Qing'er did not say that she was stronger than Big Brother and Father, but from her words, it could be heard that she could die together with Father and Big Brother. At this time, the woman in the plain dress said, "That swordsman has no worries in his heart, no thoughts, and only wants to be defeated. His sword has reached the pinnacle of emotionlessness. Your father's sword Dao seems to be emotionless, but in fact, the core is love, which is another pinnacle." Yi Xian looked at the woman in the plain dress. "What about you, Qing'er?" The woman in the plain dress glanced at Yi Xian, but did not say anything. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, I know." Yi Xian said with a smile, "What do you know?" Xiao Ta said, "Master said, he said that this sister's sword was born from obsession, and because of this obsession, she once guarded a universe for countless years. This obsession is love, and because of this obsession, she once destroyed a universe. This obsession is emotionlessness." She reached the pinnacle of emotionlessness, and also reached the pinnacle of love. And whether it is love or emotionlessness, it is all because of obsession. If she let go of this obsession, she will surpass her present, and reach a very, very, very terrifying level. Xian frowned. Let go of obsession? Xiao Ta said, yes. Xian looked at the woman in the plain dress. Qing'er, if you let go of obsession, will you become stronger? The woman did not answer. Xian was a little puzzled. Qing'er, why don't you let go of obsession? The woman in the plain dress still did not answer. Xian was a little puzzled, and was about to ask. Xiao Ta suddenly said, young master, you silly, you are this sister's obsession. If you want her to let go of obsession, it is the same as asking her to kill you. If she kills you, she will really let go of obsession. You fool. Xian's expression froze, and he turned to look at the woman in the plain dress. Qing'er, I am your obsession? The woman in the plain dress suddenly pulled on Xian's hand, and said softly, it doesn't matter if it is obsession or not, as long as I don't want to die, no one can kill me. As for the next step, without you, everything is meaningless. You are not my obsession, you are my everything for the rest of my life. Everything for the rest of his life. Xian held the woman's hand tightly, and did not speak for a long time. Wu Ke glanced at him. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. The woman in the plain dress and Xian did not speak. After a while, the three of them entered a star field. Wu Ji Star Field, there was a powerful family here, and that was the Wu clan. As soon as the three of them stepped into Wu Ji Star Field, a middle-aged man appeared in front of them. When he saw Wu Ke, the middle-aged man was slightly surprised, and then said happily, young miss is back. Wu Ke nodded, take me to see my father. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, okay. The three of them followed the middle-aged man into the distance, and soon, the three of them arrived at a large hall. There were more than a dozen people in the hall, and the leader was a middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to Wu Ke. Obviously, this was Wu Ke's father. Wu Ke did not speak, but looked at Xian. Xian walked out, and he cupped his fists at the middle-aged man. Uncle, I am Xian, and I have come to the Wu clan to propose marriage. Propose marriage? As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes fell on Xian. The middle-aged man looked at Xian. Propose marriage? Xian nodded, yes. The middle-aged man was expressionless. Don't you know that Ku'er is already engaged to the Nanli clan? Xian looked at Wu Ke, and Wu Ke shook his head. I have never agreed to it. The middle-aged man gazed coldly at Wu Ke. Do you need to agree to this? Wu Ke frowned when she heard this, and she was about to speak when Xian suddenly said, this is little Ke's marriage. Don't you need her to agree to it? The middle-aged man gazed at Xian. Who the hell are you? Xian was about to speak when the woman in a plain dress suddenly drew the walk sword. Hiss, the others didn't even have the time to react before the walk sword stabbed into the middle-aged man's mouth and nailed him to the wall. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically. Xian hadn't expected that Qing'er would suddenly attack. The woman gazed at Xian. I didn't kill him. Xian was speechless. The plainly dressed woman blinked her eyes. Continue. Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he glanced at the surroundings and said, the martial clan. Get someone else to come out here and talk. All of us are cultured people, so don't attack us verbally. I'm doing this for your own good. The elders within the hall gazed at the woman in a plain dress with fear in their eyes. Our patriarch was nailed to the wall just like that. He didn't even have the ability to fight back. This woman isn't simple at all. At this moment, the middle-aged man who was being stared at was even more astounded to the extreme. He actually hadn't been able to react just now. Suddenly, a voice resounded from within the hall. Wu Ke, did you bring an outsider here to bully my martial clan? Xian turned around and saw an old man walking in from outside the hall. Wu Ke said, the Grand Elder, Wu Tu. Xian glanced at the Grand Elder and was about to speak when the Grand Elder gazed coldly at the woman in a plain dress. Guards. As soon as he finished speaking, two black-robed figures appeared here. Both of them were at the mortal-breaking realm. The Grand Elder stared at the woman in a plain dress. Kill this woman first. Xian was speechless. Wu Ke's expression instantly changed drastically, and she was just about to speak when the woman in a plain dress suddenly gazed at her. Miss, if you don't mind, then I'll kill your entire family. In that way, your troubles will be resolved. Wuku was speechless. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. How flustered. End of this chapter. Yi Xian broke out in cold sweat when he heard Qing Er. Qing Er's way of thinking was truly too dangerous. Wuku was speechless as well. This big shot had actually asked her if she would mind annihilating her clan. Moreover, this big shot didn't seem like he was joking. Wuku had no choice but to look at Yi Xian and seek help from Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Qing Er, I think that we can try peaceful means before resorting to force. The woman nodded, all right, I'll do as you say. She sat down at the side and remained silent. Yi Xian instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Qing Er had no intention of attacking again. Meanwhile, the martial ancestor suddenly roared with laughter. Yi Xian gazed at the Grand Elder. What's wrong with this geezer now? The Grand Elder gazed at her and ridiculed, annihilate my martial race? How arrogant of you. Come on. Destroy it for the old man to see. Yi Xian was flabbergasted when he heard this. Is this geezer stupid? Wuku was extremely shocked as well. She was about to speak when Qing Er suddenly said, summon the ancestor. Summon the ancestor. Yi Xian was speechless. The Grand Elder ridiculed, summon the ancestor? Do you think you're worthy of summoning the ancestor of my martial race? You. Meanwhile, the walk sword that nailed the martial race's patriarch suddenly flew out, and then it pierced the center of the Grand Elder's forehead and nailed him to a nearby pillar. All the experts of the martial race were stunned, including the Grand Elder. At this moment, his mind had gone blank. I don't even have the ability to fight back. At this moment, the minds of all the experts of the martial race instantly cleared up. She's a big shot. The martial race's patriarch stared fixedly at her. Who exactly are you? She didn't answer him, and she gazed at Wuku instead. Who's the strongest fighter in your martial race? Wuku hesitated for a moment and said, Ancestor. She nodded, ask him to come here. Wuku. Meanwhile, the martial clan's patriarch spoke in a low voice. There's no enmity between my martial clan and you, so why are you humiliating my martial clan? The plainly dressed woman shook her head, I'm not interested in you. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. Brother, you talk to them. If things don't go well, the entire clan will be exterminated. Clan extermination. Yi Xian was speechless. The faces of the martial clan experts in the hall darkened. This was too much. Yi Xian looked at the martial clan patriarch. This time I'm here to propose marriage. Little Ku will be my woman from now on. Don't let her get married to some Nanli clan. He didn't want to be long-winded. There was no way to communicate normally with the Wu clan. The martial clan's patriarch stared at Yi Xian. What if my martial clan disagrees? Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, you don't agree? The martial clan's patriarch looked at Yi Xian. If I don't agree, what are you going to do? Yi Xian sighed softly. Martial clan's patriarch, I'm going to say one last thing. This is really the last thing. Look at me. Am I not outstanding? The martial clan's patriarch said coldly, you are outstanding, but can you compare to the Nanli clan? The Nanli clan is the #1 clan in the world. If my martial clan can form a marriage alliance with them, my martial clan's status will be greatly improved. How can you help my martial clan by marrying you? Yi Xian turned to look at Wu Ke. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Wu Ke nodded, then let's go. Yi Xian nodded, let's go. He was speechless towards this martial clan. If it wasn't for Wu Ke, he would have killed this martial clan. Qing Er was so terrifying. Were they blind? Couldn't they see? He really didn't want to talk nonsense with these people. However, it couldn't be helped. After all, this was Wu Ke's family. He couldn't really destroy the martial clan. The three of them were about to leave. However, the martial clan's patriarch said, Xiao Ku, if you step out of this door today, you will no longer be a member of the martial clan. Expelled from the martial clan, Wu Ke stopped. After a while, she smiled, all right. She didn't have any hope for this family anymore. Her visit this time was actually to give this family a chance. However, she was disappointed. Soon, the three of them left the martial clan. Inside the hall, the martial clan's patriarch's face was extremely ugly. After a while, he suddenly said, inform the Nanli clan. Not far away, the great elder said in a deep voice, that woman's strength. He was quite afraid of that woman in a plain dress. The martial clan's patriarch was expressionless. She's just one person. After leaving the martial clan, Yi Xian looked at Wu Ku. Xiao Ku, why don't you go to the ninth dimension? Wu Ku smiled, that's what I plan to do. Hearing this, Yi Xian instantly smiled. Wu Ku's strength was extremely terrifying. If he went to the ninth dimension, it would be of great help to the ninth dimension. In fact, he also didn't understand what the martial clan was thinking. Wu Ku was at the breaking mortality realm and had such terrifying combat strength. It could be said that her future was boundless. Why did they want her to get married? Wouldn't it be better for her to stay in her own clan? As if he knew what Yi Xian was thinking, Wu Ku suddenly said, the Nanli clan is not simple. Yi Xian looked at Wu Ku, not simple? Wu Ku nodded, the Nanli clan once received help from the laws of the universe. Moreover, there have been many generations of guardians of the laws of the universe in the Nanli clan. Let's put it this way. The Nanli clan is equivalent to the celestial court. Of course, they aren't as strong as the celestial court, but they are protected by the laws of the universe. Moreover, the Nanli clan's bloodline is a bit special. The martial clan wants me to marry them because they want to take advantage of their bloodline. Yi Xian was confused, is it as special as my bloodline? Wu Ku shook his head, far from it. Yi Xian was even more confused, then why don't they want you to marry me? Wu Ku rolled his eyes at Yi Xian, they don't know how powerful your bloodline is. Saying this, he glanced at Qing they don't know how terrifying this senior is. Yi Xian nodded. In fact, it was mainly because they couldn't kill people. If they let Qing kill a few more people, the people of the martial clan would probably be afraid. At this moment, Qing suddenly turned to look. The next moment, the space there split open and an old man suddenly walked out. Wu Ku said in a low voice, Nanli clan. Nanli clan, the old man wore a large robe and hid his hands in his sleeves. After coming out, his gaze fell on Wu Ku, little girl, I heard that you would rather be expelled from the martial clan than marry into the Nanli clan. Wu Ku smiled, Elder Nanli Mu, why do you insist? The old man named Nanli Mu shook his head, I'm not forcing you. It's just that the old man feels that you're looking down on the Nanli clan. Right now, it's not a matter of marriage, it's a matter of face. A matter of face, Wu Ku smiled, then what does the Nanli clan want to do? Nanli Mu looked at Wu Ku, I think it's best if you disappear from this world forever. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. At this moment, Qing looked at Yi Xian, can I kill this one? Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Nanli Mu looked at Qing and smiled, kill the old man? You're so arrogant. Come, the old man is standing right here, you can try and kill him. Qing nodded, all right. As soon as she finished speaking, a sword pierced Nanli Mu's forehead. No one was able to react in time, even Yi Xian and Wu Ku did not see how Qing attacked. It was an instant kill. In the air, Nanli Mu was completely stunned. He died just like that? Qing looked at Yi Xian innocently, he asked me to kill him. Yi Xian was speechless. In the air, Nanli Mu suddenly opened his palm, and in the next moment, a voice transmission stone flew out and disappeared into the sky. Nanli Mu stared at Qing with a ferocious expression, no matter who you are, everyone related to you will die without a burial place. As he spoke, his body gradually became illusory. Next to him, Yi Xian was speechless. This guy was dead, so be it. He was still calling for help. Wu Ku also shook his head, the Nanli clan was used to being arrogant and domineering. They were too arrogant and domineering. Soon, the old man disappeared completely. After the old man disappeared, Yi Xian was speechless. He felt that age had nothing to do with intelligence. Living for a long time did not mean that one was intelligent, especially those who were high and mighty. Some people became more and more stupid the longer they lived. Meanwhile, the Wu clan patriarch appeared again, and he glanced coldly at Wu Ku, it's not too late for you to change your mind now. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place. Wu Ku shook his head and smiled, Father, I'm very disappointed in you. Even now, you still haven't come to your senses. The Wu clan patriarch said angrily, idiot. Do you know how strong the Nanli clan is? Not only do they have 3 mortal terminators, but they also have over a dozen mortal-breaking realm cultivators. Besides that, they have the supreme laws of the universe behind them. As he spoke, he glanced at Qing I admit that she's very strong, but no matter how strong she is, can she be stronger than the laws of the universe? Yi Xian, Qing'er glanced at the Wu clan patriarch and didn't speak. Wu Ke shook his head and sighed in his heart. The laws of the universe? The laws of the universe that my clan revered like gods can't even withstand a single strike from this woman. Meanwhile, the Wu clan patriarch spoke again. The experts of the Nanli clan are on their way here. It's not too late for you to change your mind now. Wu Ke glanced at the Wu clan patriarch and didn't speak again. Because she felt that it was useless no matter what she said, that the woman in a plain dress could instantly defeat the laws of the universe. She knew that her father wouldn't believe it. In fact, even she wouldn't believe it. Before she saw the woman in a plain dress, she wouldn't believe that such a terrifying expert existed in the world. Suddenly, the sky in the distance cracked open. In the next moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly emerged from that space, and it didn't take long for a middle-aged man to walk out. The moment the middle-aged man walked out, the space around him rippled. The middle-aged man's gaze descended onto the woman in a plain dress. You killed the members of my Nanli clan? The woman in a plain dress nodded. The middle-aged man walked slowly towards the woman in a plain dress and smiled. You think you're very strong? The woman in a plain dress nodded again. The middle-aged man stopped and smiled. Come, I'll give you 3 strikes. P.S. I haven't thought of an excuse for being late today. I don't know what to do now. I'll let you strike 3 times. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Let the woman strike 3 times. Yi Xian was speechless, and then he shook his head and fell silent. Wu Ke shook his head and sighed as well. The martial clan's patriarch gazed coldly at the woman. Aren't you very good at fighting? Draw your sword now. The woman shook her head. How boring. As she spoke, she gazed at Wu Ke. Where's the Nanli clan? Just point me in the right direction. Wu Ke hesitated for a moment, and then he pointed to the right. Go to the Nanli region. The woman nodded, and then the walk sword suddenly left its sheath. A sword howl resounded as a ray of light tore through the sky, and it instantly vanished into the starry sky. Wu Ke, who stood by Yi Xian's side, pulled on Yi Xian's sleeve and asked, What's she doing? Yi Xian was about to speak when Xiao Ta spoke abruptly. Big sister is raiding a home. Raiding a home? Yi Xian was quite puzzled. What's raiding a home? Xiao Ta fell silent for a moment before he said, Young master, I'm just a pagoda. Don't ask me everything. What do you expect a pagoda to know? Yi Xian was dumbfounded by what he heard. Wu Ke shook his head and smiled. This Xiao Ta is really quite amusing. The middle-aged man gazed at the woman and smiled. Can that strike of yours annihilate my Nanli clan? The woman didn't look at the middle-aged man, and she gazed at Yi Xian instead. I'm leaving. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, To search for the laws of the universe? The woman nodded. That's only one of them. I have to find that person who killed before me. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, All right. The woman walked over to Yi Xian, and then she patted Yi Xian lightly on the shoulder and spoke gently. I'll appear when the laws of the universe appear once more. Take care of yourself. Yi Xian smiled and said, Qing'er, you too. The woman nodded and was about to leave. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly smiled and said, You're leaving? Did you ask me? The plainly dressed woman glanced at the middle-aged man. Why don't you turn around and look? The middle-aged man was about to speak when an old man suddenly appeared in front of him. The middle-aged man said in a trembling voice, Clan leader. The Nanli clan is gone. The Nanli tribe was gone. The middle-aged man frowned. What's gone? The elder said with a trembling voice, The Nanli tribe is gone. The middle-aged man glared at the old man. What nonsense are you spouting? The old man's face was pale. Just now, a sword suddenly entered the south-parting boundary, and then the entire south-parting boundary was gone. The middle-aged man was stunned, and then he said furiously, How could that be possible? The old man said in horror, It's true. That sword entered the south-parting realm, and then the entire south-parting realm. The middle-aged man suddenly turned his head to look at the plain-dressed woman below. It's you. The lady in the plain dress walked towards the middle-aged man slowly. It's me. The middle-aged man said viciously, You killed so many living beings with a single sword strike, aren't you afraid of karma? The plain-dressed woman looked at the middle-aged man. Is this something you should be worrying about now? Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face instantly turned pale. Yes, was this something he should be worried about now? shouldn't he be worrying about his own life and death? On the other side, the martial clan's patriarch was stunned as well. The Nonli tribe was gone just like that, at this moment. The Wu clan patriarch's hands were trembling. He knew that he had severely underestimated the woman in front of him. At this moment, the woman in the plain dress had already walked in front of the middle-aged man. She looked at the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man stared fixedly at the woman in the plain dress. He opened his palm, and a golden talisman appeared in his hand. "Do you know what this is?" The plainly dressed woman looked at the middle-aged man. "Call for help." The middle-aged man's expression turned fierce. "This is a law talisman. Using it can summon the laws of the universe." "Woman, no matter how strong you are, will you be stronger than the laws of the universe?" As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and then the law talisman transformed into a ray of golden light that vanished into the starry sky. The woman in the plain dress raised her head and looked towards the depths of the starry sky. The starry sky there suddenly started trembling, and then numerous formidable auras swept down. The entire starry sky seethed with excitement. A figure gradually appeared in the depths of the starry sky. At the sight of this, Xianxia blinked his eyes. What kind of law was this? The laws of the universe. The middle-aged man was instantly overwhelmed with excitement when he saw the laws of the universe, and he immediately bowed deeply. "Welcome, laws of the universe." As he spoke, he slowly knelt down. The old man by his side was overwhelmed with excitement as well, and he immediately knelt down and cowed out incessantly. On the other side, the martial clan's patriarch hesitated for a moment before he slowly knelt down as well. He seemed to have noticed something, and he turned around to look at Wu Ke and said furiously, "Quickly kneel down." Wu Ke glanced at the martial clan's patriarch with a cold and indifferent expression, and he didn't speak. The martial clan's patriarch glanced coldly at Wu Ke when he saw Wu Ke remain indifferent. "You'll regret this." As he spoke, he raised his head and gazed at the figure in the depths of the starry sky. At this moment, the plainly dressed lady was also looking at the illusory figure. In the starry sky, the illusory figure's gaze fell onto the plainly dressed lady. After a moment of silence, she immediately turned illusory and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the formidable aura instantly vanished as well, and the starry sky returned to calm. "She's someone that I can't afford to offend. She's gone." The patriarch of the Southly clan and the others were stunned. "She's gone just like that." The woman in a plain dress withdrew her gaze and shook her head. "It actually wasn't me." "What a pity." As she spoke, she gazed at the Southernly patriarch. "You're useless now." As soon as she finished speaking, a sword pierced through his head. Hiss, blood sprayed. He didn't even have the ability to fight back. The martial clan's patriarch was dumbstruck when he witnessed this scene. At this moment, his mind cleared up. Why did the laws of the universe leave? There was only one explanation. It was that he couldn't defeat this woman. Who exactly is she? Even the laws of the universe didn't fight and fled. "I'm finished." That was the only thought in the martial clan's patriarch's mind right now. The Southernly patriarch stared fixedly at the woman in a plain dress. "Who exactly are you?" The woman didn't answer him, and she turned around to gaze at Xian instead. "I'm leaving." Xian nodded. "All right." The woman nodded slightly. She was just about to leave when she seemed to have thought of something, and she turned around to gaze at Wu Ke. "Where's the martial clan? Point me in the direction." "Where's the martial clan?" Wu Ke's face froze. The martial clan's patriarch's expression instantly changed drastically, and he immediately bowed deeply to the woman. "Senior, my martial clan has offended you in the past. Please be magnanimous and spare my martial clan." The woman gazed at Xian. "Kill? Kill." The martial clan's patriarch immediately turned around and bowed respectfully to Xian. "Nephew, I represent the martial clan in agreeing to the marriage between you and little Ku. From now on, you're a member of my martial clan, and we're a family." Xian was speechless. This fellow is really shameless. Wu Ke shook her head slightly, and then she gazed at Xian. "Let's go." Xian nodded, and then he gazed at the woman in a plain dress. "Qing you can go." Qing nodded. "You have to work hard. I have a feeling that something bad is about to happen." Xian frowned slightly. "Something bad?" Qing nodded slightly. "I have a premonition. My premonitions are usually not wrong, so you have to be careful." Xian spoke in a low voice. "Can you sense what's about to happen?" Qing shook her head. "No. I'm not good at anything besides killing, and I'm not interested in understanding it." Xian was speechless. Qing'er continued, remember, I can kill, but I can't save people. If you're erased, I can't save you. Yi Xian nodded, understood. I'll work hard. Qing'er nodded, and just as she was about to leave, Yi Xian suddenly said, you know that in my body, previously, there were times when he felt that he wasn't himself, and that feeling made him panic. Because he was now sure that in his body was the founder of the Cosmos God Court, and the other party's strength was definitely stronger than his. What he was most worried about was that he would be controlled by the other party. Qing'er suddenly said, don't worry, although he'll affect you, you won't become him. Yi Xian was puzzled, why? Qing'er looked at Yi Xian, because he doesn't dare to wake up. If he does, I'll kill him. Yi Xian was speechless. The green girl continued, you can take all the benefits he left behind, including all the good karma he had, you can inherit them. She paused, then continued, you can understand it this way, you're one, but he can't control you, and you can't become him, but you can control him, and make him become you. Understand? Hearing this, Yi Xian blinked, I understand a little. Didn't this mean that he could devour the God Master of the Cosmos God Court? As if thinking of something, Yi Xian asked again, is he willing? Qing'er's lips curled into a mocking smile, what can he do even if he's unwilling? With that, she turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared into the horizon. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the starry sky, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, the Wu clan leader heaved a sigh of relief. With that woman here, he felt like he was suffocating, too terrifying. As if thinking of something, he turned to look at Yi Xian, and at this moment, he felt that Yi Xian was more pleasing to the eye. Not only was he young and promising, but he also had such a terrifying backer. If Wu Ke married him, wouldn't that mean that the Wu clan would have a super expert protecting them? Thinking of this, the Wu clan leader smiled. Nephew, let's return to the Wu clan to hold the wedding. Hold the wedding? Yi Xian was stunned, then he asked, hold the wedding? The Wu clan leader smiled, of course. Didn't you and my daughter promise to marry each other? Since you've already promised to marry each other, of course we have to hold the wedding. There's no time like the present, I think today is very suitable, let's hold the wedding today. Yi Xian turned to look at Wu Ke, but Wu Ke was expressionless, and didn't speak. Yi Xian looked at the Wu clan leader, your skin is thicker than mine. FPZW of course, Yi Xian and Wu Ke did not return to the martial clan. To Yi Xian, the martial clan was a weirdo. The martial clan leader was worlds apart from the immortal emperor tribe's leader, Dongli Jing. He could not understand why there was such a huge difference in intelligence when they were both clan leaders. Wu Ke also did not choose to return to the martial clan because she was completely disappointed in the clan. From the start, the clan had only treated her as a tool. It was better to not have such a clan. Yi Xian brought Wu Ke back to the Cosmos Court Star Field. Although the Cosmos Court had been destroyed, there were still many people under the Cosmos Court. However, the middle and top forces of the Cosmos Court were all dead. Yi Xian found Xianxia. There was a woman beside her. She was the intelligence chief of the Cosmos Court, Ji Qing. Upon seeing Yi Xian, Xianxia said in a low voice, many star fields below are in complete chaos after knowing that the Cosmos Court was destroyed. Yi Xian frowned slightly. It's a complete mess? Xianxia nodded. Initially, with the Cosmos Court suppressing, many places were still in order. However, the evil forces have revived and we do not have enough manpower. Not only are we lacking manpower, we are also not strong enough to suppress the star fields below. We can only allow the strong forces in the star fields to do as they please. The most chaotic places are the Void Zone and the God's Penitentiary. These two places are no longer under our control. Yi Xian was curious, what is this place? Ji Qing suddenly said, the Void Zone is a rather complicated place. It's a world of nothingness, and there are some special beings living there, the Void Tribe. The Void Tribe is extremely powerful and very difficult to deal with. Yi Xian suddenly asked, why do we have to deal with them? Ji Qing shook her head and smiled, it is not that we are purposely targeting them. The Void Tribe has a terrifying ability. They can turn the outside world into a void world. In other words, they can devour the outside world. If we let them out, the star fields outside will be devoured by them bit by bit. After devouring, they will become very strong. Therefore, the master of the Cosmos Court had no choice but to suppress them in the Void Zone. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, can't you suppress it now? Ziqing nodded, yes. Most importantly, they know that the Cosmos Court has been destroyed. Therefore, they are preparing to leave their nest. Once they come out, it will be a huge disaster for the outside world. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian asked, what about the gods' penitentiary? Ziqing said, a prison. There are some extremely evil people living there. There are also people on the Cosmos God Court's wanted list. Yi Xian thought for a while. Then he said, can I not care about that? Yan Xiaoxiao immediately shook her head, no. Yi Xian was confused. Why? Yan Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Xian, you are the founder of the Cosmic Divine Court and the first Divine Master. Also, you were the one who sealed the outermost void zone back then. Once you release them, they won't let you off. Yan Xiaoxiao continued, you have to interfere. If you don't, the entire universe will be filled with demons. Yan Xiaoxiao continued, you have to care. If you don't, the entire universe will be filled with demons. Yan Xiaoxiao stared at Yi Xian, you don't want to interfere? Yi Xian nodded. He really didn't want to interfere. The void zone and the gods' penitentiary had nothing to do with him, Yi Xian nodded. He really did not want to get involved. The void realm and the divine penitentiary had nothing to do with him, Yan Xiaoxiao nodded, since you don't want to interfere, then leave. Yi Xian turned to leave. At this moment, Yan Xiaoxiao said, if the void zone comes out, no one will be able to stay out of it. Especially you. Yi Xian was puzzled, why? Yan Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Xian, like I said, you were the one who sealed them. Do you think they will let you go? Moreover, you can stay out of it, but what about your friends? For example, the 9-dimensional universe. Once the Void Tribe comes out, the entire universe will be their target. Moreover, if they are allowed to devour more worlds, their strength will grow stronger. Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, Ziqing suddenly said, the seal is gone. Hearing this, everyone looked at Ziqing. Ziqing's expression was dark. I just received news that the seal that sealed the strongest member of the Void Tribe has disappeared. Yan Xiaoxiao frowned, how is that possible? Ziqing said solemnly, someone helped them. Yan Xiaoxiao asked, who? Azure City, Yi family, ancestral shrine. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment on, Yi Xian's position as crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi Mansion elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral shrine. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned, Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the ancestral shrine and said timidly, Grand Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Grand Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling, this is a family matter. What are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Grand Elder suddenly raged, whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, he should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Grand Elder coldly replied, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi Mansion guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the title of crown prince. What are you shouting about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded, "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply. "This subordinate will go through fire and water for the crown prince. I'm willing to risk my life for you." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Do not hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something and stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was dressed in a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pong! Zhang Mu felt his head spin, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged, whether or not he is crippled, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, this subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded, you are very good. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. From now on, you will be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, this subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, do not show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu did not know what he saw, but he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu's head spun, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and he rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Hearing Xiao Ta's words, Yi Xian almost went berserk. This fellow has been very naughty recently, he needs to be taught a lesson. At this moment, Yan Xiaoxiao suddenly said, you can forge this imperial divinity armor. Yi Xian looked at Yan Xiaoxiao, and Yan Xiaoxiao said in a low voice, this armor can't stop the lady in the plain dress or the laws of the universe. However, not many people below them can easily break this armor. Ji Qing also said, this little one is saying that if you can really forge this armor, your combat strength will reach a very abnormal level. Yi Xian asked, is it easy to forge this armor? Yan Xiaoxiao shook her head. No. It's very difficult. Unless the Earth Spirit clan is willing to help with the entire clan. Even if they use their entire clan, I'm afraid they aren't 100% confident. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Is it that difficult? Yan Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Xian. It's much more difficult than you think. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I'll make a trip to the Earth Spirit clan. He still decided to forge this Imperial Divinity armor. Although the experience with the Divine War armor wasn't good, it was undeniable that it was very abnormal. When he had the Divine War armor, he basically beat up mortal destroyers like they were his children. It was very useful. However, he couldn't encounter experts at the level of the laws of the universe. Apart from experts at this level, this armor was basically invincible. Now, the laws of the universe wouldn't easily appear, therefore, this armor was worth forging. Yi Xian immediately brought everyone to the Earth Spirit clan. Because they had the universal instrument, they arrived at the Earth Spirit world in a short while. After arriving at the Earth Spirit clan, Yi Xian saw Xianxia and the left and right elders. After seeing Yi Xian's blueprint, Xianxia immediately called for a meeting. Almost all the legendary blacksmiths in the entire Earth Spirit clan came. There were really a lot of them. There were a total of 39 legendary blacksmiths. At this moment, all the blacksmiths were surrounding Yi Xian's blueprint. Everyone's hearts were filled with excitement and fanaticism. It was as if a man who had been single for decades had suddenly seen a naked beauty. Hunger and thirst. Inside the hall, everyone spoke up one after another. It was extremely intense. Yi Xian and the others were dumbfounded. Right at this moment, an angry shout suddenly resounded from within the hall. All of you, get out of the way. Yi Xian turned to look. Not far away, a long-bearded old man walked into the hall. The long-bearded old man wore a thick set of iron armor, and in his hand was a large hammer that emitted lightning. The blacksmiths in the hall were enraged when they heard the angry shout, but they fell silent when they saw that it was the long-bearded elder, Mountain Iron. He was the #1 blacksmith of the Earth Spirit clan. He had already created 3 perfect-level legendary divine items. In the Earth Spirit clan, his forging technique was #1. Xianxia quickly walked to the front of the hill and carefully looked at the blueprint. A moment later, he became excited. After a long time, he suddenly took a deep breath and said, the person who designed this blueprint is truly the #1 genius in history. Xianxia said in a deep voice, Elder Xianxia, is it possible for the Earth Spirit clan to forge this item? After a moment of silence, Xianxia said, it requires all of us to work together. Besides that, the materials are a huge problem because the Earth Spirit clan doesn't have some of the materials required. Moreover, in order to forge this, we have to go to the fire world and use the natural advantages there. The most difficult part is still the materials and rune spells, because this armor requires a large number of rune spells and some ancient formations, which are our Earth Spirit clan's weakness in this area. As he spoke, he shook his head, it's difficult. Xianxia's face sank when he heard that. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, in terms of the materials, the Cosmos Court and the Earth Spirit clan should have enough. Even if it's not enough, we can use our power to search for them. So, it's not a huge problem. Besides that, the fire world that Elder mentioned just happens to be under the control of the Cosmos Court. The Earth Spirit clan can move there. That's not a huge problem either. As for the talisman techniques and formations, I can help with that. Everyone looked at Xianxia, and Xianxia said, I think the most difficult part is the technique. If the Earth Spirit clan thinks that the technique is fine, then the other problems are not too big. The technique, Xianxia suddenly roared with laughter, don't worry, young miss, the technique is fine. Meanwhile, the right elder suddenly said, who does it belong to once it's forged? Who does it belong to? The surroundings suddenly fell silent when they heard this. The members of the Earth Spirit clan had calmed down as well. Who does it belong to? They would definitely refuse if it belongs to the Cosmos Court. How could the Cosmos Court give a divine artifact that I created with the strength of my entire clan? Wouldn't that be like working for free? They refused. The fervor and excitement in the eyes of many of the Earth Spirit clan's blacksmiths had gradually vanished. Xianxia gazed at Yi Xian. The armor was definitely for Yi Xian, but the precondition was that Yi Xian had to convince the Earth Spirit clan. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Uncle Xianxia, to tell you the truth, my father gave this blueprint to me. Xianxia gazed at Yi Xian, Brother Yang? The god of protection. Everyone gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded, yes. He said that he has a very good relationship with the Earth Spirit clan, and he asked me to give this blueprint to all of you to help me forge it. When he spoke up to this point, he glanced at the blacksmiths from the Earth Spirit clan. Of course, I'm aware that it's extremely difficult to forge, and the materials consumed are incalculable. So, it's fine if the Earth Spirit clan feels that it's difficult for me to forge it. I can just give up on forging it. Xianxia suddenly spoke furiously. What are you talking about? We're all family, so it's not difficult at all. Yixian glanced at the other blacksmiths from the Earth Spirit clan. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly said, Everyone, the god of protection asked this little fellow to come to us. What do all of you think? As he spoke, he gazed at the right elder. The right elder hesitated for a moment and said, Heir. Meanwhile, Shantai suddenly said, What do you mean? Since the god of protection asked this little fellow to come to us, then it proves that the god of protection treats us as brothers. Our Earth Spirit clan will definitely help you. As he spoke, he glanced at the blacksmiths in the hall. Do all of you have any questions? All of them shook their heads. Actually, all of them were quite happy at this moment, including Shantai. What did it mean for the god of protection to ask this little fellow to bring the blueprint to the Earth Spirit clan? It meant that the god of protection really treated the Earth Spirit clan as one of their own. Of course, they had to help. Xianxia smiled. Then let's begin right now. Yixian immediately bowed respectfully. Thank you, Uncle Xianxia, uncles, and elders. At this moment, his heart was still a little complicated. His father's face was really not just ordinary. Xianxia smiled. We're all family, so there's no need to be so polite. The others nodded as well. A family, those 3 words were really nice to hear. Yixian smiled. Then I'll make the decision to give the fire dimension to the Earth Spirit clan. In the future, the fire dimension will belong to the Earth Spirit clan. All of them were visibly moved when they heard this. They'd coveted the fire dimension for a very long time. Xianxia spoke in a low voice. Little fellow, is that true? The fire dimension belongs to the Cosmos Court. Yixian smiled. I'm the Divine Master of the Cosmos Court now. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Obviously, they didn't know what happened in the Cosmos Court. That was normal. The entire Earth Spirit clan was only interested in forging. They really didn't care about anything else. Xianxia looked at Yixian. Is that true? Yixian smiled. Yes. Xianxia sighed. You. In just a few days, you become the Divine Master of the Cosmos Court. Yixian smiled. It's a long story. Xianxia nodded. Ha. We'll talk about it later. Let's forge this divine armor first. Then, he looked at Shantai. You'll be the chief blacksmith. From now on, you can order everyone in the Earth Spirit clan, including me. Apart from that, you can use all the materials. Shantai nodded. Sure. Soon, the Earth Spirit clan started to get busy, using all the power of the clan. Yan Xiaoxiao glanced at Yixian. Young Master Yi, your father seems to be very influential. Yixian said with a smile, very bold. Yan Xiaoxiao nodded. Then, shall we go to the Void World? There are our people there who chose to stay and continue to be loyal to us. They're in a terrible situation now. Yixian nodded. Let's go and find out more about it. Yan Xiaoxiao nodded. Then, let's go. Yixian and the rest left, leaving the Earth Spirit clan in charge of forging the divine armor. Along the way, Yixian was silent. He was most worried about Mu Xiaodao and Xiao Er. He didn't know if they would be in danger. He also wanted to make them stay, but he couldn't do anything about it. They had their own thoughts, and he couldn't control them. Soon, Yixian took them to the Void Realm outside the domain. However, when they arrived at the Void World star area, Yan Xiaoxiao frowned. Something's wrong. Mo Xiaoshuang looked around and slowly clenched his right hand. Yixian also realized that something was wrong. At this moment, the educated youth suddenly said, I can't contact them. Yan Xiaoxiao said in a low voice, You can't contact them? The educated youth nodded. I can't contact them at all. Then, she looked around. Let's retreat first. Yan Xiaoxiao nodded, and everyone was about to retreat. However, at this moment, something strange happened. In the starry sky, many floating objects suddenly appeared, and they slowly fell. After a closer look, everyone's expression changed. These floating objects were all corpses. There were thousands of corpses. The educated youth looked at the corpses and said softly, Our people are all gone. At this moment, a coffin suddenly fell from the sky and landed near Yixian in the blink of an eye. There was nothing in the coffin. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The woman was wearing a pure white robe. She looked at Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi, this is the first time we've met. Take this coffin as a greeting gift. Do you like it? P.S. Reader, egg, take this monthly ticket as a meeting gift. Do you like it, Green Phoenix? I love it. I like it a lot. Happy National Day. Love you all." Looking at the coffin in front of him, Xian was silent for a long time before saying, "Before coming here, I wanted to see if we could talk. Now, it seems like there's no way." The white-robed woman smiled. "Talk? Young Master Yi, as you said, there's really nothing to talk about." Xian looked at the white-robed woman. "The life edict has fallen." The white-robed woman nodded. "I know." Xian smiled. "So, we still don't want to talk?" The white-robed woman smiled. "No. Unless you die." Xian nodded. "Then we won't talk." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light suddenly appeared in front of the white-robed woman. The one who attacked was Xiao Mu. Since they were not going to talk, they would naturally kill. However, Xiao Mu's attack missed. The white-robed woman had appeared thousands of feet away. She looked at Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi, after hundreds of thousands of years of suppression, this enmity cannot be resolved with your death. We'll meet again in the 9th dimension." As soon as she finished speaking, her body became illusory. At the same time, the surrounding starry sky suddenly disappeared bit by bit, completely disappeared. Seeing this, Yan Xiaoxiao's expression sank. "They're devouring this world. They're even devouring their own world." Mo Xiaoshuang said softly, "They're not leaving any path of retreat for themselves." Xian said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the universal apparatus and disappeared with everyone. His top priority now was to return to the 9th dimension. The 9th dimension still did not know about this powerful void tribe. He had to let the Undying Emperor tribe know first. Otherwise, if they fought in the future, the Undying Emperor tribe would suffer a great loss. Not long after Xian and the others left, the entire void realm turned into nothingness and completely disappeared. For this world to recover, it would take at least hundreds of thousands of years. Time passed. In the 9th dimension. After Xian brought everyone back to the 9th dimension, Xian went to find Dong Lijing. In the hall, Dong Lijing was silent. The rest of the Undying Emperor clan's elders also had grave expressions on their faces. After a long time, Higashi Yasushi suddenly said, "So, the Void Race's objective is the entire universe?" Yan Xiaoxiao nodded. The entire universe. The more worlds they devoured, the stronger they would become. If they were allowed to devour the known universe, their strength would reach a terrifying level. No. We have to stop them now. If we let them devour all the way to the 9th dimension, they will be even more powerful than they are now. Dong Lijing shook his head. "Miss Yan, if the Void Tribe is really as you say, then we might not be able to stop them. In the past, the Cosmos God Court was able to suppress them because the Cosmos God Court's founder had set up a seal in the Void Zone, as well as the suppression of the Cosmic Maxim. But now, the Cosmic Maxim is on their side. And on our side, the three swords aren't here, and the Cosmos God Court's founder." At this point, she glanced at Xian. "Can you recover your memory and strength now?" Xian shook his head. "No. There's no chance of winning." Higashi Yasushi said helplessly. Yan Xiaoxiao nodded. "Indeed, the chance of winning isn't great. However, this isn't a matter of whether we have a chance of winning or not. The Void Tribe's target isn't just Lord Godyi, but the entire universe. No one will be spared." Higashi Yasushi nodded. "We have to fight." With that, she looked at Xian. "What do you think?" Xian thought about it, then looked at Ji Qing. "Miss Ji Qing, I need to understand the Void Tribe's situation in detail, including their overall strength." Ji Qing nodded. "Leave this to me." With that, she took out a voice transmission stone and handed it to Xian. "With this, you can contact me at any time. If there's anything you want to know, you can ask me." Xian put away the voice transmission stone, and Ji Qing said, "We must go to the God Penitentiary now. That place is still under our control. If the people imprisoned there come out, it will be very troublesome." Yi Xian nodded and stood up. Let's go now. With that, he led everyone and disappeared from the hall. Yi Xian also understood that when he inherited the benefits of the Cosmos God Court's founder, he would also inherit the Cosmos God Court's founder's grudges. This was something that could not be helped. In the beginning, he wanted to escape, but he knew very well that he could not escape at all. When he admitted that he was the Cosmos God Court's lord, he had to accept some karma and grudges even if he did not want to. At this time, he could not be indecisive. If they were enemies, they were enemies, and if they were friends, he had to do it. If he hesitated, many people would die. After Yi Xian and the others left, Higashi Yasushi walked to the entrance of the hall. She looked at the sky outside the hall with a trace of worry in her eyes. At this time, Higashi Zhan said softly, "Are you worried about the Undying Emperor clan's future?" Higashi Yasushi nodded. "We chose him, but at the same time, he brought us many unknown karma." Higashi Zhan smiled. "Do you regret it?" Higashi Yasushi shook her head. "No. Because he has the Undying Emperor clan's blood." Higashi Zhan said softly. "The Undying Emperor clan's future, from now on, is unknown." Higashi Yasushi nodded. "Pass down my orders. Level 1 alert. All clansmen return to the Undying World immediately and prepare for battle." Prepare for battle. Very soon, the experts of the Undying Emperor clan rushed back to the Undying Emperor clan. God Prison. With the universal apparatus, it was easy for Yi Xian to go anywhere. Under normal circumstances, it would take a long time for them to travel from the 9 dimensions to the God Prison. However, with the universal apparatus, they reached the God Prison in less than an hour. After arriving at the God Prison, Yi Xian instantly felt many powerful auras. At the side, Xianxia said, "This is the God Prison. There are many powerful people in the star field imprisoned here. And now, this place is about to go out of control." At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and the others. When the middle-aged man saw Xianxia, his expression relaxed. "Lady Yan." As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian, hesitated for a moment, and then bowed slightly. "Greetings, Divine Leader." Yi Xian nodded. "What's the situation here?" The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. After those fellows found out about the changes in the Divine Court, they started to break the seals. "We lack manpower here, so we can't maintain it at all. At most, the seals will vanish in half a day." Yi Xian suddenly said, "Who's the strongest person imprisoned here?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before he said, "Madwoman." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Madwoman?" Xiao said, "The person ranked second on the universe wanted list. An expert at the peri-celestial realm." Yi Xian knew that above the mortal destroyer realm was the peri-celestial realm, and above the peri-celestial realm was the supreme god realm. That woman with the spear, and Lan Jing, was a supreme god realm expert. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, "Take me to see her." The middle-aged man immediately shook his head. "It's too dangerous." Yi Xian smiled and said, "It's fine." Xiao said, "Take us there." If it was only Yi Xian, she would definitely be worried. Although Yi Xian was strong, he would definitely not be able to fight against an expert at the peri-celestial realm. The reason why she was not worried was that Yi Xian had Xiaomu by his side. Who was this person? This was a person who could fight against the avatar of the law of the universe. An ordinary peri-celestial realm expert was really not a match for Xiaomu. She could even fight against a supreme god realm expert. Of course, not like Lan Jing. Lan Jing could not fight against the avatar of the law of the universe, but she could beat the avatar of the law of the universe. Xiaomu was at a disadvantage when facing the avatar of the law of the universe. There was still a difference. Under the middle-aged man's lead, everyone came to a mountain wall. The middle-aged man silently chanted a spell, and the mountain wall suddenly split open. Everyone saw a woman. The woman was wearing a red dress, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. At this moment, she was dressing in front of a mirror. The woman was very beautiful, and she even had a smile on her face. She seemed to be very satisfied with her appearance. Beside Yi Xian, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "Divine Master, be careful." Yi Xian nodded. He looked at the woman. "Miss, can we talk?" In the mountain crack, the woman turned to look at Yi Xian, and the corner of her lips curled up. "He is very handsome." Yi Xian said with a smile, I think so, too. The woman suddenly got up and walked to the door of the mountain crack. She carefully looked at Yi Xian, and smiled, I heard that you are the founder of the Cosmos God Court. Yi Xian nodded, yes. The woman blinked, can you let me go? Yi Xian nodded, yes. Hearing this, the woman was slightly stunned. The next moment, she suddenly laughed, really? Yi Xian turned to look at the middle-aged man, let her go. The middle-aged man was a little hesitant. Yi Xian said again, I said let her go. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a chill down his spine. He knew that an expert had locked onto him, it must be that mysterious killer. The middle-aged man immediately bowed, Divine Master, I have no right to let her go. If you want to let her go, you have to cast a spell to remove the seal. Yi Xian turned to look at Yan Xiaoxiao. Yan Xiaoxiao said, break it forcefully. Yi Xian nodded, Xiao Mu. As soon as he said that, a dagger suddenly stuck in front of the crack, and the next moment, an invisible barrier was shattered, the woman regained her freedom, the woman walked slowly towards Yi Xian. She walked in front of Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian, why did you let me go? Yi Xian smiled, you are so beautiful. I can't bear to lock you up here. The woman was slightly stunned, and then she laughed, you are very interesting. As soon as she said that, she turned around and left. After a few steps, the woman suddenly stopped and said, do you need me to thank you? Yi Xian smiled, if you want, I won't refuse. The woman turned around and looked at Yi Xian, don't let that mysterious little girl leave you, or you will die. Yi Xian said, are you going to kill me? The woman shook her head, no. As she said that, she turned around and left. However, she stopped after a few steps, and then she smiled, if I were you, I would run away immediately. As soon as she said that, she disappeared. In the field, Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, Xiaomu appeared in front of him, and she looked at Yi Xian, hurry. Go. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, young master, danger is approaching. Danger? Haha. I can feel it. A lot of danger is surrounding you, and it's probably many, many meters away. Hee, hurry up and praise me. Yi Xian. Praise me, Yi Xian was speechless. This Xiao Ta was becoming more and more abnormal. At this moment, Xiaomu said, let's go. Let's go, Yi Xian nodded and turned to leave. He knew that anyone who could make Xiaomu so serious was definitely not an ordinary person. However, just as they left the prison, a cold light suddenly shone from Yan Xiaoxiao's back. Yan Xiaoxiao's pupils shrank as she felt the aura of death approaching her. She could not resist at all. At this moment, another cold light appeared behind her. Boom, a muffled sound rang out and a shadow retreated rapidly. Xiaomu appeared beside Yan Xiaoxiao. A few hundred feet in front of her, the shadow gradually disappeared as it retreated. It disappeared, Yan Xiaoxiao said solemnly, it's an assassin. Yi Xian looked around. Let's go. Everyone retreated immediately. At this moment, countless shadows appeared in front of them. These afterimages were illusory and real, like ghosts and spirits, extremely strange. This was not the main point. The main point was that they were all at the mortal termination stage. Xiao Mu, who was beside Yi Xian, held a dagger in her hand. Her eyes swept across the shadows but she did not make a move. She did not dare to leave Yi Xian's side. Without her, Yi Xian and the rest could not withstand these assassins. Actually, Yi Xian was still fine. Although he did not have the God of War armor, he still had a full set of divine equipment. However, Yan Xiaoxiao and the young man could not withstand them. At this moment, Mo Xiaoshuang suddenly said, we have to retreat. Yi Xian shook his head. We can't. As he said this, the sword sheath suddenly appeared behind him. The next moment, 12 swords flew out. 12 rays of sword light tore through the sky, yet they struck empty air because those afterimages had already vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Yi Xian's face darkened. Mortal termination stage was not scary. Mortal termination stage assassins were scary. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian's pupils shrank. Not good. They are trying to hold us back. The 9-dimensional universe is in danger. The expressions of the other women changed when they heard this. Yi Xian wanted to leave immediately. However, at this moment, an afterimage suddenly appeared in front of him. However, it was blocked by Xiao Mu. In the next moment, several afterimages appeared. These afterimages weren't just extremely swift, they didn't possess any auras, so it was utterly impossible to sense them with divine sense. So, they were in an extremely passive state when facing these assassins because they could only counterattack when the assassins attacked. Yi Xian immediately said, "Xiao Mu, stop them." As he spoke, the space beneath his feet trembled slightly, and he directly used the space-time shuttle boots to disappear on the spot. He could not use the universal apparatus here because the universal apparatus needed some time to teleport, and these assassins would not give him that time. When Yi Xian had disappeared, the space around him suddenly started to tremble. Apparently, someone wanted to chase after Yi Xian. However, at this moment, Xiao Mu suddenly disappeared. Chi wrong, rays of cold light suddenly appeared in the surrounding tens of thousands of zhang. Only the voice could be heard, but not the person. Yan Xiaoxiao turned to look at Mo Xiaoshuang. "Miss Xiaoshuang, immediately send your people to the 9 dimensions." Mo Xiaoshuang nodded, "I have already informed them. My people are rushing to the 9 dimensions at full speed." Yan Xiaoxiao glanced at the densely packed cold lights in the distance and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Little Mu had already stopped those assassins, and the few of them would only be a burden if they stayed here. The 3 women immediately retreated. On the other side, Yi Xian appeared in an unknown star field. He immediately took out the universal apparatus and was about to teleport. However, at this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. The sword slashed down, but there was nothing. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. "Xiao Ta, help me sense it." After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, "I can't sense it." Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Yi Xian's pupils shrank, and he turned to the side and slashed down with his sword. Boom, the sword light shattered, and Yi Xian directly retreated thousands of zhang away. However, there was nothing in front of him. Yi Xian looked around, but he could not sense anything. Hee hee. At this moment, a strange laughter suddenly appeared in the surroundings. Although the laughter appeared in the surroundings, it also felt like it was right next to his ears. Yi Xian said in his heart, "Xiao Ta, put in more effort." Xiao Ta said, "Young master, I am just a Ta." Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared in his hand. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around, and Xiao Ta blocked in front of him. Boom, Xiao Ta trembled violently, and then directly flew out with Yi Xian. This time, they directly flew thousands of zhang away. Xiao Ta wailed, "Young master, what are you doing?" Yi Xian said calmly, "I feel that we should share blessings and difficulties together, what do you think?" Xiao Ta grumbled, "You are bullying Ta." Yi Xian looked around, "I don't care, you think of a way to help me get rid of this mysterious killer." Xiao Ta said in shock, "Young master, what can I do?" Yi Xian hesitated, then said, "How about, you stay behind, and I go first?" Xiao Ta suddenly jumped up, "Damn, young master, are you talking like a human?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Xiao Ta, I must return to the 9 dimensions." What he was most worried about now was the 9 dimensions. These killers must be here to stop them, to stop him from returning to the 9 dimensions. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, "Xiaoniu, come out and help me." Xiaoniu said, "I am asleep." Xiao Ta, Yi Xian was speechless, "You are asleep, and you still talk." At this time, Xiaoniu said again, "Xiao Ta, young master, don't trick me anymore. I'm just a cow, an honest cow." Yi Xian looked around, there was no movement around. He immediately took out the cosmological apparatus, and was about to activate it. At this moment, a ghost suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xian pulled out his sword and slashed. Boom, the sword slashed through the air. There was nothing. Yi Xian's face darkened. Now he was even more certain that the other party was stopping him, not letting him return to the 9 dimensions. Yi Xian directly activated the space-time boots and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared at the end of the starry sky. As he was traveling, he took out the cosmological apparatus, and was about to activate it, but at this moment, a fist suddenly flew towards him. Yi Xian had to stop, and his sword stabbed out. Boom, Yi Xian was directly sent flying thousands of feet away, and as soon as he stopped, a laughter sounded around him. Yi Xian's face darkened, as if he had thought of something. He suddenly strangely disappeared. Invisible armor. After activating the invisible armor, his whole body directly entered that unknown world. the surrounding starry sky immediately quietened down. Xian directly took out the cosmological apparatus, but it could not be activated in this unknown world. Xian frowned. How is this possible? As he spoke, he looked around. Could it be that this world is different from our world? He tried a few more times, but he could not activate the cosmological apparatus at all. Seeing this scene, Xian's face darkened. He looked out at the outside world. The starry sky outside was very calm, the stars were bright, and the galaxy was brilliant. It was too beautiful to behold, but he knew that the mysterious person was definitely still here. At this moment, he did not dare to wander around, because this place was too strange. Xian looked up, he saw those white dots again. In fact, he was a bit curious, because those white dots were very likely to be teleportation arrays. If they were really teleportation arrays, then where did they lead to? Xian suddenly said, Xiao Ta, do you want to go and explore? Xiao Ta suddenly became anxious. Young master, what's wrong with you recently? Why do you always want to trick Pagoda? Xian said with a smile, you are the #1 pagoda in the universe, what are you afraid of? Xiao Ta said indifferently, young master, don't try to trick me. I will not be fooled, although I am only a pagoda, I am a pagoda with intelligence. Xian, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind, the 9-dimensional universe is in danger, return quickly. It was the voice of an educated youth. Hearing this, Xian's face sank. He directly left that unknown world, and when he appeared in the starry sky, that strange laughter sounded again. At this moment, a voice sounded in Xian's mind, little guy, go. I will stop this person for you. Hearing this, Xian was stunned, then overjoyed. Xian directly took out the universal apparatus, and when he was about to activate it, the ghostly shadow appeared again, but at this moment, a claw suddenly slapped the space in front of Xian. Boom, the space in front of Xian directly collapsed, and an afterimage retreated rapidly, this time retreating thousands of feet. At this moment, Xian had already disappeared. At Xian's original position, a demon beast appeared, Xianxia. Xianxia coldly looked into the distance. At this moment, the strange afterimage suddenly became illusory, it was about to disappear. Xianxia once again slapped down. Boom, the starry sky within tens of thousands of miles directly exploded, and the afterimage frantically retreated from the shattered spatial black hole. 9-dimensional universe, undying world. On this day, in the sky above the undying world, a white-robed woman with a cinnabar dot between her eyebrows suddenly appeared. Opposite the white-robed woman was Dongli Jing. The woman looked at Dongli Jing and smiled. Do you know who I am? Dongli Jing said, the Nihility tribe. The woman nodded, Su Wuxin. That is my name. Dongli Jing looked at Su Wuxin. Do you want to destroy my undying emperor tribe? The woman smiled, no. We want to devour your undying emperor tribe bloodline. As soon as she finished speaking, the space behind her suddenly disappeared bit by bit. Devour the undying world. Dongli Jing stared at Su Wuxin. You also have a special bloodline. Su Wuxin smiled, yes. Your bloodline is too tempting. Devouring your bloodline, my Nihility tribe will become even stronger, because we can obtain your undying power. After a moment of silence, Dongli Jing said, open the ancestral shrine, please invite all the ancestors' souls. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancestral shrine's door suddenly opened, and the next moment, the souls of the ancestors soared into the sky from the ancestral shrine. All the ancestors' souls, this was the undying emperor tribe's final trump card. The ultimate trump card. P.S. Everyone, happy National Day, I'm going to go have fun too. When he saw Su Wuxin, Dongli Jing knew that the undying imperial clan could not fight against the Void tribe. Under such circumstances, they could only use their strongest trump card to buy some time for the undying imperial clan to have hope. Xian and the others had not appeared yet. They must have been delayed. Only when Xian and the others returned would the undying imperial clan have hope. As the ancestral souls appeared, the space above the undying imperial clan began to boil. 36 ancestral souls, they were all former patriarchs and top experts of the undying imperial clan. Although they had died, they would leave a strand of their soul in the ancestral shrine. This was the last trump card of the undying imperial clan. Su Wuxin grinned when he saw those ancestor souls. Miss, not to mention that they're only souls, even if their true bodies are here, they're merely ants to my Void tribe. Dongli Jing said, you have 2 goals. One is to devour the universe, and the other is to kill Xian, right? Su Wuxin nodded, yes. Dong Lijing looked at Su Wuxin. Miss, do you know that the life law has died? Su Wuxin smiled. I know. Not only that, but I also know that there are two very powerful experts behind him. One is the green-cloaked man, and the other is the plain-dressed woman, right? Dong Lijing smiled. The Void Tribe is stronger than them? Su Wuxin shook his head. Of course not. Someone who can kill the universe law is not someone the Void Tribe can fight against. Dong Lijing was curious. Then why do you still target him? Su Wuxin smiled. If the Undying Imperial Clan had been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps you would understand how the Void Tribe feels. Dong Lijing shook his head. At least you are still alive. Su Wuxin laughed. Miss, we don't have much of a choice. Why did the universe law let us go? Is it because of love? Of course not. If the Void Tribe wants freedom, we can only submit to the universe law. Whether it is the Void Tribe or the universe law, if we want to obtain true freedom, we can only kill the young Master Yi and make him disappear completely. Higashi Yasuharu smiled and said, have you thought about how to deal with the people behind him after killing him? Su Wuxin shook his head. This isn't something my Void Tribe should consider. This was something that the laws of the universe should consider. And I believe that since they dared to go against those two, they must have a certain degree of confidence and reliance. What do you think? Higashi Kei shook his head. It's a pity that you haven't seen them. Otherwise, you might change your mind. Su Wuxin laughed. I won't. Because you don't know how our Void Tribe has been living for over 100,000 years. If he recovers his memories from his previous life, he'll definitely suppress our Void Tribe again and even annihilate our Void Tribe. Thus, just like the universe law, we can only fight to the death. Saying that, she looked around. Miss, you want to wait for help, but I can tell you that you won't be able to wait that long. Because the people of the universal law have already stalled that young Master Yi. And even if he comes alone, it won't be of much use. After all, he's really weak now. As her voice fell, the space around her suddenly began to disappear bit by bit. They made their move. Higashi Kei suddenly said, Ancestors, thank you for your trouble. In the sky above Higashi Kei, the ancestral souls of the Undying Imperial Clan nodded. In the next moment, they charged towards the members of the Void Tribe. Su Wuxin smiled. Destroy them. As soon as she finished speaking, 19 men in black suddenly appeared behind her. These men in black held long scimitars in their hands and carried scabbards on their backs. After they appeared, they charged towards the ancestors of the Undying Imperial Clan. A great battle had begun, however, as soon as the two sides clashed, it became a one-sided battle. The ancestral souls of the Undying Imperial Clan were no match for the men in black at all. One by one, the ancestral souls exploded. When they saw this, the expressions of the Undying Imperial Clan powerhouses below changed. Higashi Kei looked up into the sky. No one knew what he was thinking. Soon, all the ancestral souls of the Undying Imperial Clan disappeared. However, not a single one of the men in black died. After killing the ancestral souls of the Undying Imperial Clan, the 19 men in black respectfully retreated behind Su Wuxin. Su Wuxin looked at Higashi Kei and laughed. It's over. Is that so? At this moment, a voice came from the side. In the next moment, Xianxia appeared in front of everyone. When he saw that the Undying Imperial Clan was still here, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. If the Undying Imperial Clan had made any mistakes, he would never forgive himself. In the end, this was his, Xianxia's, karma. When he saw Xianxia, Higashi Kei heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The Void Tribe was definitely not something that the Undying Imperial Clan could fight against. This was because the Void Tribe did not belong to the same era as the Undying Imperial Clan. The Void Tribe belonged to the era of the Cosmos God Court's founder. When he saw Xianxia, Su Wuxin smiled and said, Young Master Yi is very capable. You were actually able to escape the assassins of the Cosmos laws. After a moment of silence, Xianxia said, Clan leader, let the younger generation retreat. Higashi Kei looked at Xianxia and said, There's no need. Because their target is not only you, but the Undying Imperial Clan as well. They want to devour our bloodline. If we lose today, everyone will die. The devouring bloodline. Xianxia frowned slightly, and then he looked at Su Wuxin and said, Your bloodline is special as well. Su Wuxin smiled and said, "Actually, I want to devour your bloodline even more because you possess two extraordinary bloodlines. However, your other bloodline is too overbearing, and I'm not confident in my ability." As she spoke, she glanced below and smiled. "If we're able to devour the bloodline of the undying imperial clan, then the overall strength of the Void tribe will rise by a level." Yi Xian opened his palm and a sword appeared in it. At the same time, a sword box appeared on his back. Yi Xian looked at Su Wuxin and said, "Shall we fight first?" Su Wuxin smiled and said, "You want to buy time? I can fulfill your wish because I need some time as well. Young Master Yi, please." Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. At the instant he vanished, 12 blood-red swords suddenly slashed through the battlefield. Hiss, space tore apart as 12 rays of light instantly slashed towards Su Wuxin. Su Wuxin didn't dodge. When the 12 rays of light slashed towards her, she suddenly clenched her right hand that was behind her back and said, "Defend." Bang! The 12 rays of light were instantly stopped by an invisible barrier, and they couldn't move an inch forward. Su Wuxin grinned and said, "Limit breaker." Bang! The 12 rays of light exploded into pieces, and the 12 swords were blasted flying. Meanwhile, a sword suddenly stabbed towards the center of her forehead. However, it stopped when it was still half an inch away from her forehead. Yi Xian held his sword and stared fixedly at Su Wuxin. No matter how hard Su Wuxin tried, the sword was unable to move an inch forward. Su Wuxin grinned, and then he suddenly opened his right hand and clenched it. Bang! In an instant, Yi Xian was blasted flying along with his sword. Meanwhile, Su Wuxin suddenly took a step forward and punched through the air. A fist smashed towards Yi Xian from afar, and Yi Xian hurriedly raised his sword to block it. Bang! Yi Xian and his sword were instantly blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as Yi Xian stopped, the space in an area of over 10,000 kilometers started to crack inch by inch. However, Su Wuxin's fist was still there and hadn't vanished. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His body was extremely weak right now because it had been shattered earlier, and his Dao physique was practically gone. Yi Xian didn't rely too much on his body, and he just looked at Su Wuxin. Su Wuxin smiled and said, "Your sword Dao realm is too low. You're no threat to me." Yi Xian smiled, "Is that so?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Su Wuxin suddenly clenched her right hand, and Yi Xian's sword was stopped an inch away from her forehead. Su Wuxin looked at Yi Xian, "When I fight you, it's because of the suppression of our realms. Our realms aren't on the same level. Do you understand?" As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand lightly. Bang! The 10 kilometer space in front of her turned into nothingness, and Yi Xian himself appeared 10 kilometers away. Su Wuxin slowly walked towards Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, I think it's time to end this." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Yi Xian. Just as she was about to attack, Yi Xian suddenly grinned, and 10 clones suddenly appeared. These 10 clones weren't Yi Xian's clones, but Xiaomu's clones. Xiaomu had already arrived. Previously, the mysterious mirror of heaven and earth couldn't duplicate Xiaomu because Xiaomu's realm was too high, and it was beyond the scope of the mysterious mirror of heaven and earth. Now, it could duplicate Xiaomu because of Xiaomu's cooperation. If the person being duplicated voluntarily cooperated, then the situation would be completely different. Of course, it still wouldn't work if the person's realm was too high. For example, even if the plain-dressed woman cooperated, the mysterious mirror of heaven and earth couldn't duplicate her. This was because the plain-dressed woman's realm had exceeded the mysterious mirror of heaven and earth's understanding. When the 10 clones of Xiaomu appeared, Su Wuxin immediately frowned. At this moment, a dagger suddenly appeared behind her neck. "Xiaomu." Su Wuxin clenched her right hand. Bang! An invisible barrier blocked Xiaomu's dagger, but the next moment, the invisible barrier shattered. At this moment, Su Wuxin had already disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already hundreds of meters away. There was a bloodstain on the back of Su Wuxin's neck. Su Wuxin looked at Xiaomu who was beside Yi Xian. "You're indeed the strongest assassin." "Amazing." Yi Xian patted Xiaomu's shoulder lightly, and Xiaomu slowly disappeared. An invisible assassin was the most terrifying. Yi Xian looked at Su Wuxin in the distance. Su Wuxin smiled, "My people are here too." As soon as she finished speaking, the space behind her suddenly trembled. Yi Xian looked behind Su Wuxin. A moment later, he took out his Xiao. Call for reinforcements. After a while, Xiao asked, who should I call? Xian said, just call for anything. Xiao suddenly jumped up, young master, do you think I'm Xiaobai? Important things need to be repeated 3 times. I'm just a tower. I am just a tower. I'm just a tower. Xian looked behind Su Wuxin in the distance, his expression growing more solemn. Xiao, if you don't call for help, I will take you with me and explode. F***ck. Xiao jumped up and down. Young master. We can't play like this. Please respect me. I have human rights too. Oh, I mean, Ta's rights. Xian said in a low voice, big brother, you should at least call for some help. Otherwise, we'll all be lying here today. Xiao fell silent. Xian looked down at the experts from the Immortal Emperor clan. There was no fear in the eyes of any of the Immortal Emperor clan's experts. Everyone knew that they could not win, but no one was afraid. Battle intent, this clan could die, they could be exterminated, but they would never be afraid. Xian smiled when he saw the battle intent in the undying Imperial clan's experts' eyes. He suddenly roared, today, I will live or die with you. Live or die with you. Countless experts from the undying Imperial clan roared, their voices were like thunder, shaking the clouds, their morale soared. Xian turned around to look at Su Wuxin. A large group of black-armored experts had appeared behind Su Wuxin. These black-armored experts were all clad in thick, pitch-black armor. It was unknown what the black armor was made of, but it was as smooth as a mirror and shone brightly. These black-armored experts held long spears in their hands. There were more than 10,000 of them. The weakest among them was at the mortal realm, 10,000 mortal realm experts. This lineup could only be described as terrifying. The 12 black-robed men holding sickles behind Su Wuxin were all at the mortal extinguisher stage. This lineup crushed the undying Imperial clan's side. Su Wuxin looked at Xian. Young Master Yi, I can see the shock in your eyes. However, I can tell you that what you're seeing now is only the tip of the iceberg for my Void tribe. Although my Void tribe has been trapped in the Void zone for hundreds of thousands of years, we have not wasted our time. Hatred has made my Void tribe even stronger. Xian looked at Xiao in his hands. Xiao, go find my father. Let him avenge me. Then, he looked up at Su Wuxin and grinned. Cut the crap. Let's fight. With that, he turned into a ray of sword light and charged forward. Down below, Dong Lijing suddenly said, fight. Fight to the last man. As soon as she finished speaking, she also rushed out. Below, countless undying Emperor clan experts soared into the sky. Fight. If they lost this battle, the undying Imperial clan would be exterminated. The undying Imperial clan had no other choice but to fight. Xian, who was at the forefront, directly activated his Mad Demon bloodline. In the instant that his Mad Demon bloodline was activated, the entire sky turned into a sea of blood. Su Wuxin was expressionless. Kill. As her voice rang out, the 12 black-clothed people behind her rushed out. Their target was not Xian, but the undying Imperial clan experts below. As for Xian, he had Xiao Mu's doppelganger stand in front of him. These mortal extinguishing experts were not people that the undying Imperial clan could contend against. If he didn't stop these people, these mortal extinguishing realm experts would deal a destructive blow to the undying Emperor clan. Although those clones only had less than 60% of Xiao Mu's strength, they were still very terrifying. The 10 doppelgangers were actually able to suppress the black-robed men. As for Xian himself, he rushed in front of Su Wuxin and slashed down with his sword. This sword was much stronger than before, because it had the support of the Mad Demon bloodline. Su Wuxin's expression was calm. She clenched her right hand lightly. Boom, an invisible barrier blocked Xian's sword. The space around them exploded instantly. However, the space where Su Wuxin was completely unscathed. At this time, Xian slashed down again. Su Wuxin suddenly punched out. Boom, the sword light shattered, and Xian was instantly sent flying. Su Wuxin also retreated dozens of zhang. She had just stopped when a flying sword pierced through the air towards her. Su Wuxin stepped forward and punched out again. A fist imprint slammed into the flying sword. Boom, the flying sword was forced to a stop by the fist imprint. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Su Wuxin like a ghost. Su Wuxin's speed was even faster, and she directly kneed him. Boom, this knee caused the space in front of her to collapse, and Yi Xian was instantly sent flying. But the next moment, another sword slashed down. Su Wuxin suddenly stretched out her right hand, and then stretched out 2 fingers and pinched. Boom, between the 2 fingers a ray of sword light appeared. Her 2 fingers had actually caught Yi Xian's sword. Su Wuxin took advantage of the situation to grab Yi Xian's sword and then slashed forward. A ray of sword energy suddenly descended from the sky, heading straight for Yi Xian in the distance. This was also a sword, and it seemed to split the universe. In the distance, Yi Xian did not dare to forcibly take this attack because he was not a sword body. He opened his right hand, and a sword appeared in his palm. He also slashed down, head-on. A ray of blood-red sword energy shot up to the sky. Boom, the 2 rays of sword energy exploded apart upon contact, and then countless strands of sword energy shot towards the surroundings while an area of over 100 kilometers of space was instantly shattered into pieces. Su Wuxin was just about to attack again when she suddenly frowned. Because the black-armored experts of the Void Tribe were collapsing one by one, an assassin, Yi Xian hadn't asked Little Mu to kill Su Wuxin, and he'd asked her to kill the black-armored experts instead. Because in that way, the losses of the Undying Imperial clan could be minimized. Su Wuxin's face immediately fell when she saw Little Mu slaughter the experts of the Void Tribe. Besides her, no one here could stop Little Mu, even she had to be extremely careful. Su Wuxin immediately turned around and looked towards the distance. If all of you don't stop her, then I'll retreat immediately. After a short moment of silence, numerous black shadows suddenly appeared in the distance, and then they vanished on the spot. Assassins. These assassins weren't members of the Void Tribe. They were assassins that the laws of the universe had nurtured in secret, and only they could resist Little Mu. When the mysterious assassins vanished, Little Mu had suddenly vanished as well. Moreover, the assassins had vanished as well, but it didn't take long for another expert of the Void Tribe to perish. It was Little Mu. However, Little Mu immediately fled after killing one of them, and she didn't give the assassins any chance to stop her. Su Wuxin's face fell when she witnessed this scene. All of you go kill the members of the Undying Imperial clan. Those assassins immediately turned around to deal with the experts of the Undying Imperial clan. Yi Xian's face fell when he witnessed this scene. He had no other choice but to ask Little Mu to stop those assassins. Even though Little Mu had stopped those assassins, she'd been pinned down as well. The situation was even more disadvantageous to the Undying Imperial clan. In midair, Su Wuxin gazed at Yi Xian and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly stomped his right foot against the ground, and then his figure transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot forward explosively. He had to kill Su Wuxin. Su Wuxin laughed coldly, took a step forward, and then punched forward. Bang! This punch forcefully blocked Yi Xian's attack. Yi Xian was just about to attack again when Su Wuxin suddenly charged forward and smashed her fist towards Yi Xian's throat. It was swift like a bolt of lightning. Yi Xian instinctively moved to the side and avoided this punch. But in the next moment, Su Wuxin's right fist suddenly swept horizontally. Bang! This sweep transformed space into nothingness. On the other hand, Yi Xian was already 300 m away. Space-time shoes. Su Wuxin gazed at Yi Xian. I underestimated you. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly charged forward. Hiss! The space in front of Yi Xian exploded apart, and then a fist smashed towards him. A wisp of a savage smile arose on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. He took a step forward, and his sword domain enveloped Su Wuxin. At the same time, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. At the instant he drew his sword, an expanse of blood-red light instantly drowned him and Su Wuxin. Bang! An explosion resounded like a thunderclap, and then countless rays of blood-red light and sword light shot towards the surroundings while Yi Xian was blasted flying. After Yi Xian stopped moving, a wisp of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, there was a mark on Su Wuxin's right cheek. Su Wuxin rubbed her cheek lightly, and she grinned as she gazed at the drop of blood on the tip of her finger. She gazed at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I've really greatly underestimated you. Needless to say, you were actually able to fight me equally at such a realm of cultivation. Needless to say, that's really extraordinary. Yi Xian wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. You talk too much nonsense. We're fighting a life and death battle, not a romantic battle. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. Hiss, a ray of blood-red light flashed through the battlefield. In the distance, Su Wuxin suddenly punched out. Bang, Yi Xian was blasted back to where he stood earlier, and the space in front of him had been shattered and obliterated. At this moment, Su Wuxin suddenly punched out. A fist instantly arrived in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian activated the space-time boots, and at this moment, Su Wuxin suddenly punched to the right. Rumble, space shattered, and Yi Xian retreated several hundred zhang away. Just as he stopped and was about to attack, he seemed to have discovered something. Turning his head, he saw that in the distance, countless members of the Undying Emperor clan were falling one after another. After Xiaomu was held up, the Undying Emperor clan was at a complete disadvantage. The difference in cultivation was too great, if not for the fact that many Undying Emperor clan members possessed powerful Undying bloodlines, there would have been even more deaths. Seeing that the Undying Emperor clan was at a disadvantage, Yi Xian's expression sank. He looked towards Xiaomu's position. At this moment, even he couldn't sense Xiaomu. All he knew was that there were at least 20 super assassins holding Xiaomu back. Xiaomu couldn't escape at all. Suddenly, the space in the surroundings split apart, and then hundreds of black-robed experts charged out. Yi Xian's face instantly turned pale when he saw the thousands of black-robed experts. Even the weakest was at the transcending mortal realm. How could the Void Tribe have so many transcending mortal realm experts? Dong Lijing's face instantly turned pale when she saw so many transcending mortal realm experts. A short moment later, a trace of resolve flashed in her eyes, and she looked at Yi Xian. The Undying Emperor clan can't protect you anymore. You must live well in the future. As she spoke, she turned to look at the Undying Emperor clan members and roared furiously, "All the elders of my Undying Emperor clan, detonate yourself immediately. Even if we die, we won't allow anyone to devour our bloodlines. As long as we live, our blood will exist. If we die, our blood will die." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and charged towards the Void Tribe members in front of her. Her body was burning, and strands of powerful aura surged out incessantly from her. Self-detonation. Yi Xian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this. Clan leader. He wanted to stop her, but he was stopped by Su Wuxin. In the distance, Dong Lijing's voice suddenly rang out again. "Yi Xian, let the Undying Emperor clan continue to exist. I'm counting on you." As soon as she finished speaking, boom, in the distance, an explosion suddenly resounded like a clap of thunder, and the entire starry sky trembled. At this moment, all the Undying Emperor clan members were dumbfounded. The clan leader was gone. Below, Dong Lijian looked at the exploding space in the horizon with a dazed expression. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "All Undying cavalry, fight." Behind Dong Lijian, a group of cavalry suddenly charged out. The leader of the cavalry roared angrily, "Everyone, detonate yourself." Boom 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 boom, explosions continuously resounded in the sky. The Void Tribe members retreated rapidly. Below, Dong Lijian looked at the sky with an expressionless face. "Everyone, fight." At this moment, apart from the Undying Emperor clan's younger generation, all the Undying Emperor clan members charged out. "All Shadow Guards, detonate yourself. All Undying Dao soldiers, detonate yourself. All Feather Divine Guards, detonate yourself. All Imperial Divine Guards, detonate yourself. Dong Lijian, I'll leave first. Clan leader Jing, we're here. There are no cowards in the Undying Emperor clan, haha, there are still many things that I haven't done." Within the Undying Emperor clan's soul hall, soulwood exploded one by one. Soon, tens of thousands of soul tablets disappeared. The hall was empty, the people were there, and the blood was there, the people were there, and the blood was there. P.S. People are wandering outside. One by one, the Undying Imperial clan powerhouses died. With so many Void Tribe powerhouses self-destructing, the Void Tribe powerhouses were forced to retreat. The power produced by the self-destruction was simply too powerful. It was the final attack of countless Undying Imperial clan powerhouses. All the Void Tribe powerhouses retreated and chose to avoid it for now. Yi Xian felt like his heart was being cut by a knife when he sensed the Undying Imperial clan powerhouses self-destructing. He attacked madly with his sword, and rays of blood-red sword light slashed at Su Wuxin. Su Wuxin did not choose to fight head-on. He chose to retreat as he fought, therefore, Yi Xian had no chance at all. The self-destruction lasted for almost 15 minutes. The entire Undying Star region shook as countless powerhouses looked at the Undying world with fear in their eyes. What exactly happened? When everything calmed down, only a group of young people remained in the Undying world, less than 100. All of them were the prodigies of the Undying Imperial clan. At this moment, Dong Lijian looked at Yixian. Take care of them. With that, he walked slowly towards the Void Tribe powerhouses in the distance. Yixian roared furiously, no. As he spoke, he was about to stop Dong Lijian. Right at this moment, Dong Lijian suddenly spoke in a soft voice, Yixian, from now on, you are the clan chief of our Undying Imperial clan. Take good care of these little fellows. With that, he looked into the distance and smiled, brothers, I'm coming. Boom, Dong Lijian self-destructed. With him as the center, the space in an area of thousands of meters was instantly reduced to nothingness. At the sight of this, Yixian, who was in the distance, felt his mind go blank. Meanwhile, the remaining Undying Imperial clan powerhouses were petrified on the spot. At this moment, all of their eyes were filled with confusion. Before this, they were the prodigies of the Undying Imperial clan. They were the focus of the Undying Imperial clan. If anything happened, the clan would take care of it. Now, they were the only ones left in the Undying Imperial clan. What should we do? At this moment, besides confusion, there was also despair in the eyes of these prodigies. All the elders and their close relatives were dead. They were the only ones left. In the distance, Su Wuxin looked at the empty Undying world in silence. All the Void Tribe powerhouses were extremely shocked at this moment. They never expected that the Undying Imperial clan would be this decisive. They all chose to self-detonate. No one chose to escape. Meanwhile, Su Wuxin spoke softly, it's a race worthy of respect. As she spoke, she looked to the geniuses and demon-level geniuses of the Undying Imperial clan. Capture them alive. The people in front of him were all core members of the Undying Imperial clan. They possessed the purest Undying bloodline, although it was a little less, it was better than nothing. Upon hearing Su Wuxin's words, the surrounding Void Tribe powerhouses immediately charged towards the Undying Imperial clan freaks. Below, Dong Liqing, who was the leader, suddenly said fiercely, everyone, get ready. At this time, Yixian suddenly appeared in front of Dong Liqing. Dong Liqing looked at Yixian with bloodshot eyes, the patriarchs are all dead. Yixian nodded. I know. With that, he turned to look at the Void Tribe powerhouses who were charging at him. Listen up, you can only self-destruct after I die. If I'm not dead, don't you dare self-destruct. With that, he walked off into the distance. Boom, a strand of flames suddenly blazed within Yixian's body. He wasn't burning his soul, he was burning his lifespan. He still had a trump card, the life sword, burning his lifespan to obtain great power. As he burned his lifespan, Yixian's aura grew stronger and stronger. At the same time, the mad demon bloodline within him started to seethe. He was growing more and more insane. However, he still refused to allow himself to go completely insane, because if he did, then the youths of the Undying Imperial clan behind him would die as well. Su Wuxin frowned when she saw Yixian burning his lifespan, and she slowly clenched her right hand. Suddenly, Yixian vanished on the spot. Hiss, a ray of blood-red light flashed. The group of Void Tribe powerhouses that were charging at the very front were instantly killed. Meanwhile, Su Wuxin suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Yixian suddenly slashed down with his sword. Boom, a ray of sword light forced Su Wuxin to stop. Su Wuxin gazed at Yixian. All of you go capture those people. I'll stop him. As soon as she finished speaking, the Void Tribe experts behind her charged towards the geniuses of the Undying Imperial clan who stood behind Yixian. Yixian was about to attack when Su Wuxin charged forward and smashed her fist towards Yixian. At this moment, a giant creature suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. Xianxia slapped his palm down. Bang, Su Wuxin was blasted 3 kilometers back. Meanwhile, Yixian had arrived in front of Dong Liqing and the others. He suddenly roared furiously as the sword spirit in his hand flew out. In an instant, a blood-red flying sword tore through the sky and tore through everything. Hiss, hiss. Hiss. Hiss, hiss. Hiss. Bloody heads fell incessantly from the sky. The Void Tribe experts immediately stopped when they witnessed this scene. At this moment, Yixian was like a god of death. Yixian's aura was growing stronger and stronger. He was still burning his lifespan. After his breakthrough, his lifespan was over 10,000 years. At this moment, he was burning nearly 1,000 years of his lifespan, madly burning. Xian glared at the Void Tribe experts. His eyes were filled with a sea of blood. At this moment, his killing intent had reached a critical point. Kill. Xian slowly closed his eyes. He could not go completely berserk, he still had people to protect. Even if he died, he had to send these geniuses of the Undying Imperial Clan to a safe place. These people were the last hope of the Undying Imperial Clan. No matter what, the Undying Imperial Clan would survive. Otherwise, even if he died, he would not forgive himself. In the distance, Su Wuxin looked at Xianxia with a solemn expression. This demonic beast was exceptionally powerful. Xianxia looked at Su Wuxin. Xiao Ta, send those kids into the pagoda. At this moment, Xiao Ta appeared before the geniuses of the Undying Imperial Clan. However, Dong Liqing shook his head. We're not leaving. Xian suddenly turned and roared, go. Dong Liqing looked at Xian with bloodshot eyes. The clan leader and the elders are all dead. They've all died in battle. How can we escape? Is it because of the so-called inheritance? They're all dead. Even if we pass on the Undying Imperial Clan, what's the point? Moreover, we can't revive the Undying Imperial Clan. Only you can. Therefore, you must live. Only with you alive can the Undying Imperial Clan have hope. There's no point in us living. Xian suddenly turned and walked up to Dong Liqing. He grabbed Dong Liqing's collar and said fiercely, I'm the clan leader now. Dong Liqing, I'm ordering all of you to enter the pagoda. If I die, you'll be the clan leader of the Undying Imperial Clan. At that time, you can choose to self-destruct. But let me tell you, your self-destruction is meaningless. You won't even be able to drag a single person down with you because you're too weak. Even if you want to self-destruct, can't you become stronger before self-destructing? Too weak. The expressions of Dong Liqing and the others became extremely unsightly. As Xian said, it was meaningless for them to blow themselves up, because even if they self-destructed, they wouldn't pose a threat to the Void Tribe's experts. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, little fellows from the Undying Imperial Clan, stop wasting time. Enter the pagoda immediately. Xian roared angrily, everyone, enter the pagoda immediately. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the Undying Imperial Clan and never allowed to return to the clan. Hearing this, the expressions of the Undying Imperial Clan's youths changed. Expelled from the Undying Imperial Clan, this was worse than killing them. Dong Liqing looked at Xian, tears flowing uncontrollably from his eyes. Clan leader, you must live. With that, he led the Undying Imperial Clan's experts into Xiao Ta. Xianxia looked at Xian, you take Xiao Ta and leave. I'll stop them. Xian shook his head, Senior, you won't be able to stop them alone. With that, he looked at Xiao Ta, take them to my father. Tell my father that if I die, I'll leave the Undying Imperial Clan to him. Xiao Ta's voice trembled, young master. Xian slowly closed his eyes, leave. With that, he grabbed Xiao Ta and tossed him into the sky. Xiao Ta transformed into a ray of golden light and disappeared into the horizon. Xian turned to look at the Void Tribe's experts. His blood was boiling. Now, he could go all out and do it. Xianxia glanced at Xian, what? Are you prepared to die here? Xian said softly, Senior, am I very useless compared to my father? Xianxia looked at the Void Tribe's experts, why do you say that? Xian said, he's so strong, and I'm so weak. I thought about it carefully. If it weren't for him and Qing I would have died somewhere. But this time, they didn't appear. I realized that I can't protect anything. Xianxia was silent for a moment, then said, do you know what's the biggest difference between you and your father? Xian shook his head. Xianxia said, your father is a ruthless person, a very ruthless person. He is ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to himself. He basically kills wherever he goes. He was too extreme in his early days, and almost didn't trust anyone. It can be said that most of the obstacles he faced were created by himself. With that, he paused, then said, but you're different. The biggest difference between you and him is that you've endured karma that shouldn't be endured at your age. Many of your karma was given to you by your father and Tianming. It's not just them, there are also many unknown karma. For example, the Void Tribe. Why did they target you and the Undying Emperor clan? Is it because of you? No. It's because of that mysterious person in your body. Apart from the Void Tribe, there's also the universe laws. These grudges have nothing to do with you. With that, he looked at Xian. Your father's misfortune was caused by himself. As for you, part of it was caused by him. The sins he committed back then, he was untainted by all the karma, but that doesn't mean his son is untainted by all the karma. Xian fell silent for a moment, then said, Senior, if I die here today, please help me tell my father that if he has a son in the future, he should spend more time with his son. Perhaps it's not wrong to leave him alone, but a childhood with parents is really blissful. With that, he looked at Xianxia and grinned. When I was young in Qingqing, what I hated the most was being called a bastard and a bastard. Also, after I die, tell him and Qing'er not to reverse reincarnation for me. This world is too bitter. I don't want to live it again. With that, he walked towards the Void Tribe experts in the distance. P.S. I was scolded by a reader just now. They don't treat me like a human. He doesn't want to live. At this moment, Xian was filled with despair, and his lifespan was burning up madly. Xianxia gazed silently at Xian. He knew that Xian didn't intend to live at all. Xianxia sighed softly when he thought up to this point. The annihilation of the undying imperial clan had been a huge blow to this little fellow. In the distance, Su Wuxin watched as Xian walked over, and she slowly clenched her right hand. With the current strength of the Void Tribe, killing Xian was really too easy. Even if some helpers came, it wouldn't be a problem at all, Su Wuxin said, kill. As soon as she finished speaking, over a dozen black figures suddenly flashed towards Xian. Moreover, Su Wuxin herself had vanished on the spot. She had to act. Otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't be able to do anything to Xian. In the distance, Xian's expression gradually became ferocious. He sheathed his sword and suddenly drew it. A sword hail shot into the sky. Bang, an expanse of blood-red light suddenly erupted in front of Xian, and Su Wuxin, who was charging at the front, was pushed back by this attack. At the instant that she was pushed back, Xian had vanished on the spot. Hiss, a strand of blood-red light flashed, and then over a dozen heads flew into the air at practically the same time. Instant kill. At this moment, the transcending mortality stage experts couldn't withstand a single attack from Xian. After he killed all the transcending mortality stage experts in the surroundings, Xian walked towards Su Wuxin with his sword in hand. At this moment, he'd gone completely mad. He didn't retain even a trace of consciousness, just as Xianxia had said. After he'd asked Xiao Ta to lead the geniuses of the undying imperial clan away, he'd never intended to live. Only by delaying these people would Xiao Ta be able to escape. Su Wuxin suddenly said, Alin, lead some people to pursue Xiao Ta. As soon as she finished speaking, a middle-aged man suddenly led dozens of people towards the distant horizon. Just as Xian was about to attack, Su Wuxin suddenly appeared in front of Xian. She elbowed him, but Xian had already vanished. Boom, Su Wuxin's attack missed and the space around him shattered. His attack missed, and Su Wuxin suddenly turned his head. The distant horizon was covered by a bloody light, and within that bloody light, over a dozen corpses slowly fell to the ground. Instant kill. Su Wuxin frowned when she witnessed this scene. She gazed at Xian, and only now did she notice that Xian's strength hadn't just increased by a little bit. The current Xian was very strong. Of course, this was in exchange for his lifespan. Su Wuxin suddenly said, Elder Xianyin, stall him. Yes. An old man suddenly stepped out from behind Su Wuxin and charged straight at Xian. A transcendent realm expert, his target had been the people behind Xian, but no one had stepped out from behind Xian. Xian slashed down from the sky. Bang, a ray of blood-red sword energy descended from the sky and forced the old man to a stop. However, the old man shattered the ray of sword energy in the next moment, and then he charged at Xian again. Su Wuxin gazed at Xianxia after she saw the old man stall Xian, and Xianxia leaped forward. Bang, the entire undying world trembled. Su Wuxin's eyes narrowed slightly. Grand Elder. As soon as she finished speaking, another black-robed old man flew out from behind her, and his arms were weak. Heaven and earth protection. Bang, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared above them, and it blocked Xianxia. However, the barrier cracked as soon as it blocked Xianxia. Su Wuxin gazed at Xianxia. All of you stall him. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Xiao Ta was dashing madly somewhere in the starry sky. Find his master. He knew that the only one who could protect these undying Emperor clan members was his master. Moreover, he still needed to find his master to save Yi Xian. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared not far from Xiao Ta, and Xiao Ta stopped. The woman was wearing a snow-white dress that was spotless. In her right hand was an ancient scroll. The woman looked at Xiao Ta, and smiled. Xiao Ta, where are you going? Xiao Ta was silent for a moment, and then said, just strolling around. The woman blinked. How about you stroll around my place? Xiao Ta turned and ran. The woman's lips curled. Freeze. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire starry sky froze, and even the starlight froze at this moment. In the distance, Xiao Ta was frozen on the spot, and could not move. Xiao Ta wailed, it's over. The woman appeared in front of Xiao Ta, and she smiled, come with me. As she spoke, she grabbed Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta suddenly said, my master is very powerful. The woman smiled, he's quite powerful. But you're not. Xiao Ta. Moments later, the woman took Xiao Ta and vanished into the starry sky. Not long after, Su Wuxin appeared. Su Wuxin glanced at the scene, and frowned, he's gone? At this moment, a white figure suddenly appeared at the end of the starry sky. Su Wuxin looked at the white figure, and his eyes were extremely solemn. The white figure smiled, kill Yi Xian, and I'll revive your father and restore your Void tribe's freedom. Apart from that, this universe will belong to your Void tribe in the future, and the entire universe will be devoured by your Void tribe. Su Wuxin looked at the white figure, do I have a choice? The white figure walked into the distance, miss, I didn't remove Master's seal for you to play. If he doesn't die, your Void tribe will die. As soon as he finished speaking, the white figure had vanished into the starry sky. Su Wuxin fell silent. At this moment, a sense of sorrow arose in her heart. The seemingly powerful Void tribe was only a pawn of someone else, however, if they wanted to live, they could only be someone else's pawn. After a while, Su Wuxin turned around and left. Undying world. At this moment, Yi Xian was getting stronger as he fought, and the peri-celestial powerhouse was finding it difficult to resist him. Although Yi Xian was only at the breaking mortal realm, with the power of his bloodline and the burning of his lifespan, his current combat strength could suppress a peri-celestial powerhouse. Of course, this was obtained by burning his lifespan, and it was only a flash in the pan. After all, once his lifespan was burned, he would be gone. On the other hand, Xianxia was even more ferocious. He was holding back countless Void tribe powerhouses by himself. In fact, the most important person was Little Mu. She had forcefully held back nearly 20 super assassins. During the battle, she had already killed 6 super assassins, and the number of assassins on the battlefield was decreasing. In fact, she was much more powerful than these assassins, but there was nothing she could do about it. These assassins would not fight her head-on, and they would only attack when she wanted to help Yi Xian. These assassins' goal was very simple. They wanted to hold back Little Mu, not kill her. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly struck the mysterious Yin Elder with his sword. Just as he was about to attack again, a shadow flashed behind him, and he instinctively turned around and slashed down with his sword. Boom! The space in front of Yi Xian exploded, and a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. The middle-aged man's fist collided with Yi Xian's sword. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xian, and then he suddenly spun. Boom! A wave of blood-red sword light exploded, and Yi Xian retreated over 1 kilometer with his sword. Meanwhile, the mysterious Yin Elder suddenly appeared in front of him and slammed his fist towards Yi Xian's head. At the same time, the middle-aged man who had just appeared behind Yi Xian as well. A pincer attack. Yi Xian's space-time shoes suddenly activated, and he vanished on the spot. When he appeared again, he was behind the middle-aged man, and he stabbed his sword towards the back of the middle-aged man's neck. The middle-aged man reacted extremely quickly, and he turned around and punched again. Boom! The middle-aged man was blasted flying by Yi Xian's sword strike. At this moment, Yi Xian's strength had far surpassed the peri-celestial stage. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xian. His entire right arm had split open, and his fist had been sliced open. Yi Xian's attack had almost crippled his entire arm. At this moment, the mysterious Yin Elder suddenly said, he won't be able to hold on for much longer. The middle-aged man nodded. At this moment, Yi Xian was madly burning his lifespan. Even though he'd obtained boundless energy, he wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. It wouldn't be long before he perished on the spot. As for the two of them, they just had to buy some time. However, they'd overlooked something, and that was little Moo. Suddenly, a ray of cold light appeared at the middle-aged man's throat. His expression changed drastically, and he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Hiss, the middle-aged man's head flew into the air. The mysterious elder's expression changed drastically when he saw this, and he hurriedly retreated. Little Moo gazed at Xian. At this moment, Xian seemed like he was covered in blood, and his aura was extremely formidable. Little Moo said, "Let's go." However, Xian paid no attention to her. Instead, he turned around and charged towards the experts from the Void tribe. Little Moo didn't say anything when she saw this, and she just charged after Xian. The expressions of the experts from the Void tribe changed drastically when they saw Xian charge towards them. Ordinary experts couldn't resist Xian at all. Right at this moment, a woman suddenly appeared here. It was Su Wuxin, and her eyes narrowed slightly when she saw Xian and Xiaomu charge over. The Void Divine Guard. As soon as she finished speaking, 6 old men suddenly charged out from the world of nothingness behind her. Su Wuxin said, "Stop that assassin." The 6 of them suddenly appeared in the surroundings, and then they chanted an ancient incantation. The space in the surroundings suddenly trembled violently, and then numerous blood-red threads gradually covered the entire space here. At this moment, the blood-red threads in a certain area strangely disappeared. The 6 of them roared furiously at the same time. Spatial shift. As soon as they finished speaking, the 6 of them vanished. Little Moo had vanished along with them as well. They couldn't do anything to Little Moo at all, so they could only choose to take Little Moo away. After Little Moo was sent away, only Xian and Xianxia remained here, and Xianxia had been stopped by the experts from the Void tribe. Su Wuxin gazed at Xian. "You're done for." As soon as she finished speaking, she charged over. Besides Su Wuxin, there were 2 Peri-Celestial Realm experts and 12 Mortal Extinguisher Realm experts, because Little Moo's previous clones had been killed. Xian didn't retreat when he saw Su Wuxin and the others charging over, and he held the sword spirit in his hand as he charged towards them. P.S. Sorry, it's late. At this moment, Xian had truly forgotten about life and death. No, he was seeking death. When he saw countless experts of the Undying Imperial clan self-destruct, he felt extremely guilty. If not for Xian, the Undying Imperial clan might not have ended up like this. Karma. Because of Xian's karma, he had implicated the Undying Imperial clan. At this moment, half of his hair had turned white. Because he was still burning his lifespan, at this moment, he had less than 100 years left. The moment Xian charged out, Xianxi's expression changed and he roared angrily, "Brat, don't tell me you're really seeking death." He realized that something was wrong. At first, he had thought that Xian only wanted to kill a few people and then retreat, but now, it seemed that was not the case. This brat was simply seeking death. He could not let this brat die here, otherwise, the entire universe would disappear, ignoring the brat's father. If Tianming knew that the brat had died here, Xianxia did not dare to think about it. That woman would really bury the entire universe with Xian, and if that woman went crazy, no one would be able to stop her. As if remembering something, Xianxia suddenly said, "Sword spirit. Take him away." Sword spirit, the sword in Xian's hand trembled slightly. However, she did not take Xian away. Instead, she actively cooperated with Xian. Seeing this, Xianxia roared angrily, "What are you doing?" In the distance, Xian slashed down with his sword. Su Wuxin, who was in the lead, was pushed back several thousand zhang. The instant Su Wuxin retreated, Xian slashed out with his sword again. A bloody head flew into the air. Mortal Extinguisher Realm expert, Xian brandished his sword as fast as lightning. Every time he brandished his sword, a bloody head would be cut off. At this moment, he was killing Mortal Extinguisher Realm experts like dogs. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen experts had died. Most of them were at the Mortal Extinguisher state. Xian was also covered in wounds. Su Wuxin suddenly spoke furiously when he witnessed this scene, "Just keep him busy." She knew that Xian was currently overdrafting his life. As long as this dragged on for a while, Xian himself would die. Around them, the Void tribe powerhouses were no longer attacking. Instead, they surrounded them without attacking. Xian suddenly raised his sword and leaped, slashing at Su Wuxin. in the distance, Su Wuxin clenched his right hand. Defend! Boom, a shapeless barrier appeared above her. However, the barrier was instantly shattered by Yi Xian's sword strike. Rumble, Su Wuxin was pushed back. While she was being pushed back, Yi Xian dashed forward again. Then he swung his sword down again. A ray of blood-red sword light slashed down and tore through everything. Su Wuxin's pupils constricted when she saw this attack. She opened her right hand, and a black shield suddenly appeared in her grasp. In the next moment, the black shield suddenly appeared above her head. Boom! When Yi Xian's sword strike struck the black shield, the entire shield trembled, and then a shapeless force swept towards the surroundings. The space in an area of over 100 kilometers cracked apart. The force of Yi Xian's attack was dispersed into the surroundings, and this expanse of space bore the brunt of it. Meanwhile, Yi Xian slashed down once more. Boom! The black shield trembled violently, and the surrounding space collapsed. Su Wuxin was blasted 30 kilometers away along with the shield. After she stopped, Su Wuxin slowly clenched her right hand. She stared fixedly at Yi Xian. His right hand behind him had cracked apart. It wasn't just his right hand. Her internal organs had cracked as well. Yi Xian was much stronger than before. After all, she'd been suppressing Yi Xian in the beginning, yet now, she'd been suppressed instead. Meanwhile, the Void Tribe experts in the surroundings were about to attack when Su Wuxin suddenly said, "Stand down." The Void Tribe experts in the surroundings retreated in unison. Asking these Void Tribe experts to deal with Yi Xian now would only be sacrificing themselves for nothing. Su Wuxin walked slowly towards Yi Xian. She relaxed her right hand, and the black shield appeared once more in her palm. At this moment, Yi Xian dashed forward and thrust his sword out. A ray of sword light shot towards Su Wuxin. Su Wuxin's right foot was in a half-squat position as she raised the shield in her right hand and blocked it. Bang! This time, the black shield forcefully blocked Yi Xian's sword. At practically the exact same moment, Su Wuxin flipped over and swept her leg towards Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian didn't dodge, and he stabbed his sword at Su Wuxin instead. Hiss! Bang! Yi Xian's figure was swept over 10 kilometers away while Su Wuxin moved 3 kilometers back as well. There was a mark on her chest. Over 3 kilometers away, Yi Xian's entire left hand was gone. When Su Wuxin's right leg swept towards him, he'd used his left hand to block it, and the price he paid was his hand. In the distance, Su Wuxin glanced at her stomach, and there was a hole there. There was a strand of sword chi raging within her body, but she'd suppressed it. Su Wuxin gazed coldly at Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly vanished. His figure was nowhere to be seen, and only a ray of sword light could be seen. The space-time shoes. Su Wuxin's pupils constricted when she saw Yi Xian's sword slash towards her, and she immediately placed the black shield in front of her. Bang! A ray of blood-red light exploded apart, and then the black shield instantly shattered while Su Wuxin was blasted flying. Even Su Wuxin couldn't endure the strength of Yi Xian's attack. Meanwhile, Yi Xian charged forward again. Obviously, he intended to kill Su Wuxin first. Su Wuxin's eyes flashed ferociously. "Let's see how long you can last." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot like a bolt of lightning. Hiss! Space was torn apart. Su Wuxin chose to fight Yi Xian head-on, because she realized that defending would only put her in a more passive position. Su Wuxin slammed her fist forward, and light flickered on her fist. The space where Su Wuxin's fist descended was transformed into a huge dent, and the ray of light within the dent was distorted. Rumble! As an explosion rang out, the space around the two of them turned into nothingness at this moment. At this moment, the entire Undying World started to shatter. Actually, the entire Undying World was already in pieces. When the Undying Emperor clan's experts had self-destructed, they had heavily damaged the world. Therefore, the world could no longer endure Su Wuxin and Yi Xian's power. The entire Undying World was crumbling and being destroyed. Just then, Yi Xian disappeared on the spot. In the distance, Su Wuxin frowned slightly, and then she suddenly slammed her fist forward. Rumble! A powerful force swept out from her fist like a mountain torrent, and this force forcefully shattered the ray of light. But at this moment, Yi Xian appeared in front of her, and a sword stabbed towards her throat. Su Wuxin slammed her hands together, and this time, she blocked Yi Xian's sword. Rumble! Su Wuxin's hands trembled violently, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Wuxin's expression turned fierce, and she stomped her right foot, releasing Yi Xian's sword. She tilted her head, and her right fist slammed towards Yi Xian's abdomen. At this moment, Yi Xian's sword changed from a stab to a slash. Boom! Yi Xian's entire body arched as he was sent flying, and Su Wuxin's right arm was also sent flying. In the distance, Yi Xian had just stopped, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body had been torn apart. If it weren't for the violet aura and the undying bloodline, this punch would have been enough to kill him. Even with the violet aura and the undying bloodline, he still felt terrible. This was because he no longer had a powerful physical body. In the distance, Su Wuxin was extremely weak. She'd exhausted a great deal of her strength, and she'd been heavily injured by Yi Xian's sword. Most importantly, she didn't have the terrifying regenerative abilities that Yi Xian possessed. Su Wuxin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and then she looked up at Yi Xian. Meanwhile, the surrounding experts of the Void Tribe were about to attack, but Su Wuxin stopped them. Although Yi Xian looked extremely weak right now, he still had the strength to attack, but now, there were not many people present who could withstand Yi Xian's sword. Even a peri-celestial realm expert couldn't stop it. After overdrafting his vitality and coupled with the terrifying power of his bloodline, Yi Xian's strength had far surpassed the peri-celestial realm and was close to the transcendent god realm. Su Wuxin walked slowly towards Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian stood with his sword in hand, and his aura was growing stronger and stronger to an abnormal degree. Su Wuxin suddenly punched from afar. Bang! A fist tore through boundless space of darkness and smashed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly slashed his sword down. Bang! The fist was instantly blasted apart. Meanwhile, Su Wuxin suddenly appeared in front of him and smashed her fist towards his face. Yi Xian didn't defend against this punch, and he stabbed his sword at Su Wuxin's chest instead. Moreover, Su Wuxin didn't choose to defend against it as well. Hiss! Bang! Yi Xian was blasted flying once more. At the same time, his body started to crack apart inch by inch. When he finally stopped, his body had vanished, and only his soul remained. Moreover, his soul was growing more and more illusory. On the other hand, Su Wuxin was pushed almost 3 kilometers back. She knelt down on one knee while blood flowed incessantly from her mouth. Her injuries weren't any lesser than Yi Xian's. If not for the power of the bloodline in her body suppressing Yi Xian's sword energy, she would have died when Yi Xian's sword pierced her abdomen. Both of them possessed top-rate bloodlines. Su Wuxin raised her head and gazed at Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's soul suddenly floated towards her. Su Wuxin's pupils constricted when she witnessed this scene. This fellow can still attack. Su Wuxin stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Kill him. At this moment, she was unable to attack any longer. Because Yi Xian had 3 strands of sword energy within her body, so she would definitely die if she attacked. The experts of the void race in the surroundings charged towards Yi Xian when they heard her. In the distance, Yi Xian wielded his sword and walked toward the void tribe powerhouses. At this moment, because his physical body had been destroyed, his insane demon bloodline was slowly disappearing, so his consciousness was gradually recovering. Yi Xian gazed at the experts of the void race who were charging towards him from afar, and he spoke softly, "Farewell." As he spoke, he was about to ignite his soul. Meanwhile, the sword spirit in his grasp suddenly started trembling. A moment later, it transformed into a woman in a red dress who appeared in front of Yi Xian. She gazed at Yi Xian. "Master has always cared about you. His concern for you is no less than Tianming's. It's the first time you've been another's son, and it's the first time he's become a father as well. He definitely didn't do well, so don't blame him." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and started walking towards the experts of the void race. Su Wuxin stared fixedly at her. "You're just a sword." She gazed coldly at him. "I'm a sword, but I'm Xianxia's sword." As soon as she finished speaking, she tapped the tip of her foot against the ground and swung her sword. Hiss! In an instant, a few hundred heads flew into the air. All the experts of the Void Tribe were stunned when they witnessed this scene, including Su Wuxin who led the group. There weren't just mortal Shattering Realm experts amongst them, there were even mortal Extinguisher Realm experts. All of them had been instantly killed with just a single strike. Instantly killed. Su Wuxin stared fixedly at the woman in a red dress, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, Yi Xian was slightly stunned as well. The sword spirit is that strong? He'd always thought that the sword spirit was just a sword, a comparatively stronger sword. However, he hadn't expected that she would actually be so strong. she's probably on the verge of attaining the overgod realm. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian shook his head and laughed bitterly. I'm truly too stupid. How could my father's sword be weak? All the experts of the Void tribe stared fixedly at the sword spirit in the distance, and their eyes were filled with fear. The sword spirit's strength had terrified them. Meanwhile, Su Wuxin suddenly said, "Retreat." Retreat. The experts of the Void tribe retreated explosively when they heard Su Wuxin. After all, the sword spirit wasn't the only one here. Little Mu was here as well. Once that little girl withdrew, she would be the nightmare of the Void tribe. It didn't take long for the experts of the Void tribe to retreat into the world of nothingness. The sword spirit didn't pursue them. She turned around and walked over to Yi Xian. She gazed at Yi Xian and said, "You have to rely on yourself." As she spoke, she gazed at Xianxia. "Let's go." Xianxia hesitated for a moment before nodding. The sword spirit and Xianxia left. Yi Xian suddenly said, "You were able to save the members of the Undying Imperial clan just now, right?" The sword spirit stopped moving. "That's what you should protect, not me. Remember, it's impossible for someone to help you forever. Especially now. Besides the three swords, anyone who helps you might die. You must remember that." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into the starry sky with Xianxia. Yi Xian fell silent. Xianxia said, "Are you really not going to help him?" The sword spirit gazed into the distance. "I can help him now, but can I help him forever?" Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said, "He can't deal with them right now." The sword spirit turned to look at Xianxia. "It's time for him to grow up." Xianxia shook his head. "The price is too high." The sword spirit softly said, "The price of growth is cruel. If he doesn't grow up, more people will die in the future." Xianxia sighed softly and did not say anything else. Undead world. At this moment, the undying world was already pitch black. The undying realm no longer existed. Yi Xian stood where he was, all alone, looking abnormally frail. Dead, Yi Xian stood rooted to the ground, his eyes glazed over. Higashi Yasushi was dead. Countless experts of the Undying Imperial clan had died. Jing Dongli, Zhan Dongli, Sui Dongli. After a long time, Yi Xian looked at his own hands. He had originally thought that by rushing back, he would be able to save the Undying Emperor clan. However, he was wrong. He was gravely mistaken. He couldn't save anyone. Not only could no one save him, but he also needed someone else to save him. Without Qing'er and his father, he couldn't protect anyone. After a long time, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Self-blame, guilt, heartache. At this moment, he realized that most of the time, death was much more comfortable than living. After a long time, Yi Xian opened his eyes. He respectfully bowed to the crowd, then turned around and left. Revived the Undying Imperial clan, Green City, Yi family, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man dressed in black robes. Not far behind the old man stood a youth. The youth had a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi family elders. "Why?" At this moment, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling. She was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the family wanted to depose Yi Xian, she ignored her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall. She said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a crown prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. "This is a family matter. What are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead." However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent! The great elder suddenly raged. Whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi family guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists. She said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of crown prince. It's everyone's wish. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate will go through fire and water for the crown prince. I'm willing to die 1,000 deaths. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Do not hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something and stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, all the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. This is truly unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times, as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, Young Master Yi Ling inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. But she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard, and smiled, What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Ling nodded, You're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply, I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Ling nodded, Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Ling, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! In the starry sky, the woman's voice rumbled like thunder and didn't disperse for a long time. Dowie! The woman in white was the former leader of all the laws, and the woman in black was the second strongest law of destiny. Ming, Dao chuckled. Ming, I don't understand. You're a law of destiny, so why don't you have any thoughts of controlling your own destiny? Master is dead, and you've escaped his control. Isn't that a good thing? Ming clenched her right hand and said ferociously, Bitch, did Master ever mistreat you? Dao shook her head, No. He was very good to me. He was the person who treated me the best in the world. Ming roared, Then why did you join forces with the other dimensional people to kill him? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Dao smiled, Let's not talk about this, alright? Ming's expression was ferocious. Dao, Master liked you the most and valued you the most. He was prepared to let you take over his position, but he never imagined that the person he trusted the most, the person he loved the most, would betray him. As she spoke, she pointed at Dao. Bitch, if it wasn't for you, how could Master have perished? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly blasted her fist forward, bang, in an instant, the starry sky was covered in strange runes, Grand Dao laws. This punch contained boundless Grand Dao laws, and it could easily destroy a universe in the outside world. In the distance, Dao Yi's expression was calm as she slowly stretched out her right hand and pressed it down. The starry sky seemed to freeze, and in the next moment, the strange runes gradually turned illusory before vanishing. Right at this moment, a strange scene appeared in the surrounding space, and the strange runes that had vanished suddenly reappeared in the starry sky. Time was reversed. Time had been reversed to 3 breaths of time ago. All the runes suddenly converged to form a huge runic fist, and it instantly blasted towards Dao Yi. Dao Yi's expression was still calm as she pointed forward with her finger. Bang! As soon as her finger descended, the runic fist instantly vanished, but in the next moment, time flowed backward once more, and the runic fist appeared once more. Not only that, but before Dao Yi could even make a move, the runic fist had already landed on her body. Boom! Dao Yi's body trembled in fear and became a little more illusory. It wasn't his main body, this was not her real body. Dao Yi turned her head and saw a woman standing a few hundred feet to her right. The woman was wearing a simple cotton dress. Her right hand was hidden in her sleeve, and her left hand was placed in front of her chest. At this moment, she was also looking at Dao Yi. Time law, among the 9 great laws, it was ranked 3rd. Dao Yi glanced at the laws of time and smiled, Third brother, I didn't expect you to be able to use the laws of time to such an extent. No wonder Master often praised you. The life law shook its head. Dao Yi, please don't mention Master. You're not worthy. Dao Yi smiled and said, Don't mention it. Then, she looked at the law of destiny. Ming, you should be able to feel that the boundary that Master set up is slowly disappearing. Once it disappears, you guys won't be able to defend this place. Ming sneered. Do you want us to surrender? Dao Yi smiled. You definitely won't. Ming was expressionless. Then why are you here talking nonsense? Dao Yi looked at Ming and smiled. Ming, you've already sacrificed your eyes for this universe. Why? Do you want to continue sacrificing your life? Qingqing, Yi family's ancestral shrine. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi family's elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral shrine. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. Her name was Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she ignored her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the ancestral shrine, asking timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a family matter. What are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral shrine. Once again, she bowed to the elders. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li family for the mining rights. He's fighting for the family, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the family is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi family's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the crown prince's position. It's everyone's wish. What are you shouting for?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she didn't cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. From now on, you'll be my personal guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. "This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince. I'm willing to risk my life for you." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, all the elders frowned. The great elder's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Bang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's entire face was a bloody mess. As he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Ling inherits the title of prince. What are you shouting about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Ling nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Ling nodded, drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Ling, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, and before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Ling did not stop there, and he charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Yi Xian knew very well that with his current strength, he could not fight against the Void Tribe at all. Acting recklessly would only send more people to their deaths. Moreover, his intuition told him that there must be a stronger powerhouse behind the Void Tribe. That was because the Void Tribe was backed by the laws of the universe. The assassins who stopped Little Mu earlier were nurtured by the laws of the universe. The laws of the universe must have nurtured transcendent powerhouses, and there were definitely many of them. After Yi Xian and Little Mu left, the Earth Spirit clan began to speed up the construction of the world's #1 armor. At that moment, they also knew about the existence of the Void Tribe. The Void Tribe's target was not just the Undying Emperor clan and the Fifth Dimension, but the entire universe. The Void Tribe would not let go of anything that they could devour. The Earth Spirit clan was also in danger. In order to build the world's #1 armor, the Earth Spirit clan could be said to have used all the power of the clan, including all the top-grade materials that the Earth Spirit clan had collected in history. The destruction of the War God's armor was extremely embarrassing. For the Earth Spirit clan, the ultimate treasure of the Earth Spirit clan was smashed into pieces by a single punch. It was too embarrassing. Therefore, in order to build the world's #1 armor, the Earth Spirit clan could be said to have used all the top-grade materials of the Earth Spirit clan. Not only that, but in order to build the world's #1 armor, the Earth Spirit clan even invited some ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan. Little Mu brought Yi Xian to an unknown sea. In this endless sea, there was a small island. When they landed on the island, Yi Xian saw the tree in his memory. The tree stood in the middle of the island, surrounded by endless sea. Yi Xian walked to the tree. At that moment, there was no one under the tree. At the side, Xiaomu looked around with tears in his eyes. This was the happiest place she had ever been. Now, everything was the same, but the people had changed. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Why was Gaji killed by the laws of the universe back then? He had been thinking about this question. However, he could not understand it no matter how he thought about it. Logically speaking, Gaji could create the laws of the universe, so his strength must have far surpassed the laws of the universe. How could he be killed by his own creation? Could there be an enemy? At this point, Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. There were 3 possibilities for God Yi's fall. The first possibility was that God Yi was really killed by the universal laws. The universal laws were superior to the universal laws. They didn't want to be controlled by God Yi, so they killed God Yi. The second possibility was that God Yi had some sinister plot and took the initiative to reincarnate. The third possibility was that there was a powerful external enemy who joined forces with the universal laws to kill God Yi. All 3 possibilities were possible. Since God Yi could create the law of the universe, he must be able to create something else. At this thought, Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked around. However, there was nothing but seawater around him. At this moment, footsteps sounded behind them. Xiaomu turned around abruptly and saw a woman in a white dress walking towards her slowly. Seeing this woman in white, Xiaomu's expression turned extremely solemn. Of course, she knew this woman, Dao Yi, the first law of the universe. Yi Xian knew this woman as well. She was Dao Yi who loved to read books. Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Should I call you Yi Xian or Gaji? Yi Xian replied, Yi Xian. Dao Yi smiled. That's true. Now, Green City, Yi Clan, Ancestral Temple. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince shall be removed and Yi Lang shall take over. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. That person was none other than Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice was suddenly heard in the ancestral temple. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. The little girl's name was Yi Ling. She was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl named Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral temple and said timidly, Grand Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him? The Grand Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a family matter. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid and did not dare to look at the Grand Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral temple. She bowed to the elders on both sides and said, "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the rights to the mine. He is fighting for the clan, and his life is uncertain. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent." The Grand Elder suddenly raged, "Whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The Grand Elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of crown prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap was heard. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed, "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded, "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply, "Subordinate will go through fire and water for the crown prince. I'm willing to risk my life for you." Yi Lang nodded, "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man wore a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, "Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, why are you butting in? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince." Impudent! The Great Elder suddenly raged. "Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed. "He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The Great Elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Ling inherits the position of prince. What are you shouting for?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard, and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince." Yi Ling nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. "I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you." Yi Ling nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Ling, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, and before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Ling did not stop there, and he charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. After a long time, Dowie suddenly laughed, "You're so silly." She put away the letter as she spoke. When she turned around to look at Yixian, the tears on her face had disappeared, and she had returned to normal. Dowie looked at Yixian, "Follow me." Then, she turned around and left. When Yixian was about to leave, Xiaomu suddenly pulled Yixian and pointed at a box above her head. Yixian gently rubbed Xiaomu's head and looked at the box. "Come down." The box fell in front of Xiaomu, and she opened it. Inside the box was an ancient book. On the cover of the book, there were 4 big words, "Soul-chasing murder." It was a martial art. Xiaomu looked at Yixian, and Yixian smiled. "It's for you." At this time, Dowie suddenly said, "This is the strongest assassination technique in the world. If she learns it, she will be a great threat to the laws of the universe. Under the laws of the universe, almost no one can resist it." Then, she turned to look at Xiaomu and smiled. "Master still loves you very much." Xiaomu looked at Dowie coldly, and then kept the ancient book. Dowie suddenly put her fingers together, and the space in front of them turned into a strange vortex. She brought Yixian and Xiaomu into it. As soon as the 3 of them entered, they arrived at an unknown starry sky. The starry sky was silent, and the starry sky was dim, and it was a little oppressive. Dowie walked into the distance. Xiaomu looked around, and she was a little curious and confused. At this time, Dowie smiled. "This is the place where Master used to live, and now it's deserted." Yixian looked at Dowie, and he didn't say anything. Dowie smiled. "You must be curious about what I want you to do. Don't worry, it's not something that will make things difficult for you." Yixian said in a deep voice, "You want that alien to come in?" Dowie nodded. "Yes." Yixian was puzzled. "Why?" The corners of Dao Yi's mouth lifted. "I can't tell you for the time being." Yixian did not ask any further. Not long after, Dowie brought Yixian and Xiaomu to a palace. In front of the palace, there was a statue that was almost 100 zhang tall. The statue was holding a sword in front of its chest. Dowie said with smile, "Avicii Swordsman is the guardian of this place. Do you know? Before I saw the swordsman behind you, I always thought that the Avicii Swordsman was the ceiling of swordsmanship. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Just like the old saying goes, no matter how strong you are, there's always someone stronger." Yixian looked at the swordsman of the Avicii sect. No one knew what he was thinking. Dowie asked again, "You want to wake him up?" Yixian nodded. Dowie shook his head. "Not now." Yixian asked. "Why?" Dowie said with a smile, "This guy will cause me a lot of trouble." "So, you can't wake him up now. Come, lead the way. Only when he senses your aura will he not wake up. Now, he is in a deep slumber. However, his swordsmanship will guard this place instinctively. I don't want to fight him because if I do, he might wake up. So, I need you to lead the way." Yixian took another glance at the statue. Dowie continued, "Don't try to wake him up. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Green City, Yi family's ancestral shrine. Ancestors, Yixian is incompetent and immoral. From now on, Yixian's position as the crown prince will be replaced by Yilang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yilang. Beside him were the Yi family's elders. "Why?" At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral shrine. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yiling, Yixian's younger sister. When she heard that the family wanted to dismiss Yixian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yiling, what are you doing?" Yiling bowed to the people in the ancestral shrine and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother, Yixian, is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him?" The great elder looked at Yiling coldly. "This is a matter of the family. Why are you interrupting? Leave." Yiling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince." Impudent! The great elder suddenly raged, "Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "He should be flogged 30 times as a warning." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi family's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the family. This is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the crown prince position. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She just covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed, "Subordinate Zhongmu greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded, "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhongmu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply, "I'm willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince. I'm willing to risk my life for you." Yi Lang nodded, "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood?" Zhongmu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhongmu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man wore a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhongmu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhongmu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhongmu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged at Zhongmu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhongmu's chest. Pooh! Zhongmu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhongmu's face. Zhongmu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian ignored Zhongmu, walking up to Yi Ling. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhongmu and kicked Zhongmu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the ancestral hall, and asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, why are you butting in? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. This is truly unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, Young Master Yi Ling inherits the title of prince. What are you shouting about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard, and smiled, What's your name? The guard quickly bowed, This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince. Yi Ling nodded, You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply, This subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Ling nodded, Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu saw something, and suddenly stopped. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man wore a tight-fitting robe that was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder squinted his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Ling, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Ling did not stop there, and rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, Your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Nothing at all, her words were like knives that cut straight to the heart. Yi Xian wanted to refute Dao Yi, but he didn't know how to retort. Without his father and Qing what was he? To someone like Dao Yi, he was nothing at all. Moreover, Dao Yi was right. What right did he have to complain about the unfairness of the world? There were too many unfair things in the world. Although he was born with the body of disaster, he was still alive. He still had his father and Qing. On the other hand, many people didn't even have the chance to fight back against the unfairness of fate. At least he had the chance to fight back. Dao Yi walked to the side of the palace. She looked at the distant sky and softly said, "Master, you are no longer a child. Don't call others elders just because you can't beat them." "I understand," Yi Xian said softly. Dao Yi turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. "Do you really understand?" Yi Xian nodded. "I do." Dao Yi nodded. "It's good that you understand. If you don't, you'll suffer more in the future and lose more." With that, she walked out of the hall. In the hall, Yi Xian didn't speak for a long time. Just then, Xiaomu suddenly grabbed Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian looked at Xiaomu, but Xiaomu held onto Yi Xian's hand tightly and didn't say a word. Yi Xian smiled. "I'm fine." With that, he held Xiaomu's hand and walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, Dao Yi looked at the two holding hands. She turned and smiled. "Let's go to the next place." Yi Xian nodded. "I'll listen to you." Dao Yi turned to Yi Xian. "Listen to me?" Yi Xian nodded. Dao Yi smiled. "It seems like you've listened to me. Let's go." With that, she turned around and left. Yi Xian dragged Xiaomu along with him. When passing by the two statues, Yi Xian didn't even look at them. He had no other ideas. This was because he knew that none of his ideas were realistic. Even if he were to awaken the two statues, they might not be able to do anything to this woman. In the starry sky, Dao Yi walked slowly while Yi Xian and Xiaomu followed behind him. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, "What was that ancient book just now?" Dao Yi said with smile, "Master used to like an ancient book very much." Yi Xian asked, "What ancient book?" Dao Yi said, "The Theory of Rules was written by Master. I really liked the first half." Yi Xian glanced at Dao Yi. "You don't like the back?" Dao Yi smiled. "It's not that I don't like it. I just feel that the latter part is too unrealistic. Master said that this universe must have rules. The more powerful one is, the more they should be bound by the rules. However, he never thought of a problem. What if someone is stronger than him? Moreover, he is the one who makes the rules. If he breaks the rules, who will be able to restrain him?" Yi Xian said, "Have you told him?" Dao Yi nodded. "Yes, but I can't change his mind. Master is quite stubborn at times." Yi Xian suddenly said, "What do you think?" Dao Yi Green City, Yi Family, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi family's elders. "Why?" At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. Her name was Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed slightly to the people in the ancestral hall. She said timidly, "Grand Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a young prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a family matter. What are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead." However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged, whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, he should be flogged 30 times as a warning. The great elder coldly replied, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi family's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the title of crown prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She just covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard quickly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply, subordinate will go through fire and water for the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder's eyes narrowed, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking about. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, barking, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned, Yi Ling, what are you doing? The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, "Great Elder, my brother, Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The Great Elder looked at Yiling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, why are you butting in? Leave." Yiling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince." Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, "Whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yiling, suddenly laughed. "He should be flogged 30 times, as a warning to others." The Great Elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yiling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yiling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yiling inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yiling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yiling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yiling looked at the guard and smiled, "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhongmu greets the crown prince." Yiling nodded, "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard." Hearing this, Zhongmu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. "I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you." Yiling nodded, "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand?" Zhongmu glanced at Yiling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yiling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhongmu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Xian, Yiling's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder squinted his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Xian saw Zhongmu dragging Yiling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhongmu saw Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yiling, and was about to speak. At this moment, Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhongmu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yiling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhongmu again. At this time, Yiling suddenly roared, "Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Xian suddenly stepped on Zhongmu's chest. Pooh, Zhongmu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yiling's face turned ugly, while Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhongmu's face. Zhongmu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Xian did not care about Zhongmu, as he walked to Yiling's side. Seeing Yiling's state, Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhongmu, and kicked Zhongmu's head. Pung! Xian and Dowie followed Dowie to the bamboo house. In front of the bamboo house, Xian saw a familiar person, Xiao Er. At this moment, Xiao Er was sitting on the ground playing chess with a woman in a red dress. When he saw Xiao Er, Xian was slightly startled and then said softly, "Xiao Er." Xiao Er did not turn to look at Xian and continued playing chess. At this moment, the woman in the red dress looked at Xian. She glanced at Xian and did not speak. Dao suddenly walked to the woman in the red dress and said with a smile, "Let me introduce you, this is the law of misfortune." Misfortune law. Xian's gaze fell on the woman in the red dress. The woman in the red dress was also looking at him. Her expression was indifferent and not particularly friendly. Dao said with a smile, "Your life has not been smooth sailing, and it is related to our misfortune. Now that you have seen her in person, what do you think?" Xian said lightly, "No." Dao blinked. "No?" Xian said, "I can't beat her." "I can't beat her." Dao was slightly startled and then laughed, "Indeed. There is still a big gap between you and our misfortune." As she said, she looked at Xiao. "Master, do you know? Xiao resisted us to help you, this is something we did not expect." At this moment, the law of misfortune suddenly said, "He is not master." Dao shook his head. "He is." Xiao frowned. "You know he is not." Dao said with a smile, "He is." Xiao shook her head. "He is not." Dao said again, "Xiao, do you know why he is?" Xiao looked at Dao. "Why?" Dao said with a smile, "Because his fate is one with master, and it is not as simple as reincarnation. He would eventually remember everything that had happened in the past. The only difference is that he has the memory of this life." Xiao was silent. Dao smiled. "Show him some respect." Xiao still said nothing. At this moment, Xian walked up to Xiao. He looked at Xiao. "I'm very happy to see you." Xiao looked at Xian. "What are you doing here?" Xian said, "Dao asked me to come." Xiao looked at Dao and Dao smiled, "Don't worry, I won't kill him." Xiao looked at Dao. Xiao lowered his head and did not speak. Dao gently rubbed Xiao's head and said with smile, "Little girl, you really care about him. However, this fellow isn't a single-minded person. Moreover, when it comes to matters of the heart, he practically avoids it and never deals with it seriously. Hence, if you have any other thoughts about him, you might end up hurting yourself in the end." And Dao said, Xiao. Dao said. "But this guy is not a single-minded person. He always avoids relationships and never deals with them seriously. If you have other thoughts about him, you will hurt yourself." She looked at Xian. "How do you feel about Xiao?" Xian hesitated and did not speak. Dao shook his head. "You are a coward. At least, you are a coward when it comes to relationships." Xian was about to speak when Dao said, "According to my investigation, you have many women around you. Most of them are interested in you. But what about you? You have never given them a clear attitude. For example, Missin who came from Qing City with you. Did you give her a promise?" "No." "And Miss Xiaojiu from Qing City, and King Tuoba from Jiang Country. Do you remember her?" Xian nodded. "I remember." Dao smiled, "Then do you know how much suffering it was for her to wait for you in Qingqing? You did not give her a promise and did not contact her. In her world, it is as if you have disappeared. But she is still waiting for you. Waiting for you alone." Xian lowered his head and did not speak. Dao continued. "Initially, I wanted to teach you a lesson. But after seeing how pitiful she is, I gave up. My good master, ask yourself. Are you worth her waiting for?" Xian lowered his head and remained silent. Dao smiled. "Xiao is willing to fight against the adversity for you. But what about you? Have you taken the initiative to look for her? But would she be in danger if she did? Master, ask yourself honestly, have you ever really cared about her? Don't tell me you care about her. You can't say that you care about her. You have to prove it with your actions. From the moment Xiao disappeared until now, you have never taken the initiative to look for her. To be honest, you are not worth her waiting for." Xian nodded. "It is my fault." Dao smiled. "You have made a lot of mistakes. You have let down too many people when it comes to love. If you don't like her, don't seduce her. Because when a woman falls in love with a man but cannot get the man's love, it is very painful." Then she shook her head. "Whether it is the past life or this life, you have always been like this. You have always avoided love. Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. Why did you look for me? Dao Yi smiled. Don't change the topic. I am not finished. Shouldn't you say something to Xiao'er? Yi Xian was silent for a moment. He walked to Xiao'er and said softly. In the beginning, I treated you as an enemy. I was always thinking about how to kill you. Later on, I slowly treated you as a friend. When I saw you destroyed your body because of me, I was very touched. But I know that touching is not love. I like you more than a friend but less than a lover. That is how I feel about you. Xiao'er was silent for a long time. After a long time, she said, Me too. Yi Xian smiled. Now, I feel that I like you a little more. Xiao'er looked at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Yi Xian said softly. I did not come to find you. Do you blame me? Xiao'er looked at Yi Xian. Strange. Yi Xian said. I am sorry. Then she took out a small wooden doll and put it in Xiao'er's hand. The wooden doll looked exactly like Xiao'er. It even had a smile on its face. Xiao'er looked at the wooden doll and did not say anything. Yi Xian said again. I am sorry. Xiao'er kept the wooden doll. I forgive you. Dao Yi smiled. Looks like Xiao'er's heart knot has been untied. Xiao'er looked at Yi Xian. What are you going to do now? Yi Xian turned to look at Dao Yi. Miss Dao Yi, what do you want me to do next? Dao Yi smiled. One last thing. Then she pointed at a long bookshelf not far behind her. It was filled with ancient books. There were at least 10,000 of them, Dao Yi said. Finish reading them. Yi Xian looked at the ancient books. Finish reading them? Dao Yi nodded. After reading them, you can leave. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. What do you want? Dao Yi smiled. Nothing. After reading them, you can leave. Moreover, the void race will not go to the 5th dimension. 5 years. I will give you 5 years. In 5 years, you can develop well. Yi Xian was silent for a while. He walked to the bookshelf and picked up an ancient book. When he saw the content, his expression changed. It was a martial art that he had never seen before. It was a martial art that surpassed his knowledge, Dao Yi suddenly said. These were all brought by Master. There are mental cultivation methods, martial arts, divine abilities, and even some knowledge that surpasses this world. It can be said that these are the most valuable things in this universe. Do you know why the laws of this universe are so strong? Because Master taught us these things since we were young. Our knowledge of this world far surpasses other people in this universe. Especially those martial arts and mental cultivation methods. Even with my current eyes, I feel that they are very good. Especially since there are also Master's observations and insights. You can read more of them. They can help you avoid too many detours. Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. I don't understand your intentions. Dao Yi smiled. You don't need to understand. You just need to remember one thing. From now on, you only have 5 years. 5 years isn't too much, but it isn't too little either. In these 5 years, you have a chance to change your future. As she spoke, she walked to the bookshelf and picked up an ancient book and placed it in front of Yi Xian. If you don't work hard, in 5 years, many people will die. Just like in the Immortal Emperor clan. You can only watch as the Immortal Emperor clan members self-destruct one after another. At that time, you will feel even more despair than in the Immortal Emperor clan. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. What exactly do you want to do? Dao Yi shook his head and smiled. That isn't something you should be thinking about now. What you should be thinking about now is what you should do. After all, you don't have a lot of time. Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi and opened the ancient book that Dao Yi gave him. As he read, Yi Xian's expression gradually became serious. Dao Yi smiled and walked in front of Xiao'er. You go and read it too. Xiao'er looked at Yinan. Yinan nodded. Let's read it. Xiao'er immediately stood up and walked to Yi Xian's side. Together with Yi Xian, they read the ancient books. These are the most precious things in the universe. If any one of them is placed outside, it will shake the entire universe. Yi Xian and Xiao'er read it together. From time to time, they would discuss it. Dao sat in front of Yinan. She looked at the chessboard and shook her head. Xiao'er's chess skills are really bad. As she spoke, she picked up a black chess piece and placed it down. As she placed it down, the black chess piece that was forced into a desperate situation came back to life. Yinan picked up a chess piece and placed it down. What do you want to do? Dao smiled. What do you think? Yinan shook her head. He hates you. If you give him a chance, he will kill you without hesitation. Dao nodded. I know. Yinan said softly. Dao, if you want him to become more outstanding, you shouldn't be too ruthless. You destroyed the immortal emperor clan. He will not forgive you. Dao nodded again. I know. Yinan frowned. Dao suddenly leaned back on the chair. She used her hands as a pillow. She said softly, along the way, too many people have helped him. He looks miserable and tired. However, he will not die. Because there will always be people who will help him at the crucial moment. Everyone is a good person. Someone has to be the bad guy, right? As she spoke, she turned and looked at Yi Xian in the distance. I will be more ruthless to him. Outside the bamboo house, it had started raining, bringing with it a slight chill. Inside the bamboo house, Yi Xian and Xiao'er were quietly reading a book. Both of them were very serious. On the side, Dao and Disaster were quietly playing chess. Very quiet, Yi Xian was reading very seriously, very seriously. The name of the book he was reading was Unification of the Great Paths. It described the essence of countless great paths, including the way of the sword. In the past, he did not have a direction, nor did he have a place to learn, but now he did. Yi Xian knew that this was an opportunity for him. In the following time, Yi Xian read like crazy every day and then comprehended. Many times, he would also ask Dao for advice, and Dao would also answer. Just like that, a month passed. During this month, although Yi Xian's way of the sword was still at the breaking mortal realm, his state of mind had greatly improved. Facts proved that to improve, one not only needed to fight, but also needed to learn. Because learning could let one know many of one's shortcomings, it would let one find a direction that one could work towards. Fighting blindly would not work, of course, just learning without actual combat would not work either. In short, in the past month, Yi Xian had gained a lot. However, he had a feeling that he was very ignorant of this world's martial path, ignorant of the way of the sword. The more he improved, the more ignorant he felt. At this moment, Yi Xian also understood why the universal laws were so powerful. Because those universal laws had received this kind of martial path education since childhood, how could they not be powerful? On this day, Dao left the bamboo house, and no one knew where he went. After reading an ancient book for a long time, Yi Xian suddenly walked in front of Disaster. Disaster looked at Yi Xian, but did not say anything. Yi Xian hesitated, then said, "Where is Dao?" In fact, he did not like Disaster. After all, the reason why he had been so miserable along the way was because of this woman. Doom said indifferently, he went to take care of some matters. Yi Xian glanced at Disaster. Can I ask a question? Anan looked at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Yi Xian placed the ancient book on the table. It says that the great Tao is oneself. I've read this part before, but I know that the true meaning of this book is definitely not what I know. Can you explain it to me in detail? Misfortune said nothing. Yi Xian nodded. Sorry to bother you. As he spoke, he picked up the book and left. Meanwhile, Calamity suddenly said, the Grand Tao is you. It means that the Tao is you. You don't have to pursue the Grand Tao. You should discover yourself, understand yourself, surpass yourself, and destroy yourself in the end. Yi Xian frowned slightly. I know the one in front, but the one in the back, self-destruction? Calamity remained expressionless. Do you know about butterflies? Yi Xian nodded. I know. Calamity suddenly asked, what was before butterflies? Hearing this, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. His right hand clenched the ancient book tightly. After a long time, he said softly, I understand. Metamorphosis, metamorphosis. destroying oneself was not to kill oneself, but to metamorphose. Thinking of this, Xian's thoughts became clear. He did not directly reach the mortal extinguishing realm. He was still at the mortal breaking realm. However, at this moment, his state of mind was completely different. He was only a thin sheet of paper away from the mortal extinguishing realm. Xian got up and walked out of the bamboo house. He looked at the lake in the distance. A pupa needs to turn into a cocoon to become a butterfly. Humans also need to metamorphose to become another themselves. Mortal extinguishing realm. Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. Calm down and focus, meditate. Inside the bamboo house, Calamity glanced at Xian and did not say anything. At this moment, Xiao sat in front of Calamity and said softly, "Will Daoyi kill him?" Calamity shook her head. "No." Xiao asked again, "What does she want to do?" Calamity said softly, "Do you think she's scary?" Xiao nodded. Calamity turned to look at Xian, who was sitting quietly in the distance. "There's someone scarier than her. If Master can't even deal with her, then 5 years later, he'll be very miserable, 100 times worse than now." Xiao said in a deep voice, "Alien?" Calamity said, "Just one of them." Xiao suddenly said, "How strong does he have to be for him to not be so miserable?" Calamity lowered her head and looked at the chessboard in front of her. After a long time, she said softly, "I don't know. Daoyi doesn't know either. The only thing we know is that he's currently very weak, very weak." Xiao turned to look at Xian, and a trace of heartache flashed in her eyes. Her intuition told her that no matter how hard Xian worked, his enemy would always be much stronger than him. The current him was invincible among those in the same realm. However, who was his enemy? It was the void race, the universal law. Forget about the universal law, he couldn't even defeat the void race, and even if he could defeat the void race, there was still the universal law. However, she knew that even if Xian reached the transcendent God realm, he still couldn't defeat the universal law. In front of the universal law, a transcendent God realm powerhouse was still very weak, and even if he could defeat the universal law, but there were still the alien people waiting for him. No matter how hard he worked, no matter how much he risked his life, the enemy would always be much stronger than him. It was too bitter, Xiao said softly, "I want to help him." Calamity looked at Xiao, and after a long time, she said softly, "You will die." "Die, not just possibly die." Xiao looked straight at Calamity. "I won't regret it." Calamity was silent for a long time, then shook her head. "Silly girl." In the following days, Xian spent all his time either reading or meditating. Another month passed. On this day, Daoyi suddenly returned. Daoyi walked to the side of Xian, who was meditating by the lake. "Follow me." Xian opened his eyes and looked at Daoyi. "Where to?" Daoyi said, "To save someone." Xian frowned slightly. "Save who?" Daoyi said, "Your sister Nian." Hearing this, Xian's expression changed greatly. He immediately stood up and said angrily, "What did you do to her?" Daoyi said with a smile, "I killed her." Xian stared at Daoyi. Daoyi said with a smile, "What can you do to me?" Xian said in a deep voice, "Don't hurt her." Daoyi's expression suddenly turned cold. "I'll tell you one last time, never beg your enemy to be merciful to you. In the future, every time you beg me, I will kill someone around you until everyone around you is dead." Xian looked at Daoyi and clenched his right hand tightly. Daoyi said with a smile, "Want to hit me?" Xian said expressionlessly, "Let's go save her." Daoyi blinked. "It's you. Not me." With that, she turned and left. Xian followed. Xiao wanted to follow but was stopped by Yinan. Not only was Xiao stopped, Xiaomu who wanted to follow was also stopped by Yinan. Daoyi brought Xian to an unknown world. This world was grey and the surroundings were cold. In the distance, there was a mountain. On the cliff of the mountain, Xian saw a coffin. The coffin was hung vertically on the cliff and in the coffin lay a woman. This woman was none other than Mu Niannian. Seeing Mu Niannian, Xian clenched his fists. Daoyi looked at Xian. Mu Niannian, 5th dimension Tendo. She's a very outstanding woman. Because of you, she died once. Now, she will die again. You only have an hour. If you can get there in an hour, you can save her. If you can't, she will die for sure. Just like the Undying Emperor clan, she will die for real. Her soul will be destroyed and she will not even have the chance to reincarnate. Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. You can target me. Dao Yi smiled. Aren't I targeting you now? Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. If I die, can you let everyone go? Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. Are you begging me? Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Dao Yi suddenly smiled. You have wasted a lot of time. Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi, then turned around and walked towards the mountain. He activated his time shuttle boots and arrived in front of the coffin in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to touch the coffin, a broadsword suddenly fell from the sky, a transcendent state expert. Yi Xian's expression changed and he blocked it with his sword. Boom, Yi Xian fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Rumble, the ground around him collapsed. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Yi Xian. Before Yi Xian could react, a dagger was placed at his throat. Transcendent state assassins, and they were two transcendent state experts. Dao Yi walked in front of Yi Xian and looked down at Yi Xian. You have lost. However, I can give you one more chance. Remember, this is your last chance. Yi Xian stared at Dao Yi. I am the one in the transcending mortality realm. Dao Yi looked coldly at Yi Xian. Will your enemies pity you just because you are weak? Or do you want your enemies to be fair to you? Wake up. Your enemies will not spare you just because you are in the transcending mortality realm, nor will they pity you. As she spoke, she retreated to the side. The assassin behind Yi Xian disappeared without a trace. At the top of the mountain stood a middle-aged man with a broadsword in his hand. Yi Xian looked up at the coffin with Nian Nian in it and clenched his right hand tightly. Dao Yi said, remember, I will not give you another chance. If you fail, you will not die, but Miss Nian Nian will die. And the game will not end. After she dies, there will be another person in there, the person closest to you. After a long silence, Yi Xian stood up and walked into the distance. The moment he took his first step, he activated the power of his bloodline. Boom, in an instant, Yi Xian was covered in blood, a transcendent state assassin. Yi Xian knew very well that this assassin was only second to Xiao Mu. If he wanted to defeat this assassin, he would have to use all his strength, all his trump cards. Yi Xian slowly walked into the distance. When he reached the foot of the mountain, a cold light appeared behind him. Yi Xian immediately activated his sword domain. However, as soon as the sword domain appeared, it was shattered by the dagger. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and stabbed with his sword. However, the moment he drew his sword, the assassin had already disappeared. The sword missed. After a moment of silence, the left side of Yi Xian's chest suddenly split open, and blood slowly flowed out. Yi Xian turned around and continued forward. After a few steps, another cold light appeared in front of him. This time, it was aimed at his throat. Yi Xian reacted extremely quickly and dodged to the side. Slash, a dagger brushed past Yi Xian's throat. Yi Xian was about to attack, but the assassin had already disappeared. Yi Xian took a step forward. The moment he took that step, a dagger suddenly appeared at the back of his neck. Yi Xian did not turn around. Instead, he twisted his wrist and stabbed behind him. It was a suicidal move. However, his sword missed because the assassin had already disappeared. However, there was a deep dagger wound at the back of his neck. The assassin did not choose to die together with him because he had a huge advantage. There was no need for him to die together. Yi Xian stood where he was. He raised his head and looked at the coffin. He did not have much time left. He knew that Dao Yi was not trying to scare him. She would really kill Sister Nian. After a while, Yi Xian said softly, Dao Yi, do you mean what you said? Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. I'll let her go if you touch the coffin. Yi Xian nodded. All right. As soon as he said that, boom, Yi Xian's body started burning. He was not burning his lifespan, but his soul. Dao Yi was stunned when she saw this. A life for a life. He was going to use his life to save Mu Niannian's life. Soul ignition. It had to be said that Dao Yi was indeed a little confused. She did not expect Yi Xian to choose to burn his soul. At this moment, Yinan suddenly appeared next to Dao Yi. Yinan looked at Yi Xian who was burning his soul and said softly, you're too much. Dao did not say anything. In the distance, after Xian burned his soul, he stomped his right foot and shot into the sky. Buzz, the sound of a sword soared into the sky. Die. At this moment, Xian was really asking for death. It was not that he wanted to die, but he had to die. Facing two transcendent state experts, he really had no other way but to burn his soul. If there was even a little way, he would try his best. However, he really had no other way. He was only at the breaking mortality stage, facing two transcendent state experts. He really had no other way but to burn his soul. He could only choose to burn his soul and fight to the end. If he could save Sister Nian, that would naturally be for the best. If not, then he would die with Sister Nian. Soon, Xian arrived in front of the coffin. At this moment, a large saber slashed towards him. Xian stabbed out with his sword. He staked his life on this sword. Boom, the sword light shattered, and Xian fell from the sky. In the air, Xian looked at the coffin containing Mu Nian, blood continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth. Sister Nian. I'm sorry. I tried my best. I'm sorry. As he spoke, two streams of tears flowed from his eyes. He had many, many concerns. Yiling and Lanqiu, Xiaoyi, Qing and the remaining clansmen of the Undying Emperor clan, and the Fifth Dimension, and many more. He also wanted to live, wanted to protect those he cared about, wanted to see Yiling, wanted to see Qing wanted to see Lanqiu, wanted to see Zhang Wenxiu, wanted to see Tuoba Yin, who was still far away. However, there was really no other way. He tried his best, he really tried his best. Gradually, everyone became more and more blurry. Xian slowly closed his eyes. Qing don't save me anymore. I'm really tired. I want to rest. P.S. Early outburst. Just as Xian was about to land on the ground, a hand stopped him. Dao hugged Xian and placed her left hand on Xian's chest. Xian's burning soul immediately calmed down. Dao wiped away the tears on Xian's cheeks and said softly, if you're tired, take a rest. Adonis looked at Dao and asked, did you really exterminate the Undying Emperor clan? Dao smiled and said, what do you think? Adonis shook her head and said, you won't exterminate the Undying Emperor clan because you've never made him sad. Dao looked at Xian and said with a smile, I've never hugged him like this before. Adonis looked at Dao and said, why did you make him hate you? Dao gently stroked Xian's cheeks and said, Adonis, you've been living too comfortably. Including Master. Master's dreams are beautiful, but he neglected one thing. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel, very cruel. As she spoke, she grabbed Xian's cracked hand with her left hand. Very quickly, Xian's injuries began to heal bit by bit. Dao said, only when you've lost something will you know how to cherish it. If you don't make him lose something, he won't know how precious it is to have it. If you don't make him despair, he won't know how good his life is now. Only when he's lost something, despair, powerless, and wants to die will he grow. And if he doesn't grow, he'll be even more desperate in the future. Adonis said in a deep voice, alien? Dao shook her head and said, don't ask. Knowing too much isn't a good thing. As she spoke, she carried Xian and left. Adonis turned around and looked at the coffin on the peak of the cliff. The coffin was already empty. After a while, Adonis turned around and left. In an unknown part of the starry sky, inside a bamboo house, there was a Xiaota sitting on a table inside the house. This was where Dao lived. At this time, Dao suddenly walked in. Seeing Dao, Xiaota quickly hid to the side. Dao ignored Xiaota and walked to the bed. A woman was lying on the bed. The woman was none other than Mu Nian. Dao smiled, wake up. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Nian suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw Dao, Mu Nian said, universal laws. Dao nodded. Yes. Mu Nian looked at Dao. Why did you let me off? Dao smiled. She took out an ancient book and placed it in front of Mu Nian. Miss Nian, from now on, you will cultivate well here. As for him, you don't need to care about him. The more you care about him, the more you will harm him. Because in the future, when you can't do anything, you will be in despair. With that, she turned and left. When she reached the door, she glanced at Xiaota in the corner. Xiaota, behave yourself. Otherwise, I will smash you into pieces. With that, she turned and left. Xiao Tao was speechless. In the bamboo house, Mu Nianyan looked at the ancient book in front of him in silence. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. What he saw was a lake. The surface of the lake was calm and sparkling. At this time, a voice suddenly came from beside Yi Xian. You're awake? Yi Xian turned his head. Dao was sitting next to him, looking at him with a smile. Yi Xian said softly, I'm not dead yet? Dao smiled. Are you disappointed? Yi Xian nodded. A little. Dao smiled. You want to die? It's not that simple. Yi Xian looked at Dao. Sister Nian is still alive, right? Dao hesitated for a while and nodded. She didn't want to agitate Yi Xian anymore. Hearing this, Yi Xian turned and looked at the lake in the distance. He leaned on the stone steps behind him and said nothing. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little relaxed, as if he had discovered something. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm and a sword appeared in his hand. Mortal Destruction Realm. He had reached the Mortal Destruction Realm. Yi Xian was stunned. At this time, Dao smiled. You risked your life. Yi Xian looked at Dao. I can break through just because I want to die? Dao smiled. It's not that simple. There's another reason why you could break through. It's because of your enlightenment in the past 2 months. Yi Xian said softly, I understand. Dao suddenly pointed at the lake in front of him. See those fishes? Yi Xian looked at the surface of the lake. There were many fish swimming in the lake. Dao smiled. If we fight here, what do you think will happen to those fishes? Yi Xian said, they will die. Dao nodded. Actually, in this vast universe, very few people can control their own fate. Many people in this universe often talk about defying the heavens and changing their fate. In fact, no one can control their own fate. Of course, the 3 swordsmen behind you are an exception. Yi Xian said softly, can you tell me what you want to do? Dao smiled. You're wrong. What you need to think now is that since I won't kill you, you should make use of this to become stronger. As for other things, it's meaningless for you to know. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. Dao suddenly waved his right hand. The lake in the distance suddenly turned into a huge hologram. On the hologram, the scene of Yi Xian and the assassin's battle was shown. Previously, Yi Xian couldn't see the assassin. He could only see the assassin when the assassin attacked. But now, he could see the assassin. Even now, he could feel the assassin's thoughts. Yi Xian looked at Dao in disbelief. Dao smiled. Do you know what you're lacking? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, I know. Now that he could see the assassin's thoughts, he naturally knew what he was lacking. Because he found out that his thoughts and reactions were all within the assassin's calculations. Most importantly, he found out that the assassin had lowered his own realm. The assassin was at the breaking mortal realm when he tried to assassinate him. He wasn't suppressed by his realm, but by his battle awareness. Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt a little embarrassed. He thought that the assassin was bullying him. Dao smiled. Previously, you always thought that you were invincible among your peers. What about now? Yi Xian was silent for a moment. Arrogant. Dao smiled. It's good that you understand. When you think that you're invincible among your peers, it's a kind of complacency. It's like a cup. If the cup is filled with water, it's difficult to fill anything else. When the moon is full, it's empty. When the water is full, it overflows. When the people are full, they become arrogant. As she spoke, she looked at the hologram on the lake in front of her. It's very good. Learn well. Don't think that you've only fought a few rounds. These few rounds contain a lot of things. If you can understand them, you'll improve a lot. After saying this, she stood up and walked into the bamboo house. Beside the lake, Yi Xian looked at the light screen on the surface of the lake. He looked at it very seriously. Every time he watched it again, he would learn something new. Inside the bamboo house, Dao walked to the chessboard and sat down. Opposite her was adversity, and behind her was Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu. Mu was also there. Xiao Mu's eyes were fixed on Yi Xian. Adversity suddenly asked, where's 8th brother? Dao smiled. He's hiding in the lower realm. Adversity said in a deep voice. Master met her guardian. It was Xian. But she didn't show up at that time. Dowie smiled. She wouldn't dare. First, she's afraid of me. Second, she's afraid of the swordsman behind Master. That swordsman has a bad temper. If she shows up, I'm afraid she'll be killed. Adversity nodded. What's your next plan? Dowie looked at Xian outside. Let him grow. Adversity frowned. Dowie smiled. I'll use another method. Adversity looked at Dowie. What happened back then? Dowie smiled. Ming is right. I betrayed Master. Adversity shook her head. Ninth brother and I were the last ones to see Master. Master told us not to blame you. Dowie shook his head and whispered, Master is a fool. Adversity looked at Dowie. What happened back then? Dowie smiled. I don't want to say. Adversity nodded. Good. She paused for a moment before continuing. Did you really kill seventh brother? Seventh brother was the life law. Dowie smiled. Guess. Adversity shook her head. You didn't kill her. But you can't save her in front of that woman. Dowie said softly. You're right. I can't save her in front of her, unless. She shook her head. Let's not talk about this anymore. What we need to do now is to make good use of these 5 years. 5 years isn't a lot of time. Just as Adversity was about to speak, Xian walked in. Xian looked at Dowie. I want to fight that killer again. Dowie smiled. Are you sure? Xian nodded. I'm sure. Dowie smiled. She waved her hand. In an instant, Xian appeared in an unknown star field. This star field was dead silent. It was perfect for battle. At this moment, a cold light suddenly appeared at Xian's throat. Xian ignored the cold light. Instead, he used his finger as a sword and stabbed forward, a life for a life. He knew that he was suppressed by this killer in terms of speed. He couldn't defend or counterattack. He couldn't make the first move, all he could do was trade a life for a life. Moreover, he knew that he couldn't use his sword because it was too long. Once his opponent's speed crushed him, then the length of his sword wouldn't be an advantage anymore. It would be a disadvantage instead. He was gambling. He was gambling that his opponent wouldn't trade a life for a life, and he was right. That cold ray of light suddenly vanished when it was still half an inch away from his throat. Xian immediately utilized sword domain when he witnessed this scene. He didn't intend to utilize the sword domain to crush his opponent, and he merely intended to sense his opponent's location. The sword domain shattered as soon as it appeared. However, Xian suddenly slashed his sword towards the right. Bang! As soon as his sword descended, space shattered, and then a figure flashed out from within the shattered space. It was the killer. The killer gazed at Xian with an icy cold gaze. Dowie smiled and said, You know that she won't die with you. Xian nodded. Unless there's some sort of deep enmity between them, otherwise, an assassin usually won't die with another. As he spoke, he glanced at the assassin. Fighting with this girl like this is my limit. Dowie smiled. It's not the limit. Xian looked at Dowie. Dowie smiled. We can do better. Xian was puzzled. What should I do? Dowie smiled and said, Comprehend it yourself. After a moment of silence, Xian looked at the assassin. Continue. In the starry sky, Xian was still sparring with the assassin. At first, he was still being suppressed. But gradually, the two were evenly matched. Of course, this was because the assassin had suppressed his realm. Otherwise, with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to fight against a transcendent realm expert. On the side, Yinan looked at Xian in the distance. What do you think? Dowie smiled. Not bad. Not bad. Yinan looked at Dowie with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She knew that Dowie had very high standards. Ordinary people couldn't even enter her eyes. Even Xiaomu was only average in her eyes. Yinan turned to look at Xian. She couldn't help but admit that Xian was indeed capable. One must know that this assassin was personally trained by Dowie. In terms of assassination, he was only second to Xiaomu. Dao suddenly said in a soft voice, he can be even more outstanding. Yinan looked at Dao. Dao smiled. If a person pushes himself to the limit, there will be unexpected gains. But, let's not force him for now. Yinan said in a soft voice, do you really want him to bear all of this? Dao said in a soft voice, the other dimensional people won't let him go. Yinan said in a deep voice, did Master win or lose back then? Dao looked at Yixian in the distance. After a long silence, her eyes suddenly became misty. What do you think? Yinan didn't say anything. At this time, Dao turned around and left. Yinan asked. Where are you going? Dao smiled. To make some arrangements. Saying so, she disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. In the distance, Yixian was still madly training. Just like that, 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. In the starry sky, Yixian suddenly stopped. He turned around and stabbed with his sword. With this stab, a figure was forced to stop. It was the assassin, but the next moment, the assassin mysteriously disappeared. Yixian's expression was calm as he took a step back. Just as he took a step back, a dagger brushed past his forehead. The moment his feet touched the ground, Yixian twisted his wrist and slashed horizontally with his sword. The space in front of him was torn apart, and a figure retreated. It was the assassin. At this moment, he could already deal with the assassin with ease. Yixian was about to attack when Dao suddenly said, that's enough. Yixian turned around and looked at Dao. Dao smiled and said, let's call it a day. Yixian was puzzled. Why? Dao said with smile, today is a special day, I will take you to do some special things. Follow me. With that, she turned around and left. Yixian bowed slightly to the killer, thank you. After that, he turned around and followed Dao. In the starry sky, Yixian was walking slowly with Dao. Yixian asked, where are we going? Dao smiled and said, I'll let you be happy today. Be happy? Yixian was stunned. At this moment, the starry sky around Dao and Yixian suddenly rippled like water. Gradually, the two disappeared into the starry sky. After a while, Yixian and Dao appeared on a street. Looking at the street in front of him, Yixian was stunned. It's somewhat familiar, and also somewhat unfamiliar. Where is this? While Yixian was puzzled, Dao suddenly smiled and said, you'll know soon. As soon as she finished speaking, she and Yixian disappeared without a trace. When they appeared again, they were in a large hall. A woman stood at the entrance of the hall. She wore a dragon robe and had her hands behind her back, and she held a wooden figure in her right hand. Yixian was stunned when he saw this woman. He naturally knew this woman. It was Tuoba Yan. Tuoba Yan looked at the distant sky, and after a long time of silence, she looked at the wooden figure in her hand. As she looked at it, she shook her head and smiled, I wonder if you still remember me. Of course I do. A voice suddenly resounded from within the hall. Tuoba Yan's body trembled slightly, and she turned around slowly. When she saw Yixian, she was first stunned, and then tears flowed from her eyes. Yixian walked over to Tuoba Yan, and Tuoba Yan smiled and said, are you dreaming? Yixian shook his head, no. As he spoke, he took Tuoba Yan's hand with both hands. Tuoba Yan lowered her head slightly and said softly, why are you back? Yixian hugged Tuoba Yan lightly, sorry for making you wait so long. Tuoba Yan leaned her head lightly on Yixian's shoulder, I thought you would never come back. Yixian hugged Tuoba Yan tightly, it's my fault. Tuoba Yan hugged Yixian's waist with both hands, and said with a trembling voice, you left without a sound, and when you came without a sound. You're really heartless. Yixian hugged Tuoba Yan tightly, and did not speak for a long time. After an unknown period of time, Yixian pulled Tuoba Yan to the entrance of the hall, and the two sat there. Tuoba Yan leaned on Yixian's shoulder, while Yixian told Tuoba Yan about his experiences over the years. Very quiet, very warm. As for Dao, he was nowhere to be found. After a long time, as if recalling something, Yixian suddenly pulled Tuoba Yan up, and said, let's go to Tsanglan Academy. With that, he pulled Tuoba Yan and disappeared on the spot. With his current strength, it was too easy for him to get to Tsanglan Academy. In the blink of an eye, Yixian arrived at Tsanglan Academy. At that moment, Tsanglan Academy was crowded with people, and it was very lively. Yixian was a little puzzled. Tuoba Yen pulled Yi Xian's hand, and said with a smile, "Today is Sanglan Academy's recruitment day." Yi Xian blinked. Sanglan Academy's recruitment day? Tuoba Yen nodded. Yes. Yi Xian asked, "Who's the dean now?" Tuoba Yen was about to speak when a man beside him suddenly laughed. "You don't even know who the dean is?" Yi Xian looked at the man, and the man said with a smile, "Brother, did you fall from the sky? You don't even know who Sanglan Academy's dean is." Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. "Please enlighten me, brother." The man sized up Yi Xian, and said with a smile, "The dean of Sanglan Academy is naturally Yi Xian, Dean Yi." Yi Xian was stunned, then looked at Tuoba Yen beside him. Tuoba Yen said with a smile, "It's always been you." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian looked at the huge stone platform in the distance, where many people were queuing up to take the test. Tuoba Yen said, "Only those who reach the Qi-controlling realm are qualified to enter the next round of the test." Qi-controlling realm, Yi Xian said softly, "The requirements are even higher." Tuoba Yen said with a smile, "That's right. Sanglan Academy is now the strongest academy in Azure Province." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Wait for me." With that said, he walked over. "Line up to take the test." It wasn't long before it was Yi Xian's turn. Yi Xian walked over to the measurement stone. Meanwhile, an elder suddenly said, "There are 6 energy stones on the stone pillar. Pour your energy into them, and you'll pass the test if you're able to light up one." Yi Xian asked, "What if I light up 6? The elder stroked his beard and smiled, "No one has ever been able to light up 6. If you're able to light up 6, then you'll be the most monstrous genius in the history of our Sanglan Academy." "But that's clearly impossible." Yi Xian suddenly placed his right hand on the measurement stone. In the next moment, all 6 energy stones on the measurement stone lit up. The elder's smile froze when he witnessed this scene. Countless people in the surroundings looked over in succession, and they were instantly flabbergasted when they saw the 6 energy stones that had lit up. The elder touched the energy stone and said softly, "It wouldn't be broken, right?" As he spoke, he turned around to look at a young man. "Bring a new measurement stone up right now." The young man hurriedly turned around and left. The elder sized up Yi Xian, and then he said, "Young man, what's your name?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Yang Xian." "Yang Xian." The elder sized up Yi Xian again, and then he asked, "Who's your master?" Yi Xian smiled, "Tian Ming." The elder frowned slightly, "Tian Ming?" Yi Xian nodded. The elder pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Tian Ming." As he spoke, he hesitated for a moment before he said, "I know. So you're Tianming's brilliant disciple. I even drank with your master." Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, the young man from before returned with another measurement stone. The elder held Yi Xian's hand and said with a smile, "My dear nephew, I believe you. After all, you're Tianming's brilliant disciple. Based on my relationship with your master, I would still believe you even if the entire world suspects you of cheating. However, for the sake of shutting the mouths of the world, you should test it again." Yi Xian was speechless. This damnable geezer is really bad. "Like hell I'd believe you." Yi Xian placed his hand on the measurement stone, and it wasn't long before the 6 energy stones lit up once more. An uproar arose in the surroundings when they witnessed this scene. No one in Navy Tide Academy had ever been able to light up 6 energy stones at once. Today, someone had actually lit up 6 energy stones. The elder who stood by Yi Xian's side spoke with a trembling voice, "Nephew, let's go. From now onward, you're an inner court disciple of my Navy Tide Academy." As he spoke, he pulled Yi Xian along and ran up the mountain. All along the way, the old man said excitedly, "Nephew, the old man guarantees that once you join our Navy Tide Academy, you'll be the next dean in less than 10 years. Yi Xian blinked, "What about Dean Yi?" The old man roared with laughter, "Dean Yi might have already perished." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Motherfucker." In next to no time, the old man pulled Yi Xian along as he arrived before Navy Tide Hall. The old man was just about to enter when a middle-aged man obstructed the old man's path. "The vice dean is teaching. Don't disturb him." The old man said furiously, "The old man has something to report." As he spoke, he pushed the middle-aged man aside, and then he pulled Yi Xian along as he entered the hall. As soon as he entered the hall, Yi Xian saw a familiar figure. old Mo Yunqi. At this moment, Mo Yunqi was holding an ancient book and explaining it, and over 10 people sat before him. There were both men and women amongst them. Mo Yunqi was stunned on the spot when he saw Yi Xian. The old man was just about to speak when Mo Yunqi suddenly charged over to Yi Xian and smashed a heavy punch on Yi Xian's chest, and then he roared with laughter. Bandit Yi, you've actually returned. Haha. Bandit Yi, everyone here was stunned when they saw Mo Yunqi act in this way. As he gazed at Mo Yunqi, who'd matured quite a bit, Yi Xian said in a light voice, Old Mo. Mo Yunqi roared with laughter. I thought you'd never return. Meanwhile, the elder spoke with a trembling voice, Weisteen. This is. Mo Yunqi smiled, he's Yi Xian, our Dean Yi. Haha. The elder's eyes rolled up as he fell to the ground. We're finished. Meanwhile, a man suddenly charged into the hall. He was stunned when he saw Yi Xian, and then he charged forward and hugged Yi Xian. Bandit Yi. It was Bai Zai let go of Yi Xian, and then he punched Yi Xian's chest while his eyes were slightly red. I thought you'd forgotten all of us. Yi Xian smiled, of course not. Meanwhile, a woman suddenly walked in from outside, and she was holding a drumstick in her hand, Xianxia fell silent for a moment when he saw Yi Xian, and then he said, I'll leave dinner to you. Yi Xian roared with laughter, all right. No problem. At night. Yi Xian was cooking in the academy's cafeteria while Xianxia stood on guard and stole some food from time to time. Mo Yunqi was in charge of washing the vegetables, Bai Zai was in charge of chopping the firewood, Tuoba Yen watched silently from the side. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded from outside, you don't mind adding a pair of chopsticks, right? Yi Xian turned around and saw a woman standing outside the hall, Xianxia, moreover, she wore a set of clean white armor. Yi Xian smiled, of course not. Xianxia walked over to Yi Xian, take a look at my saber. Yi Xian immediately withdrew the silver saber. Xianxia looked at the silver saber for a long time, then he smiled and said, I forgive you. Yi Xian said softly, thank you. At this moment, another voice resounded from outside the hall, how can I be missing? A familiar voice. Yi Xian turned around and saw a man, Mo Xia. Mo Xia looked at Yi Xian, brother Yi, long time no see. Yi Xian smiled slightly, brother Mo, long time no see. Mo Xia laughed and walked into the house. Yi Xian was about to continue cooking when footsteps suddenly resounded from outside the hall. There were quite a lot of people. Yi Xian turned around and was stunned when he saw who it was. And Lanxiu, Lian Wanli, Shao Qi, Zhang Wenxiu, Xiao Dao, Jian Zizai, second floor guru, and the 9th floor, they were all here. Looking at these people in front of him, Yi Xian felt like he was in a dream. After a long time, he smiled slightly, they're all here. His eyes were a little wet. The 9th floor walked in front of Yi Xian and laughed, I didn't expect to meet you in this way. Actually, I didn't want to come because you're so much stronger than me now. I can't show off in front of you, it's so annoying. Yi Xian smiled and said, be careful of being struck by lightning. The 9th floor laughed and patted Yi Xian's shoulder lightly, drink a few more cups later. Yi Xian nodded, okay. At this moment, the 2nd floor guru walked in front of Yi Xian and said with a smile, ever since I left you, my life has been much more comfortable. Yi Xian smiled, I sent someone to find you. The 2nd floor guru nodded, I know. It's just that you're moving too fast, I can't help you anymore. Yi Xian said softly, I'll always remember that you've helped me a lot. The 2nd floor guru smiled, can I ask you for a favor later? Yi Xian said with a smile, just ask. The 2nd floor guru smiled slightly, I won't stand on ceremony. Yi Xian said with a smile, don't stand on ceremony. The 2nd floor guru glanced around, I won't take up your time. With that, she retreated to the side. At this moment, Zhang Wenxiu walked in front of Yi Xian, and Yi Xian said softly, Wenxiu. Zhang Wenxiu blinked, how many of the women here have the kind of relationship with you that we have? Yi Xian, after an hour, everyone sat around the table, and Yi Xian had made more than 30 dishes. Just as everyone was about to eat, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the door, brother. Brother, hearing this voice, Yi Xian's body trembled slightly, and he turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door, Yi Ling. Yi Ling walked in front of Yi Xian, and said with a smile, how can I be missing? Yi Xian hugged Yi Ling, and he hugged Yi Ling tightly. He was afraid that this was a dream, therefore, he also activated the sword domain, but reality told him that this was not a dream, it was real. These people in front of him were all real, not a single one of them was fake, including Yi Ling. They were all real. Yi Xian looked at Yi Ling, and said softly, Ling you seem to have grown up. Yi Ling said softly, brother, you seem to have aged a little. Yi Xian lightly scratched Yi Ling's little nose, and said with a smile, your brother will always be the most handsome. Yi Ling hugged Yi Xian lightly, and said with a trembling voice, brother, I miss you very much. Yi Xian hugged Yi Ling tightly, and said softly, me too. But I don't dare to go find you, because there are too many dangers around me. I don't want to drag you down. Yi Ling hugged Yi Xian tightly, and said, this time, I won't leave. Even if we die, we will die together, okay? Yi Xian smiled, and said, okay. We will never be separated again. At this time another woman appeared outside the hall, and when Yi Xian saw that woman, he was stunned at first, and then tears gushed out of his eyes. Yasushi Higashi, the Undying Imperial Clan's clan leader, Yasushi Higashi. Yasushi Higashi looked at Yi Xian, and said with a smile, there are too many people, so I have to come alone. Yi Xian said with a trembling voice, Patriarch, this. Yasushi Higashi walked into the hall, and said with a smile, let's eat first. Yi Xian was a little confused. After a while, he stopped thinking about those things that he couldn't understand. Let's eat. The cafeteria was very lively. Yi Xian was very happy. Everyone was here. Yasushi Higashi was still alive, which meant that everyone else was also alive. Late at night, Yi Xian left the cafeteria, and went to the roof of the cafeteria, where a bright moon hung in the sky. There was a woman sitting on the roof. Dao Yi Xian walked to Dao and said softly, is this all true? Dao looked at the bright moon, and said with a smile, it's true. Yi Xian looked at Dao and said, the immortal imperial clan is not destroyed. Dao said with a smile, if I say that they are not destroyed, will you be happy? Yi Xian nodded. Dao smiled, they are not dead. Yi Xian shook his head, but I saw them self-destruct. Dao said with a smile, do you remember what I told you before? Yi Xian was a little confused, what? Dao blinked, if you don't remember, then forget it. When you remember, you will understand why they are still alive. Yi Xian was about to say something, but Dao suddenly put a wine glass in Yi Xian's hand, and then she also took a wine glass, and lightly clinked it with Yi Xian's, and said with a smile, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Yi Xian was stunned. Birthday? Is today my birthday? Yi Xian's mind went blank. That was because he had never celebrated his birthday since he was young. No, he didn't even know his birthday. P.S. These 2 days, because Yi Xian was too miserable, I was scolded very miserably. Everyone said that Yi Xian did not have it easy, so they might as well let him die. And Dao, no matter what, it's my fault for not writing it well enough. I'd like to take tomorrow off. I want to be a big magic sword for a day, relax, adjust my mentality, and reflect on myself while I'm at it. I also want to look for inspiration, please approve. Thank you. Under the moonlight, Yi Xian and Dao sat quietly. Yi Xian looked at the moonlight in the sky. At this moment, he suddenly felt that everything was unreal. Dao smiled. It will be dawn soon. Yi Xian said in a low voice, will everything disappear? Dao turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. Do you think that you are dreaming? Yi Xian nodded. Dao suddenly pinched Yi Xian's arm. Does it hurt? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Dao smiled. She looked at the moon in the sky and whispered. I want to talk about some principles. Are you willing to listen? Yi Xian nodded. Dao smiled. Only when you have lost something will you know how to cherish it. When you have not lost anything, you will not cherish what you have in front of you. Because you will think that everything you have is a given. You should have heard of this principle. But those who have not lost something will not understand this feeling. Yi Xian nodded. I understand now. Dao suddenly smiled. I am going to say something harsh. Are you willing to listen? Yi Xian nodded. I am willing to. Dao smiled mischievously. Very harsh. Yi Xian looked at Dao. It's fine. Dao smiled. She raised her glass, and Xian did the same. The two clinked their glasses gently and drank it in one gulp. Dao lay on the ground. She crossed her legs. She looked at the sky and smiled. I have investigated you and your father. Do you know the biggest difference between you and your father? Xian shook his head. Dao smiled. The biggest difference between you and him is that he has never admitted defeat. He has never compromised. He has never accepted his fate. No matter how miserable it was, no matter how painful it was, he still endured it. He had been defeated before, he had been in pain, and he had been even more miserable. However, he had never accepted his fate, nor had he ever admitted defeat. Most importantly, he had gone from ordinary to invincible. Deep in his heart, he had never relied on others. Of course, it was also because he had no one to rely on, but it was also because of this that his heart was incomparably strong. He's very, very ruthless, more ruthless than anyone I've ever met. He's not just ruthless to others, he's ruthless to himself. As she spoke, she turned to look at Xian. You were at your best when you were in Qingqing. At that time, you didn't rely on anyone, you only believed in yourself. But later on, along with the appearance of that woman in a plain dress, your mentality gradually changed. This change was fatal. Because at any time, you will not really despair. Why? Because the plain-dressed woman was here. She is invincible, your father is invincible, so you have nothing to fear. Xian was silent. Dao smiled. I know that most of your karma comes from others, including your disaster constitution, which is also because of your father and your sister. However, have you ever thought about what would happen if you didn't have them? Without them, it would take you at least 10 years to walk out of this firmament world. In other words, without them, the current you would at most be at the Dharma controlling realm, or even lower. It's not that your talent isn't good, nor is it that you don't work hard enough. It's just that this small place can only let you reach this realm. As she spoke, she picked up the wine glass beside her and took a small sip. Then, she continued, however, because of them, you were extraordinary from the beginning. For example, you have the plain-dressed woman as your path protector. She taught you the way of the sword Dao, and she guided you. You have the powerful crazy demon bloodline, and you have many benefactors, such as that area, that little white, the forces that your father left in this universe, such as the sword sect. Many people spent hundreds of thousands of years to reach the mortal extinguishing realm. However, you reached it when you were only in your 20s. As she said this, she glanced at Xian and smiled. Do you know how difficult it is to fight alone without anyone's help? It's very difficult. There are too many unfairness in this world. You once said that when some people are born, their starting point is the ending point of others. Do you know that your birth was exactly like that? In just a dozen years, you, Green City, Yi family, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Xian's position as the crown prince will be replaced by Yilang. The person who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yilang. On both sides were the Yi family's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yiling, and she was Xian's biological sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Xian from his position, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yiling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yiling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Xian is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yiling coldly. This is a family matter. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yiling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li family over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the family is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged, whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder coldly replied, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi family's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now, he is fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the crown prince's position. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she didn't cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, this subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. You can be my personal guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply, this subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt his head spin, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Ling did not stop there. He rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yiling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yiling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yiling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yiling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the rights to the mine. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yiling, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yiling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yiling. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, young master Yiling inherits the prince's position, and it's everyone's wish. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yiling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yiling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yiling looked at the guard, and said with a smile, what's your name? The guard quickly bowed. This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince. Yiling nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. From now on, you'll be my personal guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through water and tread on fire for the prince, even if it means death. Yiling nodded, drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yiling, and when he saw the killing intent in Yiling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Xian, Yiling's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders began to frown. The Great Elder's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yiling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yiling and was about to speak. At this time, Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yiling did not stop there. He rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yiling suddenly roared, Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yiling's face turned ugly, while Xian lifted his head to look at him, barking, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yiling's side. Seeing Yiling's state, Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Between Daoyi and Xianxia, who won, no one knew. Daoyi didn't immediately disappear with Xian and the others. Instead, he slowly flew through the air. Dowie looked down and smiled. Look at the beautiful mountains and rivers. Everyone looked down. The mountains were connected to each other, stretching endlessly. It was a magnificent sight. Dowie smiled. What do you think? Xian said softly. It's good to be alive. Dowie smiled. The world is too difficult, but there are also many beautiful things and people in it. Xian turned to look at Ling and the others and smiled. At this moment, he felt very happy. The people he liked were all here. This was very happy. In the past, he felt that his life was very tiring and miserable. However, he neglected one thing, that was, the people he loved and the people who loved him, Xian, were still here. Dowie said again, when a person comes to the world, other than suffering, there are other things. Xian suddenly said softly, Dowie, can we talk to the alien race? Dowie smiled. Talk about what? Xian said in a deep voice, peace. Dowie shook his head and sighed. Fool, have you ever seen an emperor talk to a beggar? This analogy isn't very appropriate. For example, a dog wants to be on equal footing with a human, and it wants to be on equal footing with a human. Will the human agree? She paused for a moment and continued, in any place, in any world, only the strong are respected. Without strength, even a dog is unwilling to pay attention to you. Xian looked at Dowie. Did you talk to your master? Dowie nodded. Yes. However, he failed. The alien race gave him two choices, either to die or to die. Hearing this, Xian frowned. They didn't give him a way out? Dowie smiled. That's right. In the eyes of the alien dimensional race, humans are inferior life forms that don't have the qualifications to talk to them. Xian was silent for a moment. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Dowie stopped. She looked at Xian and smiled. You want to ask for help from that lady in plain dress? Xian said solemnly, can I? Dowie shook his head. Don't ever think like that. The alien dimensional race can't defeat her, but they have a way to stall her. What will you do once she is held back? Moreover, based on my understanding of her, she doesn't care about this universe at all. From a certain point of view, she is even more dangerous than the alien dimensional people. What the alien dimensional people want is to occupy this universe, and that sister of yours, if she's in a bad mood, she might directly destroy this universe. As she spoke, she shook her head again. Little fellow, you don't understand her at all. She's a person who is extremely indifferent to life. Moreover, at her level, the universe, the myriad of things, and the living beings were all meaningless. Why? Because she had already transcended everything. Just like an immortal, do you think he would care about time? No, he wouldn't care, because he's immortal, his lifespan is unlimited. Or perhaps, in the secular world, does money have any meaning to him? Of course not, in his eyes, money is just a bunch of numbers. Xian sighed in a low voice. Dowie suddenly smiled. Do you know who's the biggest obstacle in your growth? Xian shook his head. Dowie looked at Xian. It's your father and sister. Xian frowned. Why? Dowie smiled. Because at any time, you will always have a reliance on them in the depths of your heart. Why did your father let you live? Why did your sister leave? Do you really think she couldn't sense my existence in the Undying Emperor clan? Do you really think she can't find us? Hearing this, Xian was stunned. That's right, Qing'er really can't find the laws of the universe, really can't find them. With her strength, she can destroy the universe with a single slash. Can she really not find the laws hiding in this universe? No, she can definitely find them. Xian slowly closed his eyes. Qing'er. I understand what you mean. Dowie smiled. In the next few years, you might be miserable. You don't mind, right? Xian looked at Dowie. Please be more ruthless. Dowie's lips curled up. You asked for it. Xian nodded. The worse the better. Dowie smiled. Then he turned to look at Xianxia and the other women. If you're interested, you can go to Master's study room. There are many things to learn there that will be of great help to you. And Xianxia nodded. Sure. Yiling looked at Xian and nodded. I'll go too. Dowie smiled. Then we'll part ways here. I'm going to take him to another place. And Xianxia nodded. Sure. Dowie waved his hand. And Xianxia and the other women disappeared. Dowie looked at Yixian. Are you really ready? Yixian nodded. I'm ready. Dowie smiled. I'll take you to a place you'll never forget. With that, she disappeared with Yixian. After a while, Yixian and Dowie appeared in a vast sea. Yixian looked around. The sea was vast and he couldn't see the end of it. Yixian was puzzled. This is? Dowie smiled. Dead Sea. Yixian was curious. Dead Sea? Dowie smiled. There are many dangerous places in this universe. This place is one of them. Yixian looked at the sea in front of him. Dangerous? Dowie nodded. Your realm has already reached the mortal destruction realm. It's not suitable for you to increase it in a short period of time. Since that's the case, we'll start with your fleshly body. Yixian was looking forward to it. How do I strengthen it? Dowie looked at Yixian. An ordinary fleshly body is unable to resist the alien races. Only a dimensional fleshly body can resist them. Do you know what a dimensional fleshly body is? Yixian shook his head. I don't know. Dowie smiled. This world is composed of space, matter, and time. Therefore, I'll use these three to temper your fleshly body. Especially time. Your fleshly body must transcend the limits of time. Only then will you have the ability to resist the alien races. Yixian nodded. I'm ready. Dowie smiled and punched Yixian's chest. Bang, Yixian's eyes widened. His fleshly body directly collapsed. Only his soul was left. Yixian was completely dumbfounded. Dowie smiled. To temper your fleshly body, you must first temper your soul. Only a powerful soul can support a fleshly body forged from dimensions. As she spoke, she waved her right hand. Yixian's soul directly floated into the sea. The instant his soul entered the sea, Yixian's eyes instantly widened. Ah! A heart-wrenching and lung-splitting scream suddenly resounded in the sea. In the sea, Yixian was about to rush out. At this time, Dowie smiled. If you want to come out, I won't stop you. Instead, I'll give you true freedom. In the sea, after hearing Dowie's words, Yixian took a deep breath. He forcefully endured it. He knew, if he gave up, Dowie would leave. Dowie continued. I won't force you. You can give up at any time. Really? Yixian roared angrily. I won't give up. Dowie blinked. Really? Yixian roared. If I say I won't give up, I won't give up. Dowie nodded. Then I'll give you something fierce. As she spoke, she waved her jade-like hand. In an instant, the stagnant water around Yixian seemed to come alive. It completely submerged Yixian. Ah! In the sea, Yixian suddenly screamed. Damn! Dowie, let's take it step by step. Don't be so fierce. Dowie smiled. You can handle it, right? Yixian, at this moment, Yixian was really uncomfortable. This was because the seawater could corrode his soul. This kind of corrosion would not really damage his soul. On the contrary, it would stimulate his soul. However, it was really painful. It was 10,000 times more painful than death by 1,000 cuts. The soul was different from the body. The pain that came from the soul was the most real, by the seaside. Dowie sat on a rock. She looked at Yixian with a faint smile on her face. In the seawater, Yixian was screaming like a pig being slaughtered. However, he did not get up. By the seaside, Daoyi's smile grew wider. Initially, she felt that she needed to force Yixian. Hence, she wanted to use Yixian's closest person to provoke him. However, she now realized that there was no need for that. Rather than forcing a person, it was better to let him understand. Once he comprehended it himself, if you don't force him, he will force himself. Just like that, Yixian soaked in the Dead Sea for a whole month. He screamed for a whole month. In fact, during this period, Yixian almost could not hold it in anymore. However, in the end, he forced himself to hold it in. If he did not fight for it now, Would he really have to rely on his father and sister for the rest of his life? As long as he did not die, even if it was 100 times more painful, he would endure it. He did not want to lose anyone. He did not want to be powerless again. Another month passed. At this moment, Xian was no longer screaming, because he realized that it did not seem to be that painful anymore. Another month passed. At this moment, Xian was lying in the Dead Sea. He was very comfortable. The Dead Sea had no effect on his soul. It was just like taking a bath. At this moment, Daoyi suddenly appeared beside Xian. She smiled and asked, "How do you feel now?" Xian smiled and said, "Very comfortable." Daoyi smiled and said, "Then we can go somewhere else." Xian jumped up. "I'm looking forward to it." Daoyi blinked. "You're not afraid anymore?" Xian fell silent for a while and said, "At the beginning, I really wanted to give up because it was too painful. It was so painful that I wanted to die. But now I suddenly realized that the Dead Sea that made me want to die is just like that. Not only is it not painful, it's also quite comfortable to soak my soul in." Looking at Xian for a while, Daoyi said with a smile, "Life is like this. Most of the time, you will talk about the things that hurt you so much one day with a smile." As she spoke, she opened her palm. In her palm was a chicken drumstick. Daoyi smiled and said, "This is your reward." Xian laughed, picked up the drumstick, and started eating. Daoyi said, "Let's go to the next place." Xian nodded. "Okay." Just as Daoyi was about to leave with Xian, the surrounding space suddenly became strange as if it had become transparent. Xian's expression became solemn. At this moment, Daoyi suddenly appeared in front of Xian. Boom! Daoyi's body trembled as if she had suffered a heavy blow. Her body became illusory and blood slowly flowed out from the corner of her mouth. P.S. I wanted to take a break today, but I still updated it. Because I know that no matter if it's good or bad, someone is waiting for me at this time. I hope I'm worthy of the wait. The sudden change caused Xian's expression to change greatly. He was about to make a move when the surroundings returned to normal. Daoyi turned to look at Xian and smiled. "It's fine now." Xian looked at Daoyi. "Just now," Daoyi smiled. "It's just a small matter." Xian said in a deep voice, "You're injured." He could feel that Daoyi was a bit weak at the moment. Daoyi shook his head. "It's nothing serious." Xian looked around and said, "Are they from the other dimension?" Daoyi nodded. Xian said in a deep voice, "They're already here?" Daoyi smiled. "No. They're still in the other dimension." Xian wanted to ask something else, but Daoyi smiled. "I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Xian said, "Bad news." Daoyi looked at Xian. "They know of your existence." Xian said in a deep voice, "They think I'm Gaji?" Daoyi smiled. "You are." Xian asked softly, "What's the good news?" Daoyi said, "The good news is that the seal you left behind can still hold for a while." Xian asked, 5 years? Daoyi shook his head. "It might not be that long." Xian smiled bitterly. "Can't you give me a bit more time?" Daoyi smiled. "Plans can't keep up with changes. But it doesn't matter, there's still time. Let's go. Let's go to the next place." Having said that, she disappeared with Xian. Not long after, Xian followed Daoyi to the depths of a starry sky. When they arrived at this starry sky, Xian felt as though he had stepped into an ice house, and the coldness penetrated his bones. Daoyi led Xian away. The further they walked, the colder it became. Xian could not help but ask, "Daoyi, where is this place?" Daoyi smiled and said, "The coldest place in the universe." Xian frowned. "The coldest place?" Daoyi nodded. "Absolute zero, there's no place colder than here. Even a transcendent state cultivator would die here." Upon hearing this, Xian's expression instantly changed. Daoyi smiled, "Afraid?" Xian nodded. "I'm panicking a little." The corners of Daoyi's mouth lifted slightly. "This place is a good place to train your soul." Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Is it to freeze me?" Daoyi nodded, and then she stopped and said, "I'll teach you a cultivation technique for the soul. Circulate this cultivation technique and move forward in a while." The further you go, the more benefits you'll obtain. Remember, I won't force you to continue, and you can stop at any time. As she spoke, she tapped the center of Xian's forehead with her finger. Bang! A huge amount of information instantly surged into Xian's mind. A short while later, Dao withdrew her finger and said, "Go." Xian turned around and gazed into the distance, but there was only darkness at the end of his vision. He could not see anything. Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he walked slowly towards the distance. Dao gazed at Xian, and no one knew what she was thinking. The further he walked, the colder Xian felt. However, when he circulated the cultivation technique that Dao had given him, he noticed that his soul seemed to be absorbing something. Around 2 hours later, Xian's entire body was trembling. "It's too cold, it's so cold that it's abnormal." Xian turned around to look at Dao, and Dao smiled. "You can give up at any time." Xian grinned. "In your dreams." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly sped up. Run. At this moment, he was no longer walking. Not by walking, but by running. As he ran, Xian's soul started to freeze, and he felt like his consciousness was gradually becoming blurry. As for his soul, he was on the verge of not being able to feel his own existence. However, Xian was still running. He had no way out, and he didn't want to. It didn't take long for Xian to slow down. It wasn't that he wanted to slow down, but he really couldn't run anymore. He was getting slower and slower. Before long, every step that Xian took seemed to be extremely heavy. Most importantly, his soul was slowly turning illusory. It was going to disappear. Not far behind Xian, Dao was watching. In fact, she was feeling perturbed. Although she said that she wouldn't force Xian, she was really afraid that Xian would give up. It was too difficult to persevere. However, it was very easy to give up. The cultivation technique that she taught Xian had two functions. The first was to absorb the elemental energy in this world to strengthen his soul. The second function was to protect his soul. Although he would be in great pain, the cultivation technique would ensure that his soul wouldn't dissipate no matter what. The longer Xian persisted, the more benefits he would receive. If Xian gave up, then Xian's state of mind would instantly collapse, because once a person gave up for the first time, there would be a second time, a third time. If Xian really gave up, then Dao Yi's existence would be meaningless. Dao Yi looked at Xian, who was walking like a snail, and said softly, "Master, I believe you." In the distance, Xian's pace was getting slower and slower. His eyes were staring into the distance, and there was only one thought in his mind: as long as Xian, was alive, he would continue. As long as he didn't die, he would continue. Xian's pace was getting slower and slower. Sometimes, he would only take one step after an hour. However, he was still walking. Just like that, 3 days passed, and in 3 days, Xian had only taken less than 10 steps. At that moment, he only had one thought in his mind: continue. However, his consciousness was getting more and more blurry. 10 days passed. At that moment, Xian had stopped at the same spot for 3 days. For 3 days, he hadn't taken a single step. Not far behind Xian, Dao Yi was staring at Xian. She had been staring at him for more than 10 days, her eyes had never left him. At that moment, she was getting more and more nervous. Just like that, another 10 days passed, and Xian still hadn't taken a single step. Another 3 days passed, and Xian still hadn't taken a single step. Seeing this, Dao Yi slowly walked towards Xian. "That's enough." At that moment, Xian suddenly took another step. With this step, Xian's soul surged like a tidal wave, and waves of soul force rippled in all directions. Dao Yi was stunned on the spot. At that moment, Xian continued to walk forward. Dao Yi looked at Xian, and the corners of her lips curled up. After a while, Xian disappeared in the depths of the starry sky. After a long time, Xian suddenly lay down. At this moment, Dao Yi appeared beside him. Dao Yi looked down at Xian and smiled. "Tired?" Xian blinked his eyes. "Not tired." Dao Yi smiled. "Congratulations, you've succeeded." Xian was confused. "Succeeded?" Dao Yi nodded. "You are now in the center of this star area. This is the coldest place. Even a supreme god would not be able to survive here. Even a supreme expert will die here. Unless this supreme expert has an indestructible will." Xian asked, "Indestructible will?" Dao Yi smiled. "Actually, besides the body and soul, a person also has a will." your will was very strong in the past, but you've never broken through your limits. Just now, you broke through your limits. The reason you don't feel cold now is because your will has taken form, and it's protecting your soul. Xian immediately stood up, and then he opened his palm and a sword appeared in it. As he held the sword in his hand, Xian instantly felt slightly different. It was an indescribable feeling, but it was definitely different. Dowie smiled, leave behind a strand of sword energy. Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he swung his sword lightly, causing a strand of sword energy to appear. The strand of sword energy didn't vanish. Dowie smiled. Do you remember the sword energy your father left behind? Xian nodded. Dowie said, then do you know why his sword energy was able to remain for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years? Moreover, it's still so strong? Xian spoke in a low voice, Sword Dao will. Xian nodded, yes. This strand of sword energy you left behind can exist for at least 100,000 years. If there's no outside interference, then it can exist for even longer. Xian gazed at Dowie, have I become stronger now? Dowie smiled, of course. Unless your opponent is much stronger than you, otherwise, it's extremely difficult for them to destroy your sword energy and sword energy. Xian grinned, if I knew this would happen, I would have come here earlier to force myself. Dowie nodded, if a person is willing to be ruthless and force himself, then he will notice that he is actually very outstanding. As she spoke, she glanced at the surroundings and said, now, we can start cultivating your body. Your will has attained the indestructible will, so it'll be much easier for you to cultivate this dimensional body. Xian glanced at Dowie, your main objective is to make my will indestructible and not my soul? Dowie said with a smile, you guessed wrong. I brought you here just to let you cultivate your soul, but I didn't expect that under a freak combination of factors, you would break through the limit of your will. I have to say, this is an unexpected surprise. Xian smiled, then let's begin. Dowie waved her lily-white hand, and in an instant, the two disappeared. Not long after, Xian and Dowie appeared in a strange space. Seeing his surroundings, Xian was stunned. He had been to this place before. This place was exactly the same as the world inside the hidden armor. Dowie softly said, this is a world that Master created, imitating the alternate dimension. However, it's too different from the real alternate dimension. Of course, for Master to be able to do this, I have to say, it's really terrifying. Xian looked up and saw some white dots. Dowie smiled, those are the transmission points to the alternate dimension. Ming and the others are over there. Xian looked at Dowie, you two don't get along well? Dowie nodded, very. Xian hesitated, then said, what's Ming's attitude towards me? Dowie smiled, don't worry, she won't be your enemy. Xian nodded, that's good. Dowie looked around, the dimension of this place can be said to be the limit of this universe. We will now use this dimension to cultivate your body. Xian asked, how? Dowie smiled, devour this dimensional world. Xian. Devour this dimension, Xian was dumbfounded. Seeing Xian's surprised look, Dowie smiled. Let me put it in another way. I will let you become one with this dimension. Xian asked in a deep voice, will devouring this dimension affect the outside world? Dowie shook her head. No. This is only a passageway leading to the otherworldly dimension, so its disappearance won't have any effect. However, once the seal on the otherworldly dimension is broken in the future, it will be directly connected to our universe. However, even if this place exists, it won't affect them much. Xian nodded. I understand. Dowie suddenly said, do you still remember the books I showed you? Xian asked, will those books be helpful to my body cultivation? Dowie smiled. Very helpful. Saying so, she suddenly pointed at the space between Xian's eyebrows. Boom, Xian's clothes instantly turned into ashes. Completely naked, feeling a cold breeze on his crotch, Xian's expression changed. Dowie smiled. Now, listen to my instructions. The process will be a bit painful, but it shouldn't be a problem for you. Xian nodded. Okay. Next, Xian began to cultivate his dimensional body. As Xian cultivated, the strange dimensional space around him gradually began to tremble. After giving instructions, Dowie turned around and left. In the sky above the undying realm, the space suddenly trembled. The next moment, Dowey walked out. At this time everything in the undying realm had returned to normal. Dongli Jing was still there. At this time, Dongli Jing appeared in front of Dowey. Dongli Jing looked at Dowey. How did you do it? In fact, she also didn't know how she and the others survived back then. Dowey smiled. This is a bit complicated. I won't explain too much. Higashi Yasushi shook his head. You did so much just to help him improve? Dowey said with light smile, I just want him to mature a bit. You really wanted to kill him from the start, didn't you? Higashi Yasuo suddenly asked. Dowey nodded. Higashi Yasushi asked again, then why did you change your mind? Dowey was silent for a long time before he smiled and said, because I found out that he and Master have become one. He is Master, Master is him. If I kill him, Master will also die. Dongli Jing asked in a deep voice, what do you know about the alien race? Dowey nodded. Understood. Higashi Yasushi looked at Dowey. How terrifying is he? Dowey suddenly opened her palm, revealing an ant slowly crawling on her palm. Dowey looked at the ant and said with a smile, the other dimensional people in our eyes are like humans in the eyes of ants. Although this is very frustrating, it is the truth. Higashi Yasushi said in a deep voice, your master once sealed the other dimensional people. Dowey blinked. Master is not a human. Hearing this, Higashi Yasushi's pupils shrank. Not a human? Dowey smiled. To be precise, he is half a human. Higashi Yasushi asked again, did he fail? Dowey nodded. He did not fail. It can only be said that he stalled for time. Higashi Yasushi said, he delayed for more than 100,000 years. Dowey shook his head. You are wrong. He only delayed for 10 years. 10 years, Higashi Yasushi frowned. 10 years? Dowey said softly, in our universe, time is uncontrollable and irreversible. But in the alien dimension, it is possible. More than 100,000 years have passed here, but in the alien dimension, they can shorten the time to 12 years. Hearing this, Higashi Yasushi's expression gradually became solemn. Do we have no chance at all? Dowey said with a smile, yes. That is, to let Master seal them again. However, it is more difficult than before. Because the alien dimension has already discovered him. Moreover, the alien dimension is even stronger than before. Saying this, she walked in front of Higashi Yasushi and took out an ancient book. Miss Yasushi, you are a person worthy of respect. This is a small gift from me. If Master wins in the future, this item will completely change the fate of your undying Emperor clan. If you lose, everything will be over. Saying this, she turned around and left. Higashi Yasushi looked at Dowey. My undying Emperor clan wishes to fight alongside him. Dowey stopped and said softly, Miss Yasushi, forgive me for being blunt. If I give your undying Emperor clan 100 years, you won't even be qualified to be cannon fodder in front of the alien dimension. After saying that, she disappeared. Higashi Yasushi remained silent for a long time. After leaving the undying Emperor clan, Dowey went to the Void Realm. Su Wuxin looked at Dowey. Do you have any instructions? Dowey smiled. Your nothingness tribe has regained its freedom. Regained its freedom, Su Wuxin frowned. What do you mean? Dowey smiled. What I mean is that your nothingness tribe has regained its true freedom. However, don't devour any more worlds. Live well. Saying this, she turned around and left. Su Wuxin suddenly said, don't we need to target Yixian anymore? Dowey waved her hand. There is no need. After saying that, she disappeared. Su Wuxin furrowed his brows. Dowey returned to Yixian's side. Currently, Yixian did not have a physical body, only a soul. Dowey glanced at Yixian and smiled. Then, she turned around and walked towards the white dots of light. Soon, Dowey passed through the white dots of light and arrived in a starry sky. As soon as Dowey appeared in this starry sky, the Time Law appeared in front of her. The Time Law looked at Dowey with an unfriendly expression. Dowey looked at the black vortex in the distance. At this moment, a woman walked out of it. It was Ah Ming, at this moment, there was blood at the corner of Ah Ming's mouth. Moreover, there was a deep wound on the right side of her face. When she saw Dao Yi, Ah Ming's eyes turned cold. What are you trying to do? Obviously, they knew what Dao Yi had done to Yi Xian. Dao Yi smiled. Ah Ming, are you feeling more and more strained lately? Ah Ming remained expressionless. What does it have to do with you? Dao Yi looked at Ah Ming and smiled. Ah Ming, you can't defend it. Ah Ming stared at Dao Yi. Even if I can't defend it, I will. Dao Yi shook her head. All right. You defend it. Ah Ming looked at Dao Yi. What are you trying to do? Dao Yi smiled. I came to find you this time because I need your help. Ah Ming sneered. Send you to hell? If that's the case, I'm very willing. Dao Yi said, Help master. Help master, Ah Ming frowned. Dao Yi looked at the black vortex and said softly, Ah Ming, the extra-dimensional people have discovered master. Ah Ming's pupil shrank. How is that possible? Dao Yi smiled. You're underestimating the extra-dimensional people. Although they can't break through master's seal, it doesn't mean that their peak experts can't come to this world through another method. Ah Ming asked in a deep voice, the injuries on your body were caused by the extra-dimensional people? Dao Yi nodded. Ah Ming looked at Dao Yi. Why did you betray master back then? Dao Yi smiled. I'll explain this to you in the future. Right now, the most important thing is to deal with the extra-dimensional people and buy some time for master. Ah Ming was about to speak, but at this time, there was a sudden change. Not far from the three women, the black vortex suddenly trembled. Seeing this, Ah Ming narrowed her eyes and slowly clenched her right hand. At this time, a phantom floated out. With the appearance of this phantom, the smile on Dao Yi's face gradually disappeared. The phantom was like a transparent person, and its true appearance couldn't be seen. At this time, the phantom suddenly floated in front of Dao Yi and looked at Dao Yi. A moment later, the phantom suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Dao Yi narrowed her eyes. Come back. As soon as she said this, she suddenly grabbed backwards. Bang! With this grab, in the strange space below, a giant hand suddenly appeared above Yi Xian's head. The giant hand clenched, and the space directly distorted into a strange vortex. Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly raised his head. At this time, he saw a strange face that seemed transparent, an extra-dimensional person. The extra-dimensional person stared at Yi Xian, but Yi Xian couldn't see its expression. At this time, Dao Yi appeared in front of Yi Xian. Dao Yi coldly looked at the extra-dimensional person. The extra-dimensional person suddenly disappeared, and Dao Yi immediately pointed her finger forward. Bang! The finger fell, and the space immediately turned into nothingness. Bang! Dao Yi retreated rapidly, and while she was retreating, the space in front of Yi Xian suddenly fluctuated strangely. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly, and he slashed down with his sword. The sword ray pierced through the air, but it was completely useless. Yi Xian's pupils shrank because he smelled a trace of death. At this time, Dao Yi suddenly appeared in front of him. Dao Yi stacked her hands together and fiercely slammed them forward. Destroy! Bang! The space in front of Dao Yi and Yi Xian suddenly turned into nothingness. Along with it, time also turned into nothingness. At this time, the figure had already retreated more than 10 zhang away. The figure coldly looked at Dao Yi. Finally, his gaze fell on Yi Xian, and he gave him a thumbs up before turning around. So weak. So weak. Saying so, he slowly disappeared. After the figure disappeared, Dao Yi looked at Dao Yi. Don't mind what he said. According to this universe's time, he has lived for at least 1,000,000 years. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, I'm a bit unhappy. Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. At this moment, there was still blood at the corner of Dao Yi's mouth. Not only that, there was a deep fist mark on her abdomen. Seriously injured, Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. Do me a favor. Saying so, he approached Dao Yi and whispered a few words. Dao Yi blinked her eyes. Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. Dao Yi thought for a while and then said, sure. After that, she suddenly disappeared with Yi Xian. In an unknown part of the starry sky, a sword cultivator wearing a white robe was walking slowly. At this moment, the swordsman suddenly turned around. Dao Yi and Yi Xian appeared in front of the swordsman. When the swordsman saw Yi Xian, he was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled. "You're looking for me?" Yi Xian nodded. "Big brother, long time no see." The swordsman smiled. "What's the matter?" Yi Xian sternly said. "I know Big Brother is lonely. I want to find an opponent for Big Brother." The swordsman looked at Dao Yi and shook his head. "If this girl's main body is here, I might be a bit interested." "But, is she your friend?" Yi Xian nodded. The swordsman smiled. "All right. She is actually not that weak." Dao Yi, at this time, Yi Xian suddenly pulled the swordsman's arm and said, "Big brother, let's go." After saying so, he directly disappeared with the swordsman and Dao Yi. When the three of them reappeared, they were already in front of the black whirlpool leading to the alternate dimension. Yi Xian pointed at the black whirlpool. "Big brother, you go there. It's fun there." The swordsman looked at the black whirlpool. A moment later, his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. "Interesting." Yi Xian nodded. "Very interesting." The swordsman patted Yi Xian's shoulder. "I'm going." After saying so, he walked toward the black whirlpool. When he arrived in front of the black whirlpool, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Big brother, can you leave me a strand of sword chi? Just treat it as a souvenir." The swordsman hesitated for a moment. Then, he pointed with his finger and a strand of sword chi landed in front of Yi Xian. "Little guy, see you later." After saying so, he directly disappeared into the black whirlpool. Yi Xian placed the strand of sword chi in front of the black whirlpool and turned to look at Dao Yi. "With this strand of sword chi suppressing us, they definitely won't be able to come over in a short period of time, right?" Dao Yi was silent. Yi Xian walked to Dao Yi's side and whispered, "Is this considered cheating?" Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "I didn't ask my big brother to fight the alternate dimension. As for whether he wants to fight or not, that's his business. It has nothing to do with me." Dao Yi. P.S. The holiday is coming to an end, did everyone have fun? Dao Yi rolled his eyes at Yi Xian, then shook his head. "Slippery fellow." Yi Xian grinned. As if he had thought of something, he said in a deep voice, "Dao Yi, isn't there a seal? How did the aliens get through the seal and come to us?" Dao Yi turned to look at the vortex, then said softly, "Because the seal has been loosened." The seal had been loosened. Yi Xian looked at the black vortex. "How long will it take for them to get here?" Dao Yi smiled. "With this sword aura, we can hold on for a while longer. 5 years shouldn't be a problem. However, once the seal is completely gone, the sword aura won't be able to stop them. This strand of sword chi can only prevent them from crossing over for a few years." 5 years, Yi Xian said softly. 5 years later, I'll fight against the aliens?" Dao Yi nodded. Yi Xian was puzzled. "Did Gaji fail back then?" Dao Yi nodded again. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "I'll study for 5 years. Can I be stronger than Gaji back then?" Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. "Don't you have confidence in yourself?" Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. "Indeed. At present, he couldn't even defeat the universal laws. Could he be stronger than the owner of the universal laws, Gaji, just by studying for 5 years? Impossible." Although he was confident, he wasn't arrogant. Dao Yi smiled. "Under normal circumstances, I definitely can't." Yi Xian asked, "Abnormal?" Dao Yi nodded. Yi Xian was curious. "How abnormal?" Dao Yi blinked, then said playfully, "It's a secret for now." Yi Xian was about to speak, but a voice suddenly came from the side. "Did you guys automatically ignore the two of us?" Yi Xian turned to look to the side. There were 2 women there, Law of Destiny and Law of Time. At this moment, the 2 women were also looking at Yi Xian. Ming suddenly walked in front of Yi Xian. She stared directly at Yi Xian as if she wanted to see through Yi Xian. It was a little strange, yet a little familiar. After a long time, Ming withdrew his gaze, and there was a trace of indescribable complexity in his eyes. "We've truly become one." At that moment, she was certain that Yi Xian and Gaji's fate had truly merged into one. The current Yi Xian was Gaji. If Yi Xian died, Gaji would disappear as well. Ming turned to look at Dao Yi. How did this happen? Although she already knew that Yi Xian and God Ye's fates had merged into one, she did not know why that was the case. Under normal circumstances, Yi Xian was Yi Xian, and God Yi was God Yi. That was because God Yi carried his memories when he reincarnated. Even if God Yi had yet to awaken, God Yi should be a separate destiny entity instead of merging with Yi Xian. Dao Yi chuckled. Because reincarnating with memories is what Master hates the most. It's also against the rules he set back then, so, do you understand? Ming slowly closed her eyes. She naturally understood. Although God Yi had reincarnated, he did not choose to reincarnate with his memories. In other words, he was Yi Xian. He had truly reincarnated. As if thinking of something, Ming said, no, if he didn't reincarnate with his memories, why can I feel his existence? It's very vague, but it's definitely there. Please continue to the next page. Yes, why is that? Dao Yi said softly, the law of reincarnation did it. She forcefully preserved Master's memories and prevented them from dissipating. Ming frowned. In other words, if Master's memories are restored, Dao Yi shook his head. That's impossible. Ming was puzzled. Why? Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian and said softly, there are 2 reasons. First, Master is unwilling. Second, if the law of reincarnation really wants Master to be reborn, that woman will forcefully kill Master and erase him. Woman, Ming's expression darkened. She naturally knew who Dao Yi was talking about. It was that woman in the plain dress. If that woman was not there, the law of reincarnation might have succeeded. On the side, Time Elemental suddenly looked at Dao Yi. Will he become Master? Dao Yi smiled. He is. Time Elemental glanced at Yi Xian. Then Master's memories, Dao Yi chuckled. It depends on whether this little guy is willing to restore those memories on his own. Yi Xian immediately shook his head. I'm not willing. I don't want to be someone else. Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. You're not becoming someone else. God Yi is your past life. There's no conflict between the 2 of you. Yi Xian said, I'm me. I just want to be Yi Xian. Dao Yi smiled. You're still the woman in the plain dress, brother. Yi Xian was speechless. Most of the time, he was confused. Who am I? Right then, Dao Yi suddenly smiled. Let me clarify for you. When Master was reincarnated, he became the woman in the plain dress, brother. However, at that time, he had yet to awaken and the woman in the plain dress was not that powerful. Later, there was a problem with the law of reincarnation, causing Master to die before he could awaken. After that, the woman in the plain dress rose and forcefully reversed the cycle of reincarnation to save you. You might be wondering why the woman in the plain dress only recognized you and not Master. At that time, Master had yet to awaken, so you were her real brother. She saved the purest of you. The karma between you and her has nothing to do with Master, so she only recognizes you. Yi Xian said solemnly, you're saying that when I was Qing'er's brother, your Master had yet to awaken? Dao Yi nodded. Yes. That's why she saved you and only recognizes you. Of course, Master has nothing to do with her. She will not allow Master's memories to dominate your body because if Master's memories dominate your body, it would be equivalent to erasing you. Master is also unwilling to retain the memories of his past life. That's why you're Master's reincarnation, but a reincarnation without memories. As for Master's past memories, you don't have to be so disgusted because even if you have his memories, you won't become him. In this life, you're Yi Xian. Unless Master erases your memories of this life, you'll always be Yi Xian. No one can change that. That's because when Master set up the law of reincarnation, he set a rule that a person can only live one life. Yi Xian said softly, I think I understand. God Yi was his past life, however, his past life was unwilling to reincarnate with his memories. Of course, it was impossible because Qing'er was there. Yi Xian felt a little ashamed at that thought. If it wasn't for Qing'er, would he have already been erased? Although his past life was unwilling to reincarnate with his memories, the law of reincarnation did not think that way. As if remembering something, Yi Xian suddenly said, No. No. That's not right. Dao Yi blinked. How is it not right? Please continue to the next page. right? Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. I'm Qing'er's sister. What should I tell my father? If Qing'er had saved me, it would have been impossible for me to become my father's son. Dao Yi did not say anything. Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi, waiting for an answer. After a long time, Dao Yi said softly, I can't tell you about this. You have to let your sister tell your father. Yi Xian frowned. Why? Dao Yi smiled. They must have their reasons for not telling you. I can't tell you. Yi Xian was speechless. Dao Yi continued, Master's memories are in your body. But don't worry, I won't let you recover them unless you are willing. Of course, even if you are willing, Master might not. He is the one who sets the rules. If he breaks his own rules, he won't let himself become that kind of person. So, you don't have to worry about this. Then, she turned to look at Ming and Dao Yi. If you can contact the law of reincarnation, tell her to stop playing. If she keeps playing, she'll die. Ming shook her head. I can't contact her. She said she was recuperating, but she disappeared. I've tried to find her, but there's no news. Dao Yi said softly, forget it. Let her be. Ming suddenly said, Dao Yi, what's your purpose? Master's death had a lot to do with you. You can't deny it, right? Dao Yi nodded. I don't deny it. Ming stared at Dao Yi. Can't you tell me now? Dao Yi smiled. Indeed, I can't. Ming shook her head. I don't believe you. Dao Yi smiled. Ming, I don't need you to believe me. I'll tell you. I, Dao Yi, have only wronged one person in my life, and that's Master. Apart from him, I don't owe anyone anything. Everything I'm doing now is not to atone for my sins, nor is it to get your forgiveness. Everything I'm doing now is purely because I want Master to live. That's all. Then, she turned to look at Yi Xian. Do you believe me? Yi Xian nodded. My intuition tells me that he didn't hate you at that time. The smile on Dao Yi's face gradually disappeared. After a while, she smiled. But I really betrayed him. Yi Xian said, was he sad when you betrayed him? Dao Yi lowered her head slightly and said softly, no. Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. In other words, he probably knew that you were going to betray him, right? The tears in Dao Yi's eyes suddenly flowed down. Yi Xian was about to speak when Dao Yi suddenly looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Actually, I'm really bad. As Ming said, when Master raised me, he might as well raise a dog. At least, a dog won't bite its master. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, do you want to hear my opinion? Dao Yi smiled. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. If my sister wants to kill me, no matter the reason, I won't hate her. Do you know why? Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian smiled. Because in my heart, my sister is the most important, more important than my life. There's only one reason why he doesn't hate you. You're very important to him, more important than his life. Even if you really betrayed him, he won't be angry with you. Dao Yi suddenly laughed. She laughed and then cried. End of this chapter. Looking at the tearful Dao Yi, Yi Xian sighed in his heart. He didn't know what happened between Dao Yi and Gaji back then, but he knew it wasn't that simple, especially Dao Yi's actions. He felt it was strange, she did betray them. In other words, she was definitely on the side of the alien race back then, but now, she was helping him. Whose side was she on? Yi Xian didn't ask because he knew Dao Yi definitely didn't want to tell him. At that moment, Dao Yi suddenly smiled. Don't be unreasonable. Then, she looked at Yi Xian. Start training your body. Yi Xian nodded. I'll go back to Qingzhou for a bit. Can I do it for an hour? Dao Yi smiled. Sure. Yi Xian looked at Ming and Dao Yi, then nodded and turned to leave. After Yi Xian left, Dao Yi turned to Ming. Summon them in Master's name. Ming shook her head. I don't believe you. She still didn't believe Dao Yi. If Dao Yi could betray once, she could definitely betray again. As if knowing what Ming was thinking, Dao Yi suddenly smiled. Did you see that alien race? Ming's expression sank. She understood Dao Yi's meaning. The fact that alien race could appear here meant that the seal's effect was getting weaker and weaker. Once the seal disappeared, they would all die. At that moment, Time Law suddenly asked, "What do you need us to do?" Dowie smiled. "Help Master become stronger." Time Law shook her head. "Too late." Dowie asked, "Then, are we just going to wait for death?" Time Law was silent. Dowie looked at the two women. "Also, tell that Samsara girl to stop playing tricks. If she keeps playing, she'll destroy herself." With that, she turned and left. After Dowie left, Ming softly asked, "Do you trust her?" After a moment of silence, the law of time said, "We can only trust her." Ming nodded. "I'll go find them." With that, she turned around and disappeared. The law of time also disappeared. After the girls disappeared, the sword light in front of the black vortex suddenly trembled. After returning from Qingqing, Xian began to crazily devour that strange world. Although he had tricked his big brother into going to another dimension, he knew that with his big brother's temperament, he wouldn't destroy the other dimension. Big brother only had one goal, and that was to find experts. Therefore, his elder brother going to the alternate dimension would at most cause some trouble there and buy him some time. Under Dao Yi's guidance, Xian began to devour the surrounding dimensional world bit by bit. The process was painful, but this kind of pain was simply negligible to him. However, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that he needed to adapt his soul to this dimensional world during the process of devouring. In other words, he needed to fuse his soul with this dimensional world. This was very difficult, because he didn't know much about this dimensional world. But fortunately, with Dao Yi's guidance and the ancient books he had read, although it was difficult, he could still devour it. It was just that the speed was a bit slow. Just like that, day after day passed. 1 month later, Xian's body slowly appeared. However, his current body was a bit strange. It didn't look like a normal person's body. Another 2 months passed. The dimensional world around Xian had completely disappeared and turned into a land of nothingness. At the same time, his body had completely recovered. However, his current body was extremely strange. It was as if it was made of crystal. When Xian saw his body, he was dumbfounded. "This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page." Dao Yi smiled and said, "Dimensional physical body. Your current physical body is a dimensional world." Xian said in a deep voice, "This appearance," Dao Yi said, "you can make it return to a normal human body." With a thought, Xian's body returned to normal. At this moment, Dao Yi suddenly took a step forward and punched Xian's abdomen. Boom! Xian's body trembled violently. The space around him boiled like a tidal wave. But Xian was completely fine. Xian was taken aback, and then said, "This." Dao Yi smiled. "The current you doesn't need to be afraid of the laws of the universe. Your current physical body is the strongest physical body in this universe. Even the laws of the universe like us can't hurt you." Xian said in a deep voice, "So abnormal?" Dao Yi nodded. She gently touched Xian's body and said, "This dimensional world has been condensed into your body. Your body not only contains space and matter, but also the time dimension. However, you are not familiar with the time dimension. So, you can't use the time dimension." As she spoke, she looked at Xian and smiled. "Do you want to learn how to control time?" Xian nodded vigorously. Dao Yi's lips curled up slightly. There was a naughty smile on her face. "But it's a little painful," Xian said in a serious tone. "Please torture me to your heart's content." Dao Yi suddenly pointed a finger at Xian's forehead. Boom! Xian disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, Xian was already in a space surrounded by specks of light. At this time, Dao Yi's voice appeared in Xian's mind. "This is the world of the time dimension. The extra-dimensional people live in this kind of world. Look behind you." Xian turned around and saw himself and Dao Yi behind him. At this moment, himself was talking with Dao Yi. Suddenly, Dao Yi punched himself in the abdomen. Xian was struck dumb at the sight of that. "Wasn't this what happened just now?" Dao Yi's voice sounded again. "In the world of the extra-dimensional people, the past, present, and future are real and can be changed." Xian said in a deep voice, "Change the past? Change the future?" Dao Yi said, "That's right. Don't you feel invincible?" Yi Xian nodded. If the extra-dimensional people could really do this, then they would be invincible. This daddy can't beat you now, but I can go back to the past and kill you. Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt his scalp go numb. Wasn't this race an invincible existence? At this time, Dao suddenly said, the extra-dimensional people have a suppressive effect on other races because they can reverse time, the past and the future. However, they aren't invincible. There are two ways to deal with them. The first is to destroy the time dimension. If the time dimension is destroyed, it is equivalent to destroying them. Since time is gone, the past and the future will also be gone. However, it is very difficult to destroy the time dimension. Throughout the history of this universe, only 4 people have been able to do it. The former master, your elder brother, your father, and your younger sister. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, is there anyone in the extra-dimensional world who can do it? Dao said, there are. However, there aren't many. Even in the extra-dimensional world, those who can directly destroy time are among the best. Yi Xian's complexion sank. After a while, he asked, what about the second method? Dao said, the second method is to use time to kill them. Within a certain period of time, time can only be reversed once. When the opponent reverses time, you will also reverse it. For example, if the opponent goes back to the past, you will also go back to the past. When the opponent goes back to the past, they won't be able to reverse time again within a short period of time. If you kill them during this period of time, they will completely disappear. Yi Xian suddenly asked, what about the future? Can they go back to the future? Dao said with a smile, even if it's an extra-dimensional person, it will be very difficult for them to go back to the future. Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. Why? This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. Dao explained, you've neglected one point. The future is uncertain, it's unknown, and it's full of diversity. To put it simply, if you do something, it might lead to many consequences. The future is the same. If you make a decision now, it might lead to many futures. Therefore, even if it's an extra-dimensional person, they won't easily go back to the future, because the future might not be accurate. Moreover, going back to the future is very likely to reverse the present. This kind of uncertainty and instability is something they are afraid of. The time dimension of the future is a bottleneck for the extra-dimensional people. They can't completely control the future, so much so that they can't freely travel to the future. It can be said that this is also their weakness. Yi Xian said softly, in that case, even if it's an extra-dimensional person, they can't reverse the future, right? Dao said with a smile, you're wrong again. They can go back to the future, but when they do, others will also be in the future. For example, if I want to go back to the future to kill you, when I go back to the future, you will also be in the future. If I can't kill you now, can I kill you in the future? It's very difficult, because in the future, you might even be stronger than me. If we can't defeat her now, we might not be able to defeat her in the future. Just like that plain-dressed woman, even if the other dimensional people went to the future, they still wouldn't be able to defeat her. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, what if the other dimensional people go back to the past and kill Qing'er when she was a child? If that's the case, won't we be able to kill them? Dao smiled and said, you're not wrong to think that way. However, you've neglected a problem, and that is the dimension of time. If he wanted to return to her past and kill her, he would have to enter her time dimension. With her current strength, she could even erase time. If he entered her time dimension, wouldn't that be courting death? Therefore, if he wanted to kill her, there was only one way, and that was now. If he was stronger than her now, he would be able to kill her. There was no other way. Especially against people like this, don't ever think about the future, because her future might be much stronger than yours. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said with a smile, from what you've said, it seems like the other dimensional people aren't invincible after all. Dao said, that's for the woman in the plain dress. For others, like you. Can you sever time? If the other dimensional people wanted to kill you, they wouldn't even need to play any fancy tricks, they could just kill you with a single punch. Yi Xian, at this time, the space around Yi Xian returned to normal. Dao appeared in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and said, from now on, you will begin to cultivate how to control time. Yi Xian nodded. Alright. Dowie took Xian and disappeared. In an unknown starry sky, a swordsman wearing a white robe was slowly walking. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the space in front of the swordsman suddenly trembled strangely, and a phantom appeared in front of him. The phantom said, "Human?" The swordsman nodded. The phantom said, "Inferior life form." The swordsman looked at the phantom and slashed out with his sword. Before the phantom could react, the sword pierced through his body. The phantom sneered. "How can you kill me? We other dimensional people exist in the time dimension, you." At this point, the phantom's voice suddenly became frightened. "How is this possible? You can actually sever time." The swordsman sheathed his sword and walked in front of the phantom. He glanced at the phantom with a bit of doubt. "Isn't it simple to sever time? Why are you so surprised?" The phantom, "Sever time is a simple matter." The phantom's head was buzzing. The swordsman walked away. As if thinking of something, he said, "In your world, is it very difficult to sever time?" The phantom asked back. "You think it's simple?" The swordsman glanced at the sword in his hand. "It's quite simple." The swordsman asked again, "Are all other dimensional people this week?" The phantom. P.S. Hard to get a ticket. End of this chapter. The dimensional person was dead, truly disappeared, because swordsman's sword had directly erased the time dimension. On the contrary, the sword cultivator felt somewhat bored after killing an extra-dimensional being. He was a little disappointed. So weak, that shouldn't be the case. Swordsman looked into the distance and continued to move forward. It had been more than 100,000 years, only when he met Tian Ming did he feel like he was reborn. The feeling of having an opponent was truly wonderful. Unfortunately, those two only cared about that little guy. But it didn't matter, the three of them would eventually fight. It was just that it was too boring during this period of time. As if thinking of something, Swordsman turned around and shook his head with a smile. "I really envy that little guy." That little guy was naturally referring to Xian. Being able to be defeated, wasn't that also a kind of happiness? If Xian knew Swordsman's thoughts, what would he think? Swordsman retracted his gaze and continued to walk into the distance. He, the unfettered one, had no other requests. He only wished for life to be a little difficult. He didn't wish for death. He didn't wish for defeat. He only wished for someone to let him use 2 swords. Just 2 swords. Was that a high request? Beside the lake, inside the bamboo house, Xian was sitting cross-legged on the ground. In front of him was Dowie, and beside them, Xianxia, Xiaoqi, and the others were also there. Everyone was quietly listening to Dowie's explanation of time. Dowie didn't teach Xian alone, but Xian's friends as well. For example, Xianxia and the others, these people were all very outstanding and could become Xian's helpers in the future. Needless to say, Xian and the others were very shocked. This was the first time they had a detailed understanding of time. And if time could be controlled, how terrifying would it be? But what Xian didn't understand was why Dowie understood time so well. One must know that Dowie didn't understand the laws of time. He didn't ask any more questions. Just like that, about a month later, Dowie led Xian and the others into the time dimension. In the time dimension, everyone looked at the people in the outside world as if they were gods looking at all living beings. In the eyes of those in the time dimension, the people outside were like transparent people. This was true dimensional suppression, because the people in this universe didn't understand time at all, let alone reverse time. Half a month later, Xian and the others began to practice. It was not to destroy time. With their current strength, it was extremely difficult to destroy time. They could only familiarize themselves with time and then control it. In fact, Xian was a little emotional. In the past, he was basically exploring by himself. This kind of exploration was very slow because he had to solve many problems by himself, but now that he had someone to guide him, his cultivation speed would be twice as fast. He could avoid taking too many detours. Most importantly, he could now learn a lot of knowledge that he had never come into contact with before. At the same time, he also understood why he couldn't defeat these universal laws. Compared to these universal laws, he was just like a child in terms of martial arts. By the lake, Dowie was playing chess with the law of misfortune. Outside, it had begun to drizzle. It often rained in this place. Misfortune raised a chess piece and placed it down. Then, he said, "Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall." Ancestors above, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince is removed and Yi Lang will succeed him. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. And on both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone looked at the voice and saw a little girl standing at the door. The little girl was about 12 or 13 years old. Her two little hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face was sickly pale and looked a little weak. There was a trace of timidity in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed slightly to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away from me. At this time, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder coldly replied, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the crown prince position. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard quickly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply, this subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince, even if I have to die 10,000 times. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu did not know what he saw, but he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder squinted his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's entire face was a bloody mess. As he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you butting in for? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince." Impudent! The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. "I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu saw something, and suddenly stopped. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder squinted his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Ling, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Bang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Ling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Peri-celestial, his current sword Dao realm had reached mortal obliteration. Any higher and he would be peri-celestial. However, he did not even know what peri-celestial was now. It was a little difficult. By the lake, Daoi was lying on the stone steps with her legs crossed, looking a little relaxed. Beside her was Adversity. Adversity said in a low voice, the one who is most likely to be that fellow beside him is Yi Ling. Yi Ling, Daoi said softly, it's her. Adversity said in a low voice, she sealed all her memories? Daoi nodded, yes. After a long silence, Adversity said softly, I admire her very much. Daoi smiled, the depth of her love. Adversity looked at Daoi, if you were given a chance, would you do it? Daoi shook his head, no. Adversity was a little curious, why? Daoi smiled and did not speak. Adversity did not ask again. At this moment, it suddenly rained. Adversity looked up into the starry sky, are you really not going to give him any hints? Daoi said softly, there are no shortcuts on the path of Daoi. He can only rely on himself. Adversity suddenly asked, what if he can't rely on himself? Daoi shrugged, then it's up to Dad. If there's really no other way, rely on your sister. Adversity was speechless. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Yi Xian had been sitting quietly in the starry sky for a month. During this month, he was completely in meditation. What was God? For a month, he had been thinking about this question. He was thinking very seriously, however, no matter how he thought about it, he could not understand it. At this moment, Yi Xian deeply felt his own shortcomings. Foundation, accumulation, he lacked foundation and accumulation. Along the way, he had progressed too quickly. As Daoi said, others could reach mortal obliteration after tens of thousands of years, but he had reached it in his 20s. Was there really no problem? Of course there was. He had too little experience, his foundation was too shallow, and he had not gone through the accumulation of time. He was too impetuous. Everything he does, he wants to succeed quickly. This was his biggest problem right now. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. Walking too fast wasn't entirely a good thing. Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked at the sword in his hand. The worldly realm, what was the mortal realm? It was to be ordinary, to return to simplicity. Really, why were ordinary swords strong? This was because the ordinary sword was real. When the sword slashed down, it would strike straight at the essence. What about above the mortal sword? In thrall, as if he had thought of something, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. Soul. Soul, mortal swords could slash the body, but did the spirit entrancement only target the soul? Soul, Yi Xian looked at the sword in his hand and fell into deep thought. At this moment, he recalled the battle with the peri-celestial powerhouse. As he thought about it, the corners of his lips curled up. Because he realized that the reason why those peri-celestial experts could suppress him was because they could suppress the soul. The physical body was only the surface, the soul was the true essence. A person's true death was the disappearance of the soul, not the disappearance of the physical body. As long as the soul existed, the physical body could be reconstructed. The soul was the true essence. Mortal sword / the physical body, spirit entrancement / the soul. Thinking of this, Xian suddenly saw the light. Of course, he did not directly reach spirit entrancement, but he was no longer confused, because he already had a direction. Soul. Xian directly took out the soul-suppressing sword and began to communicate with it. He wanted to understand this soul in detail. In addition to communicating with the soul-suppressing sword, he also, this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. He recalled in detail the books about souls that he had read in the bamboo hut. Since spirit entrancement was related to the soul, he naturally wanted to understand this soul. When Xian was studying the soul, Daoyi only took a glance, but she did not say anything and left. Daoyi arrived at the entrance of the alternate dimension. In front of the black vortex, the strand of sword chi was still there. However, this strand of sword chi was slightly trembling. Looking at the trembling strand of sword chi, Daoyi sank into contemplation. After a long time, Daoyi turned around and left. Turning around, Daoyi arrived at a vast starry sky. The starry sky was silent, and at the end of the starry sky, a woman wearing a plain dress was slowly walking. The plain dress woman. At this time, the plain dress woman stopped. Daoyi appeared in front of the plain dress woman. She looked at the plain dress woman and said with a smile, "Want to play chess?" The plain dress woman nodded, "Okay." Daoyi waved her lily-white hand, and a chessboard appeared in front of the two women. Daoyi played black, while the plain dress woman played white. Daoyi picked up a chess piece and placed it down, saying with a smile, "I'll go first." The plain dress woman's expression was calm, "As you wish." Daoyi looked at the plain dress woman, "Are you waiting for him?" The plain dress woman nodded. Daoyi asked, "Can I ask a few questions?" The plain dress woman picked up a chess piece and placed it down, "I can't guarantee an answer." Daoyi smiled, "What level has Senior reached?" The plain dress woman glanced at Daoyi, "Invincible." Invincible, Daoyi blinked, "Invincible for a certain period of time?" The plain dress woman was expressionless, "Always invincible." Daoyi was silent. The plain dress woman picked up a chess piece and placed it down, "Is there a problem?" Daoyi picked up a chess piece, paused for a while, then placed it down, saying with a smile, "Senior, do you know about the alien race?" The plain dress woman said, "Ants." "Ants?" Daoyi looked at the plain dress woman, "Ants?" The plain dress woman suddenly said, "Don't use your knowledge to measure me. Miss, you know nothing about power." "Nothing." Daoyi was silent for a while, then smiled, "Senior, the alien race has people who can go to the future. Not only can they go to the future, they can also reverse it." The plain dress woman glanced at Daoyi, "So what?" Daoyi looked at the plain dress woman, "Senior, you should know what this means." The plain dress woman suddenly asked, "What is above time?" Hearing this, Daoyi was stunned. "What is above time?" The plain dress woman looked at Daoyi, "Is time the limit of this world's power?" Daoyi's two fingers held the chess piece tightly. After a while, she said softly, "Please enlighten me, Senior." The plain dress woman said, "Let me ask another question. In this aspect, you and I are not on the same level. Talking is boring." Daoyi was silent for a while, then placed the chess piece down, saying with a smile, "Senior, the reason you stayed in this universe is to wait for him to grow, right?" The plain dress woman nodded. Daoyi asked, "You want him to become an expert like you?" The plain dress woman nodded. Daoyi asked again, "Is that it?" The plain dress woman was silent for a while, then said, "You want to ask if I have any other goals?" Daoyi nodded. The plain dress woman looked towards the depths of the starry sky, "I want to die. I want to die." The surroundings suddenly went silent. Daoyi looked at the plain dress woman, and at this moment, he suddenly felt a wave of sorrow. "Invincible, this woman is too strong, but this strength is a form of loneliness, and it's a form of pain. Where is the limit of the martial Tao? Where is the limit of the sword Tao? What is the plain dress woman pursuing? Is it the limit? It's not the limit of the martial Tao or the sword Tao, it's her." This chapter isn't finished, please continue to the next page. My own limit. The plain dress woman suddenly raised a chess piece and placed it down, "I want him to leave with me." Daoyi looked at the plain dress woman, "Where to?" The plain dress woman glanced at the depths of the starry sky and didn't speak. Daoyi didn't ask any further. After a short moment of silence, Dowie asked again, what if he can't grow? The plain dress woman spoke softly, then I won't leave. Dowie came to an understanding when he heard this. The plain dress woman wanted to take Xian with her, but Xian was truly too weak right now. She hoped that Xian would truly grow. Dowie didn't ask any further questions and concentrated on the game. Because she noticed that this woman's skill in chess was extremely high. An hour later, the plain dress woman suddenly stood up. You've lost. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked towards the distance. Dowie gazed at the chessboard and laughed bitterly. This was the first time in over 100,000 years that she'd lost. Even her master from all those years ago hadn't been able to defeat her in chess, yet at this moment, she'd lost to this plain dress woman. She was a woman with an extremely terrifying intelligence. However, this woman disdained to play with intelligence. Why play with such flashy things when a single strike of the sword can solve it? Meanwhile, the plain dress woman suddenly stopped moving. You probably have more questions. Dowie nodded. Do you have any suggestions towards his sword, Dao? The plain dress woman shook her head. No. Dowie blinked. Aren't you going to give him some pointers? The plain dress woman thought for a moment, then said softly, my sword Dao isn't suitable for him. He needs to figure out a sword Dao that belongs to him. Dowie nodded. I understand. The plain dress woman suddenly said, tell him that he can deal with the other dimension by himself. If he can deal with the other dimension by himself, I'll come looking for him and give him a reward. Dowie asked, what if he can't? The plain dress woman glanced at Dowie. I believe in him. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked towards the distance. Behind her, Dowie was silent. After walking for a short while, the plain dress woman suddenly said, Miss, time and space can be transformed into each other. Time has never been above space, they're equal. The people of this universe mostly only study space, not time. Therefore, the people of this universe are very weak. While the other dimension only studies time and ignores space, they're also very weak. Without the dimension of space, how can there be the dimension of time? All the dimensions of time are built on the foundation of the dimension of space. If Miss wants to advance further, you must understand this point. Behind her, Dowie stared at the plain dress woman, his heart in turmoil. Senior, do you know what would happen if the other dimension knew about this? The plain dress woman lightly smiled. Would they be invincible? Dowie was silent for a moment, then said, Senior, what about time and space? The plain dress woman said, multiple dimensions. Dowie frowned. What's multiple dimensions? The plain dress woman was silent for a moment, then said, even if I explain it to you, you might not understand, so I won't explain. If you have time in the future, learn more and learn less about those fancy things. In my opinion, Miss is no different from an illiterate person. Dowie, seeing the plain dress woman gradually walking away, Dowie couldn't help but ask, Senior, why do you know so much? The plain dress woman suddenly stopped and turned to look at Dowie. Do you think I walk in this starry sky every day just to look at the stars? Miss, I'm also learning. The time, space, and dimensions you discussed with me are things I've been playing with for hundreds of thousands of years. If it wasn't for the fact that you helped my brother, I really wouldn't want to talk about these things with you. It's really too childish, and you're deliberately mystifying it, thinking that it's so high and mighty, making me feel awkward. After saying that, as if she was afraid that Dowie would ask more questions, she directly disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Dowie had a dumbfounded look on his face. P.S. Did you think that I went to the great treasure sword purely for the sake of it? I went to look for inspiration, you bunch of scum, always misunderstanding me. End of this chapter. In the starry sky, Dowie remained silent for a long time. At first, she simply thought that the plain-dressed woman's swordsmanship was very powerful. However, she was wrong. The woman's strength was not just due to her swordsmanship, the woman's knowledge had already surpassed this universe and the other dimensional people. Why was the woman so powerful? Why was she getting stronger and stronger? Because she was also studying. Thinking of this, Dowie shook her head and smiled. After so many years, this was the first time she was called illiterate. Of course, she could not refute it. In front of the woman, she was indeed illiterate. After a while, Dowie turned around and left. Dowie returned to the bamboo house by the lake. At that moment, Xian was crazily studying the ancient books about souls left behind by Godyi. Previously, he had never properly cultivated his soul. Even if he did, he would only devour some souls. He had never systematically cultivated his soul. Now that he had come into contact with the knowledge of souls, he was extremely shocked. Soul. This was a point that he had neglected all this while. Dowey glanced at Yixian, who was studying in the distance. She did not disturb Yixian. About an hour later, Yixian left the bamboo house and arrived at a starry sky. After entering the starry sky, his soul directly left his body. Comprehension. By the lake, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Dowey. It was Ming. Beside Ming was the law of time and a woman. The woman was wearing a black robe and a veil. Law of cause and effect. The law of cause and effect looked around. Where's Master? Dowey smiled. He's cultivating. Let's not disturb him for now. The law of cause and effect's gaze fell on Dowey. What are you trying to do? Dowey said, follow me. After saying that, she disappeared with the women. Soon, the women arrived at the black vortex that led to the other dimensional world. The law of life was also here. Dowey, the law of fate, law of time, law of cause and effect, law of disaster, and law of reincarnation, of the 9 great laws, 6 were gathered here. When the girls saw each other, their emotions were a little complicated. Dowey walked to the black whirlpool and looked at the sword chi. Look. The girls looked at the sword chi. Soon, Ming frowned. It's dissipating. Dowey nodded. This sword chi is disappearing bit by bit. In other words, the alien dimensional race has already made their move. Ming looked at Dowey. Is the seal going to disappear soon? Dowey nodded. Very soon. Ming frowned. Immediately? Dowey said with smile, it seems like the alien races are still somewhat afraid of Master. Ming said in a deep voice, they have already defeated Master back then. Why do they still need to fear Master? Dowey said softly, although they won, they won. However, Master also stopped their footsteps. Ming nodded. Understood. Dowey smiled and said, I will go in for a while, I will leave the Master to you. With that, she turned around and walked towards the black vortex. At this time, Ming suddenly said, what are you going to do? Dowey didn't even turn her head. Die. With that, she disappeared into the depths of the black vortex. Ming and the others frowned when they saw that. At this time, Ming was about to enter, but she was stopped by the misfortune law. The misfortune law said in a deep voice, trust her. Ming looked at the black vortex and didn't say anything. The misfortune law said, the most important thing now is to help Master improve. Ming shook her head. Misfortune, forgive me for being blunt, but we can't put all our hopes on Master. In 5 years, even if Master recovers to his peak, what can he do? The misfortune law didn't say anything. Ming said again, what does Dowey want to do? The misfortune law shook her head. I also don't know. Ming looked at the black vortex and said softly, I still can't see through her. Among us sisters, she and that guy are the most mysterious. The misfortune law looked at Ming. Back then, Master told us not to hate him. Ming slowly closed her eyes. Meanwhile, the transmigration law suddenly said, based on the current situation, we have no chance of winning. Even if Master recovers to his peak. The life law nodded. Indeed, we have no chance of winning. The misfortune law said softly, trust Dowey. Trust Dowey. All the women fell silent. Meanwhile, Ming suddenly turned around. In the next moment, she vanished on the spot, and when she appeared again, she was in front of Yixian. At this moment, Yixian's aura was rising explosively. At this moment, Yixian's soul had returned to his body. Meanwhile, the other laws had appeared here as well. All the women were looking at Yixian. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly opened his eyes, and the starry sky in an area of 5,000 kilometers around him rippled. Divine Ascension. At this moment, he'd entered Divine Ascension. The biggest difference between Divine Ascension and Mortal Ascension was that after entering Divine Ascension, one's soul would become even stronger. Entering Divine Ascension was the realm of transcendence. Divine Ascension was the realm of transcendence. There was actually a huge difference between the realms of the two. However, the difference in combat strength between the two wasn't that huge. Because if the body was strong enough, it could surpass the soul. Just like before, he could rely on the war god armor and the power of his bloodline to fight against godly realm experts. Meanwhile, Ming suddenly said, "How do you feel?" Yi Xian looked at Ming. "I feel very strong." Ming's brows raised slightly. "Want to exchange a few moves?" Yi Xian nodded. Ming suddenly vanished on the spot, and Yi Xian immediately stabbed with his sword. Bang! Yi Xian instantly retreated tens of thousands of meters. When he came to a stop, the sword in his hand immediately cracked. After the sword spirit left, all his swords were ordinary swords now. Yi Xian glanced at the cracked sword in his hand, and then he looked at Ming. "So strong." Ming glanced at Yi Xian's body. "Your body is really good." Yi Xian took a deep breath, feeling somewhat excited. Seeing this, a trace of surprise flashed in Ming's eyes. "You don't seem to be discouraged at all." Yi Xian smiled. "Why should I be discouraged? You are stronger than me, and this is a good thing." Ming was somewhat puzzled. "Why?" Yi Xian grinned. "Because this way, I can know my own shortcomings." Shortcomings, was failure a bad thing? No, failure was a good thing. Although he was defeated right after breaking through, he wasn't discouraged at all. That was because failure could clear his mind and let him know his shortcomings. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Ming nodded slightly. "You surprised me." Yi Xian smiled. "Where is Dao Yi?" Ming looked at Yi Xian. "He went to the alternate dimension." Yi Xian frowned. "Went to the alternate dimension?" Ming nodded. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "What is she doing there?" Ming said, "The seal has loosened. She should be going there for this matter." Yi Xian's expression sank. "Will there be any danger?" Ming nodded. "There will be." Yi Xian remained silent. Ming looked at Yi Xian and also didn't speak. Yi Xian suddenly said, "I will go find her." With that, he turned around and left. Ming stared at Yi Xian. "If she is in danger, how are you going to save her?" Yi Xian didn't even turn his head. "I will commit suicide in the alternate dimension. Everyone will die together." Ming, soon, Yi Xian arrived at the black vortex leading to the alternate dimension. When he saw that the majority of Swordsman's sword chi had dissipated, his expression sank. Even Big Brother's sword chi was dissipating. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian was about to enter. At this time, Ming appeared in front of Yi Xian. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Ming said, "I will go with you." Yi Xian was stunned. He thought that Ming was here to stop him. Ming said, "I also want to go and take a look." Yi Xian nodded. "Okay." At this time, the Law of Disaster and the others suddenly appeared. Disaster looked at Yi Xian. "Are you sure you want to go in?" Yi Xian nodded. Disaster said in a deep voice, "With your current strength, going in is no different from sending yourself to death." Yi Xian smiled. "Roughly what level do I have to cultivate to in order to not send myself to death?" Disaster was silent. Even if Yi Xian cultivated to the peak state of his previous life, he still wouldn't be able to defeat the alternate dimension. Yi Xian smiled. "I also want to work hard and use my own strength to change everything, but I know that it's not realistic. However, I won't give up. I will do my best. If I still can't defeat the alternate dimension in the end, then I deserve to die. I admit it. Humans could lose, however, they had to do their best, because once they did their best, even if they lost, they wouldn't regret it. How could there be perfection in life? It was enough to do one's best." He could clearly see that even if he cultivated for another 10 years, he still wouldn't be able to defeat the alternate dimension, and the alternate dimension definitely wouldn't give him 10 years. There was no difference between entering now and entering later. After a moment of silence, Disaster said, "We will go with you." Yi Xian nodded. "No need, you guys stay here. I'm afraid the alternate dimension will use other methods to enter this world, so I need you guys to guard this place." Disaster looked at Yi Xian. "Promise us that you will come back alive." Yi Xian smiled. "I don't dare to promise." After saying that, he and Ming turned around and entered the black vortex. Right after Yi Xian and Ming entered the black vortex, a woman suddenly appeared. The expressions of Calamity and the others instantly changed violently when they saw this woman. This woman was none other than the woman in a plain dress. The sudden appearance of the woman in a plain dress caused Disaster and the others to be slightly stunned. Why did this woman suddenly appear here? The woman in a plain dress paid no attention to Disaster and the others. She just stood in front of the black vortex. Disaster glanced at the woman in a plain dress. What are you going to do? The woman in a plain dress looked at the black vortex. Wait for him to come out. Disaster hesitated for a moment, and then said, why don't you go in and look for him? The woman in a plain dress glanced at Disaster. Does it have anything to do with you? Disaster, at this moment, the law of life suddenly said, thank you, Senior, for not killing me. Actually, Dowie couldn't save life in front of the woman in a plain dress. At that time, the woman in a plain dress had noticed that Dowie was saving life. However, she hadn't stopped Dowie, nor had she killed the law of life. Otherwise, even Dowie wouldn't have been able to save the law of life. The woman in a plain dress didn't respond to the law of life. The law of life's life wasn't important to her at all. She could kill him, even if she didn't. Meanwhile, Disaster said, what if he can't come out? The woman in a plain dress remained expressionless. Then I'll go in. Disaster was slightly curious. What for? The woman in a plain dress glanced at Disaster. Go in and look at the stars. Disaster. After Xian and Ming entered the black vortex, they arrived at a strange spatial passage. Spatial travel, their speed was extremely fast, so fast that Xian found it hard to adapt to it. If not for his physical body having reached the fourth dimension, he would not be able to survive in such a space. Xian looked into the distance. How long will it take for us to reach the alternate dimension? Ming shook her head. I have never been to the alternate dimension. Xian turned to look at Ming, somewhat surprised. Never been there? Ming nodded. The seal that Master left in the past blocked the alternate dimension, as well as our side. Xian said in a deep voice, Ming, do you know the origin of Dowie? Ming said, are you trying to say that she might have come from the alternate dimension? Xian nodded. Ming smiled. Why do you think so? Xian said in a deep voice, her understanding of time might be above the law of time, right? Ming nodded. It is indeed above the law of time. Xian said softly, then there is only one explanation. She is an alternate dimension. Ming did not say anything. Xian asked, what do you think? Ming asked, what if she really is an alternate dimension? Xian was silent. What if Dowie was an alternate dimension? Why would she help them fight against the alternate dimension? That didn't make sense. At this time, Ming said softly, I kind of understand why she did it. Xian looked at Ming, but Ming did not say anything. At the end of the spatial passage, a woman was walking slowly. It was Dowie. After an unknown amount of time, Dowie suddenly stopped. In front of her was an endless starry sky, and this starry sky was filled with strange black runes. Seal. This was the seal that Gaji had left behind. After passing through this starry sky, they would reach the alternate dimension. Looking at those dim black runes, Dowie shook her head and smiled. She knew why the seal had dissipated so quickly. It must be that Swordsman. If Swordsman wanted to go to the alternate dimension, he would have to pass through the seal. Obviously, when Swordsman went to the alternate dimension, although he didn't directly break the seal, he still heavily damaged it. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Dowie. From the appearance, it seemed to be a woman. The phantom existed in the dimension of space, so normal people could not see her. Dowie smiled and said, let's talk? The phantom shook its head. You don't have the qualifications. Dowie looked at the phantom. Letting him go is the same as letting the alien race go. The shadow said, you seem to have forgotten your own identity. Dowie said with smile, I have not forgotten my identity, that is why I came to talk to you. Letting him go is the same as letting the alien race go. The shadow said, he killed 13,000 of my people back then, have you forgotten? Dowie was silent. The shadow said again, that year, we also gave him a chance, but he did not choose it. This time, we will not give him another chance. And you seem to have forgotten the reason why you stayed here. Not only did you not kill him, you are even helping him. Do you know what you are doing? Dowie said softly, I know. The shadow said, I think you don't know. Do you know how many of our people died in the past 10 years? Dowie didn't say anything. The shadow continued, he was kind to you back then, so I can understand that you have feelings for him. But have you forgotten about our people? Dowie looked at the shadow. I am not begging you to let him go, I want you to understand that he is different from before. The previous master was a loner, but the current him is not. If you touch him, the alien race will be consigned to eternal damnation. The shadow said, are you talking about that plain-dressed woman? Dowie slightly narrowed his eyes. You already know of her existence. The shadow said, yes. Dowie stared at the shadow. She wants to use the alien race to temper master. If the alien race really touches him, when master is unable to resist you, she will definitely act. Are you sure you can deal with her? The shadow sneered. If she is really strong, why doesn't she come to our alien race? Dowie sighed inwardly. It wasn't that the plain-dressed woman didn't want to go to the alien race, but that she didn't care about it. This woman's strength not only surpassed this world, but also the alien race. She was just waiting for her brother to grow up, but she was very clear that even if she explained it to the alien race, they wouldn't listen. At this time, the shadow said again, Dowie, you still have a chance to atone for your crimes. As long as you break the seal, I can guarantee you that the patriarch will let bygones be bygones. Dowie shook his head. I won't. The shadow suddenly swooped down and grabbed Dowie's throat. Do you really want to betray your race for a lowly creature? Dowie stared at the shadow. Don't insult him. The shadow roared. He is a lowly creature. Dowie suddenly kneed the shadow. Bang, the illusory figure was sent flying, and in the next moment, Dowie rushed out, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Dowie's speed was extremely fast. Before the illusory figure could react, his fist landed on her body. Bang, the shadow immediately became illusory. The shadow said in a sinister voice, Dowie, do you want to die? Dowie's expression was calm. I do want to die. The shadow sneered. If you want to die, what about your sister? Do you want her to die too? Dowie's expression instantly became sinister. Back then, you promised me that you would set her free. The shadow said, that was back then. This is now. Dowie, if you don't kill him, your sister will be exiled for eternity. Dowie roared. You go back on your words. The shadow sneered. Dowie, do you think that without you, we wouldn't be able to come here? Even if your master reawakens, so what? Do you really think that he can stop us again? I want you to kill him because I don't want more trouble. Dowie clenched her fists tightly. After a moment of silence, she said, let me see my sister. The shadow said, wait. After that, she completely turned illusory. Dowie slowly closed her eyes. Dowie. Yi Xian's voice suddenly sounded from behind Dowie. Dowie turned around. Yi Xian and Disaster appeared in front of her. They have been here for a while. They heard the conversation between Dowie and the shadow just now. Dowie's expression became complicated. You really are a different dimensional person. Dowie chuckled. When did you guess it? Yi Xian looked at Dowie. Not long ago. Dowie nodded. I am a different dimensional person. Ming suddenly said, then why did you come to this world back then? Dowie softly said, I came to this world by accident, then met Master. Saying so, she shook her head. It was Master's misfortune to meet me. Ming looked at Dowie. Did the different dimensional people use your family to force you to betray Master? Dowie chuckled. Regardless of the reason, I still betrayed Master. If it wasn't for me, it wouldn't have been so easy for the different dimensional people to kill him. Saying so, her smile became bitter. Master is really stupid. He already knew my identity and origin, but never guarded against me. Ming asked again, what about your main body? Dowie said, my main body. Saying so, she shook her head and didn't say anything else. Yi Xian suddenly asked, did they want you to kill me and then break the seal here? Dowie nodded. They would need at least a few years to break the seal here, but if I help them, they can immediately break the seal here. Obviously, they can't wait. Ming asked, why can't they wait? Dowie hesitated, then shook her head and didn't say anything else. Ming frowned and was about to ask again, but Xian suddenly said, "Can I see that letter?" He knew that the letter was the reason why Dao changed her attitude towards him, the letter that Gaudy left for Dao. He was very curious about the contents of the letter. What was it that made Dao change her mind? Dao looked at Xian and said with smile, "I will show you later." Xian asked, "Can't I do it now?" Dao nodded. Xian still wanted to say something, but at this time, the space behind them suddenly trembled. As Dao turned around, a woman suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. The woman was also wearing a white dress and looked very similar to Dao. Obviously, she was Dao's younger sister. The woman looked at Dao with a calm expression. Dao walked in front of the woman with a complicated expression. "Agu, how have you been all these years?" The woman was slightly embarrassed. Bowing his head slightly, he did not speak. Dao grabbed Agu's hand and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of you all these years, I let you." Right at this moment, a strange dagger suddenly appeared in Agu's hand. In the next moment, she directly stabbed the dagger into Dao's stomach. Bang! In an instant, Dao's entire body froze on the spot, and then her body started to dissipate rapidly. Seeing this scene, Xian and Ming's expressions changed greatly. Xian was about to attack, but at this time, Dao suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Don't. This is the Time Divine Blade, it contains extremely powerful time energy, you can't resist this kind of energy." Ming also stopped Xian. That weapon caused even her to feel danger. Agu stared fixedly at Dao, and tears flowed down her eyes unceasingly. "Why? Why did you betray your clansman for a lowly human? Why? Why?" Dao touched Agu's cheek with her left hand and said softly, "Because big sister likes this human." Agu roared angrily, "He is just a human. A lowly creature, a lowly race. How can you like him? Do you know? You have brought shame to our entire Aga clan." As she spoke, she suddenly stabbed the blade in her right hand. Bang! Dao's body became even more illusory, and she frowned slightly. An instant later, she smiled slightly, "Silly girl, liking a person is not something you can control." As she spoke, she turned to look at Xian and smiled slightly, "I wanted to accompany you for a while longer, but things didn't go as I wished. Promise me, don't look for my main body, and don't save me. Death is really a release for me. Living is really painful." As her voice fell, she looked up at the boundless starry sky and smiled lightly, "In this life, I don't owe anyone anymore." As soon as she spoke, her body suddenly turned into countless stars and scattered in all directions. When these stars scattered in all directions, the surrounding seals started to tremble. Strengthen the seals, she was using her life to strengthen the seals here. At this moment, a letter suddenly floated in front of Xian, and there was only one word on the letter, "Love." Many years ago, under a tree. The girl who was reading suddenly raised her head and asked the man leaning against the tree, "Do you love me?" The man was slightly startled, and then he used the book to gently pat the girl's little head and said with a smile, "I like you, like all of you." The girl lowered her head slightly, and there was a trace of unconcealable disappointment in her eyes. "P.S. Thank you for everyone's support." He disappeared. In the starry sky, Xian's mind went blank. Dao, who was fine just a moment ago, disappeared just like that. At this moment, Agu suddenly looked at Xian with undisguised hatred in her eyes. "Lowly creature." As soon as she finished speaking, she charged at Xian. Ming frowned slightly. He took a step forward and punched. Rumble. Agu was forced back. Ming turned to look at Xian. "Let's go." She could already sense many mysterious and powerful auras in the surroundings. They were alien race experts. Xian was about to speak, but Ming took him and disappeared. In the battlefield, Agu looked up at the seals around her. Tears flowed from her eyes. A moment later, her eyes turned cold. "You actually died for a lowly human. Damn it." With that, she turned and left. On the other side. By the time Xian and Ming left the black vortex, the plain-dressed woman had already disappeared. Misery looked at the two of them. "Where's Dao?" Ming said solemnly, "She's gone." "Not here anymore," Misery frowned. "What do you mean?" Ming recounted what had happened earlier. After listening, Misery said softly, "So, she really is an alien." In fact, she had her suspicions, that was because Dao Yi's attainments in the laws of time were too profound, they were above the laws of time, Ming said solemnly, we don't have much time left. They didn't have much time left. At the side, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Ming looked into the distance. She hesitated for a moment, then followed. Yi Xian arrived at the small island and walked up to the tree. This was the place where God Yi and the nomological laws often stayed. Looking at everything in front of him, Yi Xian felt a little emotional. He looked at Ming beside him. If it wasn't for the alien, you guys would definitely be living a good life, right? Ming nodded. She looked around with a complicated expression. Yi Xian suddenly said, Dao Yi is still alive, right? Ming looked at Yi Xian. You want to save her? Yi Xian said softly, I don't know. She couldn't forget Dao Yi's last words to her. She lived a tiring life. Living was a form of suffering for her. Clansman, lover, sister. In fact, her life was really painful. Ming suddenly said, we can't go back to the past anymore. Yi Xian said, we still have more than 4 years. Ming nodded. 4.5 years. Yi Xian said softly, do me a favor. Ming looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian said, find someone. Ming nodded. It's fine as long as the other party is in this universe. Yi Xian smiled and said, definitely. After saying so, he turned around and left. At this time, Ming suddenly said, do me a favor first. Yi Xian looked at Ming, and Ming pointed at the tree. My box. Yi Xian looked at the box that Ming was pointing at. Come down. The box slowly descended and landed in front of Ming. Ming opened the box and took out a letter. After looking at it for a long time, she silently put it away. Yi Xian was a bit curious. What is it? Ming said softly, nothing. Go find the person you're looking for. After saying so, she turned around and left. Yi Xian was a bit speechless. Soon, the two of them disappeared from the island. Somewhere in the starry sky, the two of them were traveling through space. Ming said, what do you want to do? Yi Xian said, I don't want to fight anymore. This chapter isn't finished, please continue. Ming looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression was calm. The other dimensional people are so much stronger than me, why should I bear it myself? Ming said, Dao Yi said that you have to rely on yourself. Yi Xian said, Dao Yi is no longer here. Ming didn't say anything else. Lakeside, inside the bamboo house. A powerful aura suddenly spread out from the bamboo house. Soon, a woman walked out, and Xianxia, she had also reached Peri-Celestial. On the side, Misfortune glanced at Xianxia. It had to be said that she was a bit shocked. This little girl in front of her was extraordinarily talented, she was even better than them in the past. If she had received guidance earlier, her achievements would have been far greater. At this time, another powerful aura came out from the bamboo house. Misfortune turned around and saw another woman walking out. Little Seven, Swordsman Little Seven. Misfortune glanced at Little Seven. Reincarnated person. Little Seven didn't say anything. Misfortune said, from now on, you need to understand time. Only by understanding time will you be able to fight against the other dimensional people in the future. And Xianxia nodded slightly. Miss, please guide us. Misfortune shook her head. The Tao of time is most proficient in Dao Yi. Now that Dao Yi is no longer here, I'll let Time Law teach you. As soon as she finished speaking, a woman appeared in front of the two women. It was the Time Law. Time Law glanced at the two women. Let's go. Saying so, she disappeared with the two women. When they reappeared, they were already in the time dimension. Time Law looked at the two women. This is my time dimension. Everyone has their own time dimension. What you need to do now is to understand this time dimension, and then have the ability to sever it. In the following time, the two women began to study the Time Law. Somewhere in a pavilion. On this day, a woman suddenly walked out of the pavilion, Mu Niannian. The moment Mu Niannian walked out, the surrounding space became transparent, broken deity realm peak. Not only that, her current understanding of time had far surpassed the broken deity realm. Mu Niannian looked at the strange space in front of her and chuckled. Is this the time dimension? Saying so, she looked up at the horizon and said softly, time. Space. The time dimension is built on top of space. Then, can the two be combined? At this point, her brow suddenly furrowed. Dimension. Could there be multiple dimensions of space and time? In an unknown starry sky, the sound of a sword suddenly resounded. The next moment, a wisp of sword light tore through the starry sky and disappeared at the end of the starry sky. At this moment, two had also broken through. Somewhere in an unknown starry sky, Ming suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. We're here. They're here. Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the distance. In that starry sky, he saw a man in a green robe. Beside the man in a green robe, there were several familiar figures. The spear-wielding Missin, the little girl with horns on her head, and that furry white little guy. At this moment, the man in a green robe suddenly stopped and turned around. When he saw Yi Xian, he smiled. You actually found me. Yi Xian walked to the man in a green robe with Ming. He looked around and said, Dad, I'm here to ask for your help. He went straight to the point. He would not fight the alien dimensional people by himself. If he fought them by himself, more people would die. The man in a green robe thought for a moment and said, Exterminate the alien dimensional people? Yi Xian spread his hands. Do as you see fit. The man in a green robe was speechless. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. Yi Xian looked at the little girl with horns on her head and said with a smile, Hello, Arya. Arya glanced at Yi Xian. I heard that you're doing quite badly. Is that true? Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. At this time, the white little guy flew to Yi Xian. She grinned and lightly patted Yi Xian's shoulder with her little claw before returning to Arya's shoulder. This was considered a greeting. Yi Xian looked at Nanjing. Anton. And Nanjing nodded slightly. Yi Xian looked at the man in a green robe. After a moment of silence, the man said, Do you always think that I'm fooling around? Yi Xian nodded. I thought so. The man in a green robe laughed. You're quite frank. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Dad, I really can't fight the alien dimensional people. This enemy is a bit abnormally strong. If it was normal, I wouldn't have come looking for you. The man in a green robe walked to Yi Xian, patted Yi Xian's shoulder, and said with a smile, I'll take you to see what is abnormal. After saying that, he turned and left. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then followed. The group walked toward the depths of the starry sky. On the way, Arya suddenly said, Little Xuanzi, I'll take you to the Milky Way realm to play in the future. Yi Xian looked at Arya. The Milky Way realm? Arya nodded. It'll be fun. Little White nodded vigorously in agreement. Yi Xian was about to speak when an invisible pressure suddenly swept over from the depths of the starry sky. Boom, the surrounding starry sky trembled violently, then collapsed layer by layer. Not only did the starry sky collapse, but also space and time. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. There was actually such an expert in this world. The law of disaster was also in disbelief. How could there be an expert of this level in this world? At this moment, the man in a green robe waved his right hand lightly, and the pressure disappeared. The surrounding starry sky returned to normal. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The old man wore a gray robe, and his hair was so long that it almost reached his waist. His gaze was fixed on Yi Xian, and his gaze was filled with greed. Seeing the old man's gaze, Yi Xian frowned. There's something wrong with that gaze. At this moment, the old man turned to look at Yi Xian. Fellow Taoist, you've crossed the line. Fellow Taoist, Yi Xian glanced at the old man. This form of address is a little strange. The man in a green robe pointed at Yi Xian and smiled. This is my son. The old man's expression was calm. Fellow Taoist, you're blessed to have given birth to a son with a Taoist physique. Taoist physique? Yi Xian frowned. He remembered that Qing'er had told him about his physique back in Qingqing. At that time, Qing'er had said that it was a Taoist physique. But later on, he himself had forgotten about it. Because it didn't seem to be of any use, physique was inferior to bloodline. The man in a green robe smiled. I'm not an unreasonable person. It hasn't been easy for my son. Can you let him go? After a moment of silence, the old man smiled. If it's just a Taoist physique, then I'll give you face. Unfortunately, he has 4 special Taoist physiques. Even the other dimensional people covet him. So, I can't give you face, fellow Taoist. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. The moment the old man disappeared, Xian's expression changed greatly. He was about to make a move, but Ming's reaction was faster. She directly blocked in front of Xian and punched out. The old man didn't dodge, and also punched out. Boom, Ming directly retreated several tens of thousands of meters away. When she was about to attack again, the old man and Xian had already disappeared. Seeing this, Ming's expression became extremely ugly. As if thinking of something, she turned to look at the man in a green robe. "You're not going to attack?" The man in a green robe smiled. "Let the sword chi fly for a while." Ming. End of this chapter. At this moment, Xian was quite stunned. He was traversing through space at a terrifying speed. It was so fast that even his dimensional body was unable to endure it. At this moment, the old man beside him suddenly stopped. The old man turned around, and a strand of sword energy tore through the air. It was a familiar sword energy. A wisp of viciousness flashed through the old man's eyes when he saw the sword energy, and then he took a step forward and tapped forward with his finger. A strange vortex suddenly appeared on the tip of his finger. As soon as the vortex appeared, the space in the surroundings condensed, and it wasn't just space that had condensed, even time had condensed. The sword energy arrived, bang, the black vortex shattered, and the space in the surroundings was instantly obliterated as well. The old man retreated repeatedly, and he moved over 30 kilometers back. However, the sword energy was still there when the old man stopped moving. The old man was horrified, and he swiftly swept his arms forward. Bang, the old man's figure shook violently, and then he became ethereal. The old man hurriedly looked towards the distance, and his voice trembled. "Fellow Taoist, please show mercy." Meanwhile, a sword howl suddenly resounded from the sword energy. Hiss, the sword energy slashed down from above the old man's head. Bang, the old man's eyes opened wide while his entire body trembled violently. Meanwhile, the green-clothed man's group appeared here. The old man gazed at the green-clothed man with disbelief in his eyes. "You." The green-clothed man smiled. "I gave you a chance." The old man suddenly clenched his right hand, and then it vanished. Ming's face fell when he witnessed this scene. He wants to turn back time. The green-clothed man grinned. "There's no rush." As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his fingers together and slashed forward. Hiss, a rift that was over 30 kilometers long suddenly appeared in the space here. A shrill and miserable cry resounded from within the rift, and then countless strands of blood seeped out from within it. "He's dead." Ming took a deep and long glance at the green-clothed man, and he was beyond shocked. That man had destroyed time with a single strike of his sword. That wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was how easily he'd done it. The green-clothed man gazed at Xian and smiled. "Do you have a lot of questions?" Xian nodded. At this moment, he couldn't calm down for a long time. The green-robed man smiled and said, "Ask away. I will answer whatever I know. However, I can't guarantee that you will understand." Xian asked in a deep voice, "What is the Taoist form that he mentioned just now?" The azure-robed man said, "It's a very special physique. You were born with it. However, it was sealed by the heavenly mandate." Xian was puzzled. "Sealed?" The blue-clothed man nodded, the smile on his face gradually fading. "If I don't seal it, you will be even more miserable." Xian was curious. "What do you mean?" The azure-robed man said softly, "The Tao body is also known as the Great Tao body. I can't explain the nature of this constitution to you. You only need to know one thing about the Tao Yi. That is, the body of the Great Tao contains the origin of the Great Tao, and this origin of the Great Tao no longer exists in this world. Not only in this world, but also in the alternate dimension. Back then, when the alien dimensional people came to this universe, it was not to devour it, but to obtain God Ye's origin of the Great Path. It's the same now." At this time, Ming suddenly said softly, "I see." Xian looked at Ming. "You know about the origin of the Great Tao?" Ming nodded. "Master mentioned it back then, but he didn't say much." Xian was curious. "What's the use of the origin of the Great Tao?" The azure-robed man smiled. "There are many uses. The biggest one is that it can be used to break through the limits of one's soul. Yi Xian was curious. Break through the limits of one's own soul? The azure-robed man smiled. The mortal realm is the body, ascension is the soul. Do you know what's above the soul? Yi Xian shook his head. The azure-robed man pointed at his head and smiled. It's the consciousness. Above the soul is the consciousness. The deity realm is the limit of the soul, and above the deity realm is the intent realm. The so-called intent realm refers to the consciousness. Breaking through the limit of the deity realm can allow one's consciousness to exist in the time dimension. Under such circumstances, as long as time does not disappear, one is almost immortal, thus achieving a so-called eternal life. Because even if the body is destroyed and the soul is destroyed, one's consciousness is still there. One can still be considered alive. That old man just now is half-step intent realm. He is just a little bit away from reaching the true intent realm, and what he lacks is the origin of the great Tao. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Ming. Ming, have you reached the intent realm? Ming shook his head. Yi Xian asked, deity realm? Ming nodded. The azure-robed man said, the laws of this universe are not simple deity realm, because their understanding of time and space far surpasses the people of this world. When the realm is the same, it depends on whose combat power is stronger. And a person's combat power depends on their understanding and use of time and space. The otherworldly people are stronger than this universe because of their use of time. Yi Xian looked at the azure-robed man and asked, Dad, what's your realm? Ming also looked at the azure-robed man, his heart full of curiosity. What realm did these three swords belong to? The azure-robed man smiled. I have no realm. Yi Xian frowned slightly. No realm? The azure-robed man nodded. I cultivate the sword, I don't cultivate realm. Yi Xian blinked. What do you mean? The azure-robed man smiled. You can think of it this way. I'm a swordsman who only cultivates the sword. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, only cultivates the sword? The azure-robed man nodded. Yes. Yi Xian was silent. He understood now, his dad only cultivated the sword. As long as the sword was strong enough, all space and time were fleeting, therefore, he could not use any realm to measure his dad. Because he did not cultivate realm at all, as if thinking of something, Yi Xian asked again, just now, that old man said I have 4 types of Taoist bodies. What does that mean? The azure-robed man said, you have 4 types of Taoist bodies. The first is the Tendo body. This is innate and was given to you by Godyi. After he reincarnated, this Taoist body also reincarnated. The Taoist body does not refer to the physical body, but the soul and consciousness. As long as your soul and consciousness do not dissipate, your Taoist body will always be there. The second type is the swordsmanship Taoist body. This is what I gave you. Yi Xian blinked. You? The azure-robed man nodded. It should be because I'm too invincible. Therefore, my son was born extraordinary, haha. Yi Xian was speechless. Arya glanced at the azure-robed man and pouted. They're all thick-skinned. The azure-robed man continued, the third type is the reincarnation Taoist body. This is what the reincarnation law gave you. Actually, this reincarnation Taoist body is quite interesting. That little girl made it to protect Godyi. It can prevent others from taking over his body and also eliminate all karma of reincarnation. Unfortunately, she met destiny. Otherwise, you might not be you now. This reincarnation Taoist body was suppressed in the beginning. The last one is the destiny Taoist body. Yi Xian was a little curious. The destiny Taoist body? The azure-robed man nodded. This is the most mysterious and the strangest. Even destiny and I can't understand this thing. He paused, then continued, actually, little guy, did you know that even destiny and I can't sense the trajectory of your future? Yi Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? The azure-robed man said softly, it means that your destiny is very special, even more special than mine and destiny's. This is also what we're worried about. Do you know why we want you to become stronger? Because only with great strength can you truly control your own destiny. The current you can't be considered to be in control of your own destiny. From a certain perspective, your destiny is still affected by Godyi and us. Yi Xian was silent. That's right. Isn't my current destiny affected by God Yi, my father, and Qing? In other words, his destiny was controlled by his father and Qing. Although that was good, however, it was a fact that he could not control his own destiny. The azure-robed man said again, I told you before that I'm looking for someone. In fact, I'm not only looking for the person, but also karma and destiny. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Karma and destiny? The azure-robed man opened his palm and a blade of grass appeared in his hand. The azure-robed man looked at Yi Xian. This blade of grass will wither, right? Yi Xian nodded. The azure-robed man said, this is its destiny. From growing to withering, this was the trajectory of its fate. As for you, we can't sense your destiny. That's what we're worried about. Because this means that your future may not be in our control. In other words, your future destiny will be out of our control. When that happens, things will become very, very troublesome. Yi Xian said softly, I kind of understand. The azure-robed man continued, she and I can still suppress some things, but you make us feel danger. The uncertainty of the future makes her and I a little worried. After all, she and I are not truly omnipotent, especially some things that can't be solved with force. Yi Xian frowned slightly. I make you feel danger? The azure-robed man nodded and his smile gradually disappeared. To be precise, it's your future that makes us feel danger. Do you know what she and I are most worried about? Yi Xian shook his head. The azure-robed man looked at Yi Xian. Who is your biggest karma now? It's me and her. The two of us are your biggest karma. However, we're worried that there's an even stronger karma on you. Yi Xian said solemnly, an even stronger karma, a karma stronger than yours? The azure-robed man nodded. You have the strongest karma and destiny in the world. As for me and her, we can cut off our own karma and control our own destiny. In fact, this sentence isn't right because even she and I can't say that we can completely control our own destiny. Because the future is unknown, and the unknown means that everything is possible. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Karma. The karma law that God Yi created back then, the azure-robed man shook his head and smiled. Your understanding is wrong. Karma is not created by God Yi, including the so-called destiny. He didn't create it. He only has a certain understanding of karma and destiny, then based on his understanding, he established an order in this world. If he really was the creator of destiny and karma, he wouldn't have lost himself. Karma and destiny, they really exist. You can feel them, but you can't find them. Just like how the grass will wither, why will it wither? It's not something that can be explained in a few words. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. It's complicated. The azure-robed man smiled. For you now, karma, destiny, and reincarnation must be very complicated. As he said that, he patted Yi Xian's shoulder. Actually, your father isn't good at these things either. I don't want to care about these things. If you hadn't asked, I wouldn't have bothered to answer this kind of question. It's too boring. I have a sword, and with one sword, who can't be destroyed? Who couldn't be destroyed by a single strike of his sword? Yi Xian shook his head and chuckled. His father was just like his older brother and Qing, and they were extremely arrogant. Meanwhile, the green-clothed man suddenly chuckled, Come, I'll take you to see the world. As soon as he finished speaking, he led Yi Xian towards the distance. Ming hurriedly followed them as well. The green-clothed man glanced at Ming and didn't speak. Actually, he'd intended to deal with the laws of the universe. But he'd noticed that these little girls weren't bad, so he hadn't done anything. Even though he wasn't a good person, he wouldn't kill indiscriminately. Of course, the precondition was that the laws of the universe didn't target Yi Xian to death. It wasn't that he didn't care, but he wouldn't interfere easily. A young man who suffered a little wasn't a bad person. At the very least, the current Yi Xian was much more mature than before. In the past, Yi Xian was always showy and didn't have any sense of danger, and now, he already had a heart that wanted to become stronger. It didn't take long for their group to arrive at an unknown continent. In the air, Yi Xian looked down. The mountains were connected to each other, and there was no end in sight. Yi Xian was quite curious, where are we? The green-clothed man smiled, the endless continent, an enemy that's rather mysterious to the world. Yi Xian was quite curious, mysterious? The green-clothed man nodded. He was about to speak when an old man suddenly appeared here. Ming's expression instantly became solemn when he saw the old man. The old man was actually at the god-destroying realm. Besides the three swords, such an expert actually existed in this universe, and I've never been aware of it. After all, the universe court could be said to have controlled the entire universe in the past. The old man was slightly stunned when he saw the green-clothed man, and then he hurriedly bowed respectfully. So it's sect leader Yang. The green-clothed man smiled. Let's take a stroll. The old man nodded. Please do as you please. As soon as he spoke, he left. The green-clothed man smiled. Let's go. Not long after, the group arrived in front of an ancient and dilapidated city. The city was very dilapidated, and there were broken walls everywhere. With a single glance, one could tell that it had experienced the baptism of time, and it was filled with an ancient aura. The group walked into the city. On the two sides of the streets, there were some people sitting there. There were old people, middle-aged men, and women. In front of these people, there were some small toys. That was not the main point. The main point was that these people were all at the god-slaying realm. Ming's expression became extremely solemn at the sight of this, and she gazed at the green-clothed man. The latter smiled. Only godly Reaper realm experts can come to this continent. Ming said in a deep voice, why don't we know? The man in green smiled and said, Miss, there are still many things that you don't know. Ming looked around and didn't say anything. At this time, the little white fellow on Arya's shoulder suddenly flew in front of an old man. The old man glanced at the little white fellow, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Ancestor of spirits. The spirit ancestor. The old man's voice was soft, but everyone on the street heard it. At this moment, everyone looked over. Their gazes were filled with greed, curiosity, and seriousness. The little white fellow seemed to be used to all of this, and she paid no attention to them at all. Her gaze descended onto a small black pot. The little fellow pointed at the pot, and then she gazed at the old man. The old man said, that's a world pot, and there's a world hidden within it. The little white fellow suddenly withdrew a skewer of candied fruits and passed it to the old man. Xianxia's expression froze. She's here again, she's going to trade candied fruits for treasures again. The green-cloaked man shook his head and smiled. He patted the little fellow lightly on the head, and then he gazed at the old man and smiled. 100 strands of primordial violet chi. Deal? The old man glanced at the little white fellow. 200. The green-cloaked man smiled, and then he gazed at the little white fellow. Let's go. The little white fellow didn't hesitate at all and immediately flew back to Arya's shoulder. The group of them walked towards the distance. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly said, 150. The green-cloaked man didn't even turn around. The old man said again, 100. The green-cloaked man stopped in his tracks, and turned to look at the old man. He pointed with his finger, and 100 strands of purple chi landed in front of the old man. The old man also pointed with his finger, and the world pot flew in front of the green-cloaked man. The green-cloaked man handed the world pot to Yixian. It's for you. Yixian blinked his eyes. For me? The green-cloaked man nodded. The spiritual energy in the gourd is very abundant. When the time comes, let the little fellow bring some spiritual energy in, and it will become an excellent place for cultivation. You can let the Undying Emperor clan enter, and their cultivation speed will increase by at least several times. Most importantly, if there's any danger, they can immediately move away. Other than that, there should be some historical remains inside, and these historical remains are a blessing for them. Yixian didn't refuse, and immediately put it away. Wasn't what his father owned also his? What's there to be polite about? As if thinking of something, Yixian asked, then why does the old man have such a godly item? The green-cloaked man smiled. Maybe he killed someone and stole it, or maybe he picked it up, who knows? In any case, it's ours now. Yixian nodded. All right. The group continued forward. Along the way, the people on the street sized them up from time to time, especially the little white fellow. This was the spirit ancestor. With the spirit ancestor around, cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. Most importantly, the spirit ancestor had the ability to search for treasures. It could be said that it was the real god of fortune. Moreover, the spirit ancestor's purple chi was very helpful to experts of their level. However, those who could be in this place were not idiots. How could a person who dared to strut around the streets with the spirit ancestor be an ordinary person? Although the spirit ancestor was very tempting, no one dared to make a move. At their level, experts were very clear that sometimes, a bad cause could cause countless years of cultivation to be destroyed. Experts of their level were most afraid of karma, especially bad karma. Right then, a woman suddenly smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator, are you interested in looking at this thing in front of me?" The green-clothed man stopped in his tracks and looked at the woman. In front of the woman was a bamboo scroll. The woman smiled and said, "This is the manuscript left behind by Gaji back then. It's extremely precious and only needs 300 strands of purple chi." The manuscript left behind by Gaji, Ming's interest was immediately piqued. She was about to take it, but was stopped by a mysterious force. The woman looked at Ming and smiled. "Miss, this is against the rules." Ming asked, "What manuscript is this?" The woman smiled. "A manuscript about martial arts cultivation. It's priceless." However, Ming shook her head. The woman looked at Ming. "Miss, why are you shaking your head?" Ming said calmly, "This is fake." Hearing that, the woman narrowed her eyes. "Fake?" Ming nodded. "It's fake." The woman smiled. "Miss, are you joking?" Ming glanced at the woman. "The handwriting on the bamboo scroll isn't his." Xian looked at the bamboo slip. There were two words that looked very faint on the bamboo slip: martial arts. Obviously, Ming had seen these two words. Right then, Ming suddenly said, "Let's go." The group was about to leave when the woman suddenly smiled. "Everyone, please wait." The woman looked at Ming and smiled. "Miss, you said that this is fake. Do you have proof? If you don't, you'll have to buy it for 10 times the price." Although she was smiling, it was very cold. Ming stared at the woman. "Force me to buy it?" The woman smiled. "What makes you say that it's fake?" Ming asked, "What if it's fake?" The woman smiled. "I'll pay you back 10 times the price." Ming nodded. "You said it." The woman nodded. "I said it." Ming said, "Since you know about Gaji, do you know about the laws of the universe?" Hearing that, the woman narrowed her eyes. Ming smiled. "Obviously, you've already guessed my identity." The laws of the universe. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes fell on Ming. They were naturally no stranger to the laws of the universe. When Gaji was around, he was truly invincible in the world. The laws of the universe under him were also extremely powerful. Ming looked at the woman. "Do you need me to prove my identity?" The woman smiled. "So it's the laws of the universe, but I don't understand. How dare you come here? And you came alone?" Ming stared at the woman and was about to speak when Xian suddenly said, "Miss, are we not human?" Arya suddenly said, "I'm not human." Xian was speechless. Little White quickly pointed at herself, indicating that she was not human either. Xian was speechless. The woman glanced at Xian and smiled. "You're so weak. How did you get in? Did you get in through connections?" Xian nodded. "I did get in through connections." The woman was speechless. At that moment, Ming suddenly said, "What about 10 times the compensation?" The woman glanced at Ming and smiled. "The laws of the universe. Don't you know that the owner of this place dislikes the cosmic court the most?" Ming was expressionless. "Do I need others to like me?" As she said that, she walked in front of the woman. "Swindling people in the name of the owner, have you asked us?" The woman smiled. "Why? Are you going to enforce the law?" Ming stared at the woman. "What about 10 times the compensation? Are you a sore loser?" The woman blinked. "I'm not going to compensate." "Hit me then." Ming smiled. "Are you trying to provoke me?" The woman smiled brightly. "I'm trying to provoke you. Hit me if you can. Do you dare to fight here? Do you?" Ming suddenly slapped him across the face. Slap. Before the woman could even react, she was sent flying dozens of feet away by the slap, a resounding slap. Everyone was dumbfounded. She really dared to fight here? After Ming slapped the woman away, she pulled Xian and walked behind the green-robed man. She was very obedient, as if she wasn't the one who attacked. The green-robed man didn't say anything. Yi Xian held Ah Ming's hand and smiled. "Don't be afraid. Let my father handle it. He can handle it." The green-robed man was speechless. At that moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly swept over from the sky. P.S. I've been having a toothache recently. I want to live off a woman. Fellow Taoists, can you introduce me? I'm fine with anything, everyone, don't bother with how to address the woman. Qing. Only Yi Xian could call her Qing. As the formidable aura swept over, some people in the surroundings instantly took pleasure in Xianxi's misfortune. There was a rule in this city, and that was no fighting in the city, no matter how great the grudge. Whoever moved would die. No one dared to break this rule for hundreds of thousands of years. Even some half-step intent realm experts would not fight here. Some people's eyes fell on Ah Ming. To them, this universal law was a little stupid. That was because the stall owner was deliberately provoking her, but she still attacked. That was very irrational. Ah Ming's expression was calm. She stood behind the man in green, very quiet, as if the person who attacked just now was not her. At that moment, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Half-step intent realm expert, the white-haired old man glanced at the stall owner. She stared at Ah Ming with undisguised killing intent in her eyes. She was careless, she really did not expect the universal law to dare to attack. This was Endless City, how dare she? The white-haired old man looked at Ah Ming. You attacked first. Ah Ming nodded. The white-haired old man stared at Ah Ming. Are you going to kill yourself, or am I going to kill you? Domineering, even knowing that this was the universal law, the old man was still domineering. Yi Xian was also a little surprised. What kind of place was this? They did not even give face to the universal law. At that moment, the man in green smiled. This is not the girl's fault. The white-haired old man looked at the man in green, and the man in green glanced at the stall owner and smiled. This girl used a fake to pretend to be God Ye's manuscript and wanted to cheat me of the primordial violet aura. However, she was exposed by this little girl, so she deliberately provoked her with words. Her heart is quite vicious and sinister. In fact, let alone this little girl, even I want to give her a slap. The white-haired old man stared at the man in green. I don't care about that. The rules here state that no one is allowed to fight. Those who do will die. The man in green smiled. Rules are dead, but people are alive. What do you think? The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes. Are you questioning the rules here? At that moment, Arya suddenly took off the strange thing on her head and looked at Yi Xian. Brother Yang, do you want to fight? I'm ready. Little White nodded excitedly. She wanted to fight too. If they didn't fight, she wouldn't be able to take any of these treasures. This was because the green-robed man had said that he couldn't casually take other people's things. However, the enemy's items were different. As long as he fought, all these people in front of him were his enemies. Since they were enemies, she could take them as she pleased. All hers. This entire city was hers. The more White Kid thought about it, the more excited she became. She almost couldn't hold it in anymore. The green-clothed man glared at the two little fellows who wished for the world to be in chaos. And then he looked at the white-haired old man and said with a smile, the rules are unreasonable, they should be changed. It must be changed. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the surroundings was stunned. Change the rules? Who was this green-robed man? They actually wanted to change the rules here. Was he crazy? Even a true intent realm powerhouse wouldn't dare to say such a thing, right? The white-haired elder looked at Yi Xian. Who do you think you are? You think too highly of yourself. Meanwhile, the woman who set up the stall suddenly smiled and said, there are always some conceited people in the world. At this moment, the green-robed man suddenly slapped out. Pa! Before the woman could react, she was sent flying over 100 meters away. Not only that, but her body also crumbled. Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors above, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince shall be removed, and Yi Lang shall take over. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this moment, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. Her name was Yiling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she ignored her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yiling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yiling bowed to everyone in the ancestral hall, asking timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the crown prince. Why did you remove him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yiling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting? Leave. Yiling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she mustered her courage and entered the ancestral hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He's fighting for the clan, and it's unknown whether he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove him from the position. This is unfair. How dare you? The Great Elder suddenly shouted angrily, It's not up to a little girl like you to decide whether to remove him or not. Someone, drag her away. At this moment, the new crown prince, Yiling, suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder said coldly, Then flog him 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yiling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yiling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, Young Master Yiling inherits the position of crown prince. Why are you shouting? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yiling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded. Yiling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she didn't cry. She just covered her cheek tightly. Yiling looked at the guard and smiled, What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, Subordinate Zhongmu greets the crown prince. Yiling nodded, You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhongmu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply, This subordinate will go through fire and water for the crown prince. Yiling nodded slightly, Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show any mercy. Do you understand? Zhongmu glanced at Yiling. When he saw the murderous intent in Yiling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhongmu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a youth was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yiling's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, all the elders frowned. The Great Elder's eyes narrowed, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhongmu dragging Yiling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhongmu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yiling and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhongmu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yiling did not stop there. He charged at Zhongmu again. At this time, Yiling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhongmu's chest. Pooey, Zhongmu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yiling's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, Your man? As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhongmu's face. Zhongmu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhongmu, as he walked to Yiling's side. Seeing Yiling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out, Brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no morals. From now on, Yi Xian's position will be removed, and Yi Lang will take over. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she ignored her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you remove him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove him from the position. This is unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he is removed or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this moment, the newly appointed Prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder said coldly, then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan, but the clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the newly appointed Prince Yi Lang, and he knew that his chance to show off had come. The guard sneered, young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince, and it's everyone's wish. What are you yelling about? With that, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up, but she did not cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, I'm Zhang Mu, greeting the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, I'm willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince, even if I have to die 10,000 times. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, so don't show any mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look out of the ancestral hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face instantly turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed, and he hurriedly looked at Yi Lang. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Bang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage, and in the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! He'd instantly killed 2 half-step intent realm experts. This could be said to be a heavy loss to Endless City. It was a true heavy loss. There weren't many experts of this level in this world, yet at this moment, Endless City had lost 2, no, coupled with the white-haired old man that was nailed, it was probably 3, because everyone knew that the white-haired old man was dead for sure. Yi Xian walked over to the green-cloaked man's side and said in a light voice, "Angry?" The green-cloaked man smiled and said, "A little." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "What do you think?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "You want to reason with them, but they don't. Now, they want to reason, but you don't." The green-cloaked man roared with laughter, "Do you know? The master of this city has actually been paying attention to this place since a long time ago. But she didn't make an appearance. Do you know why?" Yi Xian said, "Because she wants to investigate your actual situation?" The green-cloaked man shook his head and smiled, "They've taken a fancy to our little fellow. They want to find an excuse to cause trouble, and then seize our little fellow in a perfectly justifiable manner." Little fellow, Yi Xian glanced at the white little fellow. "So, this fellow is the main culprit." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, "I thought your reputation was so great that no one dared offend you." The green-cloaked man smiled and said, "I usually keep a very low profile." Yi Xian was speechless. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from within the city, "Sect Master Yang, this matter was my Endless City's fault." The green-cloaked man looked towards the distance and said with a smile, "Come out and receive your death." As soon as his voice resounded, his sword suddenly flew out. A hall in the distance collapsed with a bang. In the next moment, a bloody head flew into the air. Another half-step intent realm expert had fallen. When they saw this scene, the expressions of the stall owners on the street instantly became extremely unsightly. Killing half-step intent realm experts is like killing dogs. Some stall owners turned around and left. They didn't dare take that treasure anymore. They would just take it as losing money to avoid disaster. Meanwhile, the green-cloaked man suddenly said, "Wait." The expressions of those stall owners froze. The green-robed man glanced at the little white guy, "Return it to them." The little white fellow blinked and turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. "Gosh, why are you looking at me?" The green-robed man shook his head and smiled. "These stall owners are innocent. You can't take their things, understand?" The little white fellow hesitated for a moment, and then she opened her palm, causing some violet energy to appear in her hand. Obviously, she wanted to use the purple aura to exchange for it. The azure-robed man glanced at the stall owners around him. "This chi is primordial violet chi. It's extremely beneficial to all of you. If you're willing to trade, we'll trade with you. If not, I'll return it to its rightful owner." Change, everyone chose to change. This was the primordial violet chi. Not only was it very beneficial to them, but most importantly, it was very easy to exchange for other things. They were here to sell things, but these things were not easy to sell. The primordial violet chi was different. It was very easy to buy other things with it. Because it was useful to all of them, it didn't take long for the stall owners to reveal satisfied smiles. Because the azure-robed man had given them a lot of primordial violet chi, and it had far exceeded the price of their divine objects. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man bowed slightly to the azure-robed man. "Thank you, Sect Leader Yang." The other stall owners bowed successively as well. Actually, even if the azure-robed man didn't give it to them, this chapter isn't over. Please continue to the next page. They didn't dare to say anything about the primordial violet chi, but the azure-robed man had given it to them. Moreover, it was a lot. All of them were sincerely grateful. The azure-robed man patted Yi Xian's shoulder lightly and smiled. "This is my son." His meaning was very obvious. All of them glanced at Yi Xian, and one of the old men bowed slightly. We understand. Meanwhile, Xian bowed slightly. His father had the ability to make these people respect him, but he didn't. Since he didn't, then it was best for him to keep a low profile and be humble. Meanwhile, the old man in the lead smiled lightly. Young friend, I'm Shuihu from the South Star continent. In the future, if young friend has any needs, just let me know. This old man will surely not refuse to the best of my ability. The rest of them also introduced themselves successively. This was sowing good karma. Sometimes, getting to know someone was really a good karma. After a short while, those stall owners left successively. They were very clear that it was a matter between sect leader Yang and this endless city now. No matter which side, they couldn't afford to offend. The best choice was to flee quickly so as to avoid drawing trouble onto themselves. In no time, the street became deserted. The azure-robed man raised his head and looked at the white-haired old man who was nailed in the distance. The white-haired old man wasn't dead yet, but he was already at his last gasp. Noticing the azure-robed man looking over, the white-haired old man said in a trembling voice, "Your Excellency, please show mercy." Unyielding, he wanted to be unyielding too, but his strength didn't allow it. He'd already lived for so many years. Dying just like this, he was naturally unwilling. Most of the time, the longer a person lived, the more they feared death. The azure-robed man raised his head and looked into the distance and said with a smile, "Endless City Lord isn't even coming out now?" At this time, a woman suddenly walked over slowly from afar. The woman's age was not old, looking to be only 16 or 17 years old. She wore a floral skirt and had a small braid on her head, looking very adorable. Xian's brows furrowed slightly. This was the Endless City Lord. The woman walked in front of the azure-robed man and the rest. She smiled slightly and said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Endless City Lord, Huai." The azure-robed man was just about to speak when at this time, Huai suddenly looked at Xian and said with a smile, "This young master, getting to know each other is fate. I have a little thing here that just happens to be suitable for young master." As she said, she opened her palm. In her palm was a palm-sized small seal. Xian glanced at the small seal and said with a smile, "Miss, this is between my dad and you. It has nothing to do with me. You talk to my dad." Huai blinked. This item is called the spacetime seal. This item contains a special spacetime. 1 day inside is equivalent to 10 days outside. If young master uses it for cultivation, it'll be just right. Hearing that, Xian's expression suddenly became solemn. 1 day inside is equivalent to 10 days outside, a difference of 10 times. Xian was a little tempted. At this time, Ming suddenly said in a deep voice, "Spacetime seal." Huai turned to look at Ming and said with a smile, "Obviously, Gaji mentioned this item to Miss back then." Ming looked at Xian. "You can have it." Xian said in a deep voice, "Is it really that divine?" Ming nodded. "This object doesn't belong to this universe. It came from somewhere else. Back then, Master mentioned it a few times, and he was full of praise for it. He once thought of making a replica, but before he could do so, the other dimensional people came." As she said that, she took the spacetime seal. "I'll keep it safe for you." Xian was dumbfounded. F***ck, so you're like this, Ming. Seeing Ming put it away, Huai's smile became even brighter. She turned to look at the green-robed man. This chapter is not over, please continue to the next page. Sect Leader Yang, today's matter was caused by my own greed. Please punish me, young Master Yang. Xian glanced at Huai. This woman is amazing, she came up with gifts and apologized without even looking for an excuse. She even took the initiative to ask for punishment. This is an amazing woman. The green-robed man suddenly looked at Xian. "Do you want to kill her?" "Kill her?" Hearing that, Xian was stunned. Huai still had a smile on her face, but there was a hint of wariness in the depths of her eyes. Kill her, this green-robed man dared to say such words. What did that mean? It meant that this green-robed man did not put Endless City in his eyes at all. This was not the main point. The main point was that even she could not sense this green-robed man's aura and strength. Huai sighed softly in her heart. A wrong thought, a bad karma. Although she had already prepared for the worst in her heart, she still did not want to take that step. She looked at Xian and bowed again. Young master, can this matter be settled? Xian looked at his father. The green-robed man smiled slightly. You decide. Decide yourself, Xian said solemnly. Dad, do you have the ability to destroy this endless city? The green-robed man smiled and said, as long as you say the word, Dad will immediately make this city disappear from this time. He said it very calmly, but it exuded an invincible confidence. The smile on Hua Yi's face gradually disappeared. Xian asked again. Dad, do you think I have the ability to destroy this endless city? The green-robed man shook his head. No. Xian smiled. He looked at Hua Yi. Miss, this matter can be settled. Hua Yi was slightly stunned, and then she bowed again. Thank you, young master. Xian shook his head. Thank my father. Hua Yi looked at the green-robed man and bowed again. She heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. If this karma could be settled, then it couldn't be any better. The green-robed man looked at Xian, and there was a trace of gratification in his eyes. Actually, he wanted Xian to turn this bad karma into good karma. Meanwhile, Hua Yi suddenly said, bring her here. As soon as the voice resounded, a black-robed man appeared with a woman. This woman was the woman who set up the stall earlier. She'd fled when she noticed the situation was bad. However, she was still captured by Endless City. Hua Yi said, I wonder how Senior intends to deal with her. The green-robed man glanced at the pale woman, and the woman said with a trembling voice, Senior, please show mercy. The green-robed man waved his hand. Forget it. Hua Yi nodded slightly and asked the black-robed man to take the woman away. The green-robed man looked at Xian and said with a smile, I brought you here this time because I want to show you some of the top experts in this universe. I also want to show you the world. As he spoke, he looked at Hua Yi. According to what I know, the Tao discussion conference will begin in a few days, right? Hua Yi said with a smile, yes. It will begin in 3 days. The green-robed man nodded. Leave a few spots for us. A trace of excitement flashed through Hua Yi's eyes. No problem at all. The green-robed man nodded and was about to speak. Suddenly, loud laughter sounded from afar. Where's the spirit ancestor? Where's the spirit ancestor? Haha. The green-robed man looked up into the sky and frowned slightly. Hua Yi's face sank when she heard this. It's that madman. P.S. Too poor, so he suffers from insomnia. Uncomfortable. End of this chapter. The spirit ancestor. Obviously, the news of the spirit ancestor appearing here had spread. Even some ancient experts at the half-step intent realm found it difficult to refuse the temptation of the spirit ancestor. Because besides the quintessence of the Grand Tao, the spirit ancestor's violet energy was the best spirit energy in the world, there were even rumors that the violet energy of the spirit ancestor could replace the quintessence of the Grand Tao. Besides that, the spirit ancestor had the ability to search for treasures. Possessing a spirit ancestor was equivalent to possessing countless treasures. Xian glanced at the white little fellow, and he noticed that the white little fellow was even better at attracting trouble than he was. Meanwhile, a robust man appeared before them. The robust man was very ferocious, and his face was covered in stubble. At the instant he descended to the ground, the entire endless city trembled. Strength. The robust man gave others the feeling that his entire body was filled with strength. As soon as the burly man appeared, his eyes fell on Little White. When he saw Little White, his eyes were filled with undisguised greed. It was blatant and undisguised, as if he'd thought of something. The robust man turned to look at Hua Yi. Does this little animal belong to Endless City now, or? Little animal. As soon as these words were spoken, Missin, who'd been very quiet until now, immediately frowned. Arya was even more irascible, and she charged forward and smashed her fist towards the robust man. The robust man instinctively smashed his fist forward when he saw Arya's fist approaching. Rumble. A powerful force suddenly erupted from the battlefield, and then the space in an area of over 50,000 kilometers was blasted apart. Moreover, the robust man was instantly pushed back explosively, and he was pushed back by over 10 km. A trace of shock flashed through Hua Yi's eyes when she witnessed this scene. The robust man was a body cultivator that focused on strength, and his strength could simply be described as destructive. However, he'd lost to this little girl. The robust man was first stunned after he suffered a loss, and then he sized up Arya while a wisp of a ferocious smile arose on the corners of his mouth. So you're a little animal as well. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Area, bang. This charge was like a volcanic eruption, and a destructive force smashed down towards Xian and the others. Area was about to attack again when the green-cloaked man's sword suddenly flew out. Hiss, the sound of something tearing resounded, the robust man was blasted flying, and then he was nailed to a wall by a sword, directly crushed. Huai took a deep and long glance at the green-cloaked man when she witnessed this scene. She noticed that she'd greatly underestimated his strength. The burly man was dumbfounded, he couldn't even take a single strike. He wanted to move, but the sword had locked his entire body. He couldn't even move a finger. At this moment, the burly man knew that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. The burly man hurriedly said, "Sir, I was rude just now. I'm from the Divine Pavilion, so please show mercy." Divine Pavilion, the azure-robed man turned to look at Huai. "What is the Divine Pavilion?" Huai explained, "A small group of about 6 people, all half-step concept." The green-robed man nodded slightly and gently cut with his fingers. The burly man's head flew off, directly erased, forcefully erased. He wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. A trace of fear flashed through Huai's eyes when she saw this. This swordsman really left no leeway when doing things. This kind of person was either too stupid or too strong. The green-robed man looked at Xian and said with a smile, "Let's go. I'll take you to a place." After saying that, he led everyone into the distance. As if he'd thought of something, he turned to look at Huai. "Help me pass a message to the Divine Pavilion. If they want revenge, they should bring as many people as possible. It's too boring to kill them alone." Everyone was speechless. Soon, Xian and the others disappeared not far away. Huai was a little confused where she stood. In the distance, on the street, Xian suddenly asked, "Dad, should we go to the alien race? I'm quite curious about that place." Hearing that, and Nanjing couldn't help but glance at Xian. "This guy has a lot of cunning thoughts," Arya suddenly said. "Little Xuanzi, you want Brother Yang to help you fight, right?" Xian said seriously, "I'm just going to walk around." Arya gave him a thumbs up. "Your ability to lie through your teeth is comparable to Brother Yang's." Xian was speechless. The green-robed man glanced at Xian and said with a smile, "You can solve the alien race's matter by yourself." Xian was a little helpless. At this moment, the green-robed man said, "However, I can give you some help, but you still have to rely on yourself." Xian's eyes lit up. "What kind of help?" The green-robed man said with a smile, "You'll know soon. However, don't be happy too early, because no matter what kind of help you get, you have to rely on yourself. Dad can take care of you for a while, but he can't take care of you forever. So, you have to work hard, understand?" Xian nodded. "I understand." The green-robed man said again, "Dad doesn't like to preach to you, and you don't need me to preach to you. You've suffered a lot over the years, and you've become a lot more mature. You understand everything that should be understood." After saying that, he paused and said, "Actually, Dad has been reflecting on himself recently. I've indeed neglected you over the years. However, I know that you've never blamed me." Xian suddenly turned to look at the green-robed man, a little surprised. "Why do you think so?" The green-robed man said with a straight face, "Because I'm your father." Xian was speechless. The green-robed man blinked. "Do you have a problem?" Xian nodded. "Yes." The green-robed man laughed. "If a man has a problem, he should use his fists to solve it. Why don't we fight one-on-one, father and son? What do you think?" Xian's expression froze. "We fight one-on-one?" The green-robed man nodded. "Yes." Xian asked very seriously, "Do you think it's fair?" The green-robed man thought for a moment, then said, "Then I'll suppress my realm to fight you?" Xian asked back, "Do you have a realm?" The green-robed man laughed. "I don't think so." Xian was speechless. "Damn, my dad is also thick-skinned." At this moment, the green-robed man suddenly stopped. Not far in front of them, there was a restaurant with a total of 9 floors. From the outside, the restaurant looked very simple and not luxurious at all. Xian looked up and saw a shabby plaque above the 2nd floor, 99 floor, 99 floor. There was a trace of surprise in Xian's eyes. "This name is a little special. the green-robed man led everyone in. As soon as they entered, an old man walked over. The old man glanced at Xian and the others. "Which floor?" The green-robed man laughed. "Ninth. Ninth." Hearing this, the old man was slightly stunned. Soon, his expression softened. 100 origin crystals. The green-robed man pointed with his finger, and a storage ring appeared in front of the old man. The old man glanced at the storage ring, then bowed slightly. "Please." The green-robed man smiled, and then he led everyone up the stairs. The green-robed man glanced at the surroundings. "This 99th floor is quite interesting. The 9th floor represents the 9 levels of heaven, and each floor is a world." Xian was slightly curious. "Each floor is a world?" The green-robed man nodded. "This is a place to cultivate. Amongst them, the 9th floor is the cruelest, and ordinary people aren't able to endure it." As he spoke, he glanced at Xian. The meaning was obvious. Xian said, "Dad, what do you want to help me improve?" The green-robed man thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I don't know." Xian looked at the green-robed man. The green-robed man was slightly helpless. "You're truly too weak. I don't even know where to start." Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, they'd arrived at the 9th floor, and Xian was shocked the moment they pushed open the door and entered. It really was a world, he couldn't see the end of it. At that moment, Ming suddenly said softly, "You're too short-sighted." As the law of the universe, she had always thought that the universe was under their control. However, only today did she realize that the number of top-notch experts in this world was not small at all. Many of them were experts from God Ye's era. In that era, God Ye was definitely the strongest, but apart from him, there were many other experts in this world. As if thinking of something, Ming suddenly looked at the green-robed man. "Senior, these people are so strong. Why aren't they helping to resist the alien races?" The green-robed man smiled. "Do you think they're related to the survival of this universe?" Ming said in a deep voice, "But if the alien races attack, how can they be spared?" The green-robed man shook his head. "You're wrong. If the alien races attack, they won't necessarily be in trouble. They have a sufficient understanding of time, and even among the alien races, they won't be too weak. Moreover, the alien races didn't say that they'll slaughter all the humans in this world, did they?" Ming was silent. The green-robed man continued, "What's the alien race's real goal?" "It's the origin of the great Tao in God Ye's body. Of course, they do want to occupy this universe and monopolize its resources. However, that's not important to the people here. The people here are very strong. They only have one goal, and that is to advance further. They don't need to worry about anything else. Even if this universe is destroyed, they can still survive." Ming looked at the green-robed man. "What about you, senior? As long as you're willing, you can suppress the alien races with a single slash." The green-robed man shook his head and smiled, not answering the question. Ming looked at Xian. Xian was speechless. "You're making me ask again?" At that moment, the green-robed man suddenly smiled. "Miss, in many worlds, some small countries have wars, and every war will result in many deaths. Miss, as the law of the universe, have you ever cared about these things?" Ming frowned. "These are all trivial matters." Having said that, she suddenly raised her head to look at the green-robed man. Trivial matters, the disputes between those countries were trivial matters in her eyes, but in the eyes of this green-robed man, wasn't the struggle between the alien races and this universe also a trivial matter? The green-robed man smiled. "Protecting the universe is too tiring. Moreover, it's a thankless task. For me, protecting my family is enough." Ming glanced at the man in green and sighed in her heart. She did not continue to ask the man in green to protect the universe because she knew that she had no reason to. Why should she ask others to protect the universe? At this moment, the man in green patted Xian's shoulder and pointed to a distance. "Go in." Xian blinked. "Just go in like this?" The man in green smiled. "What else?" Xian hesitated and asked, "What kind of trial?" The man in green smiled. "You will know when you go in." Xian walked in and looked around vigilantly, but nothing happened. The man in green turned to look at Arya. "Arya, you will be my sparring partner." Arya blinked. "Brother Yang, are you sure?" The man in green nodded. Area shook her head. I'm not going. The man in green was puzzled. Why? Area glanced at Xian and said sternly, I'm afraid that I will beat him to death. Xian, the man in green was speechless. I didn't ask you to beat him to death. Area licked the Tonghulu. Fists and feet have no eyes. What if I beat him to death? The man in green was about to speak when Xian suddenly said, why don't we change someone else? He found that Area was quite unreliable. If this girl didn't know how to control her strength, she might really beat him to death. The man in green looked at Area. There are benefits. Area blinked. What benefits? The man in green smiled. You can make any request. Area snapped her fingers. I will take this job. After that, she turned to look at Xian. Xian was about to speak when Area rushed forward. Xian's face changed and he blocked with his arms. Boom, Xian was sent flying. He flew hundreds of thousands of feet away, and he even crashed into more than 10 mountains that were tens of thousands of feet high. Ming couldn't help but take a look at Area. He was a little shocked. This little girl's strength was too terrifying. In the distance, Xian crawled out of a deep pit. At this moment, his body was cracked like a spider web. Xian was a little confused. His physical body was a dimensional one. How could it be destroyed by a single punch? In the distance, Area licked her sugar-coated haws and then looked at Xian. Xian, can you still fight? Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Area, can you be gentle? Area turned her head to look at the man in cyan robe. The man in cyan robe smiled and said, as long as you don't kill him. With that, he led the crowd away. Otherwise, he would be beaten to death. Hearing this, Xian's expression suddenly changed. Damn it, I'm done for. As expected, Area rushed out directly. Before Xian could react, he was kicked in the abdomen by her. Bang, Xian's entire body arched as he flew out. This time, he flew out without a trace. However, Area didn't stop. She rushed out again. Boom, the powerful physical strength directly caused the whole world to tremble. Soon, the world rang with Xian's shrill screams. Outside, Ming looked at the man in cyan robe. Senior, are we just going to let him get beaten up like this? The man in cyan robe nodded. Ming hesitated for a moment, then said, I think he should understand more about the time dimension now. The man in cyan robe smiled and said, what he needs to do is not to understand the time dimension, but how to cut it. Ming nodded. Understood. The man in cyan robe wanted to cultivate Xian into an expert of his level, not to cultivate the realm, but to cultivate the sword. Of course, this couldn't be done in one go. However, he was slowly leading Xian to the right path. 4 hours later. In the 9th floor, Xian was lying on the ground, his whole body covered in blood, very miserable. Area sat on a rock at the side, crossed her legs, and licked a candied haw. The little white guy was also there. Area suddenly glanced at Xian. Little Xianxia, you're a little weak. I only used 30% of my strength. Xian was speechless. Area patted Little White. Heal him, I'll continue to beat him. Little White waved its little paw, and a purple aura directly enveloped Xian. Almost in an instant, Xian's injuries directly healed. Xian was shocked. This little guy's purple aura was even more terrifying than his immortal bloodline. At this time, Area was about to attack, but Xian quickly took out a candied haw. Area, you're also tired. How about another candied haw? Area blinked. Are you trying to bribe me? Xian quickly shook his head. No, no. I just see that you're tired, so I want you to rest more. Area did not speak, and seemed to be hesitating. Xian quickly took out another candied haw, and Area took 2 candied haws, then rest for a while. As she spoke, she took a candied haw and handed it to Little White. Little White grinned, took it with one claw, and then began to lick it. Seeing that Area did not attack, Xian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He sat next to Area, and then said, Area, your physical strength can destroy the time dimension? Area was a little curious. The time dimension? Xian blinked. You don't know? Area shook her head. I don't know. Is it very awesome? Xian, while chatting with Area, Xian found that Area did not know what the time dimension was. She only cultivated her physical strength and physical strength, She did not care about anything else. She did not have a realm, of course, she was not at the level of his father, but she was still very terrifying. After a while, Xian and Arya continued to practice. In fact, it was just a beating. He found that this Arya's physical body was even more terrifying than his dimensional physical body. When he slashed her head with his sword, there was not even a trace. Not only that, this little girl's combat awareness was also very terrifying. Fighting with this Arya, he had no chance at all, whether it was in terms of physical strength or consciousness. He was crushed. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, the man in green appeared in front of Xian and Arya. At this moment, Xian was lying on the ground, motionless. The man in green leaned over to look at Xian, and said with a smile, "What enlightenment do you have?" Xian said in a deep voice, "I can't beat him." The man in green nodded, "It's normal that you can't beat him. Apart from that, do you have any other enlightenment?" Xian shook his head, "No." The man in green was a little helpless. "Didn't you notice a problem? One strength can beat 10. Xian looked at the man in green, and the man in green smiled, "If your strength is strong enough, any time and space can be broken. Of course, you have to be strong enough, otherwise, you will be limited by space and time. So, what you have to do is to make your strength change qualitatively." Xian was a little confused. Qualitatively change? The man in green turned to look at Arya. "Arya, punch him." Arya punched at Xian's head. Xian's expression changed greatly. Damn, if she punched him, wouldn't his head burst? Just when Arya's fist was a dozen inches away from Xian's head, a sword blocked Arya's fist, the man in green's sword. The man in green glanced at Arya. "I asked you to punch the air, why did you hit his head?" Arya curled her lips, "You didn't say it clearly." As she spoke, she turned around and punched. Boom, the space in front of Arya suddenly shattered and then annihilated. True annihilation, even the time dimension had disappeared. This punch forcibly erased everything. It had to be said that Xian was still a little shocked, and also a little scared. This little girl did not use her full strength when fighting with him just now. If not, his dimensional body would have been smashed into nothingness by this punch. The man in green smiled, "Do you understand?" Xian nodded, "I understand." As he spoke, he looked at the man in green. "How can I have this kind of strength?" The man in green smiled, "Practice." Xian said in a deep voice, "Practice slowly?" The man in green said, "Your biggest weakness is that you have never broken through your limits." "What is a limit?" "For example, your sword drawing technique." As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed, "Son. I don't want to say anything, but your father's invincible sword technique is like dog sh*t by you. It's really embarrassing. I'm embarrassed to say that I created the sword drawing technique." Xian was speechless. The man in green said again, "Now, you will start practicing the sword drawing technique. Come, I will show you what the sword drawing technique is." As his voice fell, he suddenly drew his sword. Buzz, a sword sound suddenly resounded, and in an instant, the whole world was directly shattered, and it began to be annihilated bit by bit. Seeing this scene, the man in green's expression froze, and he smiled awkwardly. "I used a little too much strength." Xian was speechless. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in the field. When he saw the world and the field being annihilated bit by bit, the old man's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. The old man looked at the man in green, and the man in green looked at Xian, and said seriously, "I told you to be careful, but you just had to use so much strength. Now, this world is gone because of you. Are you going to pay for it?" Xian was dumbfounded. "Damn, you." The man in green glared at Xian, "You what? Hurry up and apologize to her." Xian was speechless. Arya and Xiaobai also looked at the man in green in shock, and the two little fellows' eyes were wide open. At this moment, the man in green turned to look at the old man, and said with a smile, "My son is young and insensible, and he has caused you trouble." The old man glanced at Xian, who was next to him, and said, "Your son's strength is not simple. He actually destroyed this world with one sword strike." As he spoke, he looked at the man in green. "Sir, no matter what, the origin of this world has been destroyed by your son, and this compensation," the man in green nodded, "it should be compensated." Hearing this, the old man's expression relaxed a little. He was afraid that he would encounter unreasonable people. At this moment, the man in green looked at Xian. Compensate. Xian blinked. Me? The man in green said seriously, you destroyed it, so you naturally have to compensate. Xian's face darkened. Can I scold people? The man in green chuckled. Can I hit people? Xian, at the side area, shook her head. Xianxia is so pitiful. He can't beat him in a fight, and he can't beat him in an argument. It's so tragic. Xiaobai nodded vigorously. P.S. Recently, there have been too many things to do in the real world, and I've been too busy, so I haven't updated much, please forgive me. Xian felt rather aggrieved. Damn it, how can my father be so shameless? He is forcing me to be the scapegoat. The elder looked at Xian and his son and was about to speak. At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed. This is a small matter. What is there to compensate for? The elder turned around and saw a middle-aged man walking over slowly with a face full of smiles. The elder was slightly stunned when he saw the middle-aged man and quickly bowed. Greetings to Building Lord Jiang. Building Lord Jiang, this was the owner of the 99th floor. Building Lord Jiang nodded slightly and walked to Xian. He cupped his fist and said, Sect Master Yang, I am Jiangbieli from the 99th floor. As he spoke, he looked around and laughed. The destruction of this world is just a small matter. There is no need to compensate. The green-robed man laughed. That won't do. As he spoke, he looked at Little White. Little White understood and waved its little claw. A pile of purple aura appeared in front of Jiangbieli. Jiangbieli's eyes flashed with a trace of shock when he saw the purple aura. He wanted to say something, but the green-robed man laughed and said, Do as you should. Keep it. Jiangbieli hesitated for a moment and nodded. All right. As he spoke, he kept the purple aura and sighed in his heart. This person doesn't want to owe me a favor. The green-robed man looked at Xian and laughed. The Tao discussion conference is about to begin. Let's go. Xian nodded. All right. After Xian and the others left, Jiangbieli spoke softly. I never expected that there would be such an expert in this world. The elder at the side had some doubts. Building Lord, who is this person? Jiangbieli laughed. Don't stay in the building all day. Go out and take a stroll when you have nothing to do. Who in the entire boundless continent didn't know this green-robed man? He killed half-step intent realm experts like killing dogs. Everyone was guessing that this green-robed man had reached the true intent realm expert. It wasn't impossible. This green-robed man had a spirit ancestor by his side. It was rumored that the spirit ancestor could help people break through their limits. Jiangbieli looked into the distance with a calm expression. It was unknown what he was thinking. After a long time, Jiangbieli shook his head and sighed. Such a character isn't someone I can go against. With that, he turned around and left. He had also had ideas about the spirit ancestor, but in the end, he chose to give up. Sometimes, a single thought could bring about hell. On the street, Xian suddenly asked, What is this Tao discussion conference? The azure-robed man smiled and said, It's just a gathering of some experts to discuss the Tao. It will be of great help to you right now. Xian was puzzled. Dad, you're better than them. Isn't it better for you to teach me? The green-clothed man thought for a moment and said, Shit. Xian frowned. Why? The green-robed man was somewhat helpless. You're too weak. I don't know where to start teaching you. Xian's face immediately darkened. At this moment, A Ming appeared beside Xian. She glanced at Xian. I'll go with you. Xian nodded. All right. In a short while, the group arrived in front of a stone hall. The stone hall was supported by 18 giant rocks. Each of the giant rocks was so big that it required at least a dozen people to encircle it. It looked extremely magnificent. Boundless City's city lord, Hua Yi, was already waiting here. When she saw Xian and the group, she immediately welcomed them with a smile. Sect Lord Yang, please. The green-robed man nodded. Thank you, City Lord Hua. Hua Yi smiled and said, You're welcome. The group entered the stone hall. The space inside the stone hall was very spacious. It was at least 3 kilometers in length and width. There were some people in the stone hall, but there were only 6 or 7 of them. However, these 6 or 7 people's auras were like the vast starry sky and were unfathomable. When Yi Xian and the others entered, the 7 of them all turned their heads to look. Their gazes were all on the man in green. The green-robed man looked around. At this moment, Yi smiled and said, "Senior, sit at the front." As she spoke, she led Yi Xian and the others towards the front. Yi had chosen the first row for Yi Xian and the others. When they saw Yi Xian and the others sitting in the first row, a trace of surprise flashed through the eyes of the 7 people in the stone hall. The first row wasn't a place that just anyone could sit in. Those who could sit in the first row were people of status and strength. Who was this green-robed man? Yi glanced at the green-robed man and said softly, "Sect Lord Yang, according to the rules, everyone who enters has to go up and talk about their experiences in the martial Tao." "You." The green-robed man was slightly helpless. "I might not have anything to say." Yi smiled and said, "Just say a few words." The green-robed man thought for a moment and nodded. "All right." Yi's smile grew brighter when she heard this, and she was filled with anticipation. The martial Tao experiences of an expert of this level were absolutely extremely precious. They might even be able to help her improve further. More and more people entered the stone hall. Moreover, Yi Xian noticed that the weakest amongst them was a half-step intent realm expert. However, there weren't any intent realm experts. An hour later, there were 48 people within the hall. Meanwhile, the stone door to the hall suddenly closed. A gray-robed old man suddenly appeared on the stone platform before Yi Xian and the others. The gray-robed old man glanced at them before he withdrew an ancient book and opened it. After that, he said in a hoarse voice, "The utilization of space." The old man's experiences in the martial Tao were related to the utilization of space. Needless to say, Yi Xian was quite shocked. Because he noticed that his understanding of the spatial Tao was too shallow. There were too many uses for space. For example, the spatial condensation technique that the old man spoke of, it was the ability to condense space. If it was accomplished to the extreme, then one could condense an entire world's space within the palm of one's hand with a single thought. Not to mention Yi Xian, even Ming was slightly shocked. In theory, it wasn't impossible. However, it was extremely difficult to accomplish. It was difficult to the point that even she couldn't accomplish it. Right at this moment, the gray-robed old man suddenly said, "Space can be condensed or overlapped. Moreover, multiple worlds can be connected and overlapped to attain the legendary spatial overlap." When he spoke up to this point, he stopped, closed the ancient book in his hand, and then moved to the side. Yi Xian was stunned. He'd been listening with great interest. Why did this old man stop? Meanwhile, Yi smiled and said, "They always hold back. If young master is interested, then you can look for him in private and exchange your experiences in the martial Tao with him." Yi Xian came to an understanding when he heard this. It wasn't free, it had to be exchanged. Meanwhile, a black-robed man walked onto the platform. He glanced at everyone before he opened his palm, and then a ball of flame suddenly arose from his palm. Bang! In an instant, the temperature in the hall rose explosively. In practically an instant, everyone felt as if they'd been placed within a furnace, and it seemed like they were on the verge of being evaporated. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. He gazed at the ball of flames in the black-robed man's hand. The flame was ghastly white, seemed as if it was condensed from bones, and it emanated a ghastly aura. Death fire. Meanwhile, Yi suddenly explained, "This flame is condensed from one's own death energy." Yi Xian was slightly curious. One's own death energy? Yi nodded. A person that's about to die will produce death energy within their body, and the stronger a person is, the stronger the death energy produced would be. He should have almost died in the past, but he used some unknown method to actually condense the death energy within his body into this death fire. Simply speaking, he's telling us that he has a method to bring the dead back to life. Of course, it's impossible to truly bring the dead back to life. However, he should be able to forcefully extend one's life by using this method. This method is extraordinarily precious to those whose lifespans are almost up. As expected, Yi Xian noticed that the aura in the surroundings had suddenly fluctuated greatly. Obviously, someone was tempted. The middle-aged man didn't say anything, and he directly retreated after he displayed the flame, but it wasn't long before someone stood up and walked towards the middle-aged man. It wasn't just one person, but several people. Yi Xian was a little curious. "Senior, logically speaking, they've already reached half-step intent realm, so their lifespans should be very long. Why do they care so much about their lifespans? Hua Yi shook her head and smiled. Young Master Yi, there's something you don't know. These people have all lived for at least 100,000 years, and the lifespan of a half-step intent realm powerhouse is at most 120,000 years. In other words, if they can't advance further, they basically don't have much longer to live, unless they have some special secret method or treasures of heaven and earth to forcefully extend their lives. However, this kind of method is extremely rare. As she spoke, she paused, then continued, in fact, there's another way, and that is to reincarnate with their memories and live another life. However, at this point, she glanced at Ming. Back then, Gaji set some rules. For powerhouses like them to reincarnate with their memories, they must break the rules set by Gaji back then. Although Gaji has fallen, so far, no one has been able to break the rules. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Rules? Hua Yi smiled. Under normal circumstances, you won't be able to sense it. However, if you reincarnate with your memories, you must enter the reincarnation passage. Within that reincarnation passage, there's a restriction left by Gaji. As she spoke, she shook her head and smiled. Forget about half-step intent realm powerhouses, even intent realm powerhouses will find it difficult to break that restriction. That's because Gaji's strength back then should have far surpassed intent realm powerhouses. Yi Xian turned to look at Ming, who nodded. Master's strength is indeed far beyond intent realm. Hua Yi continued, back then, Gaji actually gathered all the powerhouses to resist the alien dimensional clan. However, no one went to help. That's because his so-called order and rules cut off many people's path of survival. He wanted to make this universe better, and to make this universe better, those top powerhouses are the biggest obstacle. Because powerhouses are willful, how could they be willing to give up everything and be controlled by those so-called rules? Ming said coldly, if the alien dimensional clan comes, everyone will die. Hua Yi smiled. Miss, you're wrong. The alien dimensional clan coming over won't affect us. First of all, they have no reason to target us. What's in it for them? There's no benefit at all. Moreover, even if they target us, we still have the ability to protect ourselves. Ming did not say anything else. Her master was already hostile to the people here, so how could she ask the people here to fight against the alien dimensional clan? Moreover, there was no chance of winning. With a disaster coming, everyone had to submit to their own fate. The middle-aged man's ability to revive the dead had clearly drawn the attention of everyone, and over a dozen people had gone to look for him in succession. However, all of them returned with slight disappointment. Obviously, they were disappointed because the middle-aged man hadn't taken a fancy to their comprehensions of the Grand Tao. Meanwhile, a woman walked up onto the stone platform. She wore a snow-white dress, had long hair that hung loosely on her shoulders, and had exquisite features. She seemed like a breathtaking celestial maiden. The woman didn't waste her breath at all. She opened her palm, and there was a tiny ball in her palm. The ball was crystal blue. Everyone here was visibly moved when they saw it. Even a trace of surprise flashed through Hua Yi's eyes. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. What's that? Hua Yi gazed at Yi Xian, smiled, and explained, stars. Yi Xian asked humbly. Stars? Hua Yi nodded. Don't underestimate this ball. It contains boundless energy of the stars. She thought for a moment as she spoke, and then she said, so, if this woman were to utilize this ball, then the energy of the stars within it would be sufficient to destroy an entire universe with ease. Even a half-step intent realm expert would probably perish on the spot if they didn't possess some sort of unique ability. It can be said that this ability of hers is sufficient to crush most people here. Yi Xian spoke softly, she's here to show off her muscles. Hua Yi smiled, yes. Of course, it's also possible that she's looking for like-minded people to exchange the energy of the stars with. Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at the green-clothed man. Father, do you think this ability of hers is formidable? Hua Yi and the others gazed at the green-clothed man as well. The green-clothed man glanced at Yi Xian. Do you think it's formidable? Yi Xian nodded. I think it's quite formidable. The green-clothed man nodded slightly, and then he closed his eyes slowly and fell silent. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, "Father, what's the meaning of this?" The green-clothed man was slightly helpless. "We're not on the same level, so we can't talk." Yi Xian was speechless. Pfft. At the side, Huai couldn't help but laugh, but she quickly returned to normal. Ming also shook his head and smiled. During this period of time, his master had been dealt a blow every day. The key was that he had no way of refuting it. It was a little miserable. At this time, the woman on the stage had already walked down. Yi Xian noticed that an old man was walking towards the woman. Obviously, this old man was also proficient in the power of the stars, but at this moment, the woman ignored the old man and walked straight to Yi Xian and the others. She glanced at Xiao Bai, who was quietly licking the candied haws with Arya, then looked at the green-robed man and smiled. "Sect Master Yang, is my method acceptable to you?" The azure-robed man smiled and said, "Not bad." The woman smiled and said, "I wonder if I can exchange some violet chi with Sect Master Yang?" Obviously, he wanted the purple aura. The green-robed man thought for a moment before turning to look at Yi Xian. "Do you want to learn that move?" Yi Xian shook his head. He didn't have much interest in the power of the stars. At this moment, the woman suddenly looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young master, I've noticed that your body seems to be very unusual." Yi Xian nodded. "I'm a physique cultivator." The green-robed man suddenly said, "You're a swordsman." Yi Xian glanced at the green-robed man and nodded. "I'm also a physique cultivator." The green-robed man said again, "You're a swordsman." Yi Xian was speechless. "I think the body is quite important." The green-robed man glanced at Yi Xian. "Can you block a strike of my sword?" Yi Xian's expression froze, and he shook his head. Green City, Yi Clan, Ancestral Temple. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment onward, Yi Xian's position as heir is removed and Yi Lang will succeed him. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. "Why?" At this moment, a timid voice suddenly resounded in the ancestral temple. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral temple, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is an heir. Why did you remove him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder directly. However, she did not leave, and instead mustered up her courage to enter the ancestral temple. She bowed to the elders on both sides. "Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove him from his position. This is unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he is removed or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new heir, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new heir, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of heir. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the heir." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the heir, I need 10 guards." you can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the air. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Lang's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him, and snarled, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage, and in the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned, Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides, Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position, and it's everyone's wish. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, don't show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him, and snarled, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Looking at the green shirt man's painful expression, Yi Xian almost couldn't help but want to beat him up. He really couldn't stand it. However, his rationality told him that he couldn't beat him. Endure, I must endure. Yi Xian took a deep breath, then leaned on the chair and stopped talking. He suddenly regretted coming to this old man. God. Watching this guy acting tough, yet he couldn't refute him. This was too frustrating. He wanted to leave with Ah Ming. At this moment, the swordsman suddenly walked in front of everyone. The swordsman looked at the green shirt man and smiled. Brother, was my sword technique not strong? The green shirt man was slightly startled, then he smiled. It's all right. The swordsman's smile suddenly became a little playful. It's all right? The green shirt man smiled. It's all right. The swordsman shook his head and smiled. My unparalleled sword technique is only all right in your eyes. Interesting. Really interesting. The green shirt man smiled. What's the matter? The swordsman stared at the green shirt man. I see that you are also a swordsman. Why don't you come on stage and show your skills? The green shirt man thought about it and said, I only know how to kill. Yi Xian, the swordsman was stunned, then he laughed. Your words sound like I don't know how to kill. The green shirt man smiled. Are you looking for trouble? The swordsman smiled. No. It's just that I don't like you. Yi Xian, on the side, Ariel looked at the swordsman with some pity. There were many people who didn't like Brother Yang, but the weeds on those people's graves were already 3 feet tall. Xiaobai continued to lick the candied fruit, not caring about anything. The green shirt man turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. Someone doesn't like your father. Don't you want to say something? Yi Xian said lightly, can I say that I don't like you too? The blue-clothed man shook his head. You unfilial son. Yi Xian was speechless. At this time, the swordsman suddenly laughed and said, since your excellency is also a swordsman, why don't we exchange a few moves? 2 moves. As soon as these words were spoken, the gazes of countless people shot over. A fight between swordsmen, that would be very interesting, especially this powerful swordsman. The green-robed man shook his head. Seeing the green-robed man shake his head, the swordsman narrowed his eyes. You refuse? The azure-robed man smiled and said, no, what I mean is, there's no need for 2 moves, 1 is enough. All the spectators were stunned when they heard this. The swordsman was stunned for a moment, and then he burst out laughing. 1 move is enough? I, Nan Feng, have never seen such an arrogant person since I started cultivating the sword. What a joke, haha. The azure-robed man was about to stand up when Yi Xian suddenly chuckled. What would you do if my father subdues you with a single move? Nan Feng gazed at Yi Xian. Little fellow, do you think that's possible? Is it? Yi Xian grinned. Why don't we make a bet? Nan Feng grinned. What kind of bet? Yi Xian spoke seriously. If my father subdues you with a single move, then you'll follow me for 3 years. If he can't, then he'll follow you for 3 years. The azure-robed man couldn't help but say, why do I have to follow him for 3 years and not you? Yi Xian spoke seriously, you're the one fighting him, not me. The azure-robed man was about to speak when the swordsman suddenly said, I agree. He agreed. The swordsman gazed at the azure-robed man. Draw your sword. I'd like to see how you're going to subdue me with a single move. The azure-robed man glanced at Yi Xian with an enigmatic smile. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly spoke calmly. Qing'er has never used 2 moves against anyone. Big brother Xiaoyao has never used 2 moves against his enemies. When he spoke up to this point, he looked at the azure-robed man and feigned exaggeration. Father, don't tell me you're going to use 2 moves. It can't be, right? The azure-robed man gave a thumbs up to Yi Xian. You're amazing. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at the swordsman. The swordsman smiled. Shall we go somewhere else? The azure-robed man smiled. No need. As he spoke, he suddenly drew his sword. The swordsman's expression changed drastically at the instant the azure-robed man drew his sword. However, he reacted swiftly, and a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to draw his sword, a sword was already pressed against his forehead. He lost. The surroundings suddenly fell silent to the point a pin drop could be heard. A single strike. Many people in the surroundings had seen the azure-robed man attack. The azure-robed man's attack was very slow, but they couldn't figure out how the swordsman had lost. Even the swordsman himself was slightly dazed. How did I lose? The swordsman's attack was clearly very slow. Huaiyi took a deep and long glance at the azure-robed man. The azure-robed man wasn't slow, he was too fast. She'd never seen such speed. Is this the speed of a human? Ah Ming's expression was extremely solemn because the azure-robed man's sword was truly too fast. It had surpassed the dimension of time. It had far surpassed it. The azure-robed man sheathed his sword and smiled. You've lost. As he spoke, he sat down and glanced at Yi Xian. Just you wait. Yi Xian was quite speechless. Damn it. This father of mine actually holds a grudge. I have to be careful now because this fellow might try to trick me. Meanwhile, the swordsman, Nan Feng, spoke abruptly. Why is your sword so fast? The azure-robed man replied indifferently. I don't like the look of you either. I refuse to answer. Nan Feng was speechless. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. Sir, do you remember our bet from before? Nan Feng glanced at Yi Xian. I remember. Yi Xian said seriously. Are you willing to accept your loss? Nan Feng fell silent. Yi Xian smiled. I know why my father's sword is so fast. Nan Feng glanced at Yi Xian. I'll follow you for 3 years. Yi Xian smiled faintly. How awesome, I have another super fighter. Although Nan Feng isn't my father's match, how many people in this world can be my father's match? This is a half-step intent realm expert. Moreover, he's a swordsman. His combat strength is absolutely top-notch. Nan Feng glanced at the azure-robed man and hesitated to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Sir, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. I know everything. Nan Feng glanced at Yi Xian suspiciously. Young friend, are you sure you know everything? Xian nodded and said seriously, my father knows everything. If my father knows, then I know. What's wrong with that? Nanfeng was speechless. Hua Yi and Ming also looked at Xian in disbelief. How could he do that? Arya glanced at Xian and gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. Each is more shameless than the other. The azure-robed man was also speechless. Damn it, why is my son so thick-skinned? At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared on the stone platform. The old man held a black cane in his hand. His hair and beard were all white, and he looked extremely old. At this moment, Hua Yi suddenly said, Old Song. Xian looked at Hua Yi, and the latter explained, Old Song is the organizer of this Dao discussion meeting. He's very famous in our circle, and everyone will give him face. Even my endless city has to give him some face too. Moreover, he's rather mysterious, and there seems to be a mysterious force behind him. Xian said with a smile, Endless City shouldn't be as simple as it seems on the surface, right? Hua Yi shook her head and smiled. Before young master and senior, my Endless City is truly insignificant. Actually, these words weren't modest, but they came from the bottom of her heart. This azure-robed man before her was truly too invincible. Although Endless City had strength, it wasn't enough in front of this azure-robed man at all. Xian was just about to speak when the old man on the platform suddenly looked at the azure-robed man and smiled lightly. I'm fortunate to meet Sect Leader Yang today. I wonder if Sect Leader Yang can give me some guidance? Give me some guidance. As soon as these words came out, everyone present looked at the azure-robed man. Guidance? This was an old man. He was actually so respectful to this azure-robed man. Who was this man? At the side, Hua Yi also looked at the azure-robed man. She was also looking forward to it. The martial Dao experience of a powerhouse of this level would definitely be of great help to them, and it might even allow her to improve further. The azure-robed man was slightly speechless. His experience was useless to these people before him, because he didn't cultivate, but these people before him all cultivated. They weren't in the same circle at all. Everyone present was looking at the azure-robed man. At this moment, the azure-robed man suddenly smiled and said, Why don't you let my son say a few words? Xian's expression froze when he heard that. Motherf asterisk Ker, this fellow is starting to screw his son over. The azure-robed man pointed at Xian and said with a smile, My son is also a swordsman. Although his cultivation realm is on the low side, he's very outstanding. In this world, there's basically no one besides me that can surpass his attainments in the Sword Dao. Come, let's welcome my son to speak on the platform. As he spoke, he started clapping. Xian's face darkened. Damn it. 10,000 horses galloped through his heart. Some people gazed at Xian with a trace of curiosity in their eyes. Is this young man that formidable? Meanwhile, the azure-robed man glanced at Xian and smiled. Son, go up there and say a few words. Xian's face was extremely dark. Damn it. What am I supposed to say if I go up there? Act cool in front of these people? Is that even possible? It's obviously impossible. He's asking me to go up there and embarrass myself. The azure-robed man blinked. Everyone's waiting for you. Meanwhile, the old man spoke as well. Young friend, just say a few words. Xian turned around to look at Ming. Ming was slightly helpless, and he spoke via voice transmission. I can't help you as well. How? It's not good for outsiders like us to interfere in the matters between you and your son. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly stood up and walked towards the stone platform. Everyone present was looking at Xian. It didn't take long for Xian to arrive on the stone platform, and he glanced at everyone present. The weakest amongst them was at the half-step intent realm. It could be said that he was the weakest amongst them. Xian gazed at the azure-robed man, and the azure-robed man smiled complacently. In the stone hall, everyone was looking at Xian on the stone platform. Actually, they were very curious about what Xian would say. The green-clothed man was very strong, however, Xian's cultivation was truly too low. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly smiled and said, Seniors, do all of you know what cultivation realm my father is at? Many people within the stone hall instantly gazed at the green-clothed man. What cultivation realm is he at? All of them were quite curious. Actually, everyone within the stone hall was already guessing. Since he was able to easily subdue a half-step intent swordsman, then he might have attained true intent. Moreover, there weren't many true intents throughout the history of this universe. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly spoke with a serious expression, "You're right, my father has attained intent." The atmosphere in the surroundings instantly became tense when they heard this. Intent, he really is an expert with intent. As soon as Yi Xian spoke these words, the gazes of many changed as they gazed at the green-clothed man. Respect. The difference between an expert with intent and a half-step intent realm expert was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. Meanwhile, Yi Xian continued, "Seniors, I'm sure all of you are curious about how my father attained intent, right?" All of them gazed at Yi Xian, curious. Of course they were. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly walked over to Yi Xian and bowed slightly. "Young friend, I would be eternally grateful if you're able to divulge some information to me." Many others bowed successively as well. Everyone within the stone hall was at the half-step intent realm, so what was their goal? Naturally, it was to improve further. Intent, Yi Xian gazed at them, and he was in a slightly difficult position. This? The old man bowed once more. "Young friend, please provide us with guidance." The others bowed successively as well. Intent, one's consciousness would never be extinguished. Who didn't want to attain it? Moreover, once one attained intent, one's lifespan would be greatly increased. After all, even though all of them were top-rate experts of this world, they didn't have much lifespan left. They'd lived for too long. Yi Xian sighed softly, and he was still in a slightly difficult position. The old man intended to say something, but it didn't take long for him to think of something. He withdrew a thick ancient book and passed it to Yi Xian. "Young friend, this is the old man's lifetime attainments. Please accept it." Yi Xian blinked. "This?" The old man said. "Yi Xian, this." Yi Xian put it away without batting an eyelid. Then, he said, "Old song, shall we talk somewhere else?" The old man's eyes flashed. "All right." The old man was about to leave with Yi Xian. Meanwhile, countless strands of divine sense had locked onto the old man. The old man frowned slightly. A man in black suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and the old man. He cupped his fists at Yi Xian. "Young friend, I also have some insights." Soon, everyone in the stone hall surrounded Yi Xian. Some gave him their insights, some gave him their ultimate skills, and some gave him equipment. For a moment, Yi Xian became the focus of the entire stone hall. Below, the green-robed man was somewhat speechless. "Damn it, how could this guy be so good at fooling people?" At the side, Arya looked at Yi Xian, who was constantly receiving gifts on the stage, and said seriously, "Little Xianxia is amazing." Whitey nodded vigorously. Arya continued, "He's with us. I'll bring him along to play in the future." Xiaobai nodded in agreement. After a while, Yi Xian accepted everyone's gifts. Everyone was looking at Yi Xian, waiting for Yi Xian's guidance. Yi Xian said with a smile, "Seniors, please return to your seats." The experts hesitated for a moment before returning to their seats. Yi Xian said seriously, "Seniors, there are two ways to reach the intent realm. The first is the origin of the great Tao that everyone knows. However, as you all know, the origin of the great Tao no longer exists in this world. Even in the alternate dimension, reaching the origin of the great Tao is extremely rare. Therefore, it's not realistic to use the origin of the great Tao to break through the intent realm." After saying that, he paused and said, "The second way is the primordial violet energy." Primordial violet energy. Below, Whitey blinked and looked at Arya. She waved her little paw a few times, but no one knew what she was saying. Arya thought for a moment and said, "He's probably trying to get something without risking anything." "Brilliant. Brilliant." Whitey, primordial violet energy. In the hall, many people's gazes fell on Whitey. In an instant, Whitey became the focus of the entire hall. Meanwhile, Yi Xian walked over to Whitey, withdrew a spatial ring and candied fruits, and placed them in Whitey's little paw. He smiled and said, "Show them some violet energy." Whitey blinked, and then she calmly put the candied fruits and the spatial ring away. She waved her little paw, and then a strand of violet energy suddenly floated up from the center of her palm. At this moment, everyone looked at that strand of violet energy, primordial violet energy. When they saw the primordial violet energy, the expressions of everyone here gradually became solemn, and then they became excited and fervent. They hadn't seen the origin of the great Tao, but as far as they were concerned, the primordial violet energy was absolutely not inferior to the origin of the great Tao. With the primordial violet energy, perhaps they might really be able to attain intent realm. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Seniors, you don't lack hard work because you've already arrived at the end of this world. What you lack is fortuitous encounters. I believe that so long as you have sufficient primordial violet energy, then you'll be able to attain intent realm or even above it. So long as you have primordial violet energy, then your future is limitless. Life is limitless as well." Needless to say, Yi Xian's words were very provocative, and the blood of all these old fellows couldn't help but boil. What were they pursuing right now? It was intent, life was limitless. Of course, it didn't take long for them to calm down. If they wanted to pursue limitless life and attain intent, then they needed primordial violet energy. All of them gazed at Whitey again. Seize it, the first thought in their minds was to seize it, but they quickly rejected this thought. Because of the green-clothed man, he was a true expert with intent. Seize the spirit ancestor from him, wouldn't that be no different than courting death? Even if all of them joined forces, they would probably be no match for this man. What should we do? In next to no time, some of them gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian laughed bitterly. "Everyone, the primordial violet energy is extremely precious. Even for me, my father only gives me 100 strands every year. 100 strands. So, I'm unable to help all of you." The expressions of many within the hall instantly fell when they heard this. He only gives his own son 100 strands, isn't his father too stingy? As expected, there was no familial love in front of the great Tao. Next to him, the azure-robed man looked at Yi Xian with a playful smile. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw this. However, he quickly calmed down. "Damn it, I'm not afraid, don't be a coward, just do it, even your own father will do it." In the stone hall, everyone looked at the green-clothed man again. The green-clothed man smiled without saying anything. They did not look for the green-clothed man, nor did they ask him. He only gave his own son 100 strands of primordial violet energy every year. Why would he give it to them for no reason? Exchange, such an expert would definitely not be interested in their things. For a moment, everyone in the hall revealed bitter expressions. They had just seen hope, but it was going to be extinguished again. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, however, this voice instantly attracted the gazes of all the experts in the stone hall. The old man beside Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Little friend, speak quickly." Yi Xian said seriously, "Everyone, to be honest, I am now the master of the Cosmos Divine Court." The Cosmos Divine Court, everyone was stunned when they heard this. The Cosmos Divine Court, God Yi, the expressions of everyone here had become strange. God Yi had tricked all of them, so, they didn't have a good impression of the Cosmos Divine Court. However, it was different now. The old man suddenly said, "The Cosmos Divine Court. It's a very good power that maintains the peace of the universe." The old man has always admired it. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly. "As if I'd believe you," Ming was speechless as well. "These old fellows are willing to disregard their dignity for the sake of attaining intent." The others chimed in and praised the Cosmos Divine Court. For a time, the Cosmos Divine Court had become superior, maintain the peace of the universe. After a round of compliments, all of them gazed at Yi Xian and waited for him to continue. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Everyone, to tell you the truth, the Cosmos Divine Court is quite lacking in people right now." Everyone instantly came to an understanding when they heard this. He wanted them to join the Cosmos Divine Court. Many of them were slightly hesitant. Wouldn't joining the Cosmos Divine Court be equivalent to being controlled by others? They were used to being free. They were definitely not used to listening to the orders of others. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly gazed at Nan Feng. "You've been with me for 3 years, right?" Nan Feng glanced at Yi Xian and nodded, "Yes." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, 3 years. How about this? I'll give you 100 strands of violet energy every month for free. I'll give you a year's worth of violet energy in advance." As he spoke, he gazed at Snowy. Snowy blinked and acted very cooperatively, and then she waved her little claw and a huge amount of violet energy surged towards Nan Feng. Nan Feng was visibly moved, and he hurriedly absorbed the violet energy. As soon as he did, a formidable aura suddenly appeared within him. He'd become stronger. Countless people were visibly moved when they witnessed this scene. The violet energy was really effective. It really was effective. Even Huaiyi's expression changed. She wasn't sure whether or not this grand mist purple energy could help a half-step concept powerhouse reach concept, but she was now certain that this grand mist purple energy was useful to a half-step concept powerhouse. Moreover, it was extremely useful. Right at this moment, Nanfeng suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced at himself, and then ran over to Yixian. He gazed at Yixian and said seriously, "Young brother, I, Nanfeng, am willing to admit defeat. I'm willing to follow you for 300 years. Not a single day less." Yixian was dumbstruck. 300 years? Isn't it 3 years? Nanfeng spoke seriously. How can 3 years be enough? It'll take at least 300 years. Young brother, don't say anything. I, Nanfeng, am a person who can afford to lose. 300 years, not a single day less. Oh, right. The Cosmos Court? To tell you the truth, God Yi is the person I admire the most. I've been wanting to join the Cosmos Court and pay my respects to God Yi all these years. Unfortunately, I never had the chance. It's great that young brother is here today. I, Nanfeng, am willing to join the Cosmos Court and contribute my meager strength to protect the universe. As he spoke, he suddenly took out a sword and pointed it at the sky with an extremely serious expression. I, Nanfeng, swear to the heavens that I will live and die with the Cosmos Court. Yixian was speechless. P.S. I finally understand something. It wasn't a matter of time, but a matter of updating. If there were too few updates, even if they weren't lousy, everyone would not be satisfied and would feel unhappy. If there were too many updates, even if it were 1 or 2 lousy chapters, everyone would still feel satisfied. At the end of the day, it was a matter of updating. Is there something wrong with my understanding? Everyone within the stone hall was stunned. Damn it. Has Nanfeng gone mad? 300 years, he even swore. Swearing wasn't a joke for experts at their level. An oath represented a form of karma. It might be good karma, or it might be bad karma, but this fellow actually swore. There was only one explanation. The primordial violet energy was really useful. It was more useful than they'd imagined, and it could even attain intent. Otherwise, a half-step intent realm expert wouldn't be so shameless. Many people within the stone hall gazed at Yixian when they thought up to this point. Obviously, they had to make a decision. Meanwhile, Yixian said, "Everyone, the primordial violet energy is truly too precious. Moreover, it's extremely rare. Even the spirit ancestor doesn't have much in a year. So, I'm only recruiting 10 people this time." 10. The old man suddenly grabbed Yixian's hand and gazed at Yixian. "If you don't mind my age, I'd like to join the Cosmos Court as well and contribute to this universe." Yixian smiled. It couldn't be any better to have a senior join the Cosmos Court. As he spoke, he gazed at Little White. Little White blinked, waved its little claw, and a pile of violet energy surged towards the old man. Yixian smiled. "Little White, the old man isn't an ordinary person. You have to give him more." Little White nodded and gave more violet energy to the old man. The old man's body instantly trembled when he absorbed the primordial violet energy, and then a strand of muddy energy emanated from his body. It was the energy of death and muddy energy. The expressions of many experts within the stone hall instantly changed when they witnessed this scene. As for Huayi, she stood up immediately. The old man was obviously someone who was nearing the end of his lifespan. Because only someone who was about to die would produce the energy of death and muddy energy. At this moment, the energy of death and muddy energy had actually emanated from his body. What did this mean? It meant that the primordial violet energy could eliminate the energy of death and muddy energy. It was equivalent to forcefully extending one's life. It was countless times better than that expert's method of condensing the energy of death. At this moment, everyone within the stone hall was tempted. This included Huayi. At this time, Yixian suddenly said, "There are only 10 places. 10, old man is willing to join the Cosmos God Court. I am Li Huajiao, half a step into the pinnacle of the intent realm. I am almost invincible in the same realm. I am willing to join the Cosmos God Court." Old man Mu Lin, half-step pinnacle intent realm, unrivaled in the same realm, willing to join the Cosmos God Court. Instantly, everyone present requested to join the Cosmos God Court. Yixian looked at everyone and said seriously, "Everyone, I will also speak the truth. My Cosmos God Court's current enemy is the alternate dimension. In other words, joining my Cosmos God Court is equivalent to becoming an enemy of the alternate dimension. Everyone, please consider this carefully. Becoming enemies with a different dimension." Nanfeng suddenly smiled and said, "So be it. Could it be that we're afraid of them? The old man suddenly laughed and said, Nanfeng is right. Why would our universe be afraid of him? Weren't they just a bunch of aliens playing with time? Just do it. The others also laughed, expressing that they were not afraid of the alternate dimension. Ming looked at this scene and sighed in her heart. She understood one thing: back then, why couldn't Gaudi gather the experts of this universe? Because Gaudi had never considered things from the perspective of these experts. If there were no benefits, why would they help you fight against the alternate dimension? Fighting against the alternate dimension was equivalent to risking their lives. If there were no benefits, they would definitely not be willing to risk their lives. And if there were benefits, just like now, these people would fight to the death against the alternate dimension. Ming sighed again. To make people risk their lives, just talking about righteousness was not enough. They also needed to give benefits. After a while, Yi Xian took everyone into the Cosmos God Court. It could be said that from now on, the Cosmos God Court had truly become the strongest force in this universe. One must know that the Cosmos God Court still had Ming and the other laws of the universe. The strength of Ming and the others was actually above some half-step intent realm experts. That was because their understanding of time was far above ordinary experts. At the side, the green-robed man watched quietly and did not say anything. However, there was a faint smile on his face all along. He did not stop Yi Xian from doing these things. Of course, he would not take the initiative to let Yi Xian do these things. His attitude was very simple: as long as you have the ability, I am willing to be used by you. At this time, Hua Yi suddenly walked in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, can I also join the Cosmos God Court? Yi Xian said with a smile. Miss Hua, are you here alone, or are you representing the Boundless City? Hua Yi looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, do you want me alone or the entire Endless City? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. It depends on you. However, no matter how many people there are, the primordial violet aura is enough. After a moment of silence, Hua Yi smiled. Of course it's the entire Endless City joining. Everyone joining. Yi Xian looked at Hua Yi. Miss Hua, I hope you understand one thing. We are going against the alien races. In the future, I can't guarantee anything. I might even die. Hua Yi smiled. We are all adults. We understand what our choice means. Yi Xian nodded. That's good. Hua Yi continued. Young Master Yi, after this ends, Young Master Yi, please follow me to a place. I need to let Young Master Yi understand the foundation of my Endless City. Yi Xian looked at Hua Yi. Can Miss Hua be the master of the entire Endless City? Hua Yi smiled. About this, Young Master Yi, don't worry. When I came to find you, I have already obtained the consent of some elders of my Endless City. Yi Xian nodded. That's good. Following which, this Tao discussion conference ended, because everyone only had one goal, and that was the primordial violet aura. Nothing else was important. Only by obtaining more primordial violet aura could they achieve intent realm. Although half-step intent realm powerhouses had 100 strands of primordial violet aura every month, it was still a little too little for them. They needed more primordial violet aura. And there was only one way to get more primordial violet aura, and that was to find Yi Xian. At this moment, Hua Yi suddenly said, Young Master Yi, come with me? Yi Xian nodded. Okay. Hua Yi turned to look at the green-robed man. The green-robed man smiled. You guys go shopping. There's someone I know. I'll go meet him. With that said, he glanced at Arya and Xiaobai. Are you guys coming with me or? Arya glanced at Yi Xian. We'll go play with little Xuanzi. The green-robed man smiled. Don't get into trouble. Arya was a little dissatisfied. Brother Yang, when have you ever seen Xiaobai and I provoke trouble? It's always others who provoke us first, so we fight back passively. In the Milky Way realm, our behavior is considered self-defense. This is protected by the law. Xiaobai nodded fiercely. The green-robed man's face was full of black lines. This isn't the Milky Way realm. The law there doesn't apply here. Arya blinked. What if others bully us? The green-robed man glared at Arya. Bully my ass. You better behave yourself. With that said, he glanced at Yi Xian. Keep an eye on them. don't let them get into trouble. And don't let others bully them. With that said, he turned around and disappeared. Xian looked at Arya. Arya licked her sugar-coated paws, looking very obedient. In fact, from the appearance, Arya and Xiaobai were really harmless. But Xian knew that these two were simply bandits. Don't provoke them. Otherwise, I'll rip off your underwear. In fact, he was particularly curious about the storage ring on Xiaobai's hand. This little guy's storage ring definitely contained many very, very awesome treasures. At this moment, Hua Yi suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, let's go." Xian nodded. Under Hua Yi's lead, Xian and the others walked out of the stone temple. On the way, Xian glanced at Hua Yi. "Miss Hua, what kind of force is this endless city?" Hua Yi smiled and said, "A force that stands aloof from worldly affairs." Xian asked, "Stands aloof from worldly affairs?" Hua Yi nodded. "Actually, the people here are basically aloof from worldly affairs. Because the people here only have one goal, and that is to achieve the state of mind and achieve the legendary immortality. Apart from that, everything else doesn't mean much to us." Xian smiled and said, "I feel that the meaning of life is not just cultivation and seeking Tao." Hua Yi smiled slightly. "That's because young Master Yi is still young. When you live for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, you will change your way of thinking." Xian nodded. "Perhaps?" Before long, Hua Yi brought Xian and the rest to the front of a grand hall. She waved her lily-white hand lightly, and the grand hall's door directly opened. After entering the grand hall, Xian discovered that there were 26 people standing in the grand hall. There were men and women, and all of them were half-step concept powerhouses. Hua Yi glanced at everyone. "Greetings, young Master Yi." Inside the hall, everyone bowed slightly. "Greetings, young Master Yi." Xian nodded slightly. "Everyone, no need to be overly courteous." Hua Yi looked at Xian and said with a smile, "Young Master Yi, there are a total of 36 half-step concept powerhouses in my endless city. Including me here, there are 27 people. There are still 9 people in closed seclusion." Xian nodded. "Since Miss Hua brought me here, you should have something to say, right?" Hua Yi nodded. She looked at Xian. "Young Master Yi, my endless city is willing to follow young Master Yi to fight against the alternate dimension, even if we have to pay with our lives. We only have one request, and that is young Master Yi can provide us with grand mist purple gas so that we can reach concept." Xian didn't say anything. He knew what Hua Yi meant. She wanted him to help them reach concept first. Hua Yi said with a smile, "I've estimated that there are 100 strands of grand mist purple gas every month. At this rate, we will need at least 100 years to have enough grand mist purple gas to break through to concept." 100 years is really too long. Xian said with a smile, "Miss Hua, I understand you. But forgive me for speaking bluntly. After you reach concept, will you really listen to my orders?" Just as Hua Yi was about to speak, Xian said, "Miss Hua, you said that you will help me fight against the alternate dimension because you need the grand mist purple aura. What if you don't need it? Will you still help me fight against the other dimension? Don't make any promises. As you said, at your level, apart from advancing further, everything else is meaningless, isn't it?" Hua Yi was silent. Xian said with a smile, "Miss Hua, forgive me for being blunt, but the first thing you should think about is not what you want from me, but what you can give me." After that, he looked at Arya, Little White, and Ming, "Let's go." At this moment, an old man suddenly stood in front of him. Arya blinked her eyes when she saw the old man blocking in front of her. No one knew what he was up to. She couldn't take the initiative to bully others, but she couldn't let others bully her either. Xian smiled and turned to look at Hua Yi. "Miss Hua, are you going to keep us here?" Hua Yi suddenly walked in front of the old man. Just as the old man was about to speak, Hua Yi suddenly punched his abdomen. Boom, the old man's physical body directly collapsed and his soul floated out. One punch destroyed the physical body. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the experts in the hall changed. As for the old man whose physical body was destroyed, his face was filled with disbelief. Hua Yi looked at the old man. "Did I ask you to stop young Master Yi? Keep Xian here?" She naturally didn't have the guts. At the beginning, she indeed had the idea of attacking the spirit ancestor. But after seeing the strength of the green-robed man, she decisively dispelled this idea. All the half-step intent realm experts in the hall added together wouldn't be a match for the green-robed man. Now, she had the idea of attacking the spirit ancestor. How retarded would she have to be to do that? Huai turned to look at Yi Xian and bowed slightly. Young Master Yi, I'm sorry. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Hua, I feel that you don't really control Endless City. Huai's expression was a little gloomy. Young Master Yi, don't worry. This kind of situation won't happen again. Yi Xian looked at Huai. There won't be a future. Miss Hua, I don't need Endless City to join the Cosmos Divine Court. After saying that, he turned and left. Huai was stunned and was about to speak. At this moment, Arya suddenly turned and looked at Huai. Don't come over, or I'll beat you to death. Huai, soon, Yi Xian and the others disappeared into the distance. In the stone hall, Huai's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly said, City Lord, this. Huai slowly closed her eyes. I underestimated him. I thought he was just a simple-minded second generation. It's my fault for underestimating him. She brought Yi Xian here. The goal was actually to let Yi Xian see Endless City's strength, then negotiate with Yi Xian, in order to obtain even more benefits. However, she hadn't expected that Yi Xian wouldn't fall for it at all. Rob, Endless City definitely wouldn't dare. With that green-robed man around, stealing the Spirit Patriarch's life would be equivalent to dying early. There was only one way to obtain the primordial violet chi, and that was to look for Yi Xian. Finding the azure-clothed man would not do at all. Because the azure-clothed man's rank was too high. Even if the Endless City packaged up and gave it to him, he would not even take a fancy to it. They could only look for Yi Xian, but now, following Yi Xian's rejection of Endless City's joining, Endless City became even more passive now. A moment later, Huai suddenly said, Get someone to help me investigate this young Master Yi. I want to know everything about him. Yes. An expert quietly disappeared from the hall. Huai looked into the distance, not knowing what she was thinking. On the street, Yi Xian's group was walking slowly. Ming glanced at Yi Xian. Are you really willing to sacrifice so many half-step intent realm experts? Yi Xian smiled. What do you think? Ming said solemnly, with their help, we will be much better off. Yi Xian said softly, Ming, if all the half-step intent realm experts in this cosmos follow us, will we be able to fight against the alternate dimension? Ming was silent for a moment, then said, Probably not. Yi Xian looked at Ming. Probably? Ming nodded. The alternate dimension definitely has intent realm experts, and there might even be experts above them. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. In other words, even if we gather all the peak experts in the cosmos, we still won't be a match for the alternate dimension, right? Ming said, You're wrong. Yi Xian looked at Ming, who had a calm expression. Have you forgotten about your father and your sister? And your big brother? Yi Xian was speechless. Ming continued, Your father is taking you with him because he wants to help you. However, how much you can get from him will depend on yourself. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Ming continued, We must fight for the people here if we can. Even if they are placed in the alternate dimension, they are considered above average, although they don't have much of an advantage against the otherworldly dimension at present. Once we have experts with domains and above, we can stall the top-notch experts of the otherworldly dimension. At that time, they will be very useful. Yi Xian nodded. Indeed. Saying this, he glanced at Ming. We must help you reach Intent Realm. In this cosmos, the laws of the cosmos had the highest chance of reaching Intent Realm. Their foundation was very deep. As long as they had enough grand mist purple gas, it wouldn't be difficult for them to reach Intent Realm. There was also Sister Nian, too, and the Yang family's ancestor. Thinking of this, Yi Xian looked at Little White. Little White, how much purple gas do you have? Little White blinked and waved its little paws randomly. Yi Xian looked at Arya. Arya said, A lot. Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. Why is there a lot? Arya explained, because Little White's grand mist purple gas is converted from ordinary spiritual chi. Converted? Yi Xian blinked. In other words, Little White can convert ordinary spiritual chi into grand mist purple gas? Arya nodded. Yes. However, if she transforms too much, she will also get tired. Hearing this, Yi Xian and Ah Ming looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Conversion, what did this mean? It meant that as long as this little guy was here, the grand mist purple gas was infinite. It was truly infinite. This was too outrageous. As long as this little guy was willing, he could convert all the spiritual chi into grand mist purple gas. At this time, Arya suddenly said, Little White can't convert spiritual chi recklessly. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Why? Arya licked the Tonghulu. Because if Little White converts spiritual chi recklessly, the spiritual chi of this world will be exhausted. For example, she can convert the spiritual chi of this place into grand mist purple gas, but the spiritual chi of this world will be exhausted instantly, and all living things will die. In addition, a large area of ordinary spiritual chi can be converted into a little grand mist purple gas. Strictly speaking, such a conversion was not worth it for this universe. So, Brother Yang doesn't let Little White convert grand mist purple gas recklessly. Yi Xian said softly, I see. That's right. If this little guy could convert spiritual chi recklessly, and the ratio was 1-to-1, it would be too terrifying, because it meant that this little guy could change the spiritual chi of the whole world, and the current situation was that although this little guy could also convert the spiritual chi of this world into grand mist purple gas, she could only convert one strand of grand mist purple gas out of 100 strands. This meant that if this little guy converted spiritual chi, a large number of super experts would appear in this world, but all living things below these experts would die, because the converted grand mist purple gas couldn't support the whole universe. Yi Xian glanced at the little white guy. In fact, this little guy had the ability to destroy the universe. As long as she was willing, she could suck the spiritual chi of this universe dry. This was too terrifying. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. He could definitely take this little guy and Arya to the alternate dimension. After going there, this little guy could absorb spiritual chi crazily. At this time, Ah Ming suddenly said, we can let her go to the alternate dimension. Let them all be annihilated. Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. Unless his father also went to the alternate dimension, this little guy would have no hope of surviving in the alternate dimension. After all, the experts of the alternate dimension would absolutely not let her absorb spiritual chi. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and then looked at Ah Ming. Ah Ming, you gather all the laws, and I will provide you with grand mist purple gas to help you break through. How about it? Ah Ming looked at Little White. Is she willing? Little White nodded, expressing her willingness. Ah Ming shook her head with a smile. She had finally realized, this little guy really treated Yi Xian as one of her own. After a moment, Ah Ming left. Of course, she left with a lot of grand mist purple gas. As Yi Xian had said, the strength of their laws had to reach a higher level. After Ah Ming left, Yi Xian was about to go find his father, but at this time, the green-robed man suddenly appeared in front of him. The green-robed man said with a smile, I can't stay here for too long. Yi Xian was startled. What's the matter? The green-robed man nodded and said with a smile, an old friend of mine found a rather interesting place. I want to take your aunt and the others for a stroll, so, Yi Xian said in a deep voice, can you take me with you? The green-robed man immediately shook his head. Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. Why can't you take me? The green-robed man glared at Yi Xian. Your father and your aunt and the others are going to have a romantic time. How can you follow them? The two of us can do our own things, understand? Yi Xian's expression froze. Damn it, am I really your biological son? At this time, the green-robed man said again, I can stay for a few more days. In these few days, I have decided to properly train you. Come, let's go and cultivate. After saying that, everyone disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already on the 99th floor. The world of the 9th floor had been restored. The green-robed man handed his sword to Yi Xian. Practice the sword drawing technique. I will personally guide you. Yi Xian nodded and suddenly slashed with his sword. Chi, a wisp of sword chi pierced through the sky. The sky was directly torn apart, and a huge crack that was tens of thousands of feet long appeared. At this moment, his strength was completely different from before. The power of the sword drawing technique could be said to be extremely terrifying. However, the green-robed man shook his head. Weak. You are really too weak. Yi Xian was speechless. The green-robed man sighed again. My invincible sword skill was actually used like this by you. In the future, when you go out, don't tell people that this sword skill was created by me. It is too embarrassing. Yi Xian was speechless. Damn it, will you die if you don't insult me for a day? The green-robed man glanced at Yi Xian and sighed again. Too weak. Yi Xian suddenly laughed. Father, I heard that you were beaten by Xianxia in the past. Is that true? The green-robed man's expression froze. Yi Xian continued. I also heard that you were beaten very badly. Is that true? The green-robed man was speechless. The green-robed man suddenly took out a sword. Come, let's practice in real life. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. I don't want a ticket. Real person sparring. Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn it, this old man really doesn't care about face at all. He's just looking for a reasonable excuse to beat me up. Soon, shrill screams rang out in the world of the ninth floor. At the side, Arya licked her candied haws and shook her head. So tragic. Xiaobai nodded vigorously and waved her little paws. It was indeed tragic. After a long time, Yi Xian lay on the ground. At this moment, he had no strength left in his body, he couldn't fight back at all, he was beaten up. The man in green sat next to Yi Xian and smiled. How do you feel? Yi Xian rolled his eyes at the man in green. I don't feel anything. The man in green laughed. Kid, don't tell me you really think I'm looking for an excuse to beat you up. Yi Xian said, isn't that the case? The man in green laughed. That's not the case. I beat you up because I want you to understand some principles. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. What principles? The man in green blinked. Think about it yourself. Yi Xian was speechless. The man in green said seriously, you have to figure it out yourself. Yi Xian's face darkened. Figure it out my ass. I just exposed your shortcomings. Damn it, he's such a bully, he can beat me up, but he has to act like he's doing it for your own good. He's too inhumane, endure it. Yi Xian took a deep breath, my fists aren't strong enough. I have to endure it. The man in green suddenly looked at Xiaobai. Heal him. Xiaobai waved its little paws and a pile of purple gas enveloped Yi Xian. After a while, Yi Xian returned to normal. The man in green looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Do you know where the core of the sword drawing technique is? Yi Xian shook his head. The man in green said, there are two cores. The first is the sword drawing technique. This sword technique focuses on instantaneous explosive power. The second is overlapping. Yi Xian was a little curious. Overlapping? The azure-robed man smiled and said, yes. With your current strength, if you can overlap 100 sword drawing techniques in an instant, then you can even kill an expert with an intent realm. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, I've only just entered divine sense. The green-robed man knocked on Yi Xian's head. What do you mean by spirit trance? Don't think about the realm. Come, try it now. Yi Xian nodded. He suddenly unsheathed his sword. The moment he unsheathed his sword, he immediately sheathed it and slashed again. Chi-chi, in an instant, 2 strands of sword chi tore through the sky, and the sky was directly torn into pieces. The mountains in the distance were directly transformed into powder. Moreover, even space was torn into nothingness. This time, it was at least twice as powerful as before. However, the green-robed man still shook his head. No. His strength is not enough, and his speed is not fast enough. Yi Xian blinked. Not fast enough? The azure-robed man nodded. You want to merge the 2 sword energies into one. What do you mean by overlapping? Only when 100 strands of sword chi merge into one will it be considered true overlapping. 100 strands of sword chi overlapped. Yi Xian's expression became solemn. He had overlapped 2 strands of sword chi, and the power was already so terrifying. If he overlapped 100 strands, wouldn't he be able to split the world in half? The green-robed man suddenly asked. Do you think it's very difficult? Yi Xian nodded. It's difficult just thinking about it. The green-robed man smiled. Will it be more difficult than the alien dimension? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. The green-robed man lightly patted Yi Xian's shoulder. There's nothing difficult. It just depends on whether you're willing to do it or not. If you deny yourself before doing it, then you won't be able to do anything. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. The green-robed man smiled. Start practicing. I'll guide you. Yi Xian nodded. In the following time, Yi Xian began to practice the sword drawing technique like crazy. He practiced this move, crazily practicing one sword after another. At the start, he could barely overlap 2 swords. But gradually, he could overlap 3 swords, 4 swords. During this period, the green-robed man didn't leave and continued to guide him. It could be said that the main reason why Yi Xian could improve so quickly was because of the green-robed man's guidance. This sword drawing technique was created by the green-robed man. With his guidance, Yi Xian would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Outside the 99th floor, a woman stood at the entrance of the building. This woman was Hua Yi. She had already been here for 2 days, just to see Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was cultivating and wouldn't see anyone. And she had no choice but to wait. Now, some half-step intent realm experts at Endless City had already joined the Cosmos God Court. With the primordial violet chi, these people had a high chance of reaching intent realm. Although it might not happen in a short period of time, as time passes, the gap between Endless City and these people would only get bigger and bigger, and if these people really had intent realm experts outside the city, then Endless City would completely become a little brother, and she had also obtained Yi Xian's information. She already understood Yi Xian's personality and character. In terms of character, there was no problem. He was a trustworthy person. Simply put, Endless City must cling to this thigh. Several days later, in the 9th floor, Yi Xian was still crazily cultivating that sword drawing technique. The more he cultivated, the more excited he got, because he realized that this sword drawing technique was really terrifying, especially after overlapping. The power that erupted in that instant could really destroy heaven and earth, and now, he could already overlap 16 sword drawing techniques, 16 sword drawing techniques overlapping. His current sword drawing technique had truly undergone a qualitative change. This slash was enough to kill a deity exterminating realm expert in a second. However, this was not his goal. His goal was to be able to shake intent realm experts, and to shake intent realm experts, he must have the ability to destroy time. However, his current sword drawing technique was still unable to damage the dimension of time. Still not enough, he continued to cultivate crazily. Anyway, with Xiaobai's primordial violet vapor, no matter how tired he was, he could quickly recover his strength. Time passed bit by bit. During this period, the green-robed man did not leave. He just stood at the side, giving pointers and personally demonstrating. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He lay on the ground and completely relaxed. He was exhausted. The sword strike he had performed just now had overlapped with 29 sword drawing techniques, and when this sword slashed out, he immediately felt as if all the strength in his body was sucked out, and he had no strength at all. The green-robed man walked in front of Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Do you feel your limit?" Yi Xian nodded. "It should be my limit." The green-robed man shook his head, "Not yet." Yi Xian was stunned. The green-robed man said with a smile, "You can still do better." Yi Xian asked, "Can still do better?" The green-robed man nodded. "Limit." "What is limit?" "Limits are forced out. You need to force yourself again." Yi Xian was silent. After a moment, he got up and continued to practice. 3 days later, he was able to overlap 30 sword drawing techniques. There was another one. After drawing 30 times in an instant, Yi Xian fell down again. He felt worse than 3 days ago. 3 days ago, he felt as if all the strength in his body was sucked out. This time, he felt as if his whole body was paralyzed. Other than his eyes, he could not move anything else. The green-robed man appeared in front of Yi Xian again. Yi Xian said weakly, "I can't do it anymore." The green-robed man said with a smile, 3 days ago, you also said that you had reached your limit." Yi Xian smiled bitterly, "This time, I have really reached my limit. If I break through my realm, I should be able to go further." The green-robed man shook his head, "It has nothing to do with your realm, it has to do with your state of mind. The current you has completely denied yourself." Yi Xian was a little puzzled, "I have not reached my limit?" The green-robed man said with a smile, "What do you think?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "If I use this sword now, I will be like a cripple." This sword technique is no different from suicide. The green-robed man shook his head. Don't think about other problems. What you need to think about now is how to reach your limit. Even if you only attack once, you have to reach your limit this time. Xian nodded. The green-robed man looked at Xiaobai. Heal him. Xiaobai waved its little paw again, and a purple aura enveloped Xian. Soon, his body returned to normal. Just as Xian was about to attack, the green-robed man suddenly said, "Don't you notice anything different?" Xian was stunned and asked, "What's different?" The green-robed man smiled, "Your body." Xian looked at his body, his eyes filled with doubt. It's still a dimensional body. The green-robed man shook his head. "Silly son, didn't you notice that your physical strength has become stronger?" Hearing this, Xian was stunned. That's right, he had actually neglected the strength of his own body. How could he draw his sword 30 times in an instant? One of the main reasons was that his physical strength had become stronger. Moreover, it was not just an ordinary level of strength. He discovered that he had become much stronger. His physical strength was much stronger than before. The green-robed man continued. During this period, every time you break through your limit, your physical strength will also break through. Your physical strength is now at least twice as strong as before. Your physical strength can become even stronger, and your sword-drawing technique can also become stronger. Xian took a deep breath. Continue. With that, he began to draw his sword again. The green-robed man walked to the side and sat down, looking at Xian in the distance, a trace of a smile on his face. Actually, he was really envious of Xian. After all, he had not enjoyed such treatment in the past. Thinking of someone, the smile on the green-robed man's face disappeared. Another month passed. Xian could already overlap 42 sword-drawing techniques. 42 sword-drawing techniques. Now, every time he swung his sword, the space within hundreds of thousands of miles would become more illusory. Beside him, Arya suddenly said, "Brother Yang, when are we leaving?" The green-robed man smiled. Soon. Soon, Arya glanced at Xian in the distance. "Are you really not taking little Xianxia away?" The green-robed man looked at Xian in the distance, and after a moment, he said softly, "He has to walk his own path. Following me is not helping him, but harming him." The green-robed man knew very well that Xian would never be able to grow if he followed him. Only Xian could surpass him in the future. Otherwise, with his protection, Xian would always be a child. Arya sighed softly. "What's a pity?" The green-robed man looked at Arya. "What's a pity?" Arya said seriously, "If little Xianxia were with us, it would be fun." Lilbai kept nodding. She liked Xian, too. He was to her liking. They were on the same side. The green-robed man was speechless. If these three little fellows teamed up, would there still be peace in this world? Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. At this moment, Xian could already overlap 50 sword-drawing techniques. Under his crazy cultivation, his physical body had also been greatly improved. His physical strength was much stronger than before. Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, he felt that his right arm was filled with endless power. Right now, he could easily kill a deity-exterminating realm powerhouse. He could even kill a half-step realm powerhouse. 50 overlapped sword-drawing techniques could really destroy heaven and earth. However, there was a drawback. After using this sword, he could not use a second sword. With this sword, it was either you die or I die. After resting for a while, Xian was about to cultivate again. At this moment, the green-robed man suddenly said, "There's no need." Xian looked at the green-robed man. The green-robed man smiled and said, "You have now reached the limit of your physical body. Although you can still improve by cultivating, the effect is minimal." Xian blinked. "Is it over?" The green-robed man shook his head. "Just started." As he spoke, he looked at Arya. "Give me some blood." Arya glanced at Xian. She hesitated for a moment and then pointed with her fingers. A drop of blood fell in front of Xian. Arya's blood. The green-robed man was a little helpless. "Give me more." Arya blinked. "That hurts." The green-robed man smiled and said, "No need for too much." Arya thought for a moment and then bit her fingertip. Soon, blood gushed out from her fingertip. The green-robed man waved his right hand and the blood floated in front of Xian. He looked at Yi Xian and said, "Eat it." Yi Xian asked, "Do you want to help me strengthen my body?" The green-robed man nodded. "Your current physical body is not strong enough. If you want to overlap 100 sword drawing techniques, you have to become stronger." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. "Why didn't you strengthen my body first?" The green-robed man shook his head and smiled. "If I had strengthened your physical body from the start, then you wouldn't have been able to break through the limits of your physical body. Right now, you have already reached the limit of your physical body. If you break through the limit of your physical body now, then you will have an unexpected harvest." Yi Xian still wanted to ask something, but the green-robed man suddenly said, "What's with all this nonsense?" As he spoke, he pointed with his fingers, and Arya's blood directly entered Yi Xian's throat. Boom! In an instant, Yi Xian's body directly erupted with an extremely terrifying power. It was not his power, but the power of Arya's blood. The green-robed man gently patted Yi Xian's shoulder with his right hand, and that power was directly suppressed. The green-robed man said, "How do you feel now?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "I feel that there is a fire burning in my body." The green-robed man nodded, "Don't suppress it. Let it continue to burn. This is the power of Arya's blood. It can temper your body." Yi Xian said, "It's very uncomfortable." The green-robed man smiled and said, "How can it not be uncomfortable to cultivate the physical body? Just bear with it." Yi Xian nodded. He found that under the burning of Arya's blood, his body was gradually changing. As time passed, a faint blood-red flame appeared on Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian's face also became a little twisted. Pain. He felt that Arya's blood was corroding his body, from the inside out. However, he still forced himself to bear with it. "I can't embarrass myself in front of this bastard of a father." The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "How do you feel now?" Yi Xian said with a trembling voice, "I'm fine." The green-robed man's mouth slightly curled up. "That's good." As he said, he took out a white jade bottle. Yi Xian suddenly felt that something was wrong. "This is?" The green-robed man smiled and said, "This is some good stuff that I specially found for you. Come, open your mouth." Yi Xian hesitated and then said, "Why don't we slow down first?" The green-robed man laughed and scolded, "Slow your ass. Eat it." As he said, he pinched Yi Xian's mouth with one hand and held the white jade bottle with the other hand. He aimed it at Yi Xian's mouth and poured some black flames suddenly into Yi Xian's body. Boom! In an instant, Yi Xian's eyes opened wide. Ah! At this moment, Yi Xian felt that he was going to die on the spot. His body was being annihilated inch by inch. Yi Xian couldn't help but say, "Damn, Dad, are you trying to kill me?" Annihilation. This was no joke. When he saw this scene, the green-robed man placed his right hand lightly on Yi Xian's shoulder. Boom! Something in Yi Xian's body seemed to be suppressed, and his body started to return to normal. However, there was another black flame on his body. Pain. At this moment, Yi Xian was in extreme pain. Although his body was not being annihilated, the burning pain still existed. This was even more terrifying than death. It was truly a life worse than death. The green-robed man smiled and said, "Is it very painful? If you can't stand it, then cry out. I won't laugh at you." Yi Xian was speechless. The green-robed man smiled and then said seriously, "This is an extraterrestrial spiritual fire, a very powerful fire. It can temper your body. Not only can it greatly improve your physical body, but with it in your body, your physique will also become a pure spiritual fire body, which means you will be invulnerable to all fires. Anyway, so far, I haven't seen anything more powerful than this fire. In the future, it will be one with you. Endure it." Yi Xian took a deep breath. Although it was worse than death, he had to endure it. He couldn't let this cheap dad laugh at him. The green-robed man retreated to the side and looked at Yi Xian with a faint smile on his face. Arya suddenly said, "Brother Yang, can I say something that you might not like to hear?" The green-robed man glanced at Arya. "What do you want to say?" Arya blinked. "Why do you have a different attitude towards Xianxia and little Xuanzi?" Xianxia, naturally, it was young Xianxia. In other words, she was Yi Xian's sister. However, she was not here now. Arya suddenly asked, "Is little Xuanzi really not your biological son?" The green-robed man glanced at Arya. "You're not allowed to eat tonghulu for 5 days." Arya's expression froze. She slapped herself and muttered, "Who asked you to ask blindly?" Time passed bit by bit. Slowly, Yi Xian felt that his body was no longer in so much pain. It should be said that he was slowly getting used to the burning pain. During this period, Little White would also use purple gas to help Yi Xian recover his physical body from time to time. A month later, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He got up and clenched his right hand. Boom! With this clench, the entire world became illusory. Power. Yi Xian took a deep breath. At this moment, he felt endless power. The green-robed man smiled and said, "How do you feel?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Very powerful." Yi Xian suddenly looked at Arya. "Give him a punch." Arya walked in front of Yi Xian, blinked, and then punched Yi Xian's abdomen. Boom! Yi Xian directly retreated thousands of meters away. The space where he passed was annihilated. When he landed on the ground, the space within thousands of meters collapsed and was annihilated with him as the center. However, he was fine. His physical body had forcefully withstood Arya's punch. Yi Xian found it hard to believe. He did not expect his physical defense to be so abnormal. How terrifying was Arya's strength. It could be said that if Arya used her full strength, it would be easy for her to destroy the world with a punch, but he was actually fine after taking a punch from her. At this moment, the green-robed man suddenly smiled and said, "Try the sword-drawing technique." Yi Xian nodded. He opened his palm and a sheathed longsword appeared in his hand. It was the green-robed man's sword. His sword could not withstand his current strength. Yi Xian turned and looked into the distance. He suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Chi, a wisp of sword energy suddenly broke through the air. Boom! In an instant, the entire world began to shatter. 96 sword-drawing techniques. Yi Xian looked at the shattered world in front of him and was dumbfounded. 96 sword-drawing techniques. Had you become so strong? The green-robed man said softly, "This sword of yours is enough to destroy the time dimension. However, it is only the time dimension of ordinary people." Yi Xian looked at the green-robed man. "There are different types of time dimension?" The green-robed man smiled and said, "The stronger the person, the stronger his time dimension. Do you understand?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Dad, do you also have a time dimension?" The green-robed man smiled and said, "Nonsense. Everyone has their own time dimension." Yi Xian was a little curious. "Can you go to the future?" The green-robed man shook his head and smiled. "Why would I go to the future?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Aren't you curious about the future?" The green-robed man walked in front of Yi Xian and gently patted Yi Xian's shoulder. "It is because the future is uncertain that a person's life is meaningful. If you knew your future in advance, wouldn't it be especially boring?" Yi Xian said softly, "That's true." The green-robed man continued, "Moreover, going to the future is extremely risky because the future is uncertain. For example, a person might be a rich person in the future, but because he can foresee it in advance, he might not struggle. And if he doesn't struggle, his life's fate will change. Because the future is uncertain, any choice a person makes, or even a thought, will produce a different future. Do you understand?" Yi Xian nodded. "I understand." The green-robed man smiled and said, "I will bring you to the last place. After that, Dad will be leaving." Yi Xian was a little curious. "What place?" The green-robed man smiled and said, "A rather mysterious place. Dad will give you one last gift, then we will say goodbye. You play, I play, and no one will disturb each other." Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Please tip. After leaving the 99th floor, Yi Xian saw Hua Yi. This Hua Yi had been waiting here for months. Seeing Yi Xian, Hua Yi immediately greeted him with a smile. "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian smiled. "Is there anything I can help you with, Miss Hua?" Hua Yi bowed slightly. "Young Master Yi, I'm here to apologize." Yi Xian smiled. "I'm not angry." Hua Yi hesitated for a moment, then said, "Young Master Yi, are you really not angry?" Yi Xian smiled. "It's fake." Hua Yi smiled bitterly and bowed again. "Young Master Yi, I sincerely want to join the Cosmos God Court. I hope young Master Yi will approve it." Yi Xian didn't say anything. Hua Yi said again, "I'll adjust my attitude later." Yi Xian glanced at Hua Yi. "Miss Hua, can you really represent the entire Endless City?" Hua Yi smiled. "Young Master Yi can rest assured about this." Yi Xian said with a smile, "I'm just worried." Hua Yi said solemnly, "Young Master Yi, rest assured. That kind of thing will never happen again." Yi Xian looked at Hua Yi. "Let me think about it." Yi Xian looked at the green-robed man. Dad, let's go. The green-robed man nodded slightly, all right. Watching Yi Xian and the others leave, Yi sighed softly. She naturally knew what Yi Xian meant. Yi Xian was telling her that he didn't necessarily need her endless city. She shouldn't think too highly of herself. After a moment, Yi suddenly smiled. Actually, Yi Xian didn't refuse this time, which meant that Endless City had a chance, a great chance. Yi turned and left. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly said, Dad, can you introduce me to the friend you mentioned earlier? The green-robed man glanced at Yi Xian. What are you going to do? Yi Xian smiled, just to get to know him. The green-robed man sneered, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Yi Xian, the green-robed man said, let's talk about your body. Your body should be at the intent realm now. Ordinary intent realm experts can't break it. But that doesn't mean you're invincible. Do you understand what I mean? Yi Xian nodded, understood. The green-cloaked man smiled and said, remember, don't rely too much on your physical body. It's best if you don't use your physical body to resist. Because if you encounter a true expert, using your physical body to resist is equivalent to courting death. Understand? Yi Xian nodded. I will. The green-robed man smiled. The power of this sword-drawing technique has no upper limit. No, it should be said that its upper limit depends on you. So, if you have time in the future, practice more. When you can stack up to 1,000, you'll find that any intent realm or alien race is trash. Yi Xian blinked. 1,000? The green-robed man smiled. Is it very difficult? Yi Xian nodded. For me now, it is indeed very difficult. The green-robed man patted Yi Xian's shoulder lightly. It can't be done in one go. Take it slow. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, what other aspects do I need to improve? The green-robed man smiled. Many areas. Yi Xian, soon, the group arrived in front of the city gate. An old man stood at the city gate. The old man wore a loose black robe and held a strange walking stick in his hand. Seeing the green-robed man, the old man immediately walked over and smiled, Brother Yang. The green-robed man smiled, Brother Mu, you came a little early. The old man smiled, I was eager to see a friend. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly bowed slightly, hello, Uncle Mu. Hearing this, the old man looked at Yi Xian, sized up Yi Xian, and smiled, a dragon among men. The green-robed man smiled, Brother Mu, I'll get straight to the point. This little fellow is a little weak now, so I want to borrow your holy land. Elder Mu smiled, no problem. Let's go. The green-robed man nodded, waved his right hand, and everyone disappeared on the spot. Very soon, Yi Xian felt everything in front of him being torn apart. Needless to say, he was quite shocked at this moment. He knew that his father was bringing him through space. Moreover, this speed was too terrifying. If it wasn't for the protection of his father's sword energy, his current physical body would probably be unable to resist it. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but glance at the green-robed man. Should I be more obedient in the future? Right at this moment, the green-robed man suddenly smiled, we're here. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings returned to normal. At this moment, they were already on top of a huge rock. Not far in front of them, there was a huge mountain that was suspended in the air. The mountain was at least 10,000 zhang high, directly above the clouds. Most importantly, this kind of mountain was suspended in the air. Besides that, there were countless other mountains that floated behind the mountain, and it was impossible to see the end of them. It was a magnificent sight. Meanwhile, Elder Mu suddenly looked up at the top of the mountain, welcome the guests. His voice resounded through the world. Meanwhile, an enormous path of light that was over 3 kilometers wide poured down from the top of the mountain to their feet. At the same time, over 100 experts in golden armor suddenly appeared on both sides of the path of light, and all of them turned around and bowed respectfully to the green-robed man and the others. The green-robed man glanced at Elder Mu with slight helplessness, all these fancy things. Elder Mu roared with laughter, it's just a formality. Let's go. All of them walked towards the top of the mountain, and an enormous ancient city appeared before them when they arrived at the top of the mountain. Yi Xian looked up at the sky above the city gates, and there were 3 large words there, Heaven-Splitting City. After entering the city, the streets were at least 300 kilometers wide, and there were countless people gathered on both sides of the streets. These people were all curiously sizing up Xian and the others. Heaven-splitting city, the path of light welcomed the guests. Such treatment had not been seen for thousands of years. Who was it? At this moment, an elder suddenly appeared in front of Xian and the others, and he bowed slightly. Greetings, Elder Mu. Greetings, Sect Leader Yang. Elder Mu nodded. Make the arrangements. Little friendy wants to use the sacred land. Hearing this, the elder immediately looked troubled. This, Elder Mu frowned slightly. Is there a problem? The elder hurriedly said, no. It's just that Amulian is using the sacred land now. Amulian. Hearing this, the elder was stunned, and then fell silent. Amulian, the most monstrous genius in the history of the Heaven-Splitting clan, her position in the Heaven-Splitting clan was extremely special, as her bloodline had mutated since she was born, and this mutation had caused the bloodline of everyone in the Heaven-Splitting clan to break through. This breakthrough had caused the overall strength of the Heaven-Splitting clan to rise greatly. It could be said that Amulian's position in the Heaven-Splitting clan was higher than his, the clan leader, because she was the future hope of the Heaven-Splitting clan. This time, Elder Mu was in a difficult position. At this moment, the green-robed man suddenly smiled. It's all right, we'll just wait. Elder Mu was a little apologetic. Brother Yang, the green-robed man smiled. It's no big deal. Elder Mu cupped his fists. Thank you. The green-robed man looked at Xian and smiled. Let's go. Let's go for a walk and have a chat. Xian nodded. All right. Arya suddenly said, Brother Yang, can we go play by ourselves? The green-robed man glared at Arya. No. Of course, he knew what this little girl was thinking. Xiaobai had definitely sensed some treasure again, and the two little fellows wanted to go and touch it. In Xiaobai's world, as long as the treasure followed her, it would not be considered stealing or stealing. In Arya's world, if she took the treasure, she would be borrowing it. As for whether she would return it or not, she had never considered it. Who said that one had to return something borrowed? The green-robed man felt a headache when he heard the messy thoughts of the two little fellows. Arya pouted when she saw that the green-robed man did not agree. She looked at Xiaobai and shrugged. Brother Yang is very wary of us now. What should we do? Lil White blinked, then pointed its little paw at Xian in the distance. Arya thought for a moment and said, You can have that thought. Xian was speechless. The green-robed man looked at Elder Mu and smiled. I'll take this little fellow for a walk. You go ahead. Elder Mu hesitated for a moment and nodded. Call me if you need anything. The green-robed man nodded. All right. Elder Mu cupped his fists and retreated. The green-robed man led Xian and the others into the distance. Along the way, the green-robed man smiled and said, Are you curious about this place? Xian nodded. The green-robed man smiled and said, This is the Heaven-Opening clan. Do you remember that I once told you that there is a bloodline that is very special, even more special than the immortal bloodline? Xian nodded. Is it the Heaven-Opening clan? The green-robed man nodded. Heaven-Opening bloodline. It is a rather special bloodline. Of course, it is not as powerful as our Yang family's crazy demon bloodline. Xian was speechless. The green-robed man continued, Their holy land is very interesting. It is a place that specializes in cultivation and has a special cultivation method. If you can cultivate there for a period of time, your strength will definitely improve greatly. Xian was a little curious. Dad, what kind of clan is the Heaven-Opening clan? The green-robed man smiled. Pioneers. Xian frowned slightly. Pioneers? The green-robed man nodded. This clan is a little interesting. Their ancestors' goal was to lead their clansmen into the boundless universe, in other words, to explore. As he spoke, he looked around. Do you know what this place is? Xian shook his head. The green-robed man smiled. The Heaven-Opening realm, a world far away from your universe. Although this place is not as special as the alternate dimension, it is not simple either. Xian asked, How is it not simple? The green-robed man smiled. Do you know why the Heaven-Opening clan did not continue to explore and instead stayed here? Xian shook his head. The green-robed man smiled. Because there are many unexplored ancient ruins in the deepest part of the mountain range. The Heaven-Opening clan stayed here to eat these ancient ruins. However, even after exploring for hundreds of thousands of years, they have only explored less than 1/10 of it. Xian blinked. Dad, have you been there before? The green-robed man laughed. Yes, I have. Yi Xian asked, what is there? The green-robed man smiled, if you are curious, you can go there yourself in the future. That place does not attract me. As he said this, he paused, then said, if you go, remember to tell me my name. Otherwise, I am afraid you will be gone. Yi Xian. A relic, Yi Xian looked into the distance. He had decided to make a trip there, a relic that the heaven-splitting race valued was definitely not ordinary. The green-robed man glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. Young man, this world is huge. It's not just the other dimensional people. Then, he shook his head. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Yi Xian felt helpless. Is there anything you can't say? The green-robed man smiled. You're too weak now. You won't understand even if I tell you. Yi Xian said seriously, Father, were you young? The green-robed man was stunned. Of course. Yi Xian asked again, were you weak when you were young? The green-robed man did not say anything. Yi Xian smiled and did not say anything. The green-robed man shook his head and smiled. I'm not trying to discourage you. It's just that there are many things that you shouldn't come into contact with given your strength. Yi Xian nodded. All right. The green-robed man smiled. You're not going to continue asking? If you really want to know, I can tell you too. Yi Xian shook his head. I only want to improve myself now. The green-robed man nodded and smiled. All right. At this moment, a woman suddenly showed up not far away from Yi Xian and the others. The lady was wearing a long white robe. Her long hair draped over her shoulders and her hands were hidden in her sleeves. Beautiful, that was Yi Xian's first thought. The lady's skin was very white, especially her eyes. They were big and watery, as if they could suck people in. She was a lady that one would never forget at a glance. The lady looked at the green-robed man and bowed. Senior. At that moment, Elder Mu also appeared. Elder Mu cupped his fists at the green-robed man. Brother Yang, this is Amulian. She came out earlier after learning that you wanted to use the sacred land. The green-robed man smiled and looked at Amulian. Thank you. Amulian bowed again. I'm fated to meet you today. I hope you can give me some pointers. I'll be very grateful. The azure-robed man sized up Amulian and smiled, I can't guide you. Hearing this, Amu Lian was slightly taken aback, and then her expression dimmed. The azure-robed man smiled and said, however, I can let you feel what it means to be powerful. Amulian immediately bowed. Senior, please make your move. The green-robed man laughed heartily, what a smart little girl. She's as outstanding as my son. Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. Dad, although I think I'm very outstanding, you still have to be tactful in front of outsiders. I also want to save face. The green-robed man laughed and said, outstanding is outstanding, what's the point of being tactful? Let me tell you, your father is the most outstanding man in the world, and you are the second most outstanding man in the world. The two of us are the most outstanding men in the entire universe. Everyone, Arius suddenly pulled Xiaobai aside. She looked up at the sky, as if she didn't know these two. Elder Mu looked a little embarrassed. This brother Yang was good at everything, but sometimes he was shameless. Amulian glanced at Yi Xian, but she didn't say anything. Meanwhile, the green-robed man walked over to Amulian, and he sized her up. He smiled and said, Miss, watch carefully. As he spoke, he suddenly swung his sword. The sword stabbed straight at the center of Amulian's brows. It was a very simple strike. There was no sword chi, there was no sword intent, there wasn't even a trace of sword light. However, it was such a simple strike that caused Amulian's expression to change drastically. She wanted to resist, but there was a thought in her mind at this moment. Unbeatable. This strike is unbeatable. Death is certain. Amulian slowly closed her eyes. The sword stopped half an inch away from the center of Amulian's brows. The green-robed man sheathed his sword and smiled, but he didn't say anything. A short moment later, Amulian opened her eyes and bowed slightly. Thank you, senior. The green-robed man glanced at Yi Xian, and then he said, Miss, my son might not be very familiar with your sacred grounds. I wonder if you can take him there to familiarize him with it. Yi Xian, Amulian glanced at Yi Xian, and nodded slightly. Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors above, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From this moment onward, Yi Xian's position as crown prince shall be removed, and Yi Lang shall succeed him. The speaker was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a somewhat timid voice suddenly resounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. The little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a crown prince, why did you remove his title for no reason? The Great Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling, this is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She once again bowed to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and his life is uncertain. But the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove his position as crown prince. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he is removed or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this moment, the newly appointed crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder said coldly, then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now he is fighting for the clan, but the clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the newly appointed crown prince Yi Lang, and he knew that this was his chance to show off. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the position of crown prince, and it is everyone's wish. What are you shouting for? With that, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. But she did not cry, and just covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, I'm Zhang Mu, greeting the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, I will go through fire and water for the crown prince, and I will do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, so don't show any mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Ling. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Ling. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. "Why?" At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince." Impudent! The great elder suddenly raged. "Discard him or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is risking his life for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Ling inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince." Yi Ling nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply. "This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince." Yi Ling nodded. "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Peng, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng. At that moment, Yi Xian was still cultivating like crazy, under the guidance and sparring of the virtual figure. His reaction and speed could be said to have improved tremendously. Before long, Yi Xian activated the difficult mode. The difficult mode was at least 10 times more terrifying than the easy mode. In the beginning, Yi Xian was beaten so violently that he did not even have the strength to fight back. However, Yi Xian was gradually able to dodge. However, he could only dodge. He had no chance to fight back. Amulian stood quietly outside the cave. She had been watching Yi Xian cultivate. At that moment, Elder Mu appeared beside Amulian. Elder Mu glanced at Yi Xian and asked, "What do you think of him?" Amulian replied, "Excellent." Elder Mu smiled slightly. "Mu Lian, you should understand Sect Master Yang's meaning, right?" Amulian remained silent. Elder Mu asked softly, "Do you know Sect Leader Yang's background?" Amulian remained silent. Elder Mu said, "He's the founder of the Sword Alliance." The Sword Alliance. Amulian's pupils constricted. She turned to look at Elder Mu. "Are you sure?" Elder Mu smiled bitterly. "Of course." Amulian slowly closed her eyes. No wonder he's so powerful. The Sword Alliance was the Sword Alliance. It was an alliance formed by swordsmen. It was a very mysterious force. Everyone in it was a swordsman, and they were all top-notch swordsmen. These swordsmen came from various worlds. Moreover, these swordsmen's identities were very special and mysterious. Usually, they could be the emperor of a world or a supreme overlord of a world. In short, it was a very terrifying force. Its influence was unimaginable. Although the Heaven-Splitting clan was powerful, they were extremely weak in front of this force. The Heaven-Splitting clan did not resist when the green-robed man tried to matchmake Yi Xian and Amulian. Instead, they were secretly delighted. If the Heaven-Splitting clan could form a marriage alliance with the Sword Alliance, it would definitely be great news for the Heaven-Splitting clan. At that moment, Amulian suddenly said softly, "Feelings should be pure." With that, she turned around and left. Elder Mu smiled bitterly in his heart. Although he also wanted Amulian and Yi Xian to be together, this mainly depended on Amulian herself. Clearly, Amulian did not mean that. Elder Mu sighed softly and turned to leave. 1 month passed. At this moment, Yi Xian was already able to adapt to this difficult mode of training. His current reaction and speed were at least 10 times faster than before. 10 times, what kind of concept was that? Now, even if he didn't use the sword drawing technique, ordinary half-step concept powerhouses wouldn't be a match for him. Before long, Yi Xian activated the Hell difficulty mode. As expected, he was immediately beaten up, but it was much better than before, because he could still dodge now. At first, he didn't even know who hit him. 1 month passed. Yi Xian was slowly getting used to the Hell difficulty. Although he was still suppressed, he had the strength to fight back. The reason why he was able to adapt so quickly was because the Phantom would point out his shortcomings while beating him, and tell him how to improve. Under such circumstances, he naturally improved at a godly speed. After half a month, Yi Xian had completely gotten used to the Hell difficulty mode. He could now fight equally with the Phantom. In the battlefield, Yi Xian and the Phantom fought back and forth. During this period, Yi Xian didn't use his body to fight the Phantom head-on. If he used his body, he could win at any time, because in terms of reaction and speed, he wasn't inferior to the phantom. So long as he used his body, the phantom would definitely lose. However, he still wanted to use his reaction and speed to defeat the phantom. Just like that, another half a month passed. During this half a month, Xian was still unable to defeat the phantom. Moreover, he noticed that the phantom was growing stronger and stronger. At this moment, he suddenly realized that while the phantom was training with him, he was training with the phantom as well. The phantom would become stronger as well. Xian felt rather helpless when he thought up to this point. Right at this moment, the phantom suddenly stopped, bowed slightly, and then vanished. Xian was stunned. Meanwhile, Amulian suddenly appeared here, and she glanced at Xian. "Young master, you've passed." Xian smiled. "I passed just like that? I still want to defeat him." Amulian shook her head. "You can't defeat him." Xian was puzzled. "Why?" Amulian said, "You've already reached your current limit, but he hasn't. His limit is an expert at the intent realm. You'll only be able to defeat him if you've attained intent." Xian frowned slightly. "Didn't they say that the quintessence of the Grand Tao is gone? How could there be an expert at the intent realm?" Amulian glanced at Xian. "He's a figure from hundreds of thousands of years ago." Xian was speechless. Amulian continued, "Which aspect do you want to cultivate next?" Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "My body and consciousness." He'd just finished speaking when another phantom appeared not too far away from him. Amulian gazed at Xian. "Your body is extremely formidable. Go straight to hell difficulty." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Meanwhile, the phantom suddenly charged forward and smashed his fist towards Xian's head. Xian didn't dodge, and he took it head-on and smashed his fist forward as well. Bang! The surroundings shook violently, and both of them retreated explosively at the same time. At the same time, the phantom charged forward again. Xian's expression changed slightly. "Damn it! Is this fellow's body that terrifying? After all, his body is at the intent realm, yet this fellow is even stronger than me?" Meanwhile, the phantom suddenly vanished on the spot. Xian immediately took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. However, the phantom didn't go head-on against him and suddenly stopped. Bang! Xian's fist struck nothing but air. Meanwhile, his expression changed drastically, and he swiftly turned around. As soon as he did, he instantly felt sharp pain come from his stomach, and then his figure was blasted flying. At the instant that his figure flew through the air, he suddenly felt his right hand being grabbed, and then his body was pulled forward by a formidable force. After that, he felt sharp pain come from his stomach again. Pooh! A mouthful of blood essence sprayed from Xian's mouth. In the next moment, the phantom's fist smashed against his throat. Bang! Xian instantly flew over 30 kilometers away. At this moment, Xian was slightly dazed. How could this fellow be so terrifying? Meanwhile, the phantom's voice resounded in his mind. Too many distracting thoughts. Too many distracting thoughts. Xian fell silent. He knew that the phantom was pointing out his flaws. When fighting another, one couldn't have too many distracting thoughts, and one had to concentrate on fighting the enemy. Meanwhile, the phantom vanished on the spot. Xian immediately charged forward. In next to no time, numerous explosions resounded in the surroundings. Both of them were fighting with their bare fists. Every punch struck flesh. There weren't any flashy movements, and they relied purely on their physical strength and consciousness. In terms of physical strength, he didn't lose by much, but in terms of consciousness, he was completely suppressed. However, it wasn't that he didn't have the strength to fight. They collided madly. Needless to say, the feeling of every punch hitting flesh was truly satisfying. Xian vented his strength madly, and every single punch he executed was extremely carefree. Moreover, because their strength was too formidable, the entire world started to shatter. Fortunately, the world was able to repair itself. Outside the cave, Amulian hadn't left. She wanted to understand Xian's strength. Right at this moment, Elder Mu suddenly appeared before Amulian. "Mulian, that person from the Wen clan has arrived. Why don't you go receive him?" Amulian spoke softly. "So soon?" Elder Mu smiled. "He probably can't wait any longer. Not only the Wen clan, but that person from the Tian sect should also be arriving soon." With that said, he paused, then continued, "I heard that the person from the Wen clan is somewhat domineering." I'm afraid he'll be difficult to get along with. Amulian nodded, it's fine. With that, she turned and left. On the streets of Kaitian City, Arya was strolling blindly with Little White. The two of them only played all day, they went wherever they had fun. As for cultivation, Arya didn't really cultivate. Anyway, being with Little White every day was equivalent to cultivation. Right at this moment, Arya suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned around and looked not far away. There was a very lively restaurant there. Of course, she smelled the fragrance. Arya blinked. Let's go and have a taste? Little White nodded. Arya walked into the restaurant with Little White. As soon as they entered, a waiter immediately greeted them. Sir, what would you like to eat? Arya walked to the side and sat down, then said, Do you have human flesh? The waiter's expression froze. At this moment, Little White patted Arya's shoulder lightly. Master doesn't allow you to eat human flesh, it's meat. Arya pursed her lips and looked at the waiter. I'm here. Bring out the best dishes here. The waiter glanced at Arya. Young lady, do you have crystals? Arya glanced at the waiter. Do you think I'll eat and dash? The waiter smiled. No, no. It's just that we have to pay first when we eat here. When Arya heard that, she immediately flew into a rage. Who pays first when they eat? If it doesn't taste good, do I have to pay too? Hearing that, everyone present looked at Arya. The waiter looked at Arya. Young lady, are you here to look for trouble? Arya suddenly took out a crystal and placed it in front of the waiter. Is this enough? With the appearance of this crystal, the entire hall was instantly filled with boundless spiritual chi. Everyone's eyes lit up at once. What kind of supreme-grade crystal was this? The waiter said with a trembling voice. This is enough. As he spoke, he took the crystal. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. I'll go arrange it right away. With that, he turned and ran away. Inside the hall, everyone present was looking at Arya meaningfully. Arya picked up a pair of chopsticks. At this moment, Little White pointed at the people beside her. Arya said calmly, They want to rob us. Little White blinked and then waved its little paws a few times. Arya shook her head. They're too poor. There's no point in robbing them. Little White hurriedly nodded. She could not sense any treasure. Although the people present had some crooked thoughts, no one dared to make a move. After all, no one knew this little girl's identity. What if her background was not simple? The risk was too great. At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Eh? It's the spirit ancestor. The spirit ancestor. Arya turned around and saw a woman standing outside the door. The woman was wearing a tight-fitting robe and had a small braid. Judging from her age, she seemed to be only 17 or 18 years old. Behind the woman, there were two old men. When she saw Little White, the woman's eyes lit up. She took a step forward and arrived directly in front of Arya and Little White. The woman looked at Little White with undisguised greed and passion in her eyes. It really is the spirit ancestor. As she spoke, she looked at Arya. Are you from the Heaven-Splitting clan? Arya shook her head. Hearing this, the woman's lips curled up slightly. I want this little fellow. Do you have any objections? Arya looked at the woman. What if I do? The woman's smile widened. Then I'll beat you to death. Dead people have no objections. Snatch. At this moment, the woman's intention was very obvious. Little White blinked and continued to lick the candied haws. She did not panic at all. Arya did not panic, nor was she angry. She took out a candied haw and licked it. Brother Yang said that robbing is wrong. Brother Yang had instructed that if anyone came looking for trouble, they should be reformed first. If they could not be reformed, they would be cremated. The woman smiled and said, Did your brother Yang tell you that right and wrong are decided by fists? Arya glanced at the woman. You are breaking the law. The woman laughed. Breaking the law? Then, she shook her head. What a cute little girl. Arya looked at Little White. Little White blinked and pointed at the storage ring on the woman's finger. Her intention was very obvious. There was a treasure. Arya licked the candied haw and thought to herself, if I just do it like this, Brother Yang will definitely think that I bullied this woman first. I have to let this woman make the first move, and then I can retaliate. In this case, I am defending myself. Thinking of this, she looked at the woman. Are you really going to rob me? The woman blinked her eyes and said with a smile, I really want to snatch it. Arya nodded, then can you punch me first? The woman was a little curious. Why? Arya said seriously, there is no why. Go ahead. The woman smiled. I might beat you to death. Arya glared at the woman. Woman, are you trying to make me anxious? How can you be so long-winded when robbing? Can you be more straightforward? The woman looked at Arya, and her smile gradually turned cold. At this moment, the old man behind the woman suddenly said, Miss, this girl might not be simple. The woman smiled. It's fine as long as she is not from the Heaven Opening clan. A spirit ancestor, can't be let off. As she spoke, she looked at Arya. Without any nonsense, she directly pointed her finger at Arya. Arya didn't dodge and let the finger touch her eyebrows. Boom, the entire restaurant turned into ashes. However, the woman's expression changed. Because the little girl in front of her was completely fine, Arya blinked and said, You started it. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly grabbed the woman's right hand, causing the woman's expression to change greatly. She suddenly clenched her right hand and a powerful force swept out from her right hand. However, when that force blasted onto Arya's body, Arya didn't move an inch and was completely unharmed. At this time, Arya suddenly pulled. Boom, the woman's right arm was torn off by Arya. Meanwhile, the old man behind the woman spoke furiously, How dare you? As his voice fell, he struck Arya with his palm. Arya raised her hand and punched. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the old man's right arm was shattered, and he was sent flying into the horizon. The expressions of the one-armed woman and the remaining old man instantly became extremely unsightly when they witnessed this scene. He had underestimated the enemy. This little girl was actually so terrifying. Arya opened her palm, and there was a storage ring in her palm. She had taken it from the arm of the one-armed woman. Arya glanced at the one-armed woman. Now let's talk about compensation. The one-armed woman stared fixedly at Arya. Compensation? Arya said seriously, Of course we have to compensate. You bullied us and caused serious psychological and spiritual damage to us. Is it too much for us to ask you for compensation? Is it too much? The one-armed woman's expression was slightly unsightly, and she looked coldly at Arya. I underestimated you. However, do you think you've won? As she spoke, she suddenly clenched her left hand. In an instant, the space around Arya warped. At this moment, Arya suddenly blasted out with her fist. Boom, the space around Arya shattered, and the one-armed woman was sent flying 1,000 feet away. After she stopped, the one-armed woman looked at Arya in disbelief. You are so strong. Arya stood up and walked towards the one-armed woman with little white. Arya's expression was slightly cold, and she was very angry. Not only did this woman not admit her mistake and apologize, she even wanted to hit me. Is there no law? Is there no justice? The consequences of Arya's anger are very serious. At this moment, Elder Mu and Amulian suddenly appeared before Arya and Little White. Elder Mu hurriedly said, Miss Arya, please show mercy. Arya blinked her eyes. Why? Elder Mu smiled bitterly. Miss Arya, they are from the Wen clan. They are our distinguished guests. Arya shook her head. They want to snatch Little White. Little White. Elder Mu glanced at the little fellow on Arya's shoulder and sighed in his heart. He looked at the one-armed woman. Miss Xianxia, since you have entered the city, why didn't you inform us? The one-armed woman called Xianxia smiled. Uncle Mu, we just wanted to take a walk first. As she spoke, she glanced at Arya and Little White. I didn't expect to meet them. I saw that the little fellow was very cute, so I wanted to tease her. I didn't expect that little girl to attack me directly. Hearing this, Arya frowned. Are you trying to distort the truth? Xian looked at Arya and smiled. Little girl, you were the one who attacked first. Why are you saying that I'm distorting the truth? Arya squinted her eyes and slowly clenched her right hand. At this moment, Elder Mu suddenly said, Miss Xian, Miss Arya, this must be a misunderstanding. Why don't we shake hands and make up? Arya suddenly looked at Elder Mu and said angrily, What misunderstanding? She was the one who wanted to snatch Little White. Elder Mu frowned slightly. Miss Arya. Arya suddenly pointed at Elder Mu angrily. Shut up, or I'll beat you to death. How dare you? At this moment, a black-clothed man behind Elder Mu suddenly walked out. How dare you be rude to the patriarch? As soon as he spoke, a powerful aura suddenly crushed towards Arya. Arya's expression immediately became ferocious. She charged forward, and the black-cloaked man's head was directly punched by Arya before he could react. Bang! The black-cloaked man's head exploded, and blood splattered. All the spectators were stunned when they witnessed this scene. Xianxia was slightly stunned as well. She didn't expect this little girl to be so hot-tempered and attack just like that. Of course, this was a good thing. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up slightly. Elder Mu's expression became extremely ugly as well. He didn't expect Arya to attack just like that. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly smiled. "Uncle Mu, did you see that? This wild girl has a bad temper. She doesn't respect the heaven-splitting clan at all." Elder Mu glanced at Xianxia with a cold expression. "Miss Xianxia, don't play that trick in front of the old man." Xianxia smiled and didn't speak. Elder Mu looked at Arya, and she walked directly towards Xianxia. Obviously, she wanted to beat this woman to death. Elder Mu hurriedly said, "Miss Arya, I've already notified Brother Yang. He'll be here soon." Brother Yang. Arya stopped and was about to speak when the green-clothed man suddenly appeared. Elder Mu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the green-clothed man. The green-clothed man looked at Arya. "Tell me what happened." Arya told him what had happened. After that, she glanced at the green-clothed man. "Brother Yang, I want to beat her to death." The green-clothed man turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled. "So you have a backer. No wonder you're so arrogant. Have you heard of the Wen clan?" Meanwhile, Elder Mu said, "Brother Yang, she's from the Wen clan. I wonder if you can give me some face and let this matter go." The green-clothed man looked at Elder Mu and smiled. "It's clearly her fault. Why should I give you face?" As he spoke, he looked at Arya. "Don't kill her, cripple her first." Arya grinned when she heard this, and then she turned around and charged at Xianxia. Elder Mu's face instantly turned pale when he witnessed this scene. In the distance, Xianxia's expression changed drastically when she saw Arya charging at her. She directly crushed a transmission talisman, charged forward, and slapped her palm towards Arya. Bang! Along with an explosion, Xianxia's left arm was directly shattered into pieces, and then her figure was blasted flying once more. This time, she flew over 1 kilometer away. She was instantly killed. The old man who followed Xianxia glared angrily at Yixian. "Do you know who she is?" "She's the eldest young miss of the Wen clan." "How dare you?" Arya suddenly charged at the old man, and the latter didn't even have time to react before she smashed him into nothingness. She was instantly killed. Seeing this scene, Xianxia, who had just stood up in the distance, suddenly changed her expression. Only now did she realize that this little girl's strength was extremely terrifying, and she was absolutely no match for her. Arya walked slowly towards Xianxia. Elder Mu was about to say something, but Amulian stopped him. In the distance, Xianxia stared fixedly at Arya. "Do you know the Wen clan?" Arya shook her head. "No." Xianxia turned around to look at the green-cloaked man. "If I die here today, your 10 clans will be annihilated. 10 clans will be annihilated." The green-cloaked man smiled when he heard this. "Arya, don't kill her. Cripple her first." Arya directly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Xianxia's expression changed drastically. She was about to retreat when Arya directly punched her in the stomach. Bang! Xianxia's eyes opened wide, and her body split open. Every inch of her bones was shattered. Arya withdrew her fist, and Xianxia instantly fell to the ground. She didn't die, but all the bones in her body were shattered by Arya's punch. Arya clapped her hands, and then turned to look at the green-cloaked man. "Brother Yang, why don't you let me kill her?" The green-cloaked man said indifferently, "I want you to kill her in front of the experts of the Wen clan." Xianxia, Elder Mu smiled bitterly when he heard the green-cloaked man. "Brother Yang, you've gone too far." At this moment, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly appeared in the distant sky. The next moment, an angry roar came from the starry sky. "Who dares to touch the people of the Wen clan? Who dares?" The voice was like thunder, and it shook the sky. P.S. I just came out. End of chapter 1667. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.